Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became Saint with a Pokémon Partner Movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Clarifications. The important characters of the following series participate in this reaction. The Golden Saints plus Kainen. The NHA. Classes A and B, Mei Hatsum, the Shield Heroes, Shinzo, Top Heroes, Teachers, the Hussy Cats, some notable parents and children. After Naboo Island. Gravity Falls. Dipper, Pacifica, Mabel, Stan, Ford, Suze, Bill, Wendy. The Loud Family, original and Lincoln Femme counterpart. Miraculous. Team Ladybug, Lila Rossi, Gabriel Agreste, and important parents. Pokémon. Ash and Friends without Pokémon, plus Team Rocket. Kimetsu no Yaiba. Pillars plus Tanjiro Group. Nagatora-san. Otaba no Hanayam. Danmachi. Beta Live. The Love Rue. The Owl House. Shimatsu no Valkyrie. Gods and Humans plus Valkyries, all after the Battle of Tesla, but before the Battle of Apollo vs Leonidas. Prologue. I forgot to clarify that Xion from Ares will be there. But history. Somewhere in the multiverse, a man dressed in golden armor and with red eyes watched a story on what looked like a holographic screen while drinking a Pepsi. Subject. Oh, interesting. This is interesting, a multiverse full of infinite possibilities, interesting, but it seems that several of those lines converge, it's interesting, The man stood up and walked across the room to a desk where he opened a drawer and just smiled as he had an idea to relieve his boredom. The place would begin to glow, causing a large number of unconscious people to appear, while the host would become invisible, waiting for everyone to wake up. Time slip minutes later. Helivard. Hia. Green-haired woman. Izuku. Izuku? Mom? Inko? Yes, it's me, Xion. Golden Knight, hey, does your eminence know her? Xion would approach her, and under the gaze of everyone present, especially a green-haired man, the patriarch of the sanctuary would kiss the green-haired woman with much love. Xion. You are as beautiful as the day I had to leave to protect you. The sound of broken windows was heard from that place, and a skeletal blonde man touched his heart, knowing that the heart of the woman he loves, the woman who gave birth to his successor, was hurting, but he felt the hand of a small old man. Old man. Toshinori, sometimes we must guide people to treasures we cannot possess, he said wisely. Chestnut-haired. Are you okay with Rias? Rias? Yes, or so I think. Searches. Sister, are you okay? Rias? You are Onisama. L. I'm fine, Hestia. Helenegra. Tsunade-sama. White-haired. Damn Gaki, I already said I'm not a pervert, I'm a super pervert. Naruto. Yes, whatever you say, Iro-senin. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Oh Tsunade Haim, how are you with your I would say in a perverted way. Mitsuki. Perverted shine giving him an explosion. Class A- Izuku. So that's where he got his character from. Time. Blonde. Who are you? All Might. It's us. Izawa. This is too much, who are you? Space. Miku. Ioros. What's going on, strangely seeing a to the albino with a slight feeling. Ioria. Brother. Itsuba. Why we appear. Ida. The multiverse may exist. Scientists. The multiverse is real. Reality. Us. Tanjiro. Lilith. What's up? Zeus. Ho, why does that white-haired guy remind me of someone? Hermes. Has a flash of his blood running through his veins, perhaps he is a descendant of his. Shiva. How strange of him not to fight and having descendants. Buddha. Not bad eating a sweet. Brunhild. That disgusting old man, she thought annoyed. It's more than a linear path. Rito. Lala. What's up? Momo, TLR. Is that it? It is a prism of unlimited possibility. Naruto. It's us Databeo. Sasuke. Hump. Ara. What's wrong? Inoki. It's probably Konoha or Kumo's fault. Don't look at me, maybe someone bothered the wrong people. What's up you? Jayuki. Because my Jinchuriki is not normal, I would say depressed. Kurama. Mine is a ramen addicted idiot with the potential to start a harem, but he's so stupid that he doesn't notice. Zenitsu. That fox is scary. Jayame. MHMMM, poor diamond. Ringoku. MMMMM interesting. Where a single choice can be divided into infinite realities. Shido. Wow. Mineta. Look Kaminari, how many you? Sayu. Lick perverted Kiro. Adam. There seems to be oddities in my children in other worlds. Eve. Adam crying with happiness. Hades. You can see that in those humans. Quinn. Peng you friend. Zeus. Brother. Poseidon. Hump looking away piece of trash greeting Sasaki. Sasaki. Oh hello kid. Shiva. If the dead are. Thor. Lubu greeting his friend like a man friend. Horse man. Man. Luz. What's happening? Momo DXD. Sona Kaicho what do we do? Momo BNHA. Sensei. Azawa. Wait and see what we do. And create alternate worlds to those they already know. Everyone in that world would be surprised and several others for not being mentioned. I am the Watchman. All. The Watchman. And I will be your guide through this vast realities. Mineta. You have so many sisters. Lincoln. Yes. Linka. The same thing happens to me but the other way around since I am the only one. Dipper. I can barely stand my twin. Mabel. I'm Mabel. Do you want a sweater? Speaking to Death Mask. Death Mask. No. Follow me and consider the question. Inazuke. Gunpachiro is us. Yuzui. Wow, how extravagant. Takido. Who are they? Muzan. Hump. Zenitsu. I'm on the cover A. A. What if? Marinette. What? Ayla. It's us. Luca. It seems so. Izuku. They have heroes in their world. Adrian. Yes. Izuku. Cool, like mine, so what powers do they have, do they use licenses, do they have weaknesses, what suits do they use? Inko. There, son. Jer. That boy is cute, she thought blushing. Buddha. Oh little goal like someone said eating a sweet. Hercules. His aura is that of a hero, maybe I can talk to him, he thought happily. Jack. One sir. Hercules. Of course. Welcome to the multiverse observation room. The being that brought them would appear before them looking imposing. Zeus. You brought us here. Subject. This is my dear God, father of the cosmos itself. Zeus. Oh so you know me Jojoho. Subject. I know everyone here, each and every one, every god, human, demi-human, demon and other races, each and every one. Babara. God. But isn't there one? Subject. Infinite multiverses, infinite realities Abara Shiozaki. Adam. What god is he talking about? Subject. Elohim or the biblical god. The Kabiel. Ah, the old dead man he said, breaking the illusions of several believers. Abara. What? You're lying. Azazel. The old man died in the war against Lucifer and Grigori, the effeminate one over there pointing at Michael, who raised a finger of friendship runs everything. Abara. I see. Muzan. So there are more races besides humans, maybe I can. Subject. Calm down demon, you are the weakest of all here. The hunters were surprised. Muzan. I am the demon king of my world, I am powerful. Subject. You're a joke for the demons, the Siskin over there pointing to Searches is a demon, and believe me he doesn't get burned by the sun, and a flower doesn't affect him. Searches. Mao Lucifer, of the kings of the underworld. Tanjiro. They eat human flesh that terrified Adam and Eve. Searches. What kind of idiot calls himself a demon and eats human flesh? Haijiro. You in your world, right? Ajuka. Not at most, we reincarnated a human as a demon, but no more, we are not ghouls. The wind pillar looked at them suspiciously, they were demons, he said they were evil. Searches. Aden saw me kneeling before the Aden of Shimatsu who was looking at this seriously. I hope that the meeting of factions takes place. Aden Shimatsu. What do you mean? Subject. Your Aden is the pervert over there pointing to the white-haired man next to Jiraiya delivering the sacred reading. Aden of Shimatsu looked at his counterpart and just sighed in disappointment, he was the Norse leader, not a pervert, he should be powerful and feared. Subject. I introduce myself, I am Gilgamesh, king of heroes training the factions and servant of cows, primordial of creation. The Shimatsu people's skin crawled at the knowledge that a servant of a primordial was there. Gilgamesh. Take a seat, in a moment I will show you the fascinating story where everyone comes together at one point. Chapter 1. Everyone was gathered in the living room talking amongst themselves, their surprise never leaving their minds upon hearing that they would converge in the same reality. They wanted to know more, but also to make up for lost time. Jer reunited with her fallen sisters, even with Gondal. Adam and Eve reunited with much affection. Jack and Hercules greeted each other very well, despite their fight. In addition to talking with a certain green-haired man, an incredible hero's will with a strategic mentality that, well honed, is capable of surpassing Jack. Especially two old lovers who reunited after a long time, which surprised the Golden Saints and Mitsuki. Mitsuki. Ah, what beautiful memories. Shion. Do you remember the song we met to? Mitsuki. If you are for me. Eva. That's very beautiful. Izuku. Mom and Dad. Shioni Inko. Then Hiho. The family was reunited again, while many smiled and hugged the green-haired boy. Jer. That was nice. Hercules. There is nothing more beautiful. Jack. What a real family reunited, I would say, crying for the beautiful colors of family love. Gilgamesh. Wow, it seems like a lot of reunions are happening. Zeus. So it seems, Jojo. Poseidon. Normally I'd say it would be trash, but the old man killing me made me see some things when he disappeared. Sasaki. Oh, what a nice guy. Naruto. And what are we going to see, Dadabeo? Shaka. Why do I feel like I know that kid? Sasuke. Good. Sakura. Shut up, Naruto. Baka hitting him. Hinata. Naruto-kun. Uraraka. That was rude, he didn't do anything. Momo, BNHA. And you hit him. Rias. I know our colleagues can be annoying, but that doesn't give you the right. All the girls were making those comments towards the board, I mean, Sakura, which made her feel bad. Kakashi very hypocritically was going to defend her, but a hand from a blue-eyed blonde and a Redeed, very annoyed, said not to get involved. They were very upset with the silver-haired boy, because when training only Sasuke, he simply spit in their faces if he considered them family. Of course, that action surprised the silver-haired boy and he wondered what he had done there, so he dismissed helping. Gilgamesh. What you want to see in the future will happen on the screen. Ball. Okay, whatever. Sanctuary. We are in the Sanctuary, Greece, place where the Golden Saints live and also the reincarnation of the goddess Athena, but this day would be the beginning of a great journey, but right there the figure of people who carried the golden armor was shown and which were Izuku, Issei, Linka and Liberty, Dipper, Adrian, Naruto, Marinette, Akame, Lincoln, Sasuke, Luca and Jer, which these kneel and say. Izuku. From now on. Issei. We swear. Line Y Liberty. Protect Athena. Dipper. And to the world. Adrian. Of all evil. Naruto. The injustice. Marinette. And stop everyone. Akame. May you have the. Lincoln. Daring. Sasuke. To disturb the. Luca. Peace and tranquility. Jer. From the world. The Knights. From now on, we the Golden Knights will protect all the innocent of this world, but we will give our lives to protect you, Goddess Athena, but then a girl gets up from the throne. Off screen. Everyone was amazed to see such a structure, although Xian, Inko and the Golden Saints were there surprised to see that, they thought about who they would be, until it could be the next generation. Xian and Inko. Hi-ho. Yue. Deku Midoriya Deku Kunizuku. Iri. Odo-san receiving a discreet look from Xian, yes, the green-haired boy would have a talk for being horny so young. Hoda, Kitsuma and Mahoro. Deku Nai. Izuku. It's me surprised. Xian. So he takes my place. You're eminent surprised because the green-haired man seemed familiar to him and surprisingly, he noticed the image of Xian with that armor. Jer had blushed a little at seeing the green-haired man. Bremery Sakido. Issei-kun senpai nai dragon oppai. Ali. Not bad red. Rias. It looks so big, said the demon with a red tinge. Asia. Yes, she would say dreamily. Hineko. Senpai Sonrahata. Mineta. What? You have a loli. Issei. Get lost, pervert annoyed. Adam. Guys. Issei. I'm sorry father, but I'm no longer human, I'm a demon. Tsunemi. And how do you get power preparing to attack? Zenobia. He touches Ria's breasts, the pervert she would say with jealousy. Demon hunters. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Yuzui. Maybe I should, he said looking at his wives who were red. Perverts. Idle. Aldebaran. Looks like someone will change over time. The lords of both worlds. Daughter, son, sister, brother, surprised but a very jealous pair that the useless bad luck is a warrior of a goddess. Linka Y Lincoln. Yo. Mabel. Brother. Stan. Wow, that armor means money. Ford. Those armors give off a strange energy. Bill Cipher looked at the pines and was in shock, the triangle was surprised. Bill. No, you must be kidding me, you're descended from that guy. F Mask. What? So you're like me. Gabriel. Son surprised. Lila. TSK, now I have to go there too, she thought annoyed. Naruto. Yo. Sakura. Naruto Baka. Where is Sasuke-kun, losing her voice? Volcanoha. Thank you, spirits of heaven. Minato and Kushina. Son surprised. Naruto would hear that and would be in shock until a certain servant decided to send the whole truth to his mind to avoid problems, so the blonde ran to hug them both while giving his father a sap and hugging him again. Konoha's imbecile villagers. The devil is Yondaime Sama's son. Fainting. Adam was bothered by that, each world is different, according to what the servant told him each universe had its first human, Adam being one of them, so technically they are his nephews, they were family. Tom and Sabine. Daughter. Hickey. Wow, Marinette, I didn't know that about you. Marinette. Wow. Oko. Not a bad idea, smiling. Let's go night raid. A came. The came. Wow, I look good. Milo. An Amazon. Not bad at all, annoyed to see so many perverts drooling over her. Orochimaru. Sasuke's sword. Ino. He looks very serious. Itachi. I noticed he copied Shisui's haircut. Shisui. Admitted, with long hair, he looks like he has a duck's ass on his head, plus it looks better on him. Sasuke had a twitch in his eye, while several people from Konoha were thinking about what the hell had happened for those two to be there and not in Konoha. Yulika. Luke. Amos. You can tell someone is capable of being cold. Marinette. Oh shit, Adrian and Luca look hexy like that, she thought, blushing seeing her two friends' love interests. For now, only one remains with her love and the other with friendship. Lila. She and he there, it will be interesting to destroy her image there, she thought, smiling, while a certain Libra gentleman felt her evil. Brunhold. Jair. Brud. Little Goal. Locke. She looks beautiful. Alvator. She looks very beautiful. Aphrodite of Pisces. Beautiful and deadly. You felt strange seeing her on equal terms with the green-haired man. Adam. I don't like that they serve a god, but it seems that she is not bad. Zeus. Athena looks good. Jojo. Hermes left his side. Ares. Not bad. On screen. Lila. You should not kneel, you are people not slaves or servants, so stand up. There the knight stood up and looked directly at Lila. Lila. I know you have now sworn eternal loyalty to me, but there is no need to risk your lives. The knights. It's okay, Athena. Lila. Well, go rest or take this day off. I know your training has been harder, even those in your worlds. Or you can spend time with your apprentices. The knights. Okay, Athena, we're leaving. There the Golden Knights withdrew from Athena's chamber and headed to their respective homes. Ares. Izuku. You know it's good to be together again. Marinette of Libra. Yes, I also hope to meet Mainin again and ask her how her training went. Sagittarius. Lincoln. I'll do the same with Leon and Lena and spend more time between father and daughter. Virgo. Naruto. You really grew fond of that daughter of yours even though she's not from this universe. Lincoln of Sagittarius. Well, yes, and even more so, I was surprised that I had a daughter with a friend of. Then her tone of voice becomes somewhat annoyed. Luna, and well, it was just hard for me to process all of that. Adrian of Leo. Well, also Linka, what do you have planned on that? Linka of Gemini. Linka of Gemini. Nothing interesting, just being in the house that I must guard and meditate. Capricorn. Sasuke. Dope, it seems you have a meditation partner, he would say, laughing. Naruto of Virgo. Well, I have to meet with Konohamaru and his team, so goodbye there. The blonde walked away from the rest to head to Virgo's house. Taurus. Say. Well, I have to be with my girlfriends, so see you later. Then the brown-haired boy walks away from his companions. From there everyone separates to do their respective activities to enjoy this free day. Off-screen. Mainin. I'm with Marinette. I would celebrate happily. The cold shower fell on the Loud family. Lincoln was a father and with Luna's friend. But the tone of voice with which he mentioned her undoubtedly made her a little sad, but the emo didn't let that show. Izuku. Look, Eri, maybe you're there and have friends. Eri. Yes, Dad. Shion. Son, how's it that? Izuku. I saved her from a villain who was experimenting on her, and after several things, she's my daughter. Shion. You have your mother's loving heart, she would say, smiling. Come and give Grandpa a hug. Eri. Shion. Jiji. Abrazando. Naruto. Haha. Team Konohamaru. The boss is training us. Konohamaru. Boss, look, we're with you. Hiruzen. By Kami, I hope Danzo didn't do anything, he thought, praying with a very bad feeling. Rias. Who will be that Hexy Issei's girlfriends? Issei. I heard but you, I'll start training, he said, hurt in his pride. On screen. In another part of the sanctuary. There was Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, but he was training by hitting a punching bag, but in his mind he heard the voices of his companions. Ash's mind listening to the voices of his friends. Lose leagues, useless trainer, loser, you're just wasting my time, I don't know how I could support you, I always felt sorry for you there. The black-haired man continued hitting the punching bag with greater force, until when he gave it another blow, he ended up destroying it, making the boy stop and go to a part to take out another punching bag, but that's the road punching bag you've destroyed this week there. Ash. Gyudro there, the almost blue-haired man had arrived with a bottle of soda in his hand. Gyudro. You better rest, my friend, you've already trained too much. At that, the black-haired man nods and joins Gyudro, where they start drinking a glass full of soda and began to talk. Tell me, Ash, what did you think of your life since you got here? Ash. Well, better and a little tired, and even though the training was difficult for me at the beginning, now I take it as my daily bread. Gyudro. Go and. Ash. I just hope to find my armor and finally protect Athena and tell me Futuro now. Futuro. Yes friend, I already received my armor from my master. Ash. Great friend and the others. Futuro. They also received their armor, only your Ash is missing. Ash. Well Futuro, I think I'd better go rest, I've already trained too much. Futuro. That's good he gets up let's go to the village below the sanctuary and do something fun. Ash. Okay. Off screen. Ash was surprised to see himself there, as if nothing had happened, as he glanced at his friends. Professor Oak was surprised to see his grandson there, well he had a very bad feeling about Delia, his mother. His friends, on the other hand, some thought so, but they wouldn't say it to his face, or maybe they would. Sasaki. Train. Ash. What? Sasaki. Don't feel bad about losing, because you learn from failure. Do your little Pokémon train. Ash nods well, that's a blessing, train until you can achieve that dream you have, grow stronger, look for the answers in nature. Futuro. Besides, I'm here friend. Ash would smile in gratitude to the boy. On screen. With Lincoln of Sagittarius. The albino continued walking until he reached Sagittarius's house, and upon entering he began to hear a melody played by a harp. The albino knew who was playing that melody, so he went further into the house he guards, but upon reaching a certain part the floor was no longer ceramic but grass. But the melody became louder, and upon arriving he saw that an albino girl with a lock of light blue hair was sitting on one of the columns of Sagittarius's house, and she was the one in charge of playing the harp, but the girl was dressed in armor. Lincoln of Sagittarius. You have improved a lot Lena in handling the harp there the albino with a light blue lock stops playing her harp, and upon seeing the albino she gets up and runs in the direction of the albino you. Lena. Papai upon reaching the albino she jumps and ends up hugging him dad I missed you how was your training? Have you managed to get your armor? There she sees in detail that her father had his armor on whoa you got it dad how good. Sagittarius Lincoln. Yes, and more where is Leo? Lena. She's training, she said she'll be back in hours. Lincoln. Well, let's have some father-daughter time and go to the village here and have fun. Lena. Okay dad. There Lena takes off her armor being with her characteristic clothes, something that the albino imitated putting on his classic clothes, and after a few minutes they left the sanctuary in the direction of the village, and upon arrival, they begin their time between father and daughter, where both ate ice cream or were curious about the place, and upon arriving at a park where they sit on a bench, the albino has a look of nostalgia. Lincoln mind. This is where I found you Lena wandering in this park. Off screen. Ball. What a good father. Adam. That boy fills me with pride. Ilos. Not bad. Ioria. Yes. They both had a smile, it was like seeing their own father in the white-haired man. Glory. I wonder who the mother is. Bobby. It sure is. Ronnie Ann. They said she was the emo girl's friend, so I don't have to say anything she said calmly. Played. Not that you two. Ronnie Ann. Lincoln and I broke up. A long-distance relationship was driving us further apart, so we decided to remain friends. Glory. But how could you? They were made for each other. On screen. Flashback. Lincoln Marie Loud after being saved by his teachers from his universe and more taking his little sister Lily from his family, he had been chosen to be a golden knight and more began his training where this the first days always returned almost dead due to the change of routine, but as time went by he got used to it and more than he could handle the cosmos, but one day his teachers gave him a day off to rest and the albino took the opportunity to go to the village and learn more about that place. And when he arrived at a park he saw from afar a girl who had her clothes dirty and it seemed that she had not eaten in days she fainted and Lincoln seeing him runs towards the girl and from which he manages to reach and put her on his back, he begins to run in the direction of the sanctuary and upon arriving. Lincoln. Master Sisyphus here comes a man. Form. Sisyphus of Sagittarius. Position. Former Knight of Sagittarius Master of Lincoln Marie Loud. Off screen. The Louds were in knots knowing that Lincoln would no longer be with them in the future, which happened, while Lynn Loud smiled a little because her loser brother wouldn't be there. But they were truly worried to learn that little Lily went with him. Albert. Wow, so he had a tough time he would say frowning. On screen. Sisyphus. What's wrong Lynn seeing the girl what's wrong with the girl? Lincoln. I found her in the village, she needs medical help so. Sisyphus. Say no more Gestalt, come here this one would say, but there you can hear a horse galloping. And there came a person with a golden armor and riding a horse, but when he arrived the reality was something else, and that knight was not an ordinary person, but a centaur. Form. Sagittarius Gestalt. Position. Current Sagittarius Knight and Master of Lincoln Marie Loud. Off screen. The knights, especially Ilos, were surprised. A knight from ancient times was there. This was surprising. Well, the scientists wanted the centaur to investigate and place their names high in the name of science. Of course, the only one who didn't think that way was Tesla. On screen. Sagittarius Gestalt. What's happening? Sisyphus. This girl needs help. Sagittarius Gestalt. Take her inside the Sagittarius house to rest there. I will check if she is out of danger or anything there. The albino obeys his teacher and takes the girl inside the Sagittarius house and puts her in a bed and their Gestalt. Well, I already did some checks and this girl is evident from centimeters that she has not eaten anything in these days and more so that she was exposed too much to the sun for a long time, but she is not in risk. Lincoln brings a plate of food and some water there. The albino obeys his other teacher and brings water and food and they waited for the girl to react. After a few minutes the girl reacts. Girl. Where am I? There she sees that she was in a temple-like structure, but when she sees the men, Sisyphus, Gestalt and Lincoln, she gets scared and gets up from the bed where she was and became defensive. Sisyphus. Wait, we are not what you think. Girl. So who brought me here? Sagittarius Gestalt. My apprentice Lincoln. Lincoln loud at that the girl when she hears the name is no longer defensive and. Girl. Can you repeat the name please of who brought me? Sagittarius Gestalt. Lincoln loud there he points to the albino. He brought you here and if it weren't for him, you wouldn't be in this world anymore. There the girl approached the albino, but then the girl surprisingly hugs Lincoln, but then the girl says something that would surprise Sisyphus and Gestalt. Girl. Thanks dad for saving me. Lincoln, Sisyphus and Gestalt. Wait for it. There the girl reveals her name as Lena Sharp loud, which surprised and more as Lena told them the story of her life which angered the to Lincoln, as because of Rusty ruined his life, and Sam's because of jealousy, and more ruined his relationship with Stella in that universe. To Sisyphus and Gestalt as a friend of his disciple, could ruin Lincoln's life in such a cowardly way. But the thing that angered the most was Luna's murder attempts on Lena, which in one of those attempts killed her father and mother, and thanks to her Aunt Lisa and her invention she reached that place where she wandered for a long time until now. When Lena told her story she was already shedding tears just remembering that her parents died trying to save her from her aunt, but the albino ended up hugging her, where Lena was most relieved, but the albino in his mind said. Lincoln mind. No more, the next time I meet Rusty I'll hit him in the back of the head. Off screen. Hearing that story Lincoln was upset. Luna. What did myself do? Annoyed damn wretch, that's not done, they can send me to kill myself. Lincoln. Don't worry he said trying to calm her down, he was upset but her counterpart is to blame, not the one next to her. Hiroshima and Tetsu. You're a real man, Link call bro. Lincoln. Thanks, now Rusty. You better not dare come near my family. The aforementioned nodded in fear. On screen. After that, Lincoln and his teachers went to Lila and when they explained the situation, Lila agreed that Lena would stay under the supervision of Sisyphus, Gestalt and Lincoln. Then she met Lincoln's other comrades where she got along with everyone and then began her training to be a knight, but that will be a story for another time. End of flashback. There Lincoln sees that Lena was happy after spending quality time with her little one. Sagittarius Lincoln mind. I will not disappoint my teachers, I will fulfill my duty as a gentleman to the extent I can. Off screen. Ilos. You will be a worthy knight after all, we will inherit your will since you belong to a generation before us. The aforementioned nods smiling. On screen. But Izuku to Aries. The green-haired boy was with his children who were Kota, Eri, Kitsuma and Mahoro, although they were knights that did not take away their right to enjoy their childhood, and more the green-haired boy who like Lincoln, looked at Eri, Kota, Mahoro and Kitsuma in a nostalgic way, but there he remembers how he got to the sanctuary. Off screen. Kota, Kitsuma and Mahoro. Great, we have dad. Shion. Well, more grandchildren. Inko. Asiko already told you Gigi. Izuku. Did you know? Inko. Yes son, the of them always seemed like a family. All Might. I have a very bad feeling. On screen. Izuku's flashback. After the hero commission notified that Izuku was the informant of the villains, many heroes began their hunt, but the green-haired boy's friends who did not believe in that lie plus other heroes managed to protect his mother in a safe place, but the green-haired boy to keep his mother away from all danger decided to escape, but he was not without company since the children who considered Izuku as a father decided to accompany him and the green-haired boy reluctantly had to accept, but when they escaped the green-haired boy managed to detect that a group of heroes was following them. He tells the boys. Izuku. Eri, Kota, Kitsuma, Mahoro flee the other way, I will try to drive them away and if you reach a cave hide there, I will try to return as intact as possible. Eri. But dad. Izuku. No buts Kota, Kitsuma there the boys become attentive take care of Eri and Mahoro I'm counting on you there the boys nod okay go I'll catch up with you. There the boys take another path while the green-haired boy continued straight on his path, and there the heroes go after the green-haired boy, but one decided to take another path to reach Izuku. Off-screen. Class A had a spasm. Was Izuku the traitor? Of course not, or well for some he was, but many were enraged, as Awa knew that his offspring was not, and All Might, upon hearing what the commission said, didn't think twice and stood next to his successor. Izuku. Thank you for protecting my mom. Shion. Those damn ones. Raising his cosmos. Hercules. Since when should being a hero be allowed by politics? He would say, very annoyed. Hades. Real heroes don't need that nonsense. Minato. It's like being a ninja is given to you as a license. Naruto. Dad, the bandana doesn't count. Minato. The bandana with the symbol is a distinctive. Hiruzen. I think there are licenses, but only the Hokage has them. Koda and Kitsuma. We will protect them one chance. Izuku. Those are my boys. Bakugo. You better run, Deku, or I'll make you run because I know you didn't. I've known you since we were kids, so either you run away or I'll shine you. I'll cut it out for you. On screen. But Izuku things were easy since thanks to the Ofa that he still had he managed to knock out the heroes, and when they were all knocked out the green-haired boy was calm, but when he heard a loud noise he imagined the worst, and that was where the noise came from, and when he arrived he saw a hero who managed to knock out Koda and Kitsuma, but he approached the girls in a disturbing way. Hero. Since you are the traitor's daughters, maybe I can have some fun with you there. The hero was letting out his bad intentions and getting closer to the girls, but when the green-haired boy arrived, he turned on the Ofa and at full speed he went to the hero, and there he hit him, but in his face right in the jaw. Breaking the hero's jaw. Off screen. Hercules. That guy is anything but a hero. Jack. His color is greed. Stain. Why then do you kill them? Looking at the hero, you better run. Dwarf smiling despite having the odds against you, you're still a hero. On screen. Izuku. Don't touch my children again. Trash. There he hits the hero again, but right in the abdomen, causing the hero to fall to the ground, but there the green-haired man grabs the guy by his hair, and when he reaches a tree, he begins to stamp the hero's head several times, until the guy let go or tried to beg him to stop, but the green-haired man was deaf ears to the moans of pain of the hero, but there the green-haired man decides to end up throwing him away from his position, and there the green-haired man regroups his children and sees from afar that another group of heroes was coming, so there he gets in front since he was willing to die in order to defend the children, but when the heroes arrived, the green-haired man began to fight, which at first was easy, but he was already beginning to get tired, and the heroes took the opportunity to hit the green-haired man, and one of the heroes throws to Izuku, where the children were, but gets up again. Hero, seriously, he doesn't give up. Well, even if we kill you. Hero, more fame for us and your sons will die, and maybe we'll keep the girls. He there the green-haired boy was cornered and without ideas, but then the green-haired boy hears a voice in his head. Voice in Izuku's head. Just let yourself be guided by the cosmos. There the green-haired guy stands in front of the heroes, but the guys came closer, but Izuku. Starlight extinction. Off screen. Inko. Shion. Smiling. Izuku. You never really left me. Shion. If the scrotum face pointing at AFO and the commission hadn't chased me like a villain because they wanted to control me, I would have been more present, but don't worry, I've always been there. All Might. Shonen Midoriya surprised. You. Not bad, and he just used the Cosmo for the first time. Class A was amazed. On the screen. There the attack was so brilliant that the heroes covered their eyes, but there their bodies began to disintegrate and more of them let out screams of pain and agony, but when the attack ended, nothing remained of the heroes or their suits, but the bad thing is the green-haired girl faints due to the attack, but there she heard the voices of more heroes and Monoma. Monoma. Now I can get rid of the hindrance of Class A, but there the green-haired man heard voices, but they weren't Monoma's and the heroes. Scarlet Needle. Monoma. That was the only thing Izuku managed to hear since he fell unconscious there. Off screen. Everyone was amazed by the green-haired boy's deeds, while those who believed he was the traitor asserted it even more, although they wouldn't say it outright. Unfortunately, everyone saw how the blonde from Class B would appear. Class B. Monoma. Class A. Monoma. Bakugo. Cheated copy. Izawa. You should expel him, Vlad. Vlad. And why would I do that? He would roar angrily. Stain. That guy is not a hero. Kendo. I'm sorry to say it, sensei, but Monoma must be expelled. He can't stand any class anymore. His absurd competition makes us look bad and his arrogance keeps increasing, so he can beat Class A. Nezu. Upon returning, young Monoma will be lowered to general courses, surprising the aforementioned who looked with hatred at the green-haired boy as the one responsible for everything. Milo. Who is that Scorpio gentleman? You. The green-haired guy is an Aries, so. Shion. This is my card. On screen. After a few hours the green-haired boy woke up but saw that he was not in the forest, but in a hospital. Izuku. Where am I thinking about the children? Eri, Kota, Kitsuma, Mahoro, where are they? A voice is heard there. Boy, calm down. Izuku. Who are you? Show yourself. There the person who spoke introduces himself and it was. Form. Scorpio Cardia. Position. Former Knight of Scorpio and future Master of. Cardia. Calm down, I'm Cardia and you're in Greece at the sanctuary. Izuku. The sanctuary? Where are they? Cardia. The children are in another room, they are sleeping so you can rest easy. Izuku. Because I'm here. Cardia. I can't answer those questions if I don't. Izuku. Who? Yo Izuku. Form. Shionda Aries. Position. Current Knight of Aries. Izuku. Who are you? Shion. I have a lot to tell you. End of flashback. Izuku mind. From there I knew that my father was not dead as my mother said, although I understand that I had to keep that secret, but I am glad to see him again after so long, and that Eri, Kota, Kitsuma and Mahoro have a grandfather there. The green-haired man sees that Shion was playing with his grandchildren. I wonder how my friends, my teachers and mom are, he said while looking at the sky. Off screen. Shion. Now we are together, son. Izuku. I believe it, dad. Afo. Well, I could steal that power. The knights would laugh since that power is awakened, not stolen. Mahoro, Eri, Kota and Kitsuma went to their grandfather's side as they sat smiling. All Might. What happened? Stain. Despite being dismissed from the heroes, being seen as a villain, you care about your loved ones, that's admirable. Bakugo. Nerd. Izawa. Ritono. Shota. Izuku. Hiroshima. Izubro. Uraraka. Deku-kun. On screen. Then gravity falls. After the Pines betrayed Dipper, things for them were normal, although Wendy and Sue stopped working at the mystery shack after finding out about Dipper, but we focused on Mabel, since the girl was in her great-uncle's room, and moreover she was in front of a safe, and more than trying many combinations, the safe did not open. Mabel. Come on, okay, one more combination and if this one doesn't open, I'll give up. There the girl tries the last combination on her list, and after entering the combination, the safe opens. Finally, without Dipper needing it. There the girl opens the safe door and sees a little box. The screen turns off. Shion. That box emanated a lot of power. Oko? Yes. Dipper. What are they doing? Ford. Stanley, now that you've done. Stan. I don't even know what I'm going to do tomorrow, so what should I have done? Mabel. Have a sweater, giving a sweater to Aries. Aries. Thanks little human, trying it on. Wow, it looks masculine on me. Hermes. It suits you, he said, lying. Hercules. Yep. Issei. Go Red Chin, you're good at being effeminate. White Raven. Shut your mouth, demon. Black Raven. You should respect the gods. Rias. Don't talk to my pawn like that, you fourth-rate birds. Loki. Hey that little demon has guts. Musin. Even though we are demons, we are antagonistic to the gods, you should not underestimate my race, miserable gods. Zeus. So you want to fight, huh demon? Jer. I'm scared. Adam. Please let's all calm down. Zeus. Well, only if we fight again, Kid Jojoho. Adam. Maybe later. Zeus would calm down excitedly. Chapter 2. After a dispute that could have ended in a fight between the demons and the gods present, we can see everyone in the room talking, socializing, chatting about their lives, while Libara learned the true story of Adam and Eve, in addition to Naruto talking to his parents and Kushina looking furiously at Konoha. Kushina as a sensor would see Shaka sensing a chakra very similar to Naruto's, beginning to suspect kinship. Gilgamesh. I see that they live together. Hercules. If anything, being questioned by the green-haired man who was filling up at high speed with the skills of several in the room. Shion. Was it always like this? Inko. Since I was a child, it's a habit, haha. Kushina. Makes it look adorable, Inko-san. Inko. Thank you, Kushina-san. Hades. I guess we'll see something now, right? Gilgamesh. Indeed, my dear god. Sasaki. What will we see now? Gilgamesh. We will see the beginnings of several knights. This interested the knights of the old generation and several from different worlds, especially Hercules. On screen. We are located in the house of Ares, especially in the interior of the house. There was our green-haired boy walking in the halls of the house and looking at everything with amazement. It was the first time he was inside the house where his father Shionda Ares guarded much longer before his birth. Ares Izuku. My father guarded all of this. It's big and very bright. There he begins to see every corner of the Ares house, but as he walked, he began to remember everything he lived through. My life was never easy. There the green-haired boy begins to remember how he was diagnosed with being quirkless. Despite being born without a quirk, my mother never stopped supporting me. Flashback. There you could see 8-year-old Izuku who was in front of his computer on in complete darkness and his mother Inko was at the door in there. Izuku years old. He's a great hero. There you could see Inko struggling not to cry and there the green-haired boy with tears in his eyes said, "Can I be a hero too?" There Inko walked towards Izuku, but at the last moment she runs and ends up hugging her son. Inko hugging Izuku, "I'm sorry Izuku," she said crying. End of flashback. Off screen. And the best of everyone. Emily Mora has spent years watching her brother's best friend, Malachi Barton, shine at every casting call, interview, and party. In Emily's eyes, Malachi. Serendipity, Kang Diho. After being forced to work in a brothel, Jian is fired after being scammed by an older client, saddled with debt and injustice. 5 long years. Jinlissa one-shots, GP. One-shots rankings Manabin Cheyoung Jinlissa Jinsul Alyssa Rosie. Addicted to Eugenu X-Reader. She's a hunter. He's a demon. Between them, there's war and something they shouldn't feel. YN just wanted to protect her K-pop group, Huntrix. But the scenario. And the best of the day. Marked by centuries of loneliness, accidentally meets Neria, a mermaid from a forgotten kingdom, both worlds collide. One-shots F. One-shots of your favorite pilots. Handsome Tracatero. Gaspy. He says I'm the best thing in his life, that he wants to get lost with me all day, that for me he aims, shoots and shoots, that he no longer cares about committing a crime for his girl real life net. Marinette. Really? That doctor couldn't have been more tactful. Lincoln. Friend. Luca. We are here to help you. Hercules. I can see that you are a great hero, never forget that. You. Seriously, does your society value power more than the person? Adam. Nephews, he would say, disappointed. Xian. I should have taken him, he said, clenching his fists. I should have taught him how to use the cosmos since he was a child, so he could defend himself. Izuku. Dad, don't worry, even so, good things happen, smiling. Jer. He's cute, she thought, red as a tomato. Hinata. What do I see as a rival? Afo. The doctor, acknowledging his support. All Might. Shonen clenching his fists, regretting it greatly. Sasaki. But you gave up. Izuku. I may have accepted a little, but I kept holding on to that dream. Sasaki. I see, never give up. On screen. Izuku of Aries. She was there when he needed her the most, but she had to keep many things for him, so he wouldn't worry too much. There the green-haired boy remembers how his life got worse when Katsuki found out he was quirkless and started hurting him from elementary school to high school, where the blonde would tell him something that could have changed everything. Flashback. Katsuki. If you want a quirk so much, jump off a building and pray that in your next life you have one. End of flashback. Off screen. Several looked at Bakugo with daggers in their eyes. Xian. Really? Izuku. It's already happened, and we fixed those things with him, we already fought and started over. Bakugo. Yes, we already fixed it. Stain. I'll be watching you. Hercules. You are a great hero, he would say, smiling. On screen. Aries Izuku. I remember almost doing that stupid thing, but when I was about to do it, All Might arrived and made me change my mind. Flashback. End of flashback. Izuku to Aries. After that moment All Might began to train me, it was difficult, but I managed to adapt, and there began my new path. There the green-haired man remembers how he entered the tests to enter the UA, and how he saved Uraraka, breaking his arm in the process. There he met many friends: Uraraka, Kirishima, Todoroki, Denki, Jiru, as always Sensei, Mirio, Najire. Tamaki and more. We went through many things in that many memories came to the green-haired man's head. I also met Koda and how I managed to make him vent. Flashback. End of flashback. Off screen. At first Xian wanted to kill All Might for those words. Stain's skin color drained and he was close to suffering a cardiac arrest, his doctrine almost collapsed. Marinette. So you're a hero. Maybe we can work together. Gabriel. Oh shit, he thought when he saw that the green-haired boy could go to his world. Seeing the OFA's delivery they would be surprised and disgusted. All Might. What beautiful memories. Izuku. That hair tasted like cheap gel. All Might. What do you suggest? Other gels irritate me. Hercules. I repeat, you are a hero with or without a gift. Watching the fight against muscular Koda, he smiled in wonder again. Well, many thought it was sensational to see the green-haired man risk himself like that. You. He is worthy, with those values, he is a good gentleman. Ioros. Without a doubt. Naruto. That was amazing, Dadabeo. Luca. Surprising. Adrian. Dude, I'd like to go there, he said, beginning to show his true personality, that is, that of Kath Noir. Shigaraki. TSK, is he just an idiot with a hero complex? Jack. And tell me, my dear hand fetishist, what inspires you to be a villain? What justification do your actions have, sir? Shigaraki remained silent as he feared London's biggest killer. Jack, I thought so, sir. Author's note. Let's be honest, a plan like Shigaraki's isn't a good villain plan, it's not a goal, and his motivations aren't those of a villain, at least DC and Marvel, along with several series with villains with bigger ambitions, taught me that. End of note. On screen. Izuku to Ares. There I won a fan and I consider him more like a son or Eri, although there were sacrifices we managed to rescue her and make her smile again. Flashback. End of flashback. Ares Izuku. Then there are Katsuma and Mahara where Kaken and I had to join forces to defeat Nine, and many things happened when entering the UA until that day. There the green-haired man remembered how he was labeled a traitor, and things started to get worse and more when the heroes began to hunt him until one night he managed to awaken the cosmos, and more to be saved by Cardia and his father Xion, and how his training began from there. I tried harder to be strong, but I think it's time for me to take my father's place in being the Ares Knight. But there the green-haired man saw a shelf, but on that shelf there was a picture frame, and when he picked it up, he would see a photo of Xion without his armor, and more with Inko and a newborn Izuku in her arms, so the green-haired man begins to shed tears. Dad was with me when I was born, but there he hears a voice. Xion. Izuku, I have a reason why I had to leave you with your mother. Ares Izuku. Because. Xion. All for one, he discovered everything about the cosmos and was hunting all the users, but thank God he couldn't catch any, but that forced me to leave you alone with your mother, in order to protect you. But. Ares Izuku. But. Xion. I never left you alone there. The green-haired boy is surprised I was by your side from afar. Sometimes I left the sanctuary to see you. Even in the shadows I saw everything you went through, and I feel powerless for not being by your side. But I was also there when you destroyed that robot to save that girl. All the things you did there. The green-haired boy just hugs his father, and shedding tears, he already felt complete with his father. Off screen. Oko. Wow, you are a sentimental Xion. Xion. Yes, just like your old friend. Katsuma. The fight against Nine. Mahoro. Yes. Marinette. I feel small next to him. I mean, we faced Akumas in Paris, but the villain is one. Luca. And how many does he have? Stain. If you count me, since he and the bicolor along with the Four Eyes defeated me, but they gave the credit to the Flamitas. Class A. They defeated Stain. Shoto, Izuku and Iida. Yes. Xion. That's my son. You. Not bad. On screen. House of Capricorn. There was Sasuke walking inside the house that his teachers were guarding. Capricorn Sasuke. A long time passed after Naruto and I escaped from Konoha, although we abandoned our friends it was necessary, but there the black-haired man remembers how his life was after his brother Itachi made the well-known Uchiha massacre, where he finished off his entire clan including his parents, although when Naruto and I were escaping the bastard Danzo and the civil council sent many Anbus to capture us. But there. Flashback. In that it was shown how Sasuke and Naruto were fighting against a horde of Anbus that Danzo sent, and the worst thing besides the Anbus, Akatsuki was after Naruto, and on more than one occasion they had to face the organization where they barely escaped. But that night again the Anbus managed to reach them and they had to fight again, but the bad thing was that they began to get tired due to the old confrontations, but more Naruto ended up falling due to fatigue and Sasuke manages to lift him up and begins to carry him to take him to a safe place, but sees in more detail that the Anbus were about to reach them and says. Sasuke. It's our end dope, but it was a pleasure to have been your friend and rival, he said while he saw that the Anbus were reaching them. But. Off screen. Hiruzen. What I feared, he said sighing. Kushina. My baby. Makoto. My Sasuke. Itachi felt horribly guilty. Orochimaru remained silent. He knew that this was going to happen and it was no longer a secret. Sasuke. Dope. Naruto. Fear. They both looked at each other smiling. The Konoha clenched their fists, with the exception of Sakura. They wanted to go help them. Gaara was no better and wanted to do the same. The senseis were also saving Kakashi, who looked somewhat angrily at his students. Konohamaru's body was angry. Haruka closed his eyes expecting the worst. Poseidon. And then they say that Ragnarok was wrong. Shiva. Something like that, although that was also our fault for not guiding them. Loki. PFFFF. Zeus, PJ. I don't know what's going on there in that world, I just hope it doesn't affect us. Odin. DXD. Apparently they brought you guys too, right? Zeus Dono. The entire Olympic faction was in the room, along with the demigods who introduced themselves. The knights upon learning of Kabin, Athena, felt a spasm, and those of Shimatsu upon seeing a son of the tyrant of the seas, were in shock. Hades simply nodded upon seeing his nephew from another world, and Poseidon looked at his son. If he could in that room he would tell him a couple of things. On screen. Excalibur. After that the Anbus that were near the Uchiha fell to the ground cut in half, but then another voice is heard. Treasure of heaven. After those words the rest of the Anbus fell to the ground, but they screamed. Anbu, I can't see. Anbu, they took my sight there. The other Anbus were rolling on the ground, or others who got up and tried to check if they could see, but then the black-haired man saw figures with armor, but there the black-haired man fell unconscious due to accumulated fatigue. After a few hours the black-haired man wakes up but sees that he was not in the forest but in a hospital, and he sees that the blonde man was on a separate stretcher, but in that. Sasuke. Where am I? But there is a voice. You are in the sanctuary, specifically in the house of Aphiaches. There Sasuke turns where the voice was and sees a man. Who are you? I am El Cid of Capricorn. Form. The Cid of Capricorn. Position. Former Capricorn Knight and future Sasuke's master. Off-screen. Shura felt slightly intimidated by the look of that guy, without a doubt his will was weak compared to him. On-screen. El Cid. We found you in that predicament with that blonde, and don't worry, I know you have questions, so I'll answer them all. Sasuke. What is the sanctuary and why did they bring me and Naruto to this place? El Cid. The sanctuary is the racial capital of the Order of the Saints of Athena and in turn is the place from where the goddess herself exercises her functions as protector of the world of men. It is the training place for several aspiring saints, and within it stand out the constructions of the Colosseum, the 12 houses guarded by the Golden Saints, the chamber of the Patriarch, the room of the goddess Athena, the statue of Athena, Star Hill, the Clock of Fire, among others. And about your second question, Athena ordered me and the rest of the comrades to go after certain young people because she detected something special in you. Sasuke. But how did they locate us? El Cid. The cosmos helped us. After a few hours where El Cid explained everything, the black-haired man began to take the subject seriously. End of flashback. Capricorn Sasuke. After that my training began where I actually had teachers who were El Cid and Aizu, both of them taught me both in fighting and psychologically and more. Flashback. There you can see how Sasuke's training began, and it was much harder when he was in the Shinobi Academy, but in that. It seems our disciple is improving, a person with golden armor would say. El Cid. Yes, since he arrived at the sanctuary I noticed that his will is not extinguished by anything, and tell me Aizu, why did you come? Capricorn Aizu. I just came to compliment the training. Form. Aizu of Capricorn. Position. Current Capricorn Knight and Sasuke's teacher alongside El Cid. Capricorn Aizu. And he also shows unimaginable potential along with the other apprentices of our comrades. End of flashback. Capricorn Sasuke. From then on my training was much harder, but even though I managed to overcome it, I still remember the phrase that my teacher El Cid told me when I was about to throw in the towel. Flashback. You could see a very tired and decayed Sasuke who wanted to give up, but then El Cid appears. El Cid. Tell me why you plan to surrender. Sasuke. It's impossible for me to be a gentleman, I don't have the values, and my past doesn't help either. There El Cid hits the black-haired man hard, making Sasuke rub the part where the blow was. Why did you do it? El Cid. So that you wake up and don't give up at the first opportunity. Sasuke. But. El Cid. Look Sasuke, if you have any doubts, remember these words. Sharpen your soul like your sword so you'll never get lost. The path is arduous, and that path is built with the value of many lives. Never forget that. End of flashback. Off-screen. Sasuke was in shock, that was the hell he was living, although Cid's words remained engraved in his mind. Habarama. It's a good thing I didn't choose Danzo, with him, many things didn't work out. Gilgamesh. Without detracting from the fact that even as Hokage, Danzo condemned Konoha to destruction. Those words shocked everyone in Konoha. What the hell had Danzo done to cause the village to be destroyed? Hiruzen was stunned. Maybe he was too soft, like with Orochimaru, and should have killed him. Kushina, for her part, was left wondering. Maybe the mummy had something to do with Yuzu's destruction. Shura. Those two gentlemen, they have a sharper will than mine. Adam. It's not bad advice, although the method he said somewhat unsure. Shiva. Not bad. Thor. It's a good method. Lubu. If it doesn't hurt, it's no use. Ash. I'm still surprised that that guy generates electricity. Pointing at Kaminari in a clumsy way. What happened to him? Gyutaro. Your little friend hit him with his attack. Pikachu. Pick a pie. Ioros. Will it be okay? Class A. If it is only short. Dipper. I'm amazed by those little creatures. Goblin. Schmebelok. Lincoln. But guys with powers, it's incredible. Tanjiro. I'm surprised by that ability to turn your soul into a sword. L. It's amazing. Escha. Damn. It's true, very surprising. Loki. Damn. But something strange to see. Rito. We want to see more things, he would say excitedly. On screen. Capricorn Sasuke. After that phrase that my master told me, I did not give up and continued with my training in that masters. I will not disappoint you, I will fulfill my role as a knight until the last thing I do but there. Aizu. I know you will. Capricorn Sasuke. Master. Aizu. I just came to give you something that accompanied many Capricorn knights throughout the generations, but no one used it. Capricorn Sasuke. What there Aizu takes out a blanket from his back, but it was covering something master that is there Aizu takes out the blanket revealing a sword. Capricorn Sasuke. Master this is it. Aizu. Yes Sasuke, the sword Excalibur, the same sword that King Arthur, the first Capricorn knight, held in his hands during the mythological age and accompanied many Capricorn knights throughout the generations, is now yours at that Aizu passes the sword to Sasuke use it wisely. Capricorn Sasuke. Yes master I will say this. Off screen. Sasaki. Nice sword. All the swordsmen present nodded. Sure. So that's it, but why didn't I have it? Ioros. Maybe because of what you already know happened. Sure. Haha how funny Ioros he said annoyed. Ioria. At least he stood up for what was right. On screen. House of Virgo. It was Naruto from Virgo meditating. Virgo Naruto. I still remember what my life was like even before I came to the sanctuary. Flashback. And that the blonde remembers how his life was, it was shit at birth since he was born the entire Konoha village hated him for being the demon who destroyed parts of Konoha, not to mention in the ninja academy the teachers, except for some, looked at him as the Kyuubi, and without forgetting the persecutions he suffered since he was a child. End of flashback. Naruto of Virgo. Anyone who has lived that life would have been filled with hatred, but I am not one of those people, I just followed my path despite the difficulties, and I remember how Iruka-sensei was the first person to trust me. Flashback. Just put up to the part where Iruka tells Naruto that their lives are the same. End of flashback. Off screen. Shaka felt a little angry without knowing why, honestly he wanted to know who his blonde was because he felt like he knew him. Minato and Kushina. Hiruzen. He would say nervously. Minato. I sacrificed myself to save that filthy village and they showed me that they treated him worse than an outcast. Kushina. Didn't you do anything? Jiraiya. Sensei did what he could Minato, Kushina. Hiruzen. The little I did was insufficient because I put someone to take care of him looking at Kakashi and I see that he did not do his job well. Minato. Kakashi, where were you? Kakashi. Me. Kushina. Don't talk, with that I understand everything. Minato. And Sensei. Jiraiya. I haven't been to the village in a long time, all because of managing the village's spy network and not to mention receiving letters from Sensei that he was fine and seen as a hero, now I see that I was wrong. Hiruzen. What letters? I haven't sent you any. Jiraiya. I see, that mummy. Naruto. With this I'll leave the village. Kakashi. You would be marked as. Naruto. I don't care. The Konoha, us too the rest of the rookies pointed out without Sakura, who was undecided. Team Konohamaru. We're going with the boss. The others stood aside while Buddha felt a connection with him in some way. On screen. Naruto of Virgo. Then I managed to graduate and from there my ninja path I began to have adventures with Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi sensei. I know there were setbacks, but I overcame them well until when Sasuke deserted the village in search of power, but I managed to bring him however. To my misfortune I brought him almost dead and they imprisoned me, but thanks to Shikamaru and many of my friends Sasuke and I managed to escape, but Akatsuki and the Anbu sent by the bastard Danzo did not stop bothering us and when the Anbus almost caught us I fell unconscious due to tiredness, but when I woke up. Flashback. There the blonde woke up on a stretcher and seeing that he was in a place almost like a temple, he was about to get up, but. You better stay in bed, you still need to rest Naruto asks. Naruto. Who are you? I'm Asmita from Virgo and you're in the sanctuary, don't worry about the other boy, he's in another room. Form. Asmita of Virgo, the blind. Physician. Former knight of Virgo and future master of Naruto. Asmita. Well before you ask the reason why we brought them here was by orders of Athena there the former knight of Virgo begins to explain the whole situation where for the first time Naruto was attentive. End of flashback. Off screen. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Shikamaru and the rest of the rookies, their eyes revealed gratitude. Shikamaru. How troublesome smiling at them. Chouji. Yum we will be with you yum eating chips. Shaka. Asmita of Virgo. Interested and opening his eyes. Buddha. Interesting eating sweets. Shiva. That spot on the forehead, is it Hindu? On screen. Naruto of Virgo. After a few days my training with my master Asmita began but one day. Flashback. There the blonde continued his training until Asmita arrives and says. Asmita. Naruto, a friend of mine wants to see you, but first you must go to a specific part of Ridorio village. Naruto. Ah, okay master. There the blonde goes to that specific part of the village, but when he arrived the place seemed to have an oriental aesthetic and all its inhabitants were redeeds, but only Naruto only went until he reached a temple. Off screen. Kushina. Perhaps they are. Hiruzen would drop the pipe from his mouth in shock, he would recognize those tomato heads anywhere. Inoki. Uzumaki's alive. He grabs his chest, fainting. Naruto. Oka-sen, why did the old man faint? Kushina. Because Iwa was part of the villages that destroyed our clan's home. Naruto. Do I have a clan? The newbies. Does Naruto have a clan? A. Don't you know about the Uzumaki clan? B. Those heads of to feeling killer instinct and seeing Kushina, I mean those redeeds were formidable, at least that's what they told me when I was a genin. Minato. Hiruzen. Hiruzen. After your death, they didn't inform me immediately to take the cage hat again, it took a few days, and when I took it, the academy was left in civil power who eliminated everything from the Uzumaki clan. Kushina. Those bastards. At that moment, a pair of children, Boruto and Himawari, and the Bronze Saints, Sia, Shiryu, Ikki, Shun and Hyuga, fell from the portal. The newcomers received the information about everything, and a blond man with a mustache approached, head down, to his young father, where he would receive everything, and, under the thumbs up of Dad Adam, he would hug the boy. Naruto. You don't have to ask for it, I forgive you, and I think I should ask for your forgiveness too, son, after all, the village is shit. Naruto. But why don't you hate me? Crying. Naruto. No father can hate his son. Boruto hugged his father like never before, he had truly screwed up, and big time, but at least thanks to someone's help, that relationship could be mended, that in several blows to both blondes, plus a sermon from Kushina, undoubtedly a lot of help. On screen. And Naruto upon entering sees many of the inhabitants meditating, but the one who stood out the most was a redeed with the golden armor of Virgo, and who was in front of a statue of Buddha, but the redeed in a mysterious way as if he had detected Naruto says. Just wait, I'm done with my meditation now. After a few minutes the redeed gets up. Well, it seems Asmita was right about something. Naruto. In what? We share blood ties, but let me introduce myself, I am Shijima from Virgo. Form. Shijima Virgo, the Silent One. Position. Current Virgo Knight, future Naruto Master. There the redeed takes Naruto to a remote part of the temple. Naruto. Well, Master Shijima, that's what Shijima says. Shijima Virgo. I have many things to tell you. Naruto. What do you mean? Shijima Virgo. There are many things you still don't know Naruto, besides Naruto, do you know who your parents are? Naruto. No, I don't know. Virgo Shijima. What? Did Hiruzen not tell you anything? Naruto. How do you know the road Hokage? Virgo Shijima. You better sit down Naruto, this will be a long conversation. End of flashback. Naruto of Virgo. From there I discovered that my teacher Shijima was my great uncle, and he told me that my parents were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and that he was my mother's uncle, but I asked something. Off screen. Kushina. Uncle Shijima. Starting to cry. Minato. Hiruzen, why didn't you tell him? Naruto took his father's hand, in his moment of greatest weakness, to which the blonde returned the gesture with a smile. Meanwhile, Hima was on Naruto's lap. Both siblings knew they shouldn't get ahead of themselves for now. Hiruzen. If I told him, it was very likely that they would carry out a coup against me. The civil council took a lot of power, and many times with the support of the daimyo, frankly they tied my hands, and if the coup took place, it was very likely that they would replace me with Danzo, and Naruto today is a weapon that does not show even an emotion. On screen. Flashback. Naruto. But why did they allow me to become Kurama's Jinchuriki? Shijima Virgo. Actually your father didn't want to, but someone controlled him at the moment when the tailed Biju was released. Naruto. Who? Shijima Virgo. Danzo would say with a strong voice of hatred, he not having control over Kushina, gave the location of your birth to a false Madara, and while your father fought, the bastard took the opportunity to use a control jutsu, which he achieved, but when the claws of the tails pierced the bodies of your father. Under the control jutsu your father did the Shiki Fujin, so that you become a container of the tails and more gave your Jinchuriki status to the village, so that the village would attack you for the demon that attacked them that day. There Naruto had a grim look, practically his entire life was ruined from the beginning by a power-hungry old man, and more caused the release of Kurama, and more the death of his parents. End of flashback. Naruto of Virgo. From there I felt a strong hatred, but I couldn't hate Kurama for killing my parents. I quickly understood how my reaction would be if I was trapped in someone's body, and if I managed to free myself and they tried to put me in someone's body, but more so my great uncle Shijima revealed something to me, he had a rather I have a clan. Flashback. There Shijima tells Naruto everything about the Uzumaki clan and more how it was exterminated by villages. Naruto. But how was Uzumaki destroyed if they had a barrier that protected them? Shijima Virgo. Someone deactivated the barrier and that someone was Jiraiya, but I'm not saying he did it voluntarily. Naruto. How? Shijima Virgo. I thought about that myself, but after investigating I discovered that Danzo managed to control him and make Jiraiya deactivate the barrier. Since that day Jiraiya still regrets being controlled by Danzo and deactivating the barrier. End of flashback. Off screen. Naruto. Hiro Sennin. Jiraiya. Yes Naruto, and there is not a day that I regretted, I was weak. Habarama. I see, Danzo will be the cause. Hashirama. My village, my poor village, why must a madman destroy it? All Might. That guy, he needs to be locked up. Izuku. No, calling the attention of those in his world, he must be killed, his hands are very stained. Issei. It's true, if he is locked up he will be able to continue pulling strings from there, he can't be locked up. L. Not to mention I'd be stupid. Ikki. Kill him slowly and painfully so that he suffers the flames of hell itself. Shiva. Send him to Helheim. Hades. No doubt. On screen. Naruto of Virgo. After those revelations, my training started again, but I was stronger than before until now that I am the current Virgo Knight, and that's when Shijima arrives. Shijima. Naruto. Naruto of Virgo. Master. At that Shijima takes out a staff. Shijima. Naruto, this staff has been passed from hand to all the Uzukages through the generations, and now that's what happens to the blonde. The staff, it's yours. Virgo Naruto. Thank you master, I will give you the respect you deserve. Off screen. Kushina. At least she's with her own people. Sia. It looks interesting, but doesn't Athena prohibit weapons? Poseidon, SHM. As far as we see, no. Zeus, PJ. Your daughter counterpart is interesting. Annabeth. Mother, you are something incredible. Athena, PJ. I believe it, I just hope the factions don't do anything. Poseidon, PJ. And what will happen to the half-blood camps? The knights looked at each other, it was strange to see that the gods in a world still had demigods. On screen. House of Aquarius. Off screen. Ioga and Camus looked at this with interest. Luca. I have a bad feeling. Marinette. Me too, glancing at Lila. Zeus, PJ. Ganymede said, remembering his lover. Hera, PJ. Is there anything you won't cheat on me with? Hades, PJ. No, Sparky doesn't hold back. Zeus, PJ. You said Breath of the Dead. Poseidon, PC. Calm drama queen. Percy, Thalia, Nico. Dad. Behave. The three greats of Shimatsu looked at this in a strange way. Hades found it interesting the way his counterpart loves his brothers. Shiva. Ha 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 ha, they told old Chispita's counterpart ha 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 ha. Zeus. Any comments Shiva? On screen. Flashback. There the black-haired man with light blue locks remembers how his life was before, being an ordinary student, and then his life took a small turn, and one day Ladybug gave him the snake miraculous, turning him into Vaporeon, and began to help Ladybug, and everything was calm for Luca and his family, Julika who was his sister, his mother and Arca, but everything changed in a single day. And that Luca along with his friends were in his classroom, only a certain redeed was missing, and if it was Lila Rossi something that Luca, Marinette and Adrian noticed something strange but. Speaker. Please student Luca Kufane, introduce yourself to the principal's room. There many of Marinette's friends, including the same blue-haired girl, and Adrian were surprised that the principal called Luca to the office, and there the boy goes to the place, but upon entering he is surprised to find Lila Rossi there, if not also the parents of the redeed. But to not make a long story short, the reason why Luca was called to the address is that Lila reported Luca to the principal that the boy was harassing the redeed, and more than that she had evidence that they were images that were authentic, thing that Luca told the principal that he was never in those places of the events and that he had never approached Lila, but the principal tells Luca that while the police investigate, he would be temporarily suspended from attending school, which angered Luca, but he knew that those photos that Lila showed were fake, so after Luca arrived in his classroom, he began to take his things, and many of his friends, seeing that they asked why he takes his things, the boy explains what happened in the principal's room, making Marinette and Adrian already know that something bad was going to happen. End of flashback. Off screen. Adrian. This time he went too far. Marinette. Luca. Luca. I'm sure I'll be fine. Izuku. How stupid can they be to believe her? Lila. Enough so that I can accuse you of being a traitor, she would say mockingly. Dipper. That's horrible. Wendy. Where do I hit it, showing a double-edged axe. Locke. Wow. Jack. That girl has a very high color of greed, superiority and arrogance. Locke. There are things you can say that aren't colors. When? Interesting accusation, and on top of that with false evidence, technology should be able to help her, since if it were our time it wouldn't be possible. Raiden? Without a doubt. Alvatar? That girl shouldn't even be considered a good person. Ibara? Oh poor boy, someone protect him from the female version of Monoma. Monoma and Lila. I'm not like him or her. On screen. Luca of Aquarius. I thought everything was going to change and that things were going to return to normal, but fate had something else planned. Flashback. After that day Luca couldn't go to his classes, so Julika helped him, telling him what homework they had and other things, but despite that she still helped Ladybug against the Akumas until one day. One afternoon policemen arrived at Luca's family home and his mother Anarka asked them. Anarka? What are they looking for? Police, we've come for your son Luca. Anarka. And why and what did you do since you haven't left the house these last few days? Police, we are here because the investigation showed that the images were real, so your son must accompany us to the police station, and there a small discussion begins, which Luca heard from his room and went to see and. Luca. Mom, what's up? Then a policeman manages to get in and grabs the boy and says. Police, Luca Kufane is arrested for harassing Lila Rossi, and more than the investigation gave that the images and other evidence confirm that you harassed a girl there. Julika, hearing the commotion, arrives and seeing her brother handcuffed there, asks for an explanation where the police says about the investigation. Meanwhile Luca would be in prison for a time until his trial arrives to know what his sentence was. There the policemen take Luca away, while his mother and Julika said they would get a good lawyer to get him out of that situation. End of flashback. Off screen. Marinette would cover her mouth while the BNHA world saw the girl as a villain while they held Bakugo back with Hercules since he wanted to give him an explosion. Adrian. Will it be okay? Izuku. Her Kachin. Adrian. Your friend. Izuku. Ah, it will be fine. On screen. Luca of Aquarius. When I was in my cell I received a visit and it was Lila who had the damn nerve to visit me and explain her plan to get rid of me and Adrian and thus have free reign to destroy Marinette's life little by little. But when the trial came everything was going well, in addition to the possibility of getting out of this misunderstanding, but when the break came everything went to shit. Flashback. After the break, everyone is ready for the judge's decision and. Judge. Well, after hours of intense debate, let the juries decide. There the jurors stand up and there the first said innocent but the other said guilty, which shocked Luca, the boy's friends and his family very well. By decision of the jury, Luca Kufane is found guilty of harassment and intimidation towards Lila Rossi, for which he is sentenced to go years in the correctional facility. There the judge hits his gavel, giving the case closed, and there many friends of Luca including his family. Marinette said that something was wrong and other things. While the police took Luca away, the boy saw how Lila met with those people and gave a large wad of bills to those people, making Luca angry and start throwing insults towards the girl. While Lila, seeing how the police took Luca away, she just smiles and said in her mind. Lila mind. St part of my plan done, only Adrian and Marinette are missing, she is already at my mercy and there will be no one to defend her. End of flashback. Off screen. Many were angry about the purchase made of justice, the heroes did not want to accept it, but Izuku was more than ready to help Luca. Adrian. So he was your target too. Lila. Shit. Marinette. That's all. Kagami. No, but she seems very focused on finishing you off. Lix. That's what we see. Mark. This is wrong, we must stop it. Nathaniel. We'll help if necessary. Lila. Then they'll be on my peril. On screen. Luca from Aquarius. I thought my whole life was screwed, but. Flashback. There while Luca was being transported to the prison he did everything to escape, but when he was about to give up the patrol car shook violently causing it to crash, and the good thing is that one of the doors was open due to the crash, but when he got out and tried to escape, he heard a gun being fired and it was one of the police officers. Policeman pointing at Luca. You better not move and I don't care if you have a family or are Jagged Stone son, I'll shoot you if you move, and then out of nowhere the policeman is frozen, leaving him enclosed in a block of ice, and from there a figure with golden armor appears, but Luca, due to shock, ends up fainting. After a few minutes, Luca wakes up and finds himself on a stretcher. Just as he was about to get up, the person who saved him arrives. Form. Aquarius Angel. Position. Former Knight of Aquarius and future master of Luca. Luca. Who are you? Dejel. I'm Dejel and if you're wondering, you're in the sanctuary, specifically in Greece. I know you have a lot of questions, so I'll give you an explanation and it will be quite long. There the gentleman begins to explain the reason why he brought him, so Luca became attentive. End of flashback. Lucade Acuario. That's where my training began, where my master Dejel took me first to Siberia, where I almost died of cold, and if it weren't for Sass I wouldn't have survived, but after getting used to the cold of Siberia, he took me to Canada, specifically Yukon. That's how I got used to the cold, and more, in using each ability he took me to a place much colder than the previous one, and then when I finished half of my training. Off screen. Seeing the accident, they worried about Luca, but Lila was furious. Hyuga. Wow, there are many places to make the Cosmo cold. Amos. I'll have to train again. See ya. So they are the generation past us. Shun. Why, I feel like Saga will have a hard time in that world. On screen. Flashback. We are located in Antarctica, where another Golden Knight appeared, which Dejel calls Luca and introduces him further. Form. Historia de Aquario. Position. Current Knight of Aquarius and Master of Luca. From there, Luca's training became stronger, and after a few days he managed to obtain the Aquarius armor, but Mystorial arrived with something in her hand and a trident. Luca. Master, why do you have this trident in your hands? Mystoria of Aquarius. It's a gift from me for being the new Knight of Aquarius. Then Mystoria passes the trident to Luca. Luca. I will give it the care, use and respect it deserves, Master. Aquarius Mystoria. I know you will. End of flashback. Luca of Aquarius. Masters, I will protect Athena and this house with all my life, although I have a little company, he would say while watching Sass eating her mouse-shaped gummies. How will my family be in Paris? The screen turns off. Athena, PJ, was taking notes of everything she had recently obtained. It was undoubtedly fascinating. The others were surprised, and even more those with skill in ice, given the places where she trained to strengthen that ice. Julika and her parents were happy to see the concern, while Camus wanted to see what she would do with the issue of feelings. He wanted to see those things and analyze her vision with what was done with Hyuga. No doubt this was just beginning. Chapter 3. Izuku was talking animatedly with Jer, since in his journey of asking about skills and such to improve in case what this story did not come true, although from now on, his father told him not to have mercy on Shigaraki, he had run into the Valkyrie, while Thor and Hercules looked at this with a frown. The Thunder Berserker saw him weak to be with his daughter, but since he could train him, he decided that before leaving, he would train the green-haired man to see how worthy he is of Jer. Hercules, well, as an older brother, felt his brotherly jealousy activate, but with everything he saw, there was no one more worthy for him. On the other hand, Poseidon, Shimatsu, spoke with his counterpart and his son, telling them all the events they had experienced. It should be noted that he raised an eyebrow when he heard about Kronos, something that Hades, SNV, stopped to listen to, and when they told him that they cut him with his scythe, and the unfortunate man did not die, a shiver ran through the tyrant of the seas and the most beloved god of all, Shimatsu. The blonde, upon hearing that his son's counterpart rejected divinity, did not know what to answer. He was a demigod and a god was perfect, although after knowing what the gods of that world did, he understood a little, offering him teaching to help him become a perfect being in that world. The same with Hades when he saw his counterpart and his emo son. Without a doubt both cousins would be trained and taught in the arts of both older brothers of Greece. At another point, Adam was giving Naruto advice to improve as a father, while his son listened to everything, despite the fact that he partly rejected it. Hearing that the blonde wanted to improve for him, undoubtedly made him seriously reconsider all that rejection he gave him, and although Naruto told him that he forgave him, and that he was willing to correct his faults as Hokage of such a corrupt and nefarious village, he simply told him that it was only his fault. Receiving an affectionate hug from his father. At the same time, Sarada was talking animatedly with Sasuke, feeling a little hatred for her counterpart for having made her cry without recognizing her when she arrived at the village. Gilgamesh. Well, I think it's time to continue making smoking monkeys appear and deliver food and snacks. Zeus, SNV. But what good monkeys, Jojoho? Eva. So cute. Iri. Yes. Koda. Great. Pitsuma. Sugoi. Milikas. This is incredible. Hinohamaru. Sublime. On screen. Leo's house. Off screen. Ioria. So my predecessor continues. Ioros. That's what it looks like. Gabriel, Mir. Because I have a bad feeling, he thought seriously. Natalie. I hope you didn't do anything, Gabriel, she thought seriously. And the best of everyone. Emily Mora has spent years watching her brother's best friend, Malachi Barton, shine at every casting call, interview, and party. In Emily's eyes, Malachi. Serendipity, Kang Diho. After being forced to work in a brothel, Jian is fired after being scammed by an older client, saddled with debt and injustice. 5 long years. Jinlissa one-shots, GP. One-shots rankings Manabin Cheyoung Jinlissa Jinsula Lissa Rosie. Addicted to Eugenu X-Reader. She's a hunter. He's a demon. Between them, there's war and something they shouldn't feel. YN just wanted to protect her K-pop group, Huntrix. But the scenario. And. Marked by centuries of loneliness, accidentally meets Neria, a mermaid from a forgotten kingdom, both worlds collide. One-shots. One-shots of your favorite pilots. Handsome Tracatero. Gaspy. He says I'm the best thing in his life, that he wants to get lost with me all day, that for me he aims, shoots and shoots, that he no longer cares about committing a crime for his girl real life net. Lila. Haha, let's see what happens if my plans work, she thought amused. Tanjiro. She looks prettier than the Pillar Estates. Lala. She's very beautiful. Negatoro. It looks nicely decorated. Shido. Surprising. On screen. It was young Adrian, bearer of the cat Miraculous, with his armor that his teachers wore, but he was just walking through the immense room, but there he began to remember. Flashback. He still remembered what his life was like, which was just going to school and then working as a clothing model in his father Gabriel Agreste's company. He thought that this would be his life, a rather monotonous routine, until one day a little box appeared in his room that was none other than the Miraculous of Destruction, and even more so when the Kwami called Plague appeared, and from then on his life took an unexpected turn, and even more so because he had his partner who was Ladybug. And even more so because he was madly in love. End of flashback. Adrian DeLeo mind. And without thinking that Ladybug in her marital status was always by my side. Flashback. Every day a new Akuma attacked the city, but that didn't stop them, and almost on more than one occasion they almost discovered his and Ladybug's secret identity, but it didn't happen. But one day everything changed with the arrival of Lila Rossi, and she had noticed how her classmate Marinette had earned the hatred and enmity of the Redeed, and she noticed all the attempts and lies that Lila tended to Marinette to make her look bad, and to make matters worse, the vast majority of Marinette and Adrian's friends believed Lila more than Marinette, but thanks to the blonde's interruption, Lila's plan to expel Marinette from school failed. End of flashback. Off screen. Gabriel, Mir. Adrian returning home, you will give me your Miraculous. Adrian. No. Gabriel, Mir. Adrian. Adrian. No, I won't give you Plague. Marinette. Adrian, she whispered in surprise. Vicky. In the end you knew it was Adrian. Luca. I'm surprised he dragged you into that. Adrian. This is not how you should raise a child, he would say disappointedly. Stan. Meh, with those millions, who wouldn't educate him like that? Escha, damn. But that's horrible, that they define what to do. The quintuplets. Reveal yourself to the old man. Izuku. So the Kumis give powers, noting. Jer. When he mumbles it's cute, she thought blushing. Shiva. That kitten is something of destruction. Plague. Yes, but it's boring to do that. Adrian. You say that because you prefer to stay up all day eating cheese. Plague. Now that's life digging into a piece of camembert. Bela. Wow, for a little guy, he likes to eat. Lila. Damn, with this my plans are already going to go to waste, she thought annoyed. Ash. He's an interesting being. Professor Oak. I believe it, Ash. Mainin. The best is Tiki. On screen. Adrian DeLeo. From then on I knew that Lila wasn't going to stop until Marinette's life was destroyed, but after a few days she stopped attacking her, something that Luca, Marinette and I realized, and we felt that something bad was going to happen sooner or later, which it did. Flashback. There we go, how Luca was charged with harassing Lila, and more how the trial of the black-haired man with light blue highlights ended with the guilty, and the blonde man along with Marinette and friends witnessed how Luca was taken to that correctional facility, and previously the missing statement arrived where things for the blonde man and Marinette were not going to be the same. After weeks where everything was normal, but one day the director called Marinette, and after a few minutes the blue-haired girl came quite angry since there the blonde asked. Adrian. Marinette, what's up? Marinette. I was suspended for a few months because Lila said that I physically assaulted her, and she came with evidence since she has bruises and wounds. End of flashback. Adrian DeLeo. That moment I went where the unfortunate woman was to have what she wanted, but. Flashback. There Adrian after school went to the principal's office to ask for an explanation for Marinette's suspension, and Principal Damocles begins to say that, although he wanted to avoid Marinette's suspension, Lila's tests were quite a lot and that there was no other way, but Adrian tells the principal that he would investigate in order to help Marinette, which pleased Principal Damocles. And from there Adrian for a few days had to be a detective, he even sent Plague to follow Lila and thus find out how Lila got what she wanted, but this time he was not lucky like the last time since he did it secretly from his father, but. Off screen. Marinette. Thank you director, she said sincerely. Nezu. The worst part is that as a professional you must be objective and not support one side. Director Damocles. It's true, and although there are cases of lies looking at Lila, this should not be taken lightly anymore. That girl. Luca. Surely the mayor is putting pressure on. Chloe. I'll tell my daddy. She said annoyed. Uraraka. You really are a daddy's girl. Momo. I'm not like that either. Bakugo. Shine blonde hollow. Zeus, PJ. Wow, that's interesting. Para. I'm surprised you're not paranoid. Zeus, PJ. As long as they are far away and do not want my throne. Zeus, SNV. Seriously, is this guy me? Red Chin, I mean Aries, SNK. That seems father. Aries, PJ. What do you see in me? Red Chin feeling the gaze of his counterpart, scaring the aforementioned TSK, and you are a deity of war. On screen. One day Adrian left his house again to look for more evidence to prove Marinette's innocence, but when he was about to open the door. Gabriel agreed. Because you continue to disobey and continuing to help that girl, he would say with a voice that was too serious than normal, but the strangest thing is that he had his hands behind his back. Adrian. Papa Marinette is innocent, what Lila says are lies. Gabriel agreed. Even so, I told you to stop and yet you prefer not to listen. Adrian. I'm sorry father, but this time I have to disobey you. I have to help my friend there. He leaves his house heading to Max's house since he wants to get what the blonde wanted and it was evidence that Lila was lying and after a while, Max told Adrian to keep the evidence, but the blonde tells Max. Adrian. Max better keep the evidence, but I have a bad feeling, although it's better in your hands, but in case something happens to me just wait for the perfect opportunity to show this, and so Lila's life falls to pieces in that the brunette nods and the blonde headed back to his house. End of flashback. Adrian DeLeo. That day I was right to have that feeling. Off screen. Adrian. Max. Max. Count me in, Adrian. Lila. TSK. On screen. Flashback. There Adrian arrived home alone. When he entered his father was already waiting for him, but instead of giving him a sermon or some warning he only heard. Gabriel agreed. This time you left me without options Adrian and that the blonde. Adrian. What? Two men wearing guard clothes come out and grab Adrian. Wait, what are you doing there? When one of the guards was about to speak. Gabriel agreed. You didn't want to listen to me the good way when you left that silly investigation and search for that girl's innocence, so you learn the hard way. Adrian. And where will you send me? Gabriel agreed. To the same correctional facility where they sent that boy, only this time your stay will be temporary, but hard, so you learn not to disobey me there. He turns around, take him there. The guards of that correctional facility were taking Adrian to their van to take him to that correctional facility, but when Gabriel agrees turned around to see his son one last time, he only saw a look completely full of hatred, something never seen in Adrian. Off screen. Marinette. Adrian. Luca. Adrian. Max. This is bad. Kagami. Adarin. Felix. Ha 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 ha, it seems like they took you for a ride. Ha 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 ha. Adrian. HMP looking at his father with hatred. Gabriel, Mir. So I made that decision, he thought. Natalie. So you did that. I'm not surprised that he sees you like this. Gabriel. Zenitsu. That old man is very bad. Inosuke. Gonpachiro, I can kill him. Tanjiro. No. Adam. That's not the way, he said, disappointed in Gabriel agreed, so he hugged Adrian who was very upset and shedding a few tears. Musen. HMP, maybe you can become a demon, he said in front of everyone. Rias. And make him a fake demon like you. Musen. What do you want to tell me, spoiled one? Issei. Stay away from Butchu. Bakeno. You will test my skills, revealing a crow's wing and a bat's wing. Kaneko. Grrr cracking her knuckles. Tiba. We will defend Ria's Sama sharpening their swords. Tsunemi. False demon. Ha 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 ha. Several demons say that Musen is not one of them. How funny, he thought with amusement seeing it. Pikachu. Pikachu making electricity in front of Musen. Musen. Get lost, rodent. After that insult Pikachu would release a shock. Tsunemi. Defeated by a little animal, crossing one thing off a list of things he'll never see from a demon. Kaminari. Oh shit, absorbing some of the electricity. Yee. Haruna. Oh, he was roasted, seeing Kaminari give a thumbs up and say yee. Naruto. Okay. Izuku. Yes, his power is electricity and if you overload his brain. Hyoka. Falls short. Poseidon, PJ. I know what new insult to say to him. Zeus, PJ. To whom? Poseidon, PJ. To you, underdeveloped Kaminari. Hades, PJ. Really? On screen. There the guards managed to get Adrian into the van and began their way to the correctional facility. When the van was moving, Adrian talked to Plag, taking advantage of how distracted the guards were, and said that he could destroy one of the van's wheels and thus cause an accident and take advantage of that event to escape, but when Plag was about to say the risks of that plan, in a mysterious way some lightning bolts. Hit the correctional facility van causing an accident and more making one of the doors end up flying, and when the van stopped rolling Adrian a little sore, manages to get out of that car and starts running, but a gun is heard being fired and if it was one of the guards what he said. Guard pointing his gun at Adrian. You better not move, I'll call reinforcements so you can be in the damn cell on that. Lightning plasma there some lightning struck the guard, sending him flying a few meters, only that Adrian went where the guard's body was and when he checked his back, he saw that the guard had signs of serious burns and was no longer breathing, which meant that he had already left this world, but Adrian, due to the things that happened, and seeing that someone was approaching he began to run, but when he reached a tree. Adrian. Okay Plag, let's transform into that. Off screen. Many girls had unholy thoughts about that transformation, while others found the pose ridiculous. Afo. And he said that All Might was weird for making weird poses. Stain. You don't know anything keeping an auction card collection with all of All Might's poses. Izuku. You won those cards from me. Izawa. You kept his poster. Izuku. Haha. Stain. What a poster I would say interested. Izuku. Hahaha he would laugh very nervously. All Might. You're talking about that limited release. Stain. Damn lucky broccoli. Shion. Oh son he denied amused. On screen. There being in Chant Noir he entered the forest, but then he felt another attack coming towards him, thanks to his feline senses he managed to dodge, and there he saw the person who launched the attack. Chant Noir. Look I don't know who you are, but if you're an Akuma I'll tell you, I won't allow you to defeat me so easily, he would say putting himself in a battle pose, but in that the mysterious man in armor had disappeared from Chant Noir's side in a blink, but when he thought he escaped, he turned to the side and just saw how the man who in one of his fists was covered in thunder and lightning was about to hit him. He almost managed to dodge the blow, and when he regained his composure there the fight resumed where Chat Noir and the mysterious man were fighting, and in one that man managed to hit Chat Noir, pushing him too far away this he says in his mind. Chat Noir mind. It's my only chance at that. Off screen. Shigaraki. Speaking of ugly names. Afo. At least he doesn't scream smash like a moron. On screen. Chat Noir already had his cataclysm activated and goes straight towards the man, but he dodges. Chat Noir. What's up? No there he receives a blow to his neck, knocking him out and falling to the ground. Time skip. At that Adrian wakes up all upset, but then he sees the place where he is and it looked like a hospital, and there he gets up saying. Adrian. Where am I and who brought me there? I was the one who brought you. At that Adrian turns around and sees that it was the same man who knocked him out, and there he became defensive. Wait sorry for hitting you, but I had no choice and it seemed more like you didn't want to talk at the moment. Adrian. Who are you? The man introduces himself. I am Regulus of Leo. Sheet. Regulus of Leo. Physician. Former Knight of Leo and future Master of Adrian. Nickname. The Strongest Lion. Off screen. Ioria. Leo's strongest knight. Arching eyebrow. Sia. He seems to be the same age as us. All Might. So young and being a gentleman I would say nervous and not in agreement with it. Shion. If you are in the armor you are a knight no matter how old you are. Oko. That's right he said remembering Tenma and Regulus. Dipper. It's interesting. Deutero. Very interesting. Hades, SNV. It's amazing. On screen. Adrian. What do you want from me? Regulus of Leo. Lady Athena sent me and many of my comrades to get young men who would be the next generation of knights, and you are in the sanctuary right in one of the rooms of the house of Aphaetus there Regulus begins to tell the situation. End of flashback. Adrian de Leo. After he explained it to me, I accepted without looking back since I had nothing to lose, and that's where my training began. It was hard, but it was worth it, but everything changed when my other teacher arrived. Flashback. There Adrian was training to use plasma lightning, while Regulus watched, and there arrived another person with a golden armor. Regulus. Kaiser, you arrived there Adrian turned his gaze, and there was a man, and he was accompanied by a lion, but a very large one. Sheet. Kaiser de Leo. Physician. Current Knight of Leo and Master of Adrian. Baskets. Lions that are descendants of the Nemean lion. Off screen. Hercules. Wow he would say smiling. Ioria. I want one. Ioros. They are wild animals. Annabeth. Nemean lion. Did he have descendants? Zo, PJ. Can they be tamed? Percy. They're monsters that eat us demigods. Nico. Although we don't try. Hermes. I think Loki sells Fenrir pups on eBay. Odin, DXD. Yes he does. On screen. Leo Kaiser. So this boy is destined to be the future Leo Knight. Regulus. Yes, Kaiser. The man approaches Adrian and inspects him, but in that he feels something that not even Regulus or another Gold Knight felt. It's fine. I don't present anything negative in him, so later my turn to give him his training begins. End of flashback. Adrian DeLeo. When I started training with Kaiser, I noticed that every blow or attack he threw at me was with the intention of almost killing me, and one day I discovered something that left its mark on me from that day on. Flashback. There were Adrian and Kaiser training, but they were watched by Regulus from, and then Kaiser takes advantage of Adrian's carelessness and Leo's Kaiser. Lightning plasma there. Adrian, seeing the attack, would try to dodge it, but the attack hit him full in the abdomen, causing him to fly and crash into a mountain, and Regulus, seeing that, goes directly to Adrian to check if the attack didn't kill him, but Kaiser only approached Adrian slowly. Kaiser DeLeo mind. Let's see if my theory is true. There, when both knights approach Adrian's body, he just gets up, which surprises Regulus, since a person without armor receiving an attack from the plasma lightning could not survive, but Adrian survived, but Kaiser. Leo's Kaiser. As I suspected, then Adrian and Regulus begin to wonder. Regulus. Kaiser, what did you say about that? Leo's Kaiser. Boy, take off your shirt. At that Adrian was going to ask, but seeing his master's serious face he just obeys, and when he takes off his shirt, Adrian notices that from the area where he received the attack, he was releasing small white particles, and his wound was regenerating, and there Adrian begins to remember where he saw those particles and… Adrian. No, 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 it must not be true, he would say, going into denial, but there Kaiser says. Kaiser DeLeo. You are not human. There he kicks Adrian, sending him flying until he crashes into a tree. From the beginning, when I saw you, I felt that strange presence that a human would never have. There he grabs him by the hair and starts hitting him consecutively, but I'll tell you one thing. There he throws him and gives him a serious look. Even if you have the appearance of a human, you think like one, and even if you pretend to be human. There he prepares his attack to give him the final blow. You will never be a human. There the attack was launched in the direction of Adrian, but when the blonde thought it was his end, there Regulus takes the lead of the attack, and when the attack collided with Regulus and the smoke dissipated, Kaiser sees that Regulus was intact, and it was as if a wall had appeared out of nowhere, and if Regulus had used the crystal wall ability. Regulus with a serious look. Stop it, Kaiser, that's enough. Leo Kaiser. I won't stop until that abomination dies once and for all. He's just the creation of a stupid grown man who can't accept his damn reality, so step back and let me finish my job. Regulus. No, then Kaiser approached Adrian, but Regulus stopped him, and when things were about to get worse. Lila. Stop, and that's what Athena had arrived, and more Regulus and Kaiser kneel better for Adrian to rest, since he trained a lot for this moment. There the knights obey Athena's orders and tell Adrian to rest, but Adrian just gets up and looks for a secluded place to process everything, and when they go to some mountains, the blonde began to recap his entire life and realized that he was a sentimenster and understood why his father had more control over him and explains his sudden mood swings. Why he obeyed the ST order of his father, and more the biggest test was the reason why he survived the Akuma attacks, and more when they hit him hard, and after a while he recovered, but at that the blonde just stopped thinking, and he would begin to launch cosmos attacks, trying to release all that pent-up fury, but there the blonde just lets out a cry of frustration that was heard throughout the sanctuary. End of flashback. Off screen. Everyone from Miraculous looked at the blonde with great surprise, where Gabriel Agreste wanted to move away, but Adam. So you created him for that, keeping the hug on Adrian, who was suffering. All his life he was made to believe he was human. Eva. Poor thing, joining the hug. Ioria. Sentimentster. Gilgamesh would release a pink ray that went in the direction of all the necks of those present, assimilating all the information of the peacock and moth miraculouses. Hercules would join the boys' embrace, living deceived, being all a lie that affected him. Shigaraki. Ha ha ha, look at a hero created by a villain. Afo shifted uncomfortably at that laughter as he created One for All, while Gilgamesh sent the story of One for All to the minds of others. Shigaraki. Sensei, tell me it's not true. Sia. Stop complaining, you damn hypocrite. Izuku. Adrian, we're with you, brother, joining the hug. Koda, Kitsuma, Mahoro and Eri repeated the gesture by hugging the boy. Jack. What a joy, the beloved hand fetishist reduced to a mere attempt at a hypocrite, since he can no longer be called a villain. Shigaraki looked at the London assassin with hatred, but the latter sent him his characteristic grim look, but with annoyance in it, so Manolo remained silent out of fear. Tsunemi. This is a brutal origin story. The Guru. That boy annoying. Jayame. Poor. Adam. Being different doesn't make you less worthy of living, that goes for all humans, being of different races doesn't make us different from them, he would say, annoyed by Kaiser's attitude. On screen. Adrian DeLeo. From there I entered into a depression and an existential crisis took hold of me that has lasted until now. But there are only people who know what I really am, and that is Lincoln and Akame. But the problems began, and Kaiser began to hate those apprentices of the other knights, such as Issei, Jer and well even Ash's pet. Flashback. There were the Golden Knights gathered together, only things were getting ugly because Kaiser started to verbally attack Issei and Jer because of the Mar Knights and Kaiser of Leo. Those two shouldn't have been chosen to be knights, and let's not even talk about the damn albino child who had to be killed as soon as he was born, and that's what Regulus says. Regulus. And what do you say about Gestalt and that he is not a human? Kaiser del Leo. He is different from that blonde boy. Regulus. Kaiser, with that clarification you seem like an imbecile and a hypocrite and Kaiser. But I'm right, so. Shianaveries. Kaiser stop at that a voice is heard. What were you going to say Kaiser at that all the Golden Knights turned to where the voice came from and it was. List. 13th Golden Knight, Odysseus of Ephialtes. Position. Current Golden Knight of Ephialtes, reincarnation of Asclepius and master of. Off-screen. The Dorados were in shock when they saw that discussion. Izuku. Just because they are not human does not make us fall into supremacy he would say annoyed. Shion. I agree, young Issei is a demon, but despite that he has a very great determination. Issei. Thank you Shion-san. Shion. Just get rid of that fetish and you'll be worthy of being a knight. Ioros. Knights. Oko. Wasn't that house destroyed since Asclepius? Shion. That dates back to the myth era. Apollo, SNK. So my son was with her interesting. On screen. Their Kaiser decides to remain silent since facing Odysseus would be a direct death, so he just decides to remain silent and there Odysseus enters the meeting where mysteriously Linka approaches Odysseus and asks him things that not even Adrian could hear, but Kaiser by mistake would end up stepping on the tail of a certain Pokémon and none other than Pikachu, where the little mouse Cookie would start a small argument with Kaiser where the knight ignored the rodent, so this angry one begins to charge. His attack. Leo Kaiser. What will you do? You're just a fat yellow rat who won't do anything. Pikachu. Pikachu there he would launch his classic thunder impact electrifying everyone in the room and where the most affected was Kaiser. Off screen. Everyone felt a bit of laughter at that scene, poetic justice many said. Team Rocket. Memories of Vietnam. Pikachu. Pika-Pie he would say making a pose of pride for himself. On screen. End of flashback. Adrian DeLeo. From there Kaiser tried to use Pikachu as a substitute food for his lions, but with my training I returned and there I had a goal. To become stronger and more I would give the worst beating to my father. Flashback. From there the ND half of Adrian's training began where it turned out that he had to imitate the training of his other teammates, so they started first with Izuku's training, then with Issei's training, and so on going through the training that his friends went through and more where Kaiser seeing Adrian's determination to move forward, this began to have some respect for him, and so it was every day for Adrian and more where he created a new attack. Adrian. Dark lightning there the blonde launched an alternative form of plasma lightning, only the rays had dark tones, and when they hit some targets causing an explosion in addition to some of the targets that were saved from the explosion, it was noticeable that they were beginning to have the effects of cataclysm it worked. End of flashback. Adrian DeLeo. Yes, I fused the plasma lightning with the cataclysm, and I can do it with or without the miraculous, and well after my training, I managed to obtain my armor, and here I am, and in that the blonde sees that Regulus and more had something in his hands master that is. Regulus. It's a gift from me for the new knight of this house there he reveals the gift that was a Kusurigama. And Adrian takes it. Adrian DeLeo. I will use it with all the honor and respect in the world. Regulus. I know you'll do it apart Kaiser I left you something at the entrance, and more I left something for Pla, in that a loud scream is heard inside Leo's house, that no more and no less came from Plag. Plag from the depths of Leo's house. I finally found paradise. A room full of camembert cheese then the cat Kwame enters the room and enjoys his gift. Adrian DeLeo. That cheese won't last a week. Regulus. Don't worry, that camembert cheese is special, your stomach will be full after about a pieces of cheese, but better go to the entrance. Then Adrian goes to the entrance, and there was a somewhat large box that only reached his knee, and there was a note that was written by Kaiser. Kaiser note. Look Adrian, I know that when we met we started off on the wrong foot, and that more than once I almost killed you, but seeing your determination and training, made me see how wrong I was, but anyway, I left you a gift. After reading the note, Adrian opens the box and is surprised to find that inside the box, there was a pair of lion cubs, which he grabs in the way that a lioness would carry her cubs. Adrian Del Leo. Masters, I will take care of these lions and thank you for training me. Off screen. Flag. Now that's powerful looking at the cataclysm mixed with the lightning plasma. Ioria. I want a lion like that. Charles. You could go to Camp Half-Blood and capture it when it attacks us. Ioros. Why would they attack his home? Aelia. As demigods, since our parents, by the laws of the old man pointing to her Zeus cannot relate to us, being demigods is to emanate a smell that attracts monsters like a McDonald's attracts children. Zeus, SNV. And take them to Olympus. Zeus, PJ. That's not why we created Camp Half-Blood, and the laws aren't mine, they're Lady Cow's. Percy. I see playing with Anglokuzmos. Issei. Why do I feel like I know you? Grover. Yes. On screen. House of Libra. There was the blue-haired girl with her armor on, watching the house that her master made her. Marinette of Libra. I remember how my life began to change when a little box appeared in my room where I would meet a friend and advisor. Flashback. There you could see Marinette when the St. Akuma appeared in Paris who was Stoneheart Ivan, and more in his room he found a little box, and more when he opened it, he met Tiki, although he almost killed her by throwing many things at her even books, but when they met and said the magic word. Marinette. Tiki Moda. Off screen. Mineta. Look at how good the Apes are. Sayu. Pervert Kiro licking him. Hera. You better not think anything. Zeus, PJ. Who is it? Amphitrite. Same to you. Sally. Well said. Poseidon, PJ. I only have eyes for you. Adrian. So I always had you by my side smiling. Marinette. If you act like always, I'll hit you, kitty. Adrian. Okay. Oko. So my successor is coming, haha. On screen. And there began her whole odyssey, being Ladybug with her partner Chat Noir, and more than having a double life is not so easy, and more when there were classes. End of flashback. Marinette of Libra. When I started being Ladybug everything was difficult, but I had to face all the threats and problems, and well that was my life until because of my jealousy, I made an enemy who knows how to hide her intentions. Flashback. There you can see how Ladybug Marinette became Lila's enemy out of jealousy, and even more so when Lila's first lies against Marinette began, and the most curious thing is that her friends believed Lila more than Marinette, causing her to be temporarily expelled, and if it weren't for Adrian, she would never have set foot in the school. But everything changed when she was with Adrian and witnessed how Luca was called to the principal's office and then returned, saying that he was temporarily suspended and then had to attend Luca's trial, where he was found guilty and taken to that correctional facility, and then it was learned of his disappearance, causing a great blow to Marinette and her friends, and after weeks she was called to the principal's room and she had a bad feeling. End of flashback. Marinette of Libra. And I had reason to have that bad feeling. Flashback. There the blue-haired girl enters the director's room, but surprisingly Lila came with bruises, some wounds among that she had a cast on her right arm and on her left leg, and now the show of Lila begins with tears in her eyes. She begins to tell that one day Marinette physically attacked her in an alley, and more than that she left those wounds as a warning sign, and Director Damocles listened attentively but in his mind. Director Damocles' mind. Shit, how can I save Marinette from this now? I know Adrian told me that Lila is an expert liar, but now that he has proof that Marinette attacked him, I can't do much for you, Marinette. After that, Lila finishes telling the facts, and then Marinette explains that day she had not left her house because she helped her parents with a request for a party. She also had to face an Akuma, but Director Damocles. Given the facts reported by Lila Marinette, you will be suspended for weeks until the facts are reviewed, and if they are true, you may retire. Off screen. Principal Damocles. I'm sorry, Marinette. Marinette. Don't worry, Director. Adrian. All off their game. Lila. Well, now go after Hawk Moth, she thought, smiling. Izuku. At least he thinks and acts. I wonder how Yue would have reacted to it. Nezu and all the heroes felt offended, but they could blame him, they saw how he was betrayed. On screen. Marinette. But Director. Principal Damocles. No buts, Miss Marinette, pick up your things and go home. There Marinette just leaves without saying anything, but when she turns around she saw in detail how Lila smiled when she saw how Marinette and the blue-haired girl were suspended. She just goes to her class, picks up her things, and explains to Adrian everything that happened, which obviously angered the blonde. After a few days, Marinette received the task through her cell phone thanks to Alia, but she commented that Adrian was secretly looking for evidence to prove his innocence. But a few days later, while Marinette was watching television with her family, the news reported on Adrian's disappearance and said that the blonde was being transported to the same correctional facility where Luca was being transported, and there. Marinette alone retired to her room where she began to lament that Luca and Adrian were unfairly paying for all the stupid things she did. End of flashback. Marinette of Libra. From then on I thought I would never see Adrian and Luca again, but changing the subject, one day Mom and Dad sent me to take an order to a house where they were celebrating someone's birthday, and when I left the order I was just coming home, something happened. Flashback. Their Marinette began to notice that some people her age were following her. Out of fear she increased the pace of her steps, which the people who followed her also increased their pace, and Marinette decided to take a different route to get home as quickly as possible. Only when she entered an alley believing it had an exit, she realized that she was in a dead end, and when she was about to leave through the entrance, she was already surrounded by people who were what? Marinette. What do you want from me and who sent you? Thug, well someone paid us quite a bit just to. Thug, get rid of you and. Thug, attack there the thugs go towards Marinette so she doesn't let herself be hit, but instead starts to defend herself by blocking or hitting and knocking down one of the thugs, but they get back up. Marinette defending herself. I'm grateful to take self-defense classes secretly from my parents, or else I would be lost right now, she would say while defending herself, but in that one of the bullies who was approaching from behind the blue-haired girl, taking advantage of the fact that Marinette was distracted with the other bullies, so there the bully hits Marinette's back with a stick, making her only let out a cry of pain, and being taken advantage of by the other bullies, where they knock her down and start hitting and kicking her, but in that Lila's voice is heard. Lila. Stop there the bully stop well it seems that someone is right at my feet she would say mockingly, but there Lila had a baseball bat in her hands now since I am so generous, I better end your misery in that she raises the bat and when she was about to hit Marinette, but mysteriously a light appears illuminating the alley, and there only Marinette falls knocked out due to the blows and only hears the screams of pain of thugs. Off screen. Shiva. I hate those guys remembering the times he came down with his wives to the human world. Izuku. Grrr that's not done to a lady. Jer. They did it to me when I came down. Izuku. Give me names, they won't come out unscathed. Hercules. Well that adds points, he thought. Thor. That adds up, but you're still weak, he thought. On screen. Time skip hours. Their Marinette stood up abruptly, but she noticed that she mysteriously woke up in her bed, that is, in her room, so she got up from her bed and went to the living room where her parents, upon seeing her, just went to hug her. Daughter, you had us worried. Sabine. Thank God that man saved you from those thugs and brought you here. Marinette. Just a moment, sir about that. Would I be Miss Marinette a man of height would say, getting up from a chair let me introduce myself, my name is Doko. Sheet. Libra Doko. Position. Current Knight of Libra. Nickname. Rosen's old master. There Doko when introducing himself he talks to Marinette along with her parents, the reason why he is in Paris, which surprised them that their daughter had been chosen by Athena herself to be a knight, but they asked Marinette. Tom and Sabine. Daughter, are you going to go or at that the blue-haired girl gives an answer that surprised her parents. Marinette. I'll go to the sanctuary, it's better than staying here because Lila will probably plot something worse and you'll end up hurt. Libra Doko. Okay, get your things ready, but don't let it be too much, just enough. Marinette. Okay Mr. Doko, what time do we leave? Libra Doko. In the morning Marinette goes to her room and takes one of her backpacks and only puts enough clothes and without forgetting the miraculous box. Marinette. I'll just leave the fox miraculous that's in Alya's hands, the turtle in Nino's hands, the dragon in Kagami's hands, the rest are coming with me after getting things ready. Marinette sleeps for the last time in her bed and when it was Doko wakes Marinette up and when they leave the Duping Cheng house, they start walking through the streets of Paris, but when passing through a certain neighborhood, a person managed to see who was walking through the streets. There Doko when introducing himself he talks to Marinette along with her parents, the reason why he is in Paris, which surprised them that their daughter had been chosen by Athena herself to be a knight, but they asked Marinette. Tom and Sabine. Daughter, are you going to go or at that the blue-haired girl gives an answer that surprised her parents. Marinette. I'll go to the sanctuary, it's better than staying here because Lila will probably plot something worse and you'll end up hurt. Libra Doko. Okay, get your things ready, but don't let it be too much, just enough. Marinette. Okay Mr. Doko, what time do we leave? Libra Doko. In the morning Marinette goes to her room and takes one of her backpacks and only puts enough clothes and without forgetting the miraculous box. Marinette. I'll just leave the fox miraculous that's in Alya's hands, the turtle in Nino's hands, the dragon in Kagami's hands, the rest are coming with me after getting things ready. Marinette sleeps for the last time in her bed and when it was Doko wakes Marinette up and when they leave the Duping Cheng house, they start walking through the streets of Paris, but when passing through a certain neighborhood, a person managed to see who was walking through the streets. Off screen. Marinette. Mainen. Naja. Don't worry, I know she'll be safe. Oko. I have memories of when I was young. Shion. But you're still the same idiot as back then. Izuku. Ha 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 ha. Inko. Izuku, don't laugh at your godfather. Izuku. Okay. Sasuke. He resembles the dope, always wanting to save everyone. Naruto. Shut up, team. Kushina. They remind me of the old days. Minato. Haha yeah. Yugaku. HMP, it will always be like this, dope major. Kushina. Shut up Fugabaka. Sarada. Wow, that runs in the family. Boruto. Don't even say it. On screen. End of flashback. Marinette of Libra. In total we had to travel kilometers to get to China, but we had to make a short stop in Greece or in the sanctuary to leave Mainen with the current knight of Ephialtes and more where I met Adrian and Luca, but I noticed a change in Adrian, and well, I also met new friends that now I consider my brothers in arms, but I got angry when I heard the origin of Linka seriously, her stepbrothers believed that if you get upset someone likes you please, that was the stupidest thing I heard in my life. It even made me want to go look for them and break all their bones, especially that one called Loki, but continuing when we resumed the road to China there the road became more complicated. It was a mountain, and after many days or weeks we arrived at the mountain of the peaks, where my true training began. Flashback. There began Marinette's training, which was a true hell. There were days where she didn't sleep, eat or drink water, but miraculously Marinette held on. But there were days where her strength was failing her, but there was everything to avoid falling, but in this their Marinette was in front of the waterfall where Marinette. Dragon rising their Marinette executed that attack, but it only reached a quarter of the size of the waterfall. Oko sitting on another waterfall. Try again their Marinette launched the same attack again, and it was the same result. Try again, and so it was until Marinette. Master, I'm already tired, let me rest. Libra Doko. No, there began an argument between teacher and student where Doko finally agreed. During her rest, Marinette took the opportunity to drink water and eat at least something, and she took advantage of eating the fruits that were on the mountain, but in that. I finally found you, you damn bastard, a boy Marinette's age would say. Marinette. What do you want? I'll just say that I was a former apprentice of Doko of Libra to be the next Golden Knight, but for unknown reasons they took away that right, but now I'll get rid of you. There he launches himself against Marinette, but there the blue-haired woman sees that Doko's ex-apprentice had a triple slash as a weapon where she had to be quite careful, and when the fight started Marinette from the beginning was at a disadvantage due to the accumulated fatigue and could not ask for help from Tiki. Since Doko took away the ladybug miraculous to avoid all kinds of help and more Doko's ex-apprentice had Marinette between a rock and a hard place and when Doko's ex-apprentice managed to knock Marinette down, he takes the opportunity to beat the blue-haired woman with his triple slash and the part that suffered the blows was her back. Doko's former apprentice. You're just a mediocre who would never last as a knight, you're useless good for nothing he said while hitting Marinette with his triple slash where the most affected part was her back. But Marinette was thinking and remembering all the times she was humiliated by both Chloe and Lila but Marinette mind. No more, I have been humiliated enough and many times and this time there the blue-haired girl was slowly raising her cosmos, but on Marinette's back, something was forming and Marinette. I'm tired there he releases a large amount of cosmos, causing an explosion which made Doko's former apprentice move away from the place. Former apprentice. Where did that power come from there he sees Marinette standing Marinette. I'm tired of being humiliated and trampled on the former apprentice came running there. Former apprentice. Don't think that just by causing the cosmos explosion you're going to beat me there the boy tries to hit Marinette with his weapon, but the blue-haired girl dodges and the boy passing in front of Marinette saw something that surprised him, maybe it is there the boy saw how a dragon tattoo was on Marinette's back. Off screen. Shiryu. What memories? On screen. But then Marinette manages to grab and land a strong blow to the boy's abdomen, knocking the air out of him. Marinette. I'll warn you, don't come back here but. Former apprentice. Don't think that will scare me, I will kill you and then you will be a brat who arrived at the sanctuary there. Marinette. You mean Mainen there the guy just smiled, but there the blue-haired girl began to attack in a wild way, but in that Marinette began to make some movements with her hands, something that the boy recognized, and in a mysterious way he began to feel fear ascends to the sky dragon rising dragon, there the attack takes the form of an oriental dragon, and when it hits the boy it begins to raise him to the sky, but there the attack did not reach only the part of the waterfall, but began to go up and up until it completely exceeded the size of the waterfall, until there the boy disappeared, but something had fallen, and it was his weapon the triple slash, but the tattoo on Marinette's back had disappeared, but she only falls to the ground on her back, and in a mysterious way she begins to laugh happily there the blue-haired girl saw how her attack had exceeded the size of the waterfall, just as Doko wanted and Libra Doko. It seems that the sleeping dragon has finally woken up there Marinette sees that her master was in the place get up there the blue-haired woman gets up you passed the test now it's time to continue with the training, but first in that Doko passes Marinette the earrings, so she puts them on and again she saw Tiki again, let's go Marinette. Marinette. Wait master at that Doko stops and sees that Marinette went where the triple bar was. I'll keep this as a trophy of this battle. There she goes to her master and where the training began again. Only there Marinette was already giving much more of herself until she managed to create some new techniques and it was like that until she managed to obtain her master's armor. End of flashback. Marinette of Libra. So far I have the triple bar of that idiot, she would say, taking out the triple bar, only that this one had a golden color, but it had some red and black points. Master Doko, I will protect Athena and this house, and I will not allow any enemy to pass, and if he wants to pass he will have to overcome me, although Tiki is still Tiki, the blue-haired woman would say, seeing that Tiki was eating some cookies. Off screen. Doko. We're the Amazon of Libra. Marinette. He. Tiki. Haha. Flag. And they complain that I eat camembert cheese. Shiryu. Leaving aside, I suppose I'll have a new teacher. Doko. It seems like it will be. Gyutaro. It's true. Mainen. Marinette is the best. On screen. House of Taurus. It was the ex-pervert Issei Haidu walking through the halls of the House of Taurus. Issei of Taurus. How life takes its turns. Flashback. There the brown-haired boy remembered what his life was like at Kuo Academy and was mostly known by the girls as the perverted beast, and everything changed when he met Rainer, and upon seeing her he was already determined to leave his perversion, and on the day where Rainer and Issei were going to have their date, the girl revealed to be a renegade, and moreover the girl ended up mortally wounding Issei, but when Rainer left luckily Ria's Gremory appeared and moreover saved him from death. End of flashback. Issei of Taurus. From that moment on, my great odyssey began, and even more so, being grateful to Rias. Flashback. When Issei became a demon he went through many adventures, from rescuing Asia Argento and the most important fighting against Razor, because he was engaged to Rias and which he won against Razor, and the strangest thing is that Razor after that time became friend rival of the brown-haired apart from Vali, and more when he started a war against the Chaos Brigade led by Rivism, where he freed Trihixa, where the DXD group had to participate in that war, where it was hard and there were many losses. But in the end Issei and Vali managed to defeat Trihixa and this time kill him once and for all but. End of flashback. Off screen. Issei. Go, I'll go. Kaneko. Okay senpai, stop being perverted. Artemisa, PJ. What an improvement. Apollo, PJ. Wow. Hermes, SNV. Wow, that little demon is strong. Yuzin. GRRRRR he frowned as he left him as the weakest demon. Hakushibo. Not bad, for a demon. Searches frowned a little but remained silent. He suspected that something was going to happen and he, like other leaders, would not have anything going for him. On screen. Issei of Taurus. After that war my popularity along with Vali increased, but without knowing after I defeated Razor, many demons did not like that a low class had defeated one of the high class and. Flashback. Issei was heading to the council where the factions were meeting, but upon entering he only saw that those from the demonic and angelic faction council were there. Issei. Hey and the other factions. Searches. They are not there due to matters in their territories but. Michael. We brought you together due to complaints from other demons and angels. Searches. And we decided one thing. Searches and Michael. You are expelled from hell and you are forbidden to approach angelic territory. At that Issei was in shock and wanted to ask why that decision, but the council gave their cheap excuses but. At that Rias and Issei's harem entered the room. Rias. It's like my boyfriend was expelled from hell. Issei's harem. You mean our boyfriend? Their searches nervously tried to give an excuse, but the council members angrily told Rias that she must marry a pure-blooded devil to restore the devils and other things, but in that Issei along with Drag, launched a murderous presence carrying Searches, Michael and the council members. Off screen. Ibarra. What? Gabriel, DXD. Why brother, why do you do it? Michael. Azazel. Even the ruler of heaven after the death of Elohim is a complete bastard. Zeus, SNV. Wow, those pigeons and bats are ambitious. Hades, PJ. That's why I dislike biblical demons, most of them are bastards. Tsunemi. Really? Incredulous. Hiruzen. How low we leaders fall when their advice has so much power. Eldebron. That defends your honor. Ash. Come on Issei. Icky. Don't let them see you damaged. Shun. Cheer up. Tyoga. It's too hot, it must be colder. Percy. I remembered, you were in Yancey. Issei. Yes. Grover. Now I remember, you were Percy's friend. Zeus, PJ. Sekaruite, if the biblicals turn their backs on you, you and yours will have asylum in Olympic territory. Aden, DXD. I say the same in Asgard Issei Kun. Ra. In Egyptian lands the same. Azazel. The same thing happens in Grigori. Isaka. In Kyoto. Amaterasu. In my lands, little dragon. Shiva, DXD. That's why demons and angels are a nuisance. Shiva, SNV. Wow, you hate another self. Itachi. So much hatred towards a race. Habarama. They are the same as the Uchihas, he said seriously. Itachi. I take it back. On screen. Issei. Stop messing around and you better not involve Rias in that stupidity. He calms down. I'll go, but Rias and the girls are going with me along with the things that belong to us and you better not bother us. Rias. From now on I will stop being a gremmery and instead I will take Milika's Issei and his harem will retire there. End of flashback. Issei of Taurus. From that moment we arrived at my house just to take our things and leave the place, but at the door we saw something that surprised us. Flashback. There Issei and his harem seeing a letter on the door, but it had the symbol of Olympus and Issei opens it and it said. Letter. Issei, we know what happened in hell thanks to Hermes who had the helmet of Hades, but we don't trust Siskin and the effeminate, so we offer you asylum in Long Island, so we wait for you. Sincerely. Zeus and Olympians. From there Issei warns his parents who at first did not want to, but seeing that the situation was going to get ugly, they decided to listen to their son and began to take their things and after a few days and getting plane tickets to New York, they go to the airport and leave Japan. End of flashback. Issei of Taurus. After saying goodbye to my parents and arriving in New York and taking some trips, we arrived in Long Island where everything was normal, thank God. Flashback. There, after a long walk around the place, they found a doors. Which Rias, who knew some Greek, said. Rias. Camp Half-Blood. Off screen. Zeus, SNV. Wow, they're prepared. Hercules. Listen to my other self as it is. So after a long talk about what Percy Jackson's Hercules did, they would leave the traitor of the humans very upset. Hermes, SNV. Wow, he's done some things. Stain. And to think that stories sell people as heroes. Sia. Wow. Hyoga. Looks like a good place. On screen. That's right, there Issei's group saw that the one who received them was a centaur. Centaur. I introduce myself, I'm Chiron, so Lord Zeus just told me about your arrival, so come in. There Issei and his girlfriends, plus Biku and Milikas, entered and when they entered they saw the amount of demigods that were in the camp. We received many demigods from the children of Ares, Athena or Dionysus, but the strangest ones we had are from the great ones. Zenobia. Which ones? Chiron. Sons of Zeus, Poseidon and Hades are very rare. Apart from that, while walking Issei from afar recognized a boy who was talking to another boy and a girl. Issei. Wait a minute, there he separates from the group and goes to the boy, but the bad thing is that the place was crowded and Percy and that the boy when he heard his name and turned to where they said his name. Percy. It can't be, forgive me guys. Then he separates and goes to Issei and when they see each other, everyone around them thinks something bad is going to happen and then Issei and Percy hug each other, which takes everyone by surprise, especially Issei's harem friend. How long has it been? Issei. A lot. Percy at that the girl accompanying Percy says. Girl. Percy and this guy is. Percy. Annabeth, this is Issei Haidu, a friend I met a long time ago at school, and Grover, you also already knew Issei. They're the other boy who turned out to be a satyr, also greets Issei, and they begin to tell everything that happened those years. At night they had a welcome party for Issei and his harem where everyone celebrated, and the brown-haired boy said that he had previously been transferred to Percy's school, where he met Percy and Grover, and the next morning Issei didn't stay lazy and started helping all the cabins from maintenance or training, and it went on like that for weeks, and everything was calm until. Chiron. Issei, you have visitors there. The brown-haired man decides to follow Chiron, and when he arrives at a room the brown-haired man saw that a person was waiting for him and he was wearing golden armor. I was looking for you, Haidu. Issei. Who are you and what do you want from me? At that the man introduces himself. I am Tenio of Taurus. Sheet. Tenio of Taurus. Position. Former Taurus knight and future master of Issei. Nickname. The worthy successor. Off screen. Issei. They really know how to receive us. Hercules. Master, he said happily remembering the old centaur. The Inicio, PJ. Good, more campers. Izuku. Interesting how they live there. All Might. That's shonen. Shoto. Surprising. Naruto. It's a nice place. Ash. Yes. Tanjiro. I wish I had been a demigod. The demigods. We don't recommend it. Oko. So he survived, huh? Shion. Yes. Oko. Hasgard's apprentice from Taurus remembering his old friend. Sia. Aren't the Taurus knights like Aldebaran of giants? Saga and Kanan. Same question. Oko. Don't let his appearance fool you, Tenio is very strong. On screen. Taurus Tenu. I am here because the goddess Athena is looking for you. Issei. How? Taurus Tenio. Yes Issei, and well, better take all your things and let's go to the sanctuary. Issei decides to listen, and when going to his cabin, he was taking his things and his girlfriend's when they saw that they asked what was happening, and the brown-haired man told them what Tenio told him, and when they heard that they also took their things and told the brown-haired man where he was going, they would follow him inside them. Also Biku and Milikas took their things, so Issei just accepted. There when they were leaving, Percy saw that his friend was leaving with his things in hand and asks him where they are going, and Issei. I only go where destiny calls me. I'll just tell you one thing, friend. There he touches Percy's shoulder. Just train and become strong and maybe we'll have a friendly fight. Percy. I hope so, friend. There they give each other a firm handshake and there where Issei and Percy say goodbye and the brown-haired boy goes to the sanctuary with Tenio. End of flashback. Issei of Taurus. When we arrived at the sanctuary and more when introducing myself to Athena, that was where my training began and more where I met my other teachers. Flashback. There the chestnut was in his training where someone was motivating him. Very good Issei, keep it up. Issei. Okay Mr. Hasgard, in that you see the figure of another man. Sheet. Hasgard of Taurus. Aldebaran Hasgard of Taurus. Physician. Former Taurus knight before Tenio and Issei's master. Nickname. The one with the fastest executing attack. Issei only dedicated himself to the philosophical and something physical more, that Hasgard was in charge of teaching him the values that a knight of Athena must have, but after passing his training with Hasgard, now it was his turn with the current knight of Taurus, and there we go to a fight. Come on, kid, I know you can do more. There was Issei fighting against a man the size of Hasgard, but blonde, and Issei dodged his master's blows. Sheet. Taurus Ox. Taurus Ox. Position. Current Taurus knight and Issei's master. This was Issei's training with his teachers, which was very difficult, but every day was worth it until after days or months of training, his teachers meet and there Hasgard gives the Taurus armor to Issei, implying that he had passed all the tests, being happiness for Issei. End of flashback. Issei of Taurus. That day was the happiest of my life, but when I met my friends and knowing their stories that they were all betrayed by their friends and loved ones, except for Luca and Adrian who only wanted to help Marinette, but in that Issei with his hands formed them into fists and said furiously. What made me angry was knowing the story of Linka and Lincoln. They were betrayed by their families, who believed that they gave bad luck because one of their brother's sister was an athlete, believed in that superstition when hearing that I wanted to break their bones, and in that it calms down. Leaving that aside, sincerely I see Linka as the younger sister that I never had, and knowing her story, I wanted to be in her universe and be able to help her or comfort her, but now that she is my sister in arms along with the others I can do it, and in that he hears Tenio's voice. Tenio. Issei. Issei of Taurus. Yes master, in that the brown-haired boy sees that Tenio had something in his hands. Master, that he has in his hands. There Tenio lifts it up. Tenio. I found it at the entrance of the sanctuary and I saw that it had the symbol of Camp Half-Blood, so it is for you. There Tenio passes the package to Issei, and when the brown-haired boy opened it, he saw something that surprised him, and it was a double-edged axe. Plus it came with a note. Note. Issei, this is a gift from me and my friends. I hope you like it and take care of it. Sincerely. Percy Jackson and friends. And that Issei. Issei of Taurus. Percy, thanks friend, I hope you are well, and so are dad and mom. Off screen. Aldebaran. Wow, 3 ancient knights, what an honor. Oko. It seems that old Aldebaran was alive. Ioros. So he changed his name to Aldebaran. The Louds, feeling stares, shrank, except for Lin, who was hugging Linka to calm her down, and Lincoln looked somewhat seriously at his female counterparts. Seeing the axe, many recognized those materials, while the Hephaestus cabin raised their chests in pride, something like that only they could make. Issei. Thanks Percy. Annabeth. Great detail, seaweed brain. On screen. House of Pisces. There we go to the House of Pisces, only the interior was decorated with many roses with a bright red color never seen before, but there was the current knight of Pisces chair, who walked through the halls of the house that her masters guarded. Fear of Pisces. So this is the loneliness that my teachers felt for much of their lives. Now I understand. Flashback. There the little Valkyrie remembered how her life was in Valhalla with her father Thor and her sisters, how it was tranquility and more, how the bond of father and daughter was quite strong, and that Thor dedicated more time to Jer for being the smallest thing that at first raised the jealousy of his other sisters, but then calmed down. But after millennia that tranquility ended when the gods decided to end humanity, and Brunhild gave the suggestion of Ragnarok, which at first only the gods laughed. But when the Valkyrie attacked his only weak point, his pride, thus causing Ragnarok to begin and humans to be equal to the gods in the confrontations, decided to make the Volund where the soul of the Valkyrie and the human combatant would unite, creating a divine weapon. End of flashback. Fear of Pisces. I thank Lord Buddha for teaching my sister the Voland, although I wonder what Brunhild had to do for him to teach her the Voland, because I doubt she had to do that, but I don't care. Off screen. Brud. Little goal. Locke. She's beautiful. Alvator. She is very beautiful. Aphrodite, SNV. That armor definitely suited the little girl. Izuku. I will accompany you in your loneliness taking her hand. Issei, Adrian, Percy. They call him Romeo. Jer was red as a tomato, while Hinata felt overwhelmed by something. Naruto. Wow, he surpassed Mom, he said surprised. Naruto. That's what it looks like. Hearing about Ragnarok and the results, they wanted to complain but they did not, seeing gods in still bad condition. Shiva had one arm, being the most visible. Lubu. Ah, what good times. Thor. You said it, friend. Buddha. Something's wrong seriously. Brunhild. TSK. Loki. I wonder what the Valkyrie gave you to betray us, Buddha. Buddha. A room full of endless sweets. The gods of Shimatsu. Just for that. Shiva. Son of smiling. On screen. Flashback. When the fights began at the beginning, the gods took the advantage in the first fights that were Thor vs Lubuhausen and Zeus vs Adam, but then the advantage was reversed in favor of humans in the Road and Th fight, but Brunhild noticed something curious, and that is that Jer, when supporting one of the human fighters, his destiny was death, and noticed it after the death of Lubu, Adam, Tamam and Raiden. The Kola Tesla and their Brunhild only thought why that happened, but after a few battles humanity ended up winning, and the gods had no choice but to let them live for another years. End of flashback. Year of Pisces. When Ragnarok ended, I thought everything would go back to normal, but it wouldn't be fast, it just took a while until. Flashback. Jer was looking for her sisters to go to the human world to go shopping or visit other places, but when she arrived at a room where Brunhild along with her other sisters who remained alive, Brunhild said her theory that Jer would be the same incarnate death due to what happened to the fighters that Jer supported, which the other Valkyries spoke, but those who remained silent were Locke. Brist and Alvitra only listened to Brunhild, where Jer only listened attentively and with tears in her eyes, as her older sister was blaming her for the death of Rengelif, Thrud, Randgriz and Gondel, but the straw that broke the camel's back was Brunhild. So the answer is to seal Jer in a vessel or any container and get rid of that vessel there. The other Valkyries agreed, but the ones who got up from their chairs were Locke, Rist and Alviter, implying that they were not interested in that stupidity, but Jer, upon hearing that, just left the place with tears in her eyes towards her room and cried inconsolably, asking herself if she was a murderer or was it something that had to happen. End of flashback. Adam shook his head, Hercules blinked several times, and Thor watched with Mjolnir on his shoulder, not liking this. The dead Valkyries were angry, while the aforementioned ones, in disagreement, denied Brunhild's attitude. On screen. Erdipicus. Destistia no salia de mi habitation hasta mi padre trataba que yo saliera, pero no queria ver a Brunhild o las demás y una noche de city escaper, pero le pidi al señor Hefesto que me hiciera un arma para defenderme. Flashback. One night in Valhalla, Jer sneaked out of his room with a small backpack on his back and walked through the halls carefully to avoid waking up the gods and his sisters, and headed to the forge where Hephaestus works and is used to working late at night until dawn. And when he arrived, Jer. Lord Hephaestus, my order is here. Hephaestus. Of course, Miss Jer. Then she takes out the weapons that Jer ordered from Hephaestus. Jer. Thank you, Lord Hephaestus. Hephaestus. You're welcome. And what are they for? Jer lying. Well, just to collect, he would say with a smile. Hephaestus. Okay, Jer, but don't play with her. I don't want your father to end up killing me. Jer. Okay, Mr. Hephaestus, and how are they kept? Hephaestus. They are linked to the soul of the wearer, so if you want them to disappear, just think in that. Jer thinks that the claws will disappear, which they do, and if you want to summon them, just think and that's it in that. Jer nods and decides to leave the forge, but there he was heading to the gates of Valhalla and only looks at his home for the last time. Jer. Goodbye, Dad, just take care of yourself. There goes Valhalla and more to a secret entrance and exit ends in a human city. End of flashback. Off screen. Thor would hug little Goal while she was crying for not saying goodbye. Locke. Jer, you mustn't leave. Brud. If our deaths in that battle were our decision. Brunhild was going to speak but would fall silent when she felt the gaze of the rest. Alviter. Yes, we are also here for you. Rengelif. Yes, little one. Zerafuku. Me too, although Buddha helps me. Loki. What did you charge him? Buddha. Sweets and that he was happy. Tesla. I'm surprised that they all have that betrayal and abandonment in common. Beelzebub. Yes, although that clarifies several things and the goodness of that goddess. On screen. Gear to Pisces. Well, at first I thought it would be easy and it wasn't. I was scammed many times, although, well, it wasn't worth it, but one afternoon a group of young people cornered me and almost raped me, but. Flashback. Jer was cornered in an alley by a group of teenagers who were about to grape the young Valkyrie until. Piranha roses, many roses appeared and pierced the young men as if they were sandbags, killing them instantly. Jer, who was doing everything he could to cover himself, saw a light blue-haired man who said, "I'd rather get there on time." Jer with fear. "Who are you?" I introduce myself, I am Albafica, a Pisces. Sheet. Pisces Albafica. Position. Former Knight of Pisces. Nickname. The most handsome knight. Off-screen. The screams of the female audience were not long in coming at such beauty. Aphrodite, PJ. If I like it. Jer. Stay away from my sensei, she whispered annoyed. Izuku. Calm down, they won't be able to do much, Jer-chan, he whispered next to her. Jer would blush at the Chan's nickname, so he would start to get smoke in his ears. Nino. It's very cute. Miku. Yes. On screen. Jer. And what do you want from me? Albafica. Well, the goddess Athena sent me to look for you, so you have to come with me, but first at that the knight takes off his armor, revealing that he was wearing a suit, which he takes off his jacket and gives it to Jer, so that she would be covered, since the scoundrels had torn some of Jer's clothes. Let's go to the sanctuary at that they start walking. Jer mind. Because Athena was interested in me. End of flashback. Jer of Pisces. When we arrived at the sanctuary and more to introduce myself to Athena, I saw that it was different from the one in Valhalla, but I still met my friends and Izuku there. The Valkyrie blushes when mentioning the name of the green-haired, but in that he just shakes his head. Well, when I met the rest I got angry with Linka and Lincoln's family. I really believed in a stupid way about bad luck. If Zerafuku heard such a tremendous stupidity, this would make them feel that truly bad luck, and well, the Kwame that Adrian had when hearing that also began to insult and scream about why they did that, and that if he found them he would make them feel a cataclysm. But continuing. Off screen. Kiba. Wow, blushing looks like Hinata's rival. Shino. Yes. Izuku and Jer were blushing like crazy. Zerafuku. They talk to me, he said next to the idiot Louds, not all of them, so those who supported Lincoln will reveal themselves later. Lin. Do you want to tell them something? Linka. No, snuggling into Lin's chest. Flag. And they call themselves family, he said eating his cheese on Pikachu's back. Piki. Yes, giving a cookie to Ash's mouse. Pikachu. Pikea, he would say happily. On screen. Flashback. There began Jer's training with Albafica, where after each training he did a ritual called Crimson Bond, which consisted of Albafica and Jer making a small cut on the finger, and then the fingers where they were cut had to have contact, and each training was until the arrival of his next teacher. There we see how Jer trained to use the Piranha Rose's ability while being observed by Albafica, but in that. It seems that the girl is slowly improving Albafica. Isis Albafica. If since he arrived he was like this of striving, but rather that you arrived Cardinal, in that you see a blonde man with the armor of Pisces. Sheet. Cardinal to Pisces. Cardinal of Pisces. Position. Current Knight of Pisces and Master of Jer. After Cardinal's arrival, the training became harder, only Cardinal joined the Crimson Ribbon ritual, only from then on, Jer became dizzy due to the poisonous blood of the Pisces Knights, but the girl overcame it. End of flashback. Jer of Pisces. And well, there were also problems with Lord Kaiser that I should not be in the sanctuary and only humans should be knights, and on more than one occasion he tried to take me to the place where I belong, which would be the land of Asgard, but my teachers always confronted him and almost ended up in a fight, but Athena arrived and calmed everything down. Flashback. There they were at the end of the training where it would be the last time that Jer would look at his teachers for the last time, and that moment was at night, and when they were doing the ritual of the Crimson Ribbon, and at the end Cardinal fell to the ground, but Jer believed that she had fainted, and when checking her vital signs he felt that there was no pulse and her heart had stopped beating and. Jer. Master, what happened? Albafica. Jer, that is the consequence of the Crimson Bond. Every day both Cardinal and I transferred our blood to you, and today both Cardinal and I transferred our blood, and I think it is time to say goodbye, but in that Albafica receives a hug from Jer and is in tears. He said. Jer with tears. Master, please don't go, don't leave me, but there the knight only caressed Jer's hair, and there he just falls to the ground, and Jer just bends down to continue hugging his master. Albafica. Jer, so this is how it feels to be accompanied. That's when Jer begins to doubt. Jer. Master, there, Albafica says. Albafica. My life has been among these roses that are poisonous, but they are the most beautiful roses in the universe. All my life I carried them inside my heart. There Albafica's tone of voice began to lower, and only Jer, shedding tears, hugged his master more. These roses are very beautiful. There Albafica gave his last breath, dying next to his disciple. Off screen. They all cried when they saw Albafika's death, especially Jer, who was comforted by the green-haired man. Or, I will always be grateful Albafika. Ford. How poisonous are those flowers? Bill Clave. They are capable of killing me permanently. Dipper. Is that possible? I mean, you're from the second dimension. Bill Key. Yes, although to use them you must be a Pisces knight and have cast that crimson lasso. Aphrodite of Pisces. I don't remember doing it. Bill Key. Tell me how you trained and I'll tell you if it works or if you're a true Pisces, since despite winning the armor, you must do that ritual where it is determined that each generation will be more poisonous than the previous one. And that I am from the second dimension, I am more surprised than I know hahaha. Stan. I feel like having those gold armors and selling them. Mabel. That sounds great, knitting a sweater and giving it to Aries from Shimatsu. Aries, SNV. I like these sweaters, wearing one with a horse pulling a war chariot. On screen. At that moment, Jer was going to look for a shovel to give a decent burial to his masters. He saw that from the bodies of his deceased masters, particles of yellow light began to emerge, and those particles rose to the night sky until the bodies of Albafika and Cardinal disappeared, but only leaving the armor of Pisces. Then the armor was automatically put on Jer and thus Jer became the Knight of Pisces. End of flashback. Jer of Pisces with tears. Master Albafika and Cardinal, you were like ND parents to me, I swear that I will protect Athena and the world from all evil, I don't care if I have to sacrifice my life, I will do it without hesitation, and Dad, please, I hope you are well and I'm sorry for running away from home. The screen turns off. Or. Don't apologize, daughter. Jer, thanks Dad. Brud. You are so adorable little Jer. Jer was red-faced as she hugged the green-haired boy who smiled uncomfortably at it. Ilgamish. Well, it's time for a break. Chapter 4. Everyone was in the room after a very interesting refreshment since several were talking to each other, telling their anecdotes, especially Issei and Percy, where they told each other everything, in addition to what they had done, plus the program they gave to Issei and his nickname Op-Eye Dragon. While Hercules spoke to a large part of Class A and B, where he revealed to them the secrets of being true heroes and that they should stop depending on such stupid things as licenses, causing annoyance to Monoma and Iida who would remain faithful to the rules. But the miraculous, these saving Gabriel Agreste, Felix and Lila, were comforting Adrian for all the pain that the guy had caused him, while Adam and Eve were giving the comfort that the blonde needed. Meanwhile the night raid had a thought, and the truth is something was filling their attention and they wanted to know. Gilgamesh. Well, he said, taking a glass of wine, it's time to move on. Everyone would nod and look at the screen. On screen. House of Scorpio. There was a Kame, former member of the night raid group, guarding the Scorpio house, wearing the armor that her teachers wore. The Kame of Scorpio. How everything changes. Before she was an assassin who fought for the freedom of the people to an Amazon who protects Athena and the world. Flashback. Their Kame is cut out as she and her friends fought against the empire that oppressed the inhabitants of their kingdom, and among her friends was Tatsumi whose Tigu was in Curcio, but there they began to attack the empire, although in the fight they lost many of their friends along the way until the moment of the final battle. There Tatsumi managed to defeat the emperor, but at the cost of his life, and a Kame approached Tatsumi in a worried manner and he just walked towards her and said. Tatsumi. I won't be able to keep my promise. A Kame hugs him, but the girl started to shed tears. The Kame crying. You promised me. You said you'd survive. Tatsumi. In the afternoon a Kame spent the whole afternoon next to the body of her deceased friend, but then Esdeath arrives and after exchanging words the final battle of swordsmen begins. And after defeating Esdeath, she makes a wall of ice to keep a Kame away from Tatsumi's body, and only a Kame could see how Esdeath approached Tatsumi's deceased body and she hugs the deceased's body. Esdeath hugging Tatsumi's body. Tatsumi, that you ended up by my side, would have made me happy. There Esdeath begins to freeze next to Tatsumi's body until her ice tomb completely froze the girl, along with the body there the ice tomb is destroyed. End of flashback. Off screen. The most sensitive girls burst into tears. Tatsumi for his part hugged a Kame, who cried into his chest, while he gave her a sad smile. For night raid, they were a little surprised when they said ex-member, so they decided to keep watching to find out more. Hades, SNV. There is nothing more painful than seeing the departure of a loved one. Zeus, SNV. You're right. Ares, SNV. Like when you died, pointing to Hercules. Adam. Losses are important and difficult, but they must be overcome at some point. Percy. Yes, especially when they happen during specific events, you just have to gather your courage and follow them. Annabeth. Bianca, Jason, Charles. Nico. Zoe, Lee Fletcher, Castor. Grover. Michael, Selena. Zeus, SNV. It is heard that they participated in a war. Zeus, PJ. They refer to a second Titanomachy, Hades and Poseidon spoke with yours, telling them about their differences with father, the truth is we couldn't kill him. Hermes, SNV. We're sorry to hear that. Shiva, SNV. It would have been interesting. On screen. The Came of Scorpio. That's how Tatsumi died, but everything in the capital returned to normal and there was no more corruption but. Flashback. Akane was entering the night raid base, but there she heard a conversation between the only survivors of the night raid, who were Najenda and Mine, and Akane behind the door only heard the conversation between them, and they said that Akane was to blame for not having saved Tatsumi, and if she was there she could save Tatsumi from his death, but there. Akane. That I am to blame for Tatsumi's death, she would say, quite pissed off, scaring Najenda and Mine. There the scared girls get back on their feet and start shouting at Akane that she is the one responsible for Tatsumi's death and that if she did want him, she should have avoided his death, but there Akane approaches Najenda where there. Akane had slapped Najenda and. Akane. I quit, Akane said, there with her katana she leaves the place leaving Najenda and Mine alone. End of flashback. The Came of Scorpio. After that I dedicated myself to hunting what was left of the old empire, but one day I was ambushed. Flashback. Akane was facing some guards of the old empire, but in that Akane sees that she was being surrounded by many guards of the old empire and. General. Very well, damn, we already have you surrounded, this time we will finish you off and kill her. There many guards go towards Akane, and there the black-haired girl begins to use her katana, starting to kill one by one, but in that a soldier who had a crossbow, taking advantage of the fact that Akane was busy with her comrades, shoots the arrow hitting the girl in the right shoulder, thus wounding her, and there the soldiers take advantage to attack in a group, which works where they begin to hit her, and in that the general stabs his sword in Akane's abdomen, falling on the ground. General. Now it's your end, damn it. Akane mind. It seems that it is my end, but I will see all my friends again there. When the general was about to kill Akane for good. Scarlet Needle, there the attack was directed directly at the general's head, killing him instantly, but another person was also heard, who was none other than Degel. Aquarius Degel. Aurora's execution there, freezing many soldiers, but Akane due to blood loss faints. Time skip. Off screen. Izuku. He likes to make dramatic entrances, right? Shion. That's Cardia, and you don't even know Manigoldo. Amos. Degel of Aquarius looking at it seriously. Hyoga. Interesting. Hitsumi. Thank goodness they saved her, he said, looking happily at Akane, but seriously at the rest of the group. On screen. Akane woke up and saw that she was on some hospital stretchers. Akane. Where am I? You are in the sanctuary, specifically in the house of Aphychus, just sit comfortably. Akane. Who are you? My name is Cardia. Sheet. Scorpio Cardia. Scorpio Cardia. Position. Former Knight of Scorpio and Master of Akane. Nickname. The Warrior with the Fiery Heart. Akane. What do you want from me? Cardia. Well, there Cardia begins to tell Akane the reasons why she brought her to the sanctuary, where Akane was attentive the whole time. When you recover your training will begin there, only Akane nods her head. End of flashback. The Came of Scorpio. After I fully recovered there began my training, where the place was a damn desert, but the good thing is that I survived. Flashback. We are located in the Gobi Desert where Cardia was training Akane, and then people arrive. It seems that the girl gives her all. Yes, apart from that I saw his training fights with you, Cardia, and I am surprised by the way he attacks. Cardia. It's great that Zafari and Ekerlate arrived. Sheet. Scorpio Zafari. Scorpio Zafari. Position. Former Scorpio Knight after Cardia and Akane's master. Nickname. The trustworthy man who has a lot of strength and prudence. Sheet. Scarlet of Scorpio. Scarlet of Scorpio. Position. Current Knight of Scorpio and Master of Akane. Off screen. Oko. I recognize Cardia, but I think Zafari came before Cardia. Shion. He's from Sage's generation, I think, since he's older than Ilias of Leo. Milo. Interesting. Akane. At least I'm getting stronger. Hitsumi. And you will be smiling at her friend. Dipper. Interesting, starting to put his theories together. Ford. It seems that each generation must try to be more powerful than the previous one. All Might. Even as a hero he must pass on, his generations must be stronger than their predecessors. Naruto. I heard, don't tell me anything, Dad. Naruto. I'm glad you're right, there are never shortcuts, my son. Shaka. HMP. On screen. Ekerlate. Well, Cardia, you better head to the Zafari sanctuary and I will take care of the training. Cardia. Okay, there Cardia was heading to the sanctuary and there the training for Akane intensified. End of flashback. The Came of Scorpio. And well, I managed to overcome the training, and I can also use the Scarlet Needle attack on both hands, that is, on the index fingers in case one of my fingers is destroyed, the other can help in combat, and well, I managed to obtain my armor and that's it. Cardia. Akame. Then the black-haired girl approaches Cardia. The Kame of Scorpio. Yes master. At that Cardia takes out a golden Naginata master perhaps. Cardia. Yes Akame, this is a gift from me, Zafari and Ekerlate being the new Amazon of Scorpio. Their Cardia gives Akame her new weapon. The Kame of Scorpio. Master, I will not disappoint you, I will protect this house and Athena. The Kame mind. And I will not allow my friends to die as happened a long time ago. Cardia. I know you will. Off screen. Ioros. It seems that several are Amazons in the last generation. Shura. That's what it looks like, he said seriously. Sasuke. Just because they're women doesn't mean they're weak. Naruto. Tsunade Bachin is capable of breaking a mountain with her punches. Tsunade. Pervert. Hitting Jiraiya and breaking walls. All men from other worlds. How feminine. Women. Holding up signs. Mineta. How scary. Lincoln. Who do you think is next? Lin Jr. I don't think a loser like you is there. Lin. I'm ashamed that it was like this before. Linka, but you changed Lin. Lin. I know, but feeling the gaze of her family. Lin Jr. That means you're still lost. Bakugo. Shine giving him an explosion. Everyone looks at him. Shiva, DXD. I'm fed up with those words. Loki, SNV. And I was the irritating one. Ford. Does anyone have a feeling that something of ours might be affected? Bill. If so, summons popcorn and drinks. Gideon. I hope it's nothing bad. Wendy. As long as nothing bad happens. Suze. Yes. On screen. House of Cancer. There was the current Cancer Knight Dipper, but this one. Dipper from Cancer. Walking through these halls I feel like I'm home, then Dipper sees the walls of Cancer's house and sees something that surprises him. Whoa, it's a painting that represents the Trojan War, but I feel like I've been there before. Flashback. Since Dipper and his sister Mabel arrived at the town of Gravity Falls, they believed that their summer would be the most boring, which was quite the opposite. Since they arrived in Gravity Falls, they saw that this town was not normal at all, since as soon as they arrived in Gravity Falls, Dipper had to save Mabel from some gnomes who were looking for a queen, and more than Mabel, who was desperate and did not care about Dipper's warnings, and after saving her, they had to face many more things. Including Bill Cipher, a being from another dimension that could alter reality if he had his full power. End of flashback. Answer Dipper. On second thought, I had to leave Mabel with the gnomes, and Bill was a damn asshole, but I don't know why he preferred to bother me more than Mabel, but well, things in Gravity Falls were never easy. Being the cheap employee of my Uncle Stan, in that remember how the Mystery Shack attraction was being the Teen Wolf, plus the townspeople were very ignorant, but I don't care apart from that I met good friend Suze who I consider my Dino brother and Wendy, although well, I also had contact with Pacifica, but secretly, I didn't want Mabel to bother me, but everything changed. Off screen. Bill. Oh, honey, ha 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 ha. Dipper. Damn triangle. Beefmisk. Interesting. Roby. The house looks good. Pacifica. Is this what Dipper is going to be like? She thought blushing. Ford. I figured, I hope you didn't do anything Stan. Gideon. Why do I suspect Mabel? Hades, SNV. It won't always be the case that our younger siblings know that we love them and accept everything. Anyone who had younger siblings would nod. On screen. Flashback. Their Dipper was returning from the town after doing some shopping, but when he arrived at the living room, he heard a somewhat curious conversation. Mabel. Uncle Stan doesn't believe that Dipper is always having Hex in that stupid diary and being with Uncle Ford. Stan. Yes, Mabel, all the time in that silly book instead of doing things of a boy his age, steal cakes or flirt with girls, but I prefer not to do his stupid nerdy things, and worse than my brother is infecting him to continue those nerdy things there. Mabel with her Uncle Stan said all the bad things about Dipper, and in that Dipper who had heard everything enters the room. Dipper with a gloomy look. So that's what you think of me, right? Mabel and Stan are paralyzed when they hear Dipper's voice. Mabel. To Dipper their Stan was also trying to formulate his words. Dipper. For you, everything I do is not normal. If you do things that are not very normal, you said bad things about me, well, it's my turn. Mabel. You get involved where you are not called. You are completely desperate and looking for a boyfriend. You always cause disasters wherever you go. You are more selfish than other people and you prefer your stupidities. And the icing on the cake, you frustrate all my plans, including when I had that temporary job at the Gravity Falls pool and more of destroying private property to save that newt. Dipper. And don't even mention this, their Dipper takes out the photo where Mabel had taken a photo of Dipper, giving Marmando mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which scares Mabel, and now their Dipper starts to tear the photo into many pieces until it is shattered. Mabel. At least I have the circa, their Dipper took out that same camera and with a baddie head he starts to destroy the camera until it is unusable, leaving Mabel in shock. Dipper. Now with Stan and you, it is a crime to counterfeit bills, and there he mentions all the crimes he committed and without forgetting the Lamicide, and they know I'm leaving, and that Dipper went to the shared room where he takes all his things in his backpack, and when he has everything he leaves the mystery shack, but he only heard something from Stan that made him angrier. Stan. Don't worry Mabel, he'll come here crawling and begging. End of flashback. Off screen. Dipper had a dark look on his face. Ford. Stanley. All Might. Yes, he had crimes. Wendy. Just those. I thought I had more. Afo. Lamicidio. Hercules. Really? What's that? Suze. He killed a llama because he knew too much. Everyone looked at Stan as if he was retarded by it. Sia. You taught a bear to drive. Shigaraki. I don't know why I'm a villain. Jack. Hahaha robbery, what did you do? Stan. Oh, what didn't I do? All Might. And you're worse than him. Afo. Honestly, that he managed that without quirk is an achievement. Hercules. On screen. Answer Dipper. My stupid uncle thought I'd be dragging myself along, which I won't give him the luxury of seeing. Flashback. Dipper was wandering through the forest and more often than not, he met the anomalies of gravity falls, and he told them why he was in the forest, and that angered many of the anomalies, and they said how his family could fall so low to do that, and well, the gossip flew over the creatures. At that moment, Dipper was walking, but he started to levitate, and then Dipper knew who was doing that, and it was none other than Bill Cipher. Bill Cipher. Hahaha, I have Pino here. Well, I saw the show that your family did, but at that the triangle starts to slam Dipper against the ground now, at that he had his powers ready to kill him, it's you, at that something attacks Bill, who attacks me, at that he hears a voice. It's me. List. Patriarch Sage. Position. Current Patriarch, former Knight of Cancer and future Master of Dipper. Nickname. Patriarch Sage. Their Bill releases Dipper, where a fight against Sage would begin, where the former knight was humiliating the giant Dorito and only heard something from Bill before he escaped. Bill. You are the damn patriarch of those knights who long ago eliminated my physical form. There he disappears. Time skip. Their Dipper woke up on a stretcher and when he got up he saw that he was in a hospital. Dipper. Where am I, bud? Calm down, kid, you're safe. Dipper turns around and sees a man who was next to him, who gets scared just by seeing him. Dipper. Ah, calm down there, St. Who are you, NND? Where am I? Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Manigoldo with Cancer. Form. Manigoldo of Cancer. Position. Former Cancer Knight after Sage and future Master of Dipper. Nickname. The Death Knight. Off screen. Bill. Damn Cancer Knights. Ford. So one of them took out your fitness form. Dipper. Death Knight. Beefmisk. We, the Knights of Cancer, guard the gateway to Mount Umatsu, which passes through our home in the sanctuary. Shion. I won't say anything, but Manigoldo had more balls than you, he thought, looking at the rest of the Knights of the TH century, since except for Saga, Ioros, Ioria, Mew, Shaka and Aldebaran, the rest were not very powerful. On screen. Manigoldo. In ND, you're in there. Sage. Manigoldo, I'll take care of it. Manigoldo. Okay, maestro. Sage. Well boy, my name is Sage and I am the Patriarch of the Sanctuary. Dipper. Sanctuary. Sage. Well, there he explains to Dipper what the sanctuary is and more why it is here, and tell me boy, do you accept? Their Sage extends his hand, so Dipper decides to accept. End of flashback. Answer Dipper. After my recovery my training began, where the place was the same hell where I would later meet my other teacher. Flashback. Their Dipper trained in the Umatsu while being watched by Manigoldo, and in that. It seems that the boy will be a prodigy. Manigoldo. Yes, and you came to compliment the death toll training. Answer Death toll worksheet. Death toll to Cancer. Position. Current Knight of Cancer and Master of Dipper. Death toll. Well, it's my turn. End of flashback. Answer Dipper. From then on the training was harder, but I overcame it, but there was a day when my master Manigoldo heard my personal or private conversation. Flashback. Their Dipper rested, but there he remembers all the things that happened in Gravity Falls, where he says. Dipper. I'm trash, I let them trample me as many times as they pleased. Their Manigoldo kicks Dipper, taking advantage of the fact that he was behind the boy. Hey, what's wrong with you? Manigoldo. Listen to what you said, do you consider yourself trash? Dipper remained silent. Listen carefully, weakling, you shouldn't consider yourself that. Better yet, think that you can do better and remember this phrase. Never feel inferior. Because that's what the greats want, never give up because there is a fire inside you that burns and is willing to show you things that you would never imagine you would be capable of doing. Be rebellious, always show what you are capable of, and slap those who did not believe in you. Always believe yourself great, even greater than God. After those words Dipper continued his training until after months he managed to obtain the cancer armor. End of flashback. Off screen. The gods frowned. Shion. It's something of his and he says it literally. Zeus, PJ. Did he beat one? Shion. Thanatos of the twin gods. Zeus, SNV. Must have used divine weapons. Oko. We Knights of Athena are prohibited by her from using weapons, whatever they may be, only the Libra and Sagittarius armor have weapons, although it is being seen that they do not. Athena, PJ. Why would my counterpart use something like that if we share domains, war being one of them? Ioros. Because he hates war. On screen. Answer Dipper. When I got the armor it was the happiest day, also since I arrived at the sanctuary I consider Patriarch Sage as my father and in that. Manigoldo. Boy that's where Dipper was heading to Manigoldos. Answer Dipper. Yes master. Manigoldo. You know Chico, since you arrived at the sanctuary you surprised me with your willpower and training, and I also brought you a gift at that Manigoldo takes out his scythe. Manigoldo. This scythe is forged in pure orichalcum, and my master blessed it, then Manigoldo passes the weapon to Dipper. Answer Dipper. Thank you master and what is the blessing? Manigoldo of Cancer. You'll have to find that out for yourself. Goodbye, kid. He'll retire. Dipper of Cancer. Master never change, and there Dipper begins to feel a pain in his head. What is happening to me there Dipper sees in his head how a battle was reproduced, but when he sees a fairly walled city Troy there, he sees how he was fighting against Greek soldiers until he met with Dipper. Diomedes there the images that were passing in his head stop and he manages to stabilize himself. What the hell was that? Off screen. Bill. Don't buck with me, it's a joke. Leonidas. Ha 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 it could be possible. Adam. Descendant of him can be. Izuku. It's formidable. Shion. He is a knight from the age of myth, Aeneas of Cancer, so he is his descendant or opening his eyes. Brunhild. A reincarnation. On screen. House of Sagittarius. There was Lincoln carrying a sleeping Lena in his arms and he took her to a cabin that was in the Sagittarius house and put her in a bed and put some blankets on her so she could sleep warm. Sagittarius Lincoln. Well, he enjoyed his day with his father, now to watch over this house, but ah hello, it's you, well you already know who I am, Lincoln, X loud, and well, you're probably wondering how I ended up being a Knight of Athena, but everything in its time. Flashback. We are in Royal Wood Ride in a loud house where Lincoln lived quietly with his sisters Laurie, Leanie, Luna, Lewin, Lynn Jr., Lucy, Lola, Lana, Lisa and Lily and his parents Lynn Sr. and Rita, where basically Lincoln, instead of being treated like another brother, was like a servant of his sisters, since he had to help them in the talents of his sisters, although the most dangerous was with Lisa, since she used Lincoln to do quite dangerous experiments, and that could cause harm or death to Lincoln. But the albino had no choice but to accept also that the parents did nothing about the behavior of their daughters with Lincoln. End of flashback. Lincoln of Sagittarius. What did you expect from parents who prefer their daughters and my father he said, I don't have favorites yes of course it was obvious from miles away that it was a lie and let's not even talk about my birthdays, that only for them seemed like a normal day and well all my life I was treated like a servant in addition to being the only one who took good care of my younger sister Lily, who well considers me as her father. Flashback. But one day Lincoln was forced to go to his sister Lynn Jr.'s baseball game where Lincoln at first did not want to go but Lynn Jr. threatening Lincoln with his bat. You don't want to reconsider there Lincoln just accepts and when going to the game something happened that never happened in Lynn's games and that is that Lynn lost a game for the first time and when Lincoln wanted to cheer her up she blames him for having bad luck and not getting close to her and from there things started to get ugly and Lincoln took advantage of that to finally be able to rest from so many activities but the bad thing his family took the bad luck thing too seriously since they banished Lincoln from his house, making him sleep in the patio of the house. End of flashback. Lincoln of Sagittarius. Yes, I know it was the stupidest thing I did, taking advantage of the fact that I have bad luck to rest from so many activities, but I thought that if I went to another of Lynn's games, obviously with a costume, and they thought that would fix things, well no. Off screen. Lin Boy lowered his gaze a little while Linka calmed him down, telling him that he was calm now, while a bit of his other personality took possession of an arm and placed her hand in an area causing him some pleasure, without him screaming or giving anything, so that they wouldn't be called pigs. The Louds felt the weight of the looks. Albert. I hope nothing happened to him he would say very seriously. Tesla. And I hope the scientist girl hasn't overstepped her moral boundaries because it would be a disgrace to science. Lisa looked at the scientist as if to say, what moral limit did science have? On screen. Flashback. There Lincoln meets with his family to celebrate seeing that Lin won the game, and when they saw that Lincoln had a squirrel costume, Lin said that the squirrel suit contained bad luck where the true hell began for Lincoln, since if his sisters lost in their activities they took it out on Lincoln by physically attacking him. Lori hit him with a golf club, Leanie stuck needles in Lincoln's arms, legs and back, Luna hit him with her guitar. Lewin because her jokes were worse from filling his squirrel suit with red ants or throwing raccoons at him with rage. Lynn was more brutal since she hit Lincoln with her bat until his bones broke. Lucy because she made cuts in some parts of his body. Lola ran over him with her mini car. Lana hit him with her wrench. And Lisa was much worse since she used Lincoln as a laboratory rat. And Lily being a baby did nothing but the parents, the very cowards, did nothing but encourage their daughters to hurt Lincoln, and let's not even talk about Lincoln's friends, Clyde, Zach, Rusty, Liam and Stella, who, upon seeing what was happening, chose to cut off their friendship with Lincoln and joined the school bully named Chandler to torment Lincoln at school. End of flashback. Lincoln of Sagittarius. This was my life for months, but one night of my sisters repented. They were Luna and Lewin. They told me that it was stupid to play along with Lynn, and well, they started to help by healing my wounds or bringing me food, because since the bad luck started, they only gave me oatmeal, and one night I decided to escape, but I would take Lily with me. I knew that my family could make her act like them, so once night fell my plan began. Off screen. Adam. What did you do? He said already angry. Lincoln. I forgave Luna and Lewin because they showed that they repented and didn't go further like the others, they just went once and repented. Luna. I'm sorry, brother. Lewin. We were too stupid. Lin Jr. Stupid. Lin father. But why did they help him? It's bad luck. Buddha. That's not true, Zero-chan is here. Zerafuku. Hello. Rita. Albert. I feel disappointed. Shiva, SNV. And they said they didn't deserve Ragnarok. Rita. Will he take Lily? Luna. Take her so she doesn't catch our stupidity. Lewin. See. Tesla. You are unworthy of being a scientist, morality is not to pass or use such a human being. Lisa just looked at him like she didn't care. On screen. Flashback. There Lincoln entered the loud house stealthily, and after going up the stairs, Lincoln goes to Lily's room that he shared with Lisa, and when he entered he grabs essential things from diapers and baby food, and then he grabs Lily, and then goes down to the kitchen where he puts in his backpack enough food for a week, and when he left the loud house. Lincoln. Goodbye family, I hope you can do without me, but I won't allow Lily to become like you. There he leaves the loud house, where his home was, but now he's not. Lincoln leaving the loud house was wandering through the streets of Royalwood until he feels that someone was behind him, and when he turns around he sees that a person with golden armor was following him. Lincoln with Lily in his hands. Who are you and what do you want from me? Then the man introduces himself. I introduce myself, I am Sisyphus of Sagittarius. Sheet. Sisyphus of Sagittarius. Position. Former Knight of Sagittarius and future Master of Lincoln. Nickname. The Protector of Hope. Sisyphus. And tell me boy, what are you doing at this hour with a baby in your arms? At that point Lincoln had no choice but to tell everything that happened at his house, and Sisyphus was attentive, and when he finished his story. Lincoln. That's all Mr. Sisyphus there. Sisyphus had a grim look. Sisyphus. Like your family, I prefer to believe in a superstition than in your own son and brother, he would say with a rather angry tone of voice. Lincoln. Well that's all and what do you want from me? Sisyphus. I just want you to accompany me to the sanctuary, and there you will know the answer. Lincoln doubted whether to accept or not, but he felt that Sisyphus was not a bad person so. Lincoln. I accept. End of flashback. Sagittarius Lincoln. When we arrived at the sanctuary and more when I introduced myself to Lila and seeing my sister Lily, she using her power had made Lily grow since she was a year old. Athena's power had made her grow to the age of years where I was surprised but. Flashback. After Lila used her Lily power to make her grow, she didn't remember what a baby was and when she saw Lincoln. Dear old Lily. Excuse me, boy, are you my dad? Then Lincoln just hugs Lily and while she was crying she just said. Lincoln crying. Yes Lily I am your father. End of flashback. Lincoln of Sagittarius. After that Lily had to leave to train and well she won the Ursa Minor armor and then my training began which mostly Sisyphus taught me from hand-to-hand combat, bow handling, and also some philosophy but. Flashback. There Lincoln practiced with the bow to improve his aim. It seems that the child continues to exceed expectations, right Sisyphus? Sisyphus. Yes Gestalt there Gestalt had arrived. Worksheet. Sagittarius Gestalt. Position. Current Knight of Sagittarius and Master of Lincoln. Off screen. Lily. Poppy Lincoln. Lincoln. Hey. Ioros and Ioria felt annoyed for some reason when they saw the Louds. Naruto. That's not being a family, and they're not parents. Kushina. You'll see what I make you pay for. Lincoln raising her hair. Izuku. We are here for you, friend. Adrian. Without a doubt. Ash. We are here for you. On screen. Sagittarius Gestalt. Well Sisyphus, it's my turn to complete the training. Sisyphus. Okay Gestalt. End of flashback. Sagittarius Lincoln. With Mr. Gestalt he taught me everything that Mr. Odysseus taught my Gestalt teacher in all of medicine, apart from improving much more in the handling of the bow, and after months I managed to obtain my armor that my teachers wore with pride, and I will protect this house, since it is the last thing I do. In that he sees that Sisyphus arrived. Teacher. Sisyphus. Lincoln, I brought you something as a gift from me. Sagittarius Lincoln. Master, who there? Sisyphus gives Lincoln a quiver full of golden arrows to Lincoln. Sisyphus. These arrows are a gift from me, but there he takes out another arrow, but this one emanated a great amount of cosmos, and this is the arrow of the goddesses, a sacred treasure that was given by Athena during the mythological era, inherited from generation to generation by the Knights of Sagittarius. Now it is your duty, Lincoln, to carry it and protect it. Also there he takes out another arrow, only that it had a silver color, and this is the most special. This arrow is capable of imitating the same power as an exclamation of Athena, so it is used in case of emergency. Now it is yours. There Lincoln takes all arrows. Sagittarius Lincoln. Thank you teacher, and on that. Gestalt. Wait, this one would say I brought something there. Gestalt lets out a whistle, and inside the house a gallop is heard, and there came a completely white horse. Besides that they were coming at a speed never seen before in a horse. Then Gestalt makes a sign making the horse stop. Lincoln, this is my gift. This horse is a special one. Sagittarius Lincoln. How special? Gestalt. It is a descendant of the mares of Diomedes. It will have incredible speed and resistance. Just treat it with respect, and this will be a faithful companion for life. Sagittarius Lincoln. Thank you teachers, I will use the arrows wisely and take care of the horse as if it were my own son. Sisyphus and Gestalt. I know you will do it, Lincoln, in there. Sisyphus. And tell us how your day was with your daughter. There only Lincoln smiles and brings chairs for both himself and Sisyphus and Gestalt. Well, he stood, and Lincoln begins to tell how his day was with Lena. Off screen. Everyone saw Sisyphus and Gestalt with better eyes. Lin. I hope nothing happens if we see you now. Linka. We'll see. Lin. But here I am. On screen. House of Gemini. They're the Gemini Amazon. Linka was getting ready for a date. Gemini Linka. Ah, hello, it's you. Well, you already know me. I'm Linka X Loud, and I'm the current Gemini Amazon, along with my twin sister Liberty, who is now guarding the house, and me. Well, I'll take advantage of the day off that Athena gave us to have a date with the person who kept me from falling into total madness, and a certain person from taking possession of my body, but I better tell you. Flashback. We are located in Royalwood, right at Linka's house, where the albino's life was never easy since at age. Linka began to hear a voice in her head, and more than her siblings, except for Lin Jr. and Leon, and parents treated her as if she were a stranger, since they didn't even remember her birthday, and being Lin Jr. and Leon, who remembered their brother and more, things got worse without Linka realizing it, and it was when Linka participated in a play. Royalwood School. 11-year-old Linka was practicing her lines from the script for the play, since she would play the role of a nymph of the god Helios, and while she was practicing without realizing it, girls her age who were on stage with a bucket of water end up throwing the contents of the bucket where the albino and end up wetting her, and there the other boys and girls who participated in the play, when they saw the scene, began to laugh at Linka's misfortune, and when she was about to pick up the script that she dropped to avoid getting wet, but there a boy who had planned everything raises the script that Linka was practicing and destroys it in front of Linka, who was already shedding tears. After hours many people were already gathered in the theater and the play was already starting, but Linka was in the locker room crying for what happened hours ago. But there Linka feels like a small shock in her body, where Linka seeing herself in the mirror, her eyes that used to be bright blue were scarlet red, and which on Linka's face forms a grim smile. On stage they were already at the part where Linka was to appear, and right there were the girls and the boy who humiliated Linka, but there the lights go out in a few moments, and in the middle of the stage when the light came back, Linka, who had a white costume and more a mask that had the shape of the moon, was next to a rope, and she is holding a knife, cuts that rope, and the boys, seeing that, they thought that Linka was crazy, but without realizing it, there was a wooden box quite large and more that was full of many metal things like reflectors, falls on them, crushing them on the spot, and there Linka. Ha 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 ha, there the girl started to laugh at what she caused, and then she jumps from where she was, and when she notices that the boys were crushed to death, she gets up and hides the knife behind her costume, and when she bows, all the people, children and adults, began to applaud Linka, believing that she was part of the act without knowing that they witnessed a triple murder, and Linka takes off her mask and gives the same smile that she threw in front of the mirror. End of flashback. Off screen. Everyone got angry with that family again, but especially the future knights, although they saw that it scared them. Ida. What's wrong? Stain. Split personality. Saga. Oh no, that explains why he's a Gemini. Lin. So that's what happened. Line. Yes. Lin. You saved me from having to kill them myself. Hanan. Twin. Linka's family opened their eyes, twin. Saga. Gemini knights are not born, but fall from the stars, originating in the constellation of the twins. Adam. Too bad they weren't my children. Eva. We'll still love them. On screen. Gemini Linka. I unknowingly killed those boys who humiliated me, and then Linka hears the voice in her head. Stop complaining Linka, they deserved it. Gemini Linka. Stop bothering me Azula, and if you make me angry I won't let you control my body at night like we agreed. Azula. It's okay Linka. Linka of Gemini. She is Azula my ND personality and well the Gemini Knights have the fortune of being born with a ND personality and well, it was my turn to be that Amazon to have it, although at first we did not get along and well after that day, I started to hear it in my head every day that I wanted to go out and one day I could not stand it anymore and I had to confront it. Flashback. In the loud house years after that play Linka was sleeping but in her head everything was different. Linka's subconscious. There was Linka in front of a Linka who had black hair and her eyes were crimson red. Linka. Leave me alone, I won't let you possess my body. Linka. Please do you think that with words I will stop no Linka in there? Line. Won't you get tired of messing everything up? Line. How could I get tired of this, huh? Come, listen. Shadow Linka, back in the ring. And no one can make you be faithful to your shyness. Well, I am your complexes. Just by letting me go, you go far. Don't you realize I'm your voice? Come here and beg me to disappear. It was never you and me. You and I were never two. I do not embody the disorders of your mind. I am not the disease, I am the patient. It is cowardice that nullifies us. Look carefully, your kindness is absurd. And you really think I'm possessive? You see my reality as something harmful. You try to escape from what you have achieved. And don't you see that without me you are not alive? And I am your best mistake. Your worst terror. Come on, accept it. Your worst terror. Your best mistake. Come on, accept it. I am stronger than you. Line. Keep your strength and your existence. I just want you to disappear. Shadow Link. Stop lying to yourself. At any moment you will explode. And there will be no more Link or Linky. Don't you realize? Line. You're the one who lies. Until you arrived. I was calm, going unnoticed. Shadow Link. No, 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 no. Look closely. Search within yourself, search within yourself. Look what I am, we are unity. I reflect your wishes. I reflect your value. You don't have to fear me, don't be afraid of me. With me you are better, we are both better. Don't try to escape. Well, I am the solution. Are you afraid that it's your remedy? Or are you terrified of fulfilling dreams? What do you intend to achieve without doing anything? You put the body and I'll put the desire. You'll feel capable of being king of the world, Linka. I can't stand her. Give in and we will change course. And you and I will make a great team, Linka. Stop. To be masters of our destiny. Since I'm your best mistake, Linka. No. Your worst terror, Linkano. Come on, accept it, Linka. Shut up, never. Your worst terror. Your best mistake, Linka. No. Your worst terror, Linka. Please, no. Your best mistake, Linka. Shut up. Your worst terror, Linka. Shut up. Your best mistake, Linka. I can't stand it anymore, shut up, shut up. Your worst terror. Your best mistake. Come on, accept it. I am stronger than you. Line. No. Shadow Linka. I'll tell you this, on many occasions you won't be able to get rid of me, I'm part of your mind, I just have to wait for you to explode with anger and then I'll be able to take possession of your body in that. Linka. Not if I avoid getting angry or having strong emotions. Shadow Linka. We'll see. From that moment on, Linka avoided getting angry or having strong emotions, but that also caused her problems. Many of her brothers took advantage of that so that Linka would help them in their activities, although all that would change. End of flashback. Off screen. Everyone saw the horror of those two getting along like that. Brunhold. Como wrist. Regen Leaf. Without a doubt. Wrist. What do they mean? What the hell are they saying? Toga. Look at Twice, your older sister. Twice. I have a sister I don't have one. Izuku. Mr. Jack, do you have any tea? Jack. Oh sure young man, it's almost that time. Hercules. I'll take a cup. Athena, PJ. British. Haminari. He may be a villain, but he's very fine. On screen. Gemini Linka. And if like what happened to Lincoln, Lin forced me to go to one of her games and lost where she blamed me for having bad luck and well, I did the stupidity of using that to at least have a break which ended up being thrown out of the house and selling my things except for my clothes including underwear and everything went to hell when I went to another Lin game with a squirrel mascot and that made things worse until they started to hit. The worst ones were from Lin and Levi, who only cured me in the worst way through electroshock so I wouldn't die, but I wondered why I didn't die if I suffered so many beatings. Even my friends betrayed me, although well Azula made them pay. Off screen. Lin. At least he didn't threaten you with a bat. Linka. It went to your head and you said you would go, although I never imagined the rest. Lin. Don't remind me. Linka. Oh, seeing you so sensitive, she whispered. Lin. You wouldn't be able to say it. Azula. I don't have to, my dear boyfriend will show himself. Lin. I hate it when both of them get upset. On screen. Flashback. There was Linka in the park with the squirrel suit on since her family was in the park and there Claudia, Clyde Femme, Linka's friend calls her. Claudia. Linka, come here. Linka. Ah, okay friend. In that Linka followed Claudia until arriving at a place. Claudia. Listen Linka, wait here for like minutes and after those minutes take a step forward. Linka. Okay. She would say with doubts, but after minutes Linka takes a step forward and there something grabs Linka's right foot and the albino. When she fixed her gaze, she saw that there was a rope and there the rope that held Linka's foot held and pulled Linka until she was raised to a tree where she was hanging and there Linka tried to free herself from that trap, but well, it looks like the trap caught a giant squirrel. Linka. Channel, tell me what you want. Channel. Well, I'm just coming to bother you, besides that your friends abandoned you and joined my group there. Linka denied that her friends were capable of abandoning her, but there she sees that Claudia along with Sasha, Zach Femme, Rustica, Rusty Femme, Leanna, Liam Femme, and Steve, Stella Male, brought with them a cart with rotten eggs. Claudia. You know Linka, we were never friends. I only used you to get closer to your brother Loki and you're not even good for that. And about the rest, we were only your friends out of pity and now everyone is preparing to throw rotten eggs at Linka. Linka. Please no, don't do it, Linka begged while hanging from the tree, but then her friends along with Channel started throwing rotten eggs at Linka and those were the worst minutes for Linka and when they finished throwing the rotten eggs at her, they let go of Linka and when they did they started making fun of Linka, but Linka. Ha 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 ha, she was laughing in a rather macabre way and there's Steve. Steve. What are you laughing at? There he takes Linka's head out of her suit. Damn Artie, there he sees that Linka's eyes were crimson, making Steve scared because he felt that something bad was going to happen. Time skip. There Linka woke up in the same place where she was, but when she got up the scene was not pretty at all. Channel, Claudia, Sasha, Rustica and Leanna were badly hurt. Channel had his face full of bruises and more his right hand and arm, along with his left foot and leg were broken. Sasha had her face full of bruises and had her hair torn out. Rustica's face was disfigured from so many blows. Leanna had her teeth broken and a broken arm. But Steve there Linka saw that the Filipino had his face shattered from so many blows, but where his private parts were was bleeding and both legs were broken, but Claudia got the worst and there Linka saw that there was blood on the mascot's thumbs and there Linka sees Claudia's unconscious body and sees that her eyes were not there, someone had sunk them completely leaving her blind and Linka seeing that scene just runs from the place. End of flashback. Off screen. Bakugo. I wasn't that bad with the nerd either. Izuku. You were always yelling at Deku and destroying my notebooks. Bakugo. Here is Unfriki Madura Deku. Izuku. What did you say, bomb with legs? Bakugo. Fry Kai. Shion and Mitsuki. Calm down. Ambos. TSK. Lin. Is it normal for me to think you dress hexy? Azula. Nope, shake it. On screen. Azula. They really deserved it and more. Gemini Linka. Just for that I thank you for possessing my body. But one night I saw something I never thought I'd see. Flashback. There was Linka with a squirrel mascot and looked at the night sky, but she heard someone open the door and it was Lin Jr. and he had a tray. Linka, seeing it, feared that it was a trap, so she walked away until she got into the shed, but Lin, seeing that Linka got into the shed, came as quickly as possible and started knocking on the door. Lin Jr. Linka opens the door. Linka from the shed, I won't open the door for you Lin. I know you're planning to hurt me. Lin Jr. I'm not going to hurt you. I don't have anything on hand except this tray of food. Linka. You lie, you only lie, I don't believe you since this stupidity started, you lied that you would protect me and that Linka heard something that would never come from Lin, and it is regret. Lin Jr. You're right, Linka is in shock. I hurt you, I promised to protect you, but I broke that promise. I know that saying sorry won't fix things and your wounds, but please I ask you give me a chance, that's all. Then she moves away from the door and heads towards the loud house. Just forgive me Linka for hurting you. There Linka opens the door and sees that Lin had left her a tray with food, so she goes into the shed and starts to devour. End of flashback. Off screen. Adam. That's something that fills me with pride. Azula. I like that about my sensitive boyfriend. Saga. Which of the two are you? Azula. I'm Azula. Linka stopped being here because I want to see too. Kanan. And to think that we were the same, brother. Linka's future companions looked at the scene of Lin and Linka, becoming a little convinced. On screen. Gemini Linka. From there Lin began to take care of me until she healed my wounds that others caused me, but every good thing has its bad, and that is that Lars discovered Lin who was helping me and took me to a place far from the loud house and… Flashback. There you could see how Lars was dragging Linka by her hair, and moreover Lars mysteriously surpassed Linka in physical strength, and when he let go of her. Lars. You know Linka, I discovered something I don't like. Linka. What is Lars? Lars. That Lin is helping you there. Linka gets scared and knew that Lars could betray Lin, and he would be going through what she is going through, but I will take advantage of the fact that now we are alone there. Linka hearing that part begins to move away from Lars, but he surprisingly tackles Linka, causing her to fall to the ground, and there Lars begins to hit Linka with the intention that she ends up somewhat knocked out, but it was difficult, and there Lars takes out a knife so he gets on top of Linka and taking advantage of the fact that Linka did not have the squirrel suit, he rips the right side of her shirt, leaving part of her bra exposed. Lars. With this the ritual begins there. Lars with the knife begins to draw some symbols on Linka's shoulder, causing great pain in Linka, and she tried to escape, but Lars with his other hand suffocated Linka, and after a few tortuous minutes, the mark of his ritual was made, and Linka was somewhat unconscious, and there the first part of the ritual is done. Now it is the turn of the final act, and it is to take your body there. Linka understood what he meant. He was about to grape her in there. Linka gets up and tries to escape from Lars, but again Lars catches up with her and makes Linka fall. But when Lars was about to tear Linka's clothes, there Lin appeared suddenly and grabs Lars by her hair, and when he moves her away from Linka, he begins to hit the Goth in order to protect Linka, and when he knocks out Lars, he runs towards Linka, and seeing the wound on his sister's shoulder, he charges as if she were a princess and runs towards the loud house, but they went to the shed where there was the first aid kit where Lin, using disinfectant alcohol, began to disinfect the wound, and there she saw more closely that Lars had made a ritual mark on Linka. Linka. Lin, that passes. Lin. Don't worry Linka, you'll be fine. End of flashback. Off screen. Everyone was in shock and saw Lars in very bad shape while a knife grazed the aforementioned man's cheek. Jack. Fall. Hercules. You are admirable, boy. Lin. Thank you. Father to Linka. GRRRRR. On screen. Gemini Linka. After everything we went through, something was born inside my heart and it was a feeling towards Lin, and the same with Azula, only she was more direct to everyone and on more than many occasions she tried to seduce him and well, rather than fail. Azula. Yes, but I liked his silly face. Linka from Gemini. Well then my family won a trip where only people could go and well, Lin stayed to protect and prevent me from escaping, and for weeks me and Lin had the house to ourselves, and where we did everything from sleepovers to romantic dates around Royal Wood, but when my family came back things got ugly and on their trip everything went wrong and well. Flashback. There Linka's family began to hit Linka except Leon who was in his cradle, but there Loki who had his golf club hit Linka's neck quite hard that made her bleed and more leaving her unconscious, but in her subconscious. Their Shadow Linka was hitting Linka. Shadow Linka. You're a damn weakling, you prefer to be trampled on, humiliated as long as you don't get hurt, but this time I'm tired. Linka. What, there are many chains trapping Linka, hey, let me go. Shadow Linka. It's time for me to take charge this time. Linka. Please don't hurt them. Shadow Linka. Don't let him hurt them, they deserve to have the worst punishment of their entire damn life, and now. Shadow Link. Oh, come on, kid. Be careful about pretending to be a sweet daddy's boy. It is easy to deceive, but the wolf dresses in sheep's clothing. Bala, tell me, are you in control? Are you a wolf or are you a lamb? Be honest, look at yourself. What are your eyes like or what is your skin color? Asked. Tell me, do you sleep peacefully? How are you able to be like that? Come on, come and justify all the lies that are your life. I know that, come listen carefully, they will pay, they will pay. Karma comes and starts to collect. Be careful if you are going to do wrong, think first before acting. Take advantage of the people you depend on. And then pretend that it is what you should. Run, flee, you don't know how to do anything else. I can smell your fear. You know very well that I don't lie. Be honest, look at yourself, how you hide. After casting the net. Asked. Tell me, do you sleep peacefully? How are you able to be like that? Come on, come and justify all the lies that are your life. I know that, come listen carefully, they will pay, they will pay. I am Karma and I started charging. Change your being. Show your fragility. It's the best way to cheat. I am real. I will finally take control. Just show a little, just a little of you. Who am I lying to? You're good at playing that good-natured character. However, should I tell you the truth? I have more than enough power to control you. And I would, but. How about you collaborate, huh? That said. Set the world on fire. So, do you sleep peacefully? How are you able to be like that? Come on, now justify all the lies that are your life. I know that, come listen carefully, they will pay, they will pay. We are Karma and we are going to collect. We are Karma and we are going to collect. We are Karma and we are going to collect. Shadow Linka. Tell me Linka, will they ever change? They are stupid to believe in that superstition, but today is the time for them to pay and take complete control of the body. Outside Linka's subconscious. They're the loud celebrated that Linka died since she wasn't moving and she wasn't breathing but. Off screen. Saga. Oh no. Lin. I should have been there, she clenched her fists. Linka Azula. Calm down and sorry for attacking you. Jack. Poor girl. Izuku. That family would be villains, except for those we see that are not. Shion. What would you do? Izuku. They wouldn't have a criminal record so jail would be the most logical, but I'll kill Shigaraki. All Might. Shonen. He said doubtfully. Izuku. The purpose of One for All is to finish off All for One, and if Shigaraki has it, I will stop this once and for all. Shigaraki. At the end of our confrontation. Izuku. One will fall and one will remain standing. Lee. How youthful. Tetsutetsu and Kirishima. That was manly. Jer. Why Hexy? Las Valkyrias. Jer. Blushing at what she said. On screen. Linka. Ha 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 ha, there she laughed in a macabre way and they saw that Linka got up but her hair suffered a change and it was that it went from being white to a dark color like night and her eyes that went from being blue to a strong scarlet red. Scarlet time for sons of bitches to pay there the loud jump against Linka and she begins to defend herself first by taking the golf club away from Loki and there she hits Loki on his head and there she hits Loki's private part with that same golf club and hits him so hard that he was already bleeding, but there Linka with all her strength from her foot crushes Loki's little friend. There he releases a loud cry of pain and faints. Loni, Lane, Leaf. Lex and Lars were blows that had left them some fracture, only that Lex Linka had left him toothless due to the blows he made to his mouth, but Luke was worse since Linka grabbed him by his neck. Her Linka's ND personality began to use some cosmos to burn Luke's vocal cords, and he struggled to free himself which he failed and lost the ability to speak, and Linka hits Luke's head knocking him out, and with Levi the blow was too hard, since this left him knocked out, and to top it off Linka froze Levi a distance far from his house, and then the next targets were Rita and Lin Sr., where with Rita they were only blows, but with Lin Sr. this tried to hit Linka with his belt, and there the albino ends up grabbing the arm where he had the belt and sees that this is the arm that Lin Sr. used to cook which was the right one, and there he does the unthinkable. Linka begins to pull Lin Sr.'s right arm. The bald man believed that the bad luck would not hurt him, but when he feels the enormous force there he gets worried and tries to escape, but it was too late there. Linka completely tears off Lin Sr.'s right arm, and the coward only screams in pain, and Linka, who didn't want to hear those screams, hits him in the face knocking him out, but there Lin Jr. arrived from an event and seeing the unconscious bodies of his family, sees Linka with a different color of hair and eyes, and he gets worried but the girl when seeing Lin runs towards him, but Lin just dodged each blow from Linka and he decides to hug her to calm her down. Lin hugging Linka. Linka, calm down please, nobody is hurting you anymore. For a second Lin hugged Linka, but little by little Linka's hair returned to normal, and when she sees the massacre she committed, she begins to cry telling herself that she is a monster, but Lin only makes her hug stronger. You are not a monster Linka, they asked for it, you are a girl who needs help, I can help you, and I will always help you there. Linka. Lin, then something happens that Lin didn't think she would receive something from Linka, and it was that she kissed him on his lips in a sweet way that only lasted seconds, but they were the best seconds for Lin and Linka. Let's escape, let's make a life together. Lin. Okay Linka, let's take Leon. And then a man with black hair and golden armor arrived. Looks like I'm late. Linka and Lin. Excuse me, who are you? Well, my name is Abel. Sheet. Cain Abel of Gemini. Physician. Current Knights of Gemini and future Masters of Linka and Liberty. Off screen. Seeing what Azula did to the Louds, many said she deserved it, but Iida, Monoma, Mineta, Endeavor and their followers were more than willing to arrest the girl. In their eyes she was a villain. Lin simply stood in front of her to protect her, looking seriously at Number, while those who were knights plus the demigods stood by her side protecting Linka, among them All Might. Linka. I'm sorry, hugging Lin. Lin. No, I'm sorry, hugging back. Azula. I forgive you if you kiss me. They both kissed, causing several girls to squeal in love. Saga. Cain and Abel of Gemini. Adam. They are named after my children. Xion. He is a Gemini knight with 2 souls in 1 body, the rarest of all, and maybe the most powerful Gemini. On screen. Abel. What happened here? Lin and Linka try to explain what happened, but Abel. You know, forget it, girl, he would say, pointing at Linka. You must go to the sanctuary, since the goddess Athena chose you for something. Linka. But why? Abel. It's better that you find out for yourself, so let's go. But Linka. I will not leave if Lin and my brother Leon do not come with me there. Abel had no choice but to accept, because he tried to convince Linka that she should go to the sanctuary, but it was not possible, and he had to accept Linka's whim, and after a few minutes Lin, who had entered the house and had Leon in her arms, also had in her backpack food, clothes, both for him. Leon and Linka, and without forgetting money that she stole from the rooms of her brothers, and after that they began their way to the sanctuary. End of flashback. Gemini Linka. When we arrived at the sanctuary and presented myself before Athena, my training began. In addition to meeting my twin sister Liberty and my other masters, and more, I discovered that I am not allowed since my master Abel Cain, since they share a body, told me that the Gemini Knights do not need a mother or father to come to the world, but that we arrived from a meteorite already with the TH sense activated, and well, I was happy to meet my twin sister, and we had time to get to know each other in training. Flashback. Linka and Liberty were training under masters Aspros and Deuteros. Worksheet. Aspros and Deuteros of Gemini. Position. Former Knights of Gemini and Masters of Linka and Liberty. Nicknames. Aspros. The Master of Dimensions, Deuteros. The Demon of Canaan Island. Off-screen. Oko. Sometimes spending time with loved ones is the best thing. Xion. That duo. Saga. Demon of Isla Canaan. Canaan. Master of Dimensions. Zeus, SNV. Jojoho, they are strong. Deutero. Not bad. On screen. The training of the albino twins was quite hard, but more so for Linka, because he received special training to perfectly control his ND personality, and after months the albino twins received the armor from their teachers, being the joy of Linka and Liberty. End of flashback. That's when Liberty arrives. Liberty of Gemini. Sister, are you ready for your date? Linka from Gemini. Yes, Liberty, and will be the best. Gemini Liberty. Okay, Linka, take care. Aspros and Deuteros are coming, masters. Aspros. Linka and Liberty, we brought you something from us there. Deuteros takes out knives. Deuteros. They are forced of Orich Alchem and were bathed by the rays of the sun and the moon that have their abilities that those stars have. Aries passes a golden and white dagger to Linka and then another pair to Liberty. Let us use them wisely. Linka and Liberty of Gemini. Okay, teacher, but in that. Gemini Linka. Well, I'm going to my date, take care of yourselves there. Linka, who was wearing a white dress, leaves the Gemini house. So. Deuteronomy. Off screen. Saga. So he controls his second personality. Xion. In the battle, because in the rest watching how Azula was kissing Lin. Women. Olive. Lin. Looks like we're going on a date. Line. Yes. Azula. I'll go out. Linka. No, yo. Lin. I'll go out with both of them. Luca. Wonderful play. Adrian. The ball always to the. On screen. Meanwhile in Gravity Falls. There Mabel, although she did not decide to open the little box, but there. Mabel. I better open it and see what's here. There Mabel takes out the paper that the little box had on top, and when she opens the little box, a light comes out quickly that when it reaches the ground, it releases a small explosion, but there you can see a figure of the same age as Mabel. Who are you there? The figure shows itself and says. My name is Deimos. The screen turns off. Everyone stared at Mabel, who was smiling like it was her birthday. What an idiot she was, while Dipper facepalmed and Gideon denied his crush. Chapter 5, Ova. Death Mask. Boy, your sister is. Dipper. Weird, innocent, too innocent, crazy, suicidal, desperate. Ford. I think you're being too gentle with her. Everyone would nod. Gilgamesh. Well, it's time to continue, but first, All Might and Xion could protect young Lin. Xion. And that would be it. Gilgamesh. We will see that actions speak louder than words in order to redeem oneself. Xion understood this, so with Cosmos she would make the crystal wall, while strangely enough Doko joins her side and All Might doubtfully sits next to her to be supportive. As everyone sat in the living room, Hercules looked at the couple and noticed that there was some path to redemption, so he would go to the couple's side to defend them if necessary. Gilgamesh. Father Adam, please go to their side, making Adam go there, since he is the only one who would not attack, but would try to encourage and correct. Well, now I clarify, do not be hasty and look carefully. Everyone would nod as Nostropedo pressed a button, and the whole world would take cover in fear of the mess that guy could cause. On screen. Midoriya. We found ourselves in a house that was furnished inside, and the most curious thing is that there was bed for people, but there you can see Lin Jr. boy getting ready for his date, and he was in front of his mirror, where he was combing his hair and putting on some perfume. Lin Jr. Linka, for me words are few to show how much I love you, and words are very useless to heal every wound or damage that you suffered, because of my stupidity. There the brown-haired man puts on a light blue long-sleeved shirt, and when leaving his bathroom, he goes to a chair in his living room and raises a bouquet of white roses, and there is no day or night that I regret having condemned you to that hell. Flashback. There we go to a time where Lin and Linka were very close, where they played and even slept in the same bed, but due to certain things they had to separate them and put them in different rooms, but that did not prevent them from meeting and continuing to play, and everything was like that. End of flashback. Off screen. Linka. Lin, I would say surprised. Hercules. Don't worry, redemption is shown, so don't be afraid that we'll see things we shouldn't see. Gilgamesh. Oh, I forgot taking out Quinn's mirror touch synesthesia, I don't want you to suffer because of it. Ooh. Thank you. Naruto. I feel like I'll be like the villagers, I would think, with my head down. Hinata. No matter what happens, I'll support you. Kurama. Gaki, I know what you're thinking, so don't get depressed, maybe your other version will do something, he said to his Jinchuriki. Naruto. Weren't you sleeping? He asked. Kurama. Something caught my attention, he said to his Jinchuriki. For their part, Valkyries and God sighed that this rag did not cause a mess, although after breaking the Bifrost, who knows what that guy is capable of. On screen. Lin Jr. boy. How I missed those moments with Linka where we were happier and more when Linka, without me asking, helped me in my training where I tried to be as rough as possible, since well, being a girl you have to treat her with the greatest care possible, and I took care of her even more, and until I realized that Loki, my brother, forced Linka to be with Ron Santiago Casagrande to maintain his stupid relationship with his girlfriend Bibi, and more than Linka's relationship with Ron was quite toxic, and one day I realized that. And the best of everyone. Though circumflex Sedilla times Emily Mora has spent years watching her brother's best friend, Malachi Barton, shine at every casting call, interview, and party. In Emily's eyes, Malachi. Serendipity, Kang Diho. After being forced to work in a brothel, Jian is fired after being scammed by an older client, saddled with debt and injustice. 5 long years. Jinlissa one-shots, GP. One-shots rankings Manabin Cheyoung Jinlissa Jinsula Lissa Rosie. Addicted to Eugenu X-Reader. She's a hunter. He's a demon. Between them, there's war and something they shouldn't feel. YN just wanted to protect her K-pop group, Huntrix. But the scenario. And A. Though marked by centuries of loneliness, accidentally meets Neria, a mermaid from a forgotten kingdom, both worlds collide. One-shots F. One-shots of your favorite pilots. Handsome Tracatero. Gaspy. He says I'm the best thing in his life, that he wants to get lost with me all day, that for me he aims, shoots and shoots, that he no longer cares about committing a crime for his girl real-life net. Flashback. There was a Linka who was wearing an orange dress returning from her date with Ron, but she was covering her left eye with her hair, something that Lin noticed. Lin. Linka. Linka? Oh yes Lin, she would say with a nervous tone. Lin. Because you're covering your left eye with your hair. Linka. It's nothing Lin. Lin. Linka, please just show me why you are covering that part, please. There Linka feeling cornered, this moves her hair away, and Lin saw in detail that Linka's left eye had a bruise that covered a large part of it. Off screen. The powerful killing intent rose as several powerful women like Tsunade, Thrud, Kushina, Midnight, Hera, Artemis, the Valkyries looked at that with daggers, while Loki sweated cold, although if his sister suffered for him to be with her Casagrande he did not care. Ronnie Ann. What the heck? She would say, annoyed, that bastard. Lori. Boo Boo Bear. Obi. With what I've seen, I hope it's clear to you Lori Loud that we're done, Lincoln is my little brother, so I won't betray his trust. Ronnie Ann. I'm her friend and ex-girlfriend, since you wanted us to stay crazy. Aphrodite, PJ. What a lack of love, she would say, crying. Aphrodite, SNV. HMP, most are like that. Inko. Not really, most are attentive, but if you fall in love only for looks, prestige, power or wealth and not for feelings, your married life becomes miserable. Endeavor shrank at those words. Bitsuki, BNHA. I've got it down pat, thought the creator of the human bomb character. Pain. Does not know true pain. Shaka. And you do. With those onion eyes, you don't know the truth of true suffering. Pain. You stand up against A. Conan. Shut up hitting him with her sandal, and you guys pointing at Akatsuki, this is like a soap opera, so shut up. Akatsuki. Yes, Konan-sama. The women would give him a thumbs up and several men, gods among them, felt fear. On screen. Their Lin shudders and says. Lin. Linka, who did this to you? The albino refused to cooperate, just tell me who did this to you. Linka. It was Ron who hit me when I went to the bathroom at the restaurant because we were having a little argument about him not letting me get close to my friends at school and he kept telling me that I am his or his property and that would be all. Upon hearing this from his sister, Lin felt an uncontrollable rage inside him and wanted to find Ron and beat him until he was half dead, but Linka's gaze calmed him down. Lin Jr. Linka, you must end that idiot. If you continue like this, I can't imagine what could happen. Linka. Lin, if I do that, Loki would force me to be with him again, so that won't work. Lin. Linka, I have a plan, but I need the whole school to help. Linka. Lin, what's your plan? So he just smiles. End of flashback. Lin Jr. Well, at first when Linka was dating Ron I felt a little jealous, but then I discovered what I felt for Linka, and I thought that since she was my sister, I couldn't be in a relationship like that, but changing the subject, the plan was simply to fight with Ron in the cafeteria during break to get the principal's attention, which worked, and then Linka showed the reasons why I attacked Ron and showed all her bruises, but the principal believed that there was not enough evidence, and that's where the magic happened. Flashback. After the fight and more where Linka showed her bruises and the director did not believe the brothers and Ron already let out a small smile that Lin and Linka's plan failed, but there little by little the students who were in the cafeteria began to say all the things that Ron made them go through, from jokes that were too heavy. That he took their money including lunch, and there Ron's expression changed to one of terror. All the boys and girls that Ron bothered had gotten tired of him, and there the director seeing the number of kids who were bothered by Ron there. Principal Huggins. From the evidence I saw, Ron Santiago Casagrind, you are expelled from this school. Pack your things and don't come back. Ron. But. Principal Huggins. Nothing, but grab your things and spar there. Ron was leaving the cafeteria but. Linka. Ron, one thing there. Ron turns around hoping that she will explain to the director that it was all a misunderstanding. We're done, now you can go. End of flashback. Lin Jr. Ron's face was priceless, and more so Linka was already free from that idiot, but the bad thing is the idiot Loki when we got home was about to hit Linka, and I stopped his hit, and more his explanation of that baby ended with why we hit his brother who is an angel of God, and more he got expelled from school. But then I got angry and hit Loki in the face and told him that it was better for Linka to stop being with that idiot, and well, he didn't listen, and that he needs Linka to be with Ron to maintain their stupid relationship, and well, after that everything went back to normal. But when I forced Linka to go to that stupid baseball game, everything changed. Many of my brothers started hitting her because if they lost in some of their events, they blamed Linka for or giving them good luck, but I just had to ignore her. But one day I realized that I had gone too far and I tried to convince my brothers to stop hitting her, but it was my worst mistake. Off screen. Hercules. Justice was done, he would say smiling. Artemis, PJ. That bastard deserved more than that. Percy. No doubt about it. Ash. I sent Pikachu with an attack. Pikachu. Pika. Tanjiro. Yes. Jack. And this is where the plot twists. I can see its color, but it was always love for her, but his pride didn't let him think and say the things his heart felt. It's a wonderful work. Linka would hug Lin to calm him down because she felt his nervousness, while the rest claimed that it was stupid, but seeing that he wanted to change and stop everything, they doubted what he called the worst mistake. Hades, SNV. You're a good brother despite everything. We won't always get along, but we'll always be united, and less arrogance is stronger. Miku. Yes, and what do you think they will do to him? Itsuba. I doubt they'll listen and I don't like their smiles. Inko would approach just in case she had an idea and would be there to help and calm, or if necessary correct. Only people knew about his hidden temper, Shion, Izuku and Bakugo, the last one for exploding a birthday cake for him as a child. Let's just say that Bakugo is scared as he stood behind the younger Todoroki. On screen. Flashback. Lin and her brothers were in Loki Loney's room in their typical meetings where they talked about their things, and their Lin. Lin. Don't you think he's gone too far with the bad luck thing? Luke. Please Lin, she's just a talentless good for nothing. Lin Mente. Yes, good for nothing, since you used to ask her for advice for your stupid songs. Lex. Well, I already have a better idea to make bad luck suffer more. Lin having a bad feeling. CCC, what is it she would say with a stutter? Lex. Simple, sell her by the hour to stupid pubescent kids and make some money off her, plus despite her age she has a good body, and I can't imagine if then Lin hits Lex quite hard that she ends up knocking out a tooth. Lin. You dare to do that to Linka, I won't hesitate to kill you, and you better not do such a stupid thing, but there. Lane. Wait a minute, why are you worrying about bad luck? Lin was already trapped there and we never noticed that you hit her, you just ignore her, you know, guys, grab him. Lin tries to escape, but Loki and Luke grab her arms and the athlete starts to squirm in order to escape. Lin. Let me go. Lane was holding in his hands an object that hypnotists use for their tricks. Author's note. I don't know if hypnotist exists, but since the joke isn't mine, I'm not responsible if it exists or not. Lane using the pendulum. Lin, you are now under my control. You will beat Linka until she is in a deplorable state and if you can, do something to her. Lin tried to close her eyes, but Loki forced them to open. Just look how the clock moves, Lin, it's so simple. There Lin could only watch the clock. End of flashback. Lin Jr. Their eyes started to shed tears. Flashback. We go to the patio where Linka was without the squirrel suit, only she had bruises on her arms and some on her legs, and there Lin, who was under the effects of hypnosis, was pulling the albino's hair. Linka. Lin, it hurts. Stop please, she would say with tears in her eyes, but the brown-haired man ignored Linka's pleading voice, but then he grabbed Linka's neck and lifted her a few centimeters off the ground where he began to strangle her. Linka mined. So this is how I'm going to die, at the hands of the person I once trusted. Well, all I can do is accept, she would say in her mind, but outside she was crying, but there one of Linka's tears falls into Lin's eyes, which is why she regains consciousness and sees what she was doing. Lin. Linka there she lets go of her, and as she falls the albino starts to breathe desperately. Linka, I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention to. There she tried to bring her hand closer to Linka to at least try to explain what happened, but Linka just pushes Lin's hand away, slapping his hand and. Linka. Stay away. Lin. Linka yo. Linka. Stay away from me, I don't want to see you near me, stay away, go away, he would say with a voice that showed fear and which only Lin remained static, and he saw how Linka entered the shed to get away from him. Lin. What did I do? He would say on his knees on the floor while shedding tears. End of flashback. Off screen. Hades, SNV, was now furious. He knew that Lin was not a bad guy and he was going to correct his mistakes, but seeing the others, those were not brothers, a brother is cared for and if it is a girl, she is protected. Izuku was releasing the black whip surprising his father. All Might. Shonen. Issei had green eyes and was taking out dragon wings, surprising everyone. Naruto. Fight said with Tales of the Kyuubi fight, don't let them defeat you. He said encouraging the boy. Sasuke. Dope, there are more of them than him, they will defeat him. Endeavor. TSK, he's just another villain. All Might. I totally disagree, under the influence of another person he is not a criminal. Iida. But sensei. Izawa. All Might is right, that doesn't count as a crime. Hawks. Unfortunately, for justice, hypnosis is not classified as something feasible, so they will condemn him as attempted murder. Seeing what Lin did under the effects of hypnosis, they were in shock, they were angry, with him, no, or at least a vast majority, while others looked at him with fury, they did not notice someone cruelly manipulated against their will. Adam. Calm down, hugging Lin who was sobbing while asking him to stop. Raiden. I'll give it to him, addressing Lane. Shiva. No, it's not worth it exerting force against it. Lubu. Big guy isn't worth it helping Shiva. Or. Shit, exerting force to hold back the sumo. Iida launched himself to hit Lin but. All Might. Iida shonen holding him. Iida. Sensei, let me go, that villain must pay. All Might. In my eyes I only see a being who is not a villain but a false hero. Stain. Whoever touches the boy will have to deal with me. Izuku. And with us having Shoto, Kirishima and Bakugo by our side. Hercules. Calm down, you didn't do anything, at least not you, he said holding him in a hug to calm him down, while Lin sobbed loudly. Jack. That boy clenching his fists didn't show any emotion until he regained control. I know I'm a monster, but taking out knives, if you touch a hair on those young people's heads, I won't respond. Naruto. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto. Dad helped you protect Lin doing the same jutsu as his father. Sarada and Sasuke just looked at others with their Sharingan shining, like Itachi. On screen. Lin Jr. Since that day there is not a day that I regret having hurt her, and I began to have nightmares that still torment me to this day, but there he unbuttons his shirt and you can see that on his arms and back there were wounds and some that were just healing and more in the palms of his hands, it looked as if a nail had been nailed. I began to self-inflict harm as a sign of punishment. In order to feel the same pain that Linka felt, but even so it is not enough and well, I only hope to pay for my sins, but one day I discovered something. Off screen. They all covered their mouths. Artemis, PJ. How did they destroy that boy? Oh. He was definitely a good man, but they wanted to turn him into a pig. Hestia. Poor thing, that's not the way. Nico. That's not done. Rias. If I have to turn him into a demon, I will do it to keep him away from that family. She said, emanating the power of destruction. Tsunemi. Remind me never to anger an angry woman. Haijiro. Without a doubt. Muzan. TSK, that crybaby doesn't even deserve to be a demon. Searches. Anu. False demon. The pillars wanted to laugh at the insult to Muzan, but the situation did not allow for it. Quinn. So that's why feeling sorry for him. Inko. Okay, it's over hugging him in a maternal way along with Eva. Lin. I'm a monster, I deserve it. Linka. No Lin, don't hurt yourself anymore seeing all the wounds. Hades, SNV. That's not the way preparing his seer to defend Lin. On screen. Flashback. After that day Lin began to self-inflict harm in order to feel Linka's pain, but we go to the attic of the loud house where Lin looked at old photos where he and Linka were, and it was shown how Lin and the albino were very close, but the brown-haired man just by seeing the images, cried for all the hell she was going through and that he himself caused, but he only leaves the photos in their place, but by mistake, he knocks over some boxes, and when picking up the contents of these he saw some papers that caught his attention. Lin. Wait a minute, is it there? She picks up the papers, and are they adoption certificates? There she begins to read them until she reads the name. These papers are Linka's, so she was never my biological sister. No one else should know this. If Lex or Loki know about this they could use it against Linka, and there she hides the sheets and puts them in a safe place, only I will know where I hid them. End of flashback. Off screen. Everyone was in shock, well, except for Aphrodite who was preparing a ship, she saw them in love, so they deserved to be happy. Linka's family watched this in shock, except for the adults who sighed, wanted a daughter and never had one, they just adopted her because they wanted something feminine in the house. Lincoln was in shock because of the loud girl, so without thinking he hit her father and left. Lin Jr. When I found out the truth, I started planning how to apologize to Linka, and I knew that words wouldn't work, and well one night I approached her to give her food, and well, she had the right to distrust me, I hurt her and from there, hidden from my family, I began to heal and help Linka, and when they went on a trip, Linka and I had the house to ourselves and well, I took advantage of those days to take them to their favorite places, but on one of those outings. That stupid Ron kidnapped her and well I had to go to her rescue. Flashback. There Lin arrived at the place where Ron had Linka, which was an abandoned building, but this first one had to face Ron's accomplices, which was very exhausting, but when she arrived at the room, Ron had Linka and Lin saw that Linka was with her clothes intact, only she had a lost look. Lin. What the hell did Ron do to you? But there. Ron. The drug there. Lin hearing Ron's voice and the reason why Linka is like this. Now you're going to pay for making me go through the worst humiliation of my life. Lin. You deserved it. Then Lin approached Ron where a fight began. Only Ron had the advantage because Lin was somewhat tired from having faced Ron's accomplices and the Latino began to hit Lin many times that he knocked him down. Ron. Well there he begins to withdraw to where Linka was. Although Linka is drugged, he injects her with an aphrodisiac, so Lin enjoys the show as if she were abusing your sister while Ron walked away towards his prize. But Lin on the ground remembered all the times Linka was beaten by her brothers and he did nothing. Lin mind. No, I couldn't protect my sister from my stupidity, and I'm going to lose her again. No more, I don't want her to suffer again because of me. No more. There she begins to cry from helplessness, but in her body, she felt a strange energy in her body, so she allows her to get up, and Ron who was closer to Linka, turns his head to make fun of Lin. He saw that the brown-haired man was not there. Ron. It seems the coward escaped. Well I have my prize secured there. The brunette who appeared suddenly next to Ron and grabbed one of the Latino's arms tightly. What the hell there? The brunette hits Ron in the face making him fall. Lin. I won't let you hurt Linka again. Ron gets up. Ron. We'll see about that. There again Ron and Lin start to fight, but surprisingly the brunette now surpassed Ron in the fight where the brunette landed each blow on the Latino's body, but there Ron tries to hit Lin in the face, but the brunette grabs him and Ron. Damn son of a bitch my arm. If Lin had broken Ron's left arm, but Lin begins to hit Ron again and when he knocks him down, he gets on top of the Latino where he grabs one of his hands, which is the right one, where he begins to break each of Ron's fingers. Wait stop there Lin broke another finger and that was when he finished breaking the fingers of Ron's right hand. He continued doing the same with the fingers of his left hand where when he finished he saw how Ron would not stop screaming, so he kicked him hard there knocking him out, so he calms down and goes to Linka, who was still under the effects of the drug, and when he carries her as if she were a princess, he takes her to the loud house. End of flashback. Off screen. All the girls wanted to kill Ron, this time he really went too far. The good thing was that many were able to see Lin with different eyes, at least the kind-hearted or neutral ones, while the hotheads continued to demand her head. The gentlemen present felt the cosmos that Lin emanated so they were surprised. Ioros. That was he would say surprised. Oko. Yes, Cosmos, his desire to protect her, to not fail her again, to make up for his sins, was what made her wake up. Obi. He deserves it. Misty. Without a doubt. Brooke. That's right. Professor Oak. Yes, it is unfortunate how broken they left the young man. See ya. He just has to save her, despite his past, his courage makes him worthy of being a knight. Lin Jr., girl. What a loser. Then she feels something hot fall down her cheek. Jack. I failed, he said while putting away a knife. Kyoka. Yes, but I don't burying her. Jack. Shut up, bastard. On screen. Lin Jr. Well, after that was where I met Azula for the first time and more, where she returned what I did to Linka, as if it were revenge, where he blushes at Hinata level, although when my family returned everything went to hell again, and that day when Abel arrived and more when we decided to escape, I entered the house and took all the money possible, clothes for me. Linka and Leon and more Linka's adoption papers, but when I checked Lex and Leaf's room, I saw that in a notebook of Lex had names and more, an amount of money paid to have time with Linka, some were a date, but others were for something else that disgusted me. But when I left the house with Leon in hands, we went to Greece to the sanctuary where Linka's training began, and more Miss Athena used her power to make Leon grow a few years to years old, where he began his training, and now he is the knight of Leon Minor, and well, from afar, I watched as Linka and her sister Liberty twins trained apart from getting to know their comrades, but one day she. Flashback. There Lin from afar and with a backpack that inside had food and water, saw the training of Linka and Liberty, but there Linka mysteriously ends up fainting, and more than that she began to vomit blood, so Abel Kane, Aspros, Deuteros and Liberty, seeing that they worried and went to the albino, but the brown who had come out of his hiding place, and the Geminis wanted to ask Lin where she came from, but seeing Linka's situation, they decided to let him pass, and went to Ephialtes' house. House of Ephialtes. After doing some checkups, they discovered that Linka had internal wounds that still hadn't healed and some bones that were about to break, and now Linka was on a stretcher, and now the Golden Knights along with their apprentices were discussing how Linka ended up like that. Asmita. How a girl could end up with those wounds. Astoria. The question is, who are the monsters that shouldn't be called humans that did that to him? Abel of Gemini. The only one who would know is this boy, the gentleman would say, holding Lin boy in his hands. Xion. Very well, child, tell me how you. Lin Jr. My stepsister, but I consider her a blood sister, mind. And something else. Xion. Well, just tell us what happened before you and Linka arrived at the sanctuary. There Lin just swallows hard and. Lin. Well, there the brown-haired boy begins to narrate everything that happened before and how he condemned Linka to that hell, and right there Kaiser along with Ekerlate who had their attacks prepared were going to go to Lin, but Odysseus stopped them. Odysseus of Ephialtes. Let's hear the whole story, let's not judge before knowing the truth. So Kaiser and Ekerlate just sit back down, but some were commenting. Egil. By listening to such a stupid thing that your family committed, it proves Hades right as to why he wants to sink the planet in the great eclipse. Lin. Well, continuing there, Lin continued narrating how Linka suffered while he just ignored her. After my brothers forced me to hurt her, there he tells how he began to help Linka in secret and omit the moments where he self-inflicted damage, but the only ones who noticed Lin's regret were Xion, Doko, the sage patriarch, but those plus Golden Knights felt something inside Lin. Doko, Xion, Sage, Regulus and Cardiamind. Perhaps what I feel inside this boy is Cosmos. Lin. After that and more, when Linka exploded and massacred my family, we arrived at the sanctuary and until now. Manigoldo. And tell me, child, why are you hiding your wounds? Lin Jr. What wounds, he would say, lying, but there Manigoldo just gets up and rips something off Lin's shirt, and there you could see how on her arms, legs and back, there were many scars and some that were still regenerating. Manigoldo. Because you made them. Lin Jr. I did them as my punishment for hurting Linka and maybe dying, as a sign that I will never be able to atone for my sins. The sin I committed cannot be forgiven by any deity, and there Manigoldo, to everyone's surprise, had hit Lin. Manigoldo. Why do you underestimate yourself? Are you trash to do it? Lin Jr. Yes, I am. I condemned Linka to that hell because of my stupidity, and tell me, did I do something to stop that? No, I did nothing. I stayed alone watching how she suffered, and I there the brown-haired boy bursts into tears, and many of the Golden Knights understood that Lin was completely sorry, but the least convinced were Ekerlate, Cardia, and the future knights, but there Odysseus only approaches where Lin. Odysseus of Ephialtes, placing his right hand on Lin's head. Child, your sins are atoned. Anyone who shows that they have changed and helped the person they harmed shows that they deserve a second chance, but now the problem is Linka's health. Off screen. Everyone hearing revenge had a pink tinge on their cheeks, and the perverts felt what happened, so Jiraiya wrote that story in his notebook, while Tsunade approached Linka and used the mystic palm to heal her. She felt respect for the boy. Very few people manage to be truly sorry, because most think that a sorry is enough, but he showed it with actions. Hearing what Lex and Leaf were planning, they froze. Buddha put down his sweets, and with Zarafuku raised he hit them. Zero. They used me as scenery, he would say, crying. Shiva. I'm tired of holding him back. Or. X. Lubu. X. The of them released Raiden, who would launch Iatagarasu with % of his strength, making shit out of the Louds, and a certain perverted haired guy who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Jack. Victims to kill, he wrote in a notebook. Adrian. Plag. Plag. No, hit them yourself when they recover, I want to keep eating camembert. Vicky. Same to you, Marinette. Luca. At least it seems that the boy is trustworthy. Naruto. His wound, seeing Lin and other me support him, he whispered. Hearing the words of the Knight of Ephialtes, many understood them. He had already suffered, but the Thermo heads did not accept it, while the idiots were saying that he deserved it. On screen. Albafica. If Tsukyu from Koppa were here, he could help, but he's training that boy named Yuden, and let's not even talk about Hakure, who is training that girl Emogi there. Shion was about to open a portal to go for Recovery Girl, and thus heal Linka, but saw that Odysseus just approaches the stretcher where Linka was, and there, using his right hand, and as if it were a dagger, he cuts the wrist of his left hand where the blood began to come out, but the blood was different, it had a shine as if it were gold, and there Odysseus brings his left hand closer, and there the blood that came out of Odysseus's wrist began to enter Linka's mouth, and more to enter the body, where the blood began to regenerate Linka's wounds, both internally and regenerating the bones that were still broken. Odysseus of Ephialtes bandaging her wrist. She will be fine in the morning, so you won't have to worry, but there Lin said that she could stay in the living room to take care of Linka, but Kaiser tried to get Lin out because she wasn't a knight, she couldn't stay in the sanctuary, but Sage. Kaiser, stop there. Kaiser stops pushing Lin, and the patriarch goes to where Lin is. Look, kid, I managed to detect that you have cosmos inside you, and tell me, do you want to become a knight? Is your decision, and I don't do it because you have something special. There Lin was thinking, but Lin. I accept. End of flashback. Off screen. Recovery Girl. If the child was already problematic and gave me trouble hitting Shion on the head with a stick, someone had to make him look this neglected. Izuku and Shion. Sorry. Recovery Girl. Although I'd be less busy there than at UA, she said with her hand on her chin. Upon hearing Sage's proposal, the hothead said he didn't deserve it, while the others were expectant, happy with the boy's response. On screen. Lin Jr. From there my training began, and well, many of Linka's friends did not trust me, and well, they had the right not to trust or even hate me, and they applied the law of ice to me, but Mr. Doko helped me in martial arts, Mr. Shion, along with Patriarch Sage, Regulus, Cardia helped me in the management of the cosmos, but the first to speak to me was Naruto and flashback. There Lin was practicing what Doko taught her, but then Naruto appears. Naruto. Lin. Lin Jr. Oh Naruto, why did you come? Naruto. I came to apologize. Lin Jr. Apologize. Naruto. Yes, he sits on the floor. I guess I'm a hypocrite for ignoring you like that. I had Kurama sealed since I was born, I was kept away from everywhere, and I treated you exactly the same as the villagers in my home. Standing up, I hope you accept my words of apology. I'm leaving and sorry for being a hypocrite. Lin Jr. You know, placing his hand on the blonde, even if I accept that you are a hypocrite, I deserve that treatment. I caused a lot of damage and suffering, the same as my punishment. I accept your apology, and who knows, in the future we will be friends, he would say, smiling sincerely. Naruto. You know better, you're going to meet someone there. Naruto, after making some movements with his hands and after touching Lin's forehead, there the brown-haired man manages to enter Naruto's mind. Off screen. Naruto. That other me was a hypocrite, he said, clenching his fists helplessly. That was not like him when he paid others back in the same coin. Gilgamesh. Not really. Naruto. What do you mean? Gilgamesh. It took you less than a day to do it, and thank a certain fox inside you. Naruto. Thanks Kyuubi, he said gratefully. Kurama. Kuramagaki, he replied, and you're welcome, giving a Maui-style smile. Tsunade. Those hand seals. Jiraiya. Would you take him to the seal space? He would ask, surprised. On screen. Lin Jr. Where I am, there I hear a voice. Boy in front of you there. The brown-haired boy turns around and sees that right in front of him was a fox with tails and two big. Lin Jr. W. Who are you? Fox. Well, my name is Kurama. Lin Jr. Kurama. Kurama. Well, since you arrived at the sanctuary, I've seen that, despite Odysseus atoning for your sins, you still blame yourself for what you did to your sister. Lin. I still hate myself for what I caused. Kurama. You know it's not good for you to keep that guilt inside you. Lin. It's not enough for me. Kurama. You say it's not enough. Cardia had to stop you when you tried to brand yourself with a hot iron that had the word forgiveness written on it. Look, if you continue like this, the only thing you'll do is meet Thanatos and Hades much earlier. But the Biju knew that Lin was a complete stubborn, so he gave up. But you know, before you go, I'll give you a small gift. There is a small cut and blood comes out, and when filling a small container and giving it to Lin, drink it there. Lin distrustful, and when drinking it there Lin began to roll on the ground since Kurama's blood being fused with his chakra made it corrosive, and Lin felt as if everything inside her was melting, but after a few minutes Lin felt fine. End of flashback. Off screen. Konoha. The Kyuubi. Kurama. Oh no, he said since they heard his name. See ya. You're surprisingly huge. Kurama. Of course I am, he said smiling proudly. Pikachu. Pick a pie. Kurama. Thanks little one. Professor Oak. What a tailed fox, it looks like Ninetales. Gilgamesh would present an explanation of what the Bijas are and where they come from, in addition to breaking the plan of the resurrection of the Jubi. Everyone who needed information took note, and even more so Athena, PC, upon seeing a being more powerful than Tiffin. Hyoga. Not bad. Zeus, PJ. I hope he doesn't want my throne. Zeus, SNV. I would like to fight him. Inko. What did you want to do? She shouted as everyone looked at Lin, now with great pity. Linka. Don't be silly, she hit her chest while crying. Adam. That's not the way. Milo. Thank goodness Cardia stopped him. Luca. That's too much. Hestia. Don't suffer anymore, little one, you shouldn't do it, you only hurt those who love you. Naruto. What the hell did you give him? Kurama. Chakra, so you're welcome. On screen. Lin Jr. After that Naruto began to help me with chakra management, and then his friend Sasuke was the second to speak to me, where he taught me sword handling and also told me that he admires Linka, that even though she went through hell, she did not sink into hatred while he did. Then many of Linka's friends stopped applying the cold shoulder to me because they noticed that I was trustworthy, and well, after a few dates with Linka, we declared our love, and since that day we are boyfriends. But I try to be a better boyfriend and a better brother, although when her friends found out that we are boyfriends then. Flashback. They're all of Linka's friends knowing the truth then. Issei hugging Dipper and crying comically. Our little sister is growing up, and many hugged Linka in an overprotective way, since they did not accept the reality that Linka became Lin's girlfriend, while the good brown-haired boy talked to Akame. Akame. You know, I accept your relationship with Linka, but if you make her cry, I'll castrate you myself, along with Marinette, Jer, and Liberty, she would say with a gloomy tone, so Lin just nodded in fear. End of flashback. Off screen. Lin. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto. You're welcome, friend. Sasuke. It's admirable, she doesn't sink into hatred despite everything. Habarama. He is not a Uchiha. Sasuke. Says the Senju who wanted to grape Uzumaki women, he would say in a mocking tone. Myth. What did you want to do, Toby? He said in a very sweet voice. Toby. Toby thinks that guy died again, Toby is a good boy. Madara. Knowing how angry Conan is, this time I'm on your side. Sasori. No doubt. Hades, SNV. At least they solved everything or almost everything. Zeus, PJ. I'll just say that we won't forget your courage and sacrifice if you survive. Hineko. Issei-senpai, don't be dramatic, the loli would say, hitting Issei and crashing him against a wall. Jiraiya. Another little Tsunade. He would say, terrified. Tsunade. That girl has a future. On screen. Lin Jr. Well, Linka comes here sometimes to spend the night with Liberty where she has to sleep on the couch, but now I'm working to buy another bed, and this house was given to me by Patriarch Sage to live in, and well, it seems like it's time to go to my date, and there someone knocks on the door, I'm here there, he buttons his shirt again, and goes to the door, where after giving her the bouquet of flowers, they went to their date where they explored every corner of the village, and Lin did everything to make that day the best, and when they arrived at a quiet place to eat ice cream there Lin Jr. Linka, what did you think of this day? Linka. Well, Lin, although there her look changes to a serious one, why do you keep hurting yourself there? Linka wraps one of Lin's shirt sleeves, showing her wounds. Tell me why you keep doing it. Lin Jr. Linka, you don't understand, I made you go through hell, because of me you suffered too much, and these wounds that I inflicted on myself are my punishment for Linka slaps him hard. Linka. You're an idiot, Lin, stop blaming yourself for doing that, I know you made me go through that hell. But I'm not blaming you for that there she hugs him. Lin, after you showed that you're sorry, that shows that you deserve a second chance, I don't hate you, and I never would. Lin being hugged by Linka. But what I did is not forgiven by any god in there. Linka hugging Lin. I forgave you, now is the time for you to forgive yourself, some wounds may remain marked on my body, But you make me forget that I have those wounds there. I was crying upon hearing Linka's words that were right. Linka forgave him, now is the time for him to forgive himself, so he just hugs Linka tighter, but in that. Azula possessing her body and whispering in Lin's ear. Now tonight I will reward you. So Lin, apart from blushing, also feels a chill. The screen turns off. The girls eyed but were a little angry that he was hiding his wounds, although they didn't blame him, it was time for him to stop making them suffer. Apollo and Hermes, PJ. WTZZZZ whip they said, seeing the seriousness of the albino. Hermes, SNV. Is that me? Watching his other self act childishly. Linka? I'm sorry. Lin. No Linka, you're right, immersed in my pain, I won't realize that I hurt you. Conan. She's more beautiful than my soap opera, she would say crying. Aphrodite, PJ. She's beautiful, sniff. Drew? Yes, mother. Selena. Too beautiful. Aphrodite, SNV. I might watch a couple of human novels. All the women blushed as they realized that Azula is extremely perverted. Men. The male striking a pose of respect. Hera. Well, what are we going to do? Gilgamesh. There are refreshments in the courtyard, so take whatever you want while we take a break. Everyone would leave the room to get some air, eat something, and who knows what else. Well, a group of future knights escorted Linka and Lin, along with their most important allies and the knights of the next generation. Chapter 6. The entire room was packed again, though Hermes, SNV, could see something in a certain green-haired man, an intimidating look when he was serious or upset, similar to a certain king of Helheim, so he decided to wait until he could draw conclusions. Although he wasn't the only one who noticed it, certain crows of a very serious one-eyed man wouldn't take their eyes off him. Also, a certain Nordic man couldn't stop seeing him as intimidating. He noticed his courage, but he wasn't strong enough to go out with little goal. When the room filled with bustle, Izuku did his thing by approaching Jer's side to talk to her and be comfortable together, since they are both nervous, analytical, and even shy. Shion. Not bad son, he thought proudly. See ya. Well, what will we see now, he said, drawing attention, because he was uncomfortable next to two Hades and an Athena who does not defend the earth like that of his world. Before anyone could answer, the screen would light up. On screen. DLH Universe. The next morning when the Louds discovered that Lincoln escaped, they didn't care for a second, but when they discovered that Lincoln took Lily there, they began to look for him throughout Royalwood, but they didn't find any trace of the albino and the baby. They decided to give up weeks after the disappearance, but the good thing for them is that the bad luck was gone and they thought that everything would return to normal. The only ones who didn't feel that were Luna and Lewin, who had a bad feeling. Months passed and things went normal for the Louds, but Luna and Lewin stopped doing the things they liked to do. Luna stopped playing her guitar or anything related to music because the guilt she felt for believing Lin in that stupidity was great, and the same thing happened with Lewin because she stopped doing her jokes that were less like sot raps than jokes, but this day everything went wrong for the Louds. Lori. Bobby broke up with her on a date because a little bird told Bobby what Lori did to Lincoln. Leni. She was fired from her job because the same little bird told Leni's boss what she was doing to Lincoln, and her friends broke off their friendship because they didn't want to have anything to do with an abusive brother. Lin Jr. This one had it worse since the same little bird told Lin's friends what she did to Lincoln, so they kicked her out of all the sports teams, and on top of that, they beat her up altogether. Lucy. She was expelled from the funeral club because of what she did to Lincoln. Lola. This was banned from all beauty pageants because the other participants, tired of Lola's attitude, showed evidence of her threats and how she bribed or extorted the judges to win the contests. Lana. She was fired from the auto shop where she worked because someone told her what she did to Lincoln. Lisa. She was expelled from the laboratory where she worked because her colleagues said they didn't want someone who believes in superstitions and who crosses moral boundaries. The Loud parents. With Lin Sr., his restaurant was closed because the little bird sent evidence of how the father hit his son, and more than that, Lin Sr.'s friends made him feel what Lincoln went through since they beat him up in a group, and with Rita, she was fired from her job as a dentist, and more than that, the mothers who were clients gave her the beating of her life. This was the Loud's karma. Off-screen. Adam would approach Luna and Lewin while smiling warmly at them. True repentance was something extremely rare to see, so he brought them closer to Lincoln, and he would smile and hug them, implying that he forgave them. They only played heavy jokes on him once, and after that, they helped him heal when they realized their actions. Unfortunately, the others were not so lucky. And the best of everyone. Oh, circumflex Sedilla times Emily Mora has spent years watching her brother's best friend, Malachi Barton, shine at every casting call, interview, and party. In Emily's eyes, Malachi. Serendipity, Kang Diho. After being forced to work in a brothel, Jian is fired after being scammed by an older client, saddled with debt and injustice. 5 long years. In Lissa one-shots, GP. One-shots rankings Manabin Cheyoung Jin Lissa Jinsul Alyssa Rosie. Addicted to Yujinu X-Reader. She's a hunter. He's a demon. Between them, there's war and something they shouldn't feel. YN just wanted to protect her K-pop group, Huntrix. But the scenario. And the best of the day. Though marked by centuries of loneliness, accidentally meets Neria, a mermaid from a forgotten kingdom, both worlds collide. One-shots F. One-shots of your favorite pilots. Handsome Tracatero. Gaspy. He says I'm the best thing in his life, that he wants to get lost with me all day, that for me he aims, shoots and shoots, that he no longer cares about committing a crime for his girl real life net. The remaining Louds were stunned. Lin Jr. got angry, since how could they leave her out of the teams, for a loser, her fury was greater than reason, so she would make sure to make Lincoln go through the greatest hell, that in her eyes a loser deserves. Lori. Boop boop bear. Obi. I'm sorry Lori, but that's the way it is. Lori just glared at Lincoln and Ronnie Ann, blaming them for it, and they just looked at her with indifference. Leanie would bow her head because although she didn't regret it, she felt guilty. Lucy just muttered that she would give them a lot of makumbas against her for vetoing her for something so minuscule. Lola was in shock. Now so many things about her were coming to light, and simply because of that, she came across as a poor competitor, glaring at Lincoln. Her twin sister was stunned, though she didn't think anything of it, since she would fix things outside. She didn't need a garage. Lisa was shocked. Was bad luck, according to them, a superstition. She, having many awards, believed they were wrong. Tesla. I hope it teaches you that you are not what they paint you as, girl. Science is progress, but moral limits are never crossed. The Loud parents lowered their heads, while Albert looked at them with great disappointment. On screen. The LH genderbender. Basically karma for them was the same, only their things were worse since Levi, due to Azula's blows, ended up in a coma, and as Azula said, without the scientist, the Louds were nothing, so Loki ended up sterile for life, and without his little friend and companions, Loni, Lane, Leaf, Rita, Lars ended up with quite noticeable fractures, Lex ended up all toothless without any teeth in his mouth. Lin Sr. all his dream of being a chef went to waste when he lost his arm with which he cooked, and Luke Loud his dream of being a rocker also went to waste because Azula, using her cosmos, managed to burn all his vocal cords. Off screen. Many males, upon seeing Loki without Fifi, grabbed their private parts in a sign of phantom pain and mourning for the fallen soldier. Meanwhile, the Louds were completely shocked to see him so ill. Luke, TLH. My voice, he would say with fear. Lex. I'm toothless, he would say alarmed. Aldebaran. Wow, that girl really showed off. Shoto. They deserve it. Ibara. Yes. Iida. They should arrest her for being a villain. Izuku. Already the Iida. Iida. Nothing, well it's clear that they are the victims. Izuku. Because of people like you, Stain hunts heroes, he would say annoyed. Stain. Then why one hunts them? Shoto. Maybe we should have let Stain get in a few hits. Izuku. I remind you that it didn't even hit him, it was literally a cut and it paralyzed him before killing him. Izawa. And how do you know that? Izuku and Shoto. They still believe that Endeavor stopped him. Endeavor. Congratulations to both of you, you just ruined your hero careers, you know we lied to save your skins. Class A and B were in shock, did those face the hero killer? Stain. They almost thought the Flamitas defeated me, that duo works well together, although I think I should have given the eyes a couple of hits. On screen. Became, Georgia kill. But them they simply regretted having talked behind Akame's back and blaming her for Tatsumi's death, and they did not stop looking for Akame's whereabouts. Off screen. Tatsumi. Girls, he would say, hugging Akame. Shaka. Pain can make you speak in ways you can't imagine. Saga. It's best to let things go and not seek forgiveness from people who have already turned the page. Luca, for his part, felt slightly jealous of Tatsumi when he saw him hugging Akame, he didn't know why. On screen. Miraculous. Time passed after the disappearance of Marinette, Luca and Adrian, where things were not normal, since after the disappearance of Marinette, Luca and Adrian, also Ladybug, Chatanwar and Viperian disappeared, but the Greased Mansion. There Gabriel Agreste was watching everything, and after the disappearance of his son and the blue-haired girl, Chatanwar and Ladybug also disappeared, where the man being in the transformation of Hawkmoth was investigating, and after days there he joined the threads. Gabriel Agreste Hawkmoth. My son was Chatanwar and I, all stupid, had him close and even closer to the cat Miraculous, but that blue-haired girl that Adrian helped, if after her disappearance Ladybug also disappeared, that means that there he gets angry and starts destroying everything that was in the room. That damn brat, apart from being Ladybug, was also the damn new guardian of the Miraculous box, and I, like all stupid guardians. Didn't realize there he calms down and says in a gloomy tone, this time I'm going to look for her, and when I find her this time I'm going to get rid of her, and that way I'll have the creation miraculous, and all the miraculous in that box will be mine. There he gave a laugh that didn't look good, but then he hears a voice. You better think about what you will do. Gabriel agrees. Hawkmoth. Who are you and where are you there? Hawkmoth begins to suffer from some kind of attack, but there he saw a red-haired man with golden armor. Indeed. Be very careful with what you think because the only way out of that kind of unhappy thinking that will never fulfill its ambition is death. There the image of the red-haired man disappears from Gabriel Agreest's mind, but he wondered who he was, but the only one who realized who that Reed was Nero. Off screen. Ayla. Until we realize. Izuku. No offense to you guys, but seriously you are. Shoto. Idiots. Bakugo. Blind. Uraraka. They literally have the same hairstyles and even if they change their attitude, appearance is something that doesn't change. The miraculous members lowered their heads in shame. These were valid points, given that they didn't change much, just their clothes, their attitude, and a mask, and they were no longer recognized. Seeing Hawkmoth complain seemed funny to them, given that he wasn't that smart. Well, the villains looked at him like a failure. But everyone's eyes widened when they saw Virgo Shijima standing in front of a greased major. Naru? Oh no, he messed with guys he shouldn't mess with. Gabriel looked at the Kiwami, but many looked at him with daggers, deciding to leave the Kiwami free of that guy. On screen. That same afternoon Mark Anseal and Nathaniel Kurtzberg received a visit from that man revealing his name Shijima Uzumaki, saying that they should look for evidence to show Marinette's innocence, in addition to preparing themselves, which the latter left the black-haired and red-haired man in doubt. One day at school where everything was normal there Max that after those weeks of Adrian disappearing, realized that the time to show the evidence about Lila had arrived, but he would show it at the next class hour, but during the break, he would be intercepted by Mark and Nathaniel, and which Max thought that Lila sent them, but they revealed that they were on his side, and that they would help him reveal Lila's true face, and when the other class period began there Max taking advantage of the fact that Professor Bustier went to the office because Director Damocles called him there. Max puts the disc with the evidence in his laptop and Max. Look there all of Marinette's class gets together and there they see all the evidence that Adrian had managed to collect together with Max where he showed his true face and all the lies he told but there were students who said they were edited videos but Chloe. Those videos are not edited there the whole class including Alia is surprised by the blonde's response. I know the difference between a real video or an edited one and those videos are not authentic there. Lila realized that all her lies went down the drain but Lila. Hey, don't you hate Marinette? Chloe. Yes I hated her, but unlike you I preferred to attack her from the front and not from behind like a coward. Besides, I myself knew that Marinette would not be able to cause those wounds since she is a pacifist and would avoid all kinds of conflicts. She even seemed to avoid me when I wanted to bother her. There the class was divided between those who believed Marinette's innocence, who were Alia, Nino, Kim, Ivan, Rosita, Chloe, Sabrina, Max, Mark, Alix, Nathaniel, Kagami, Julika and Malene, while another part continued that Marinette did that damage to Lila and when Lila was about to escape, she was surrounded by Nino, Ivan, Kim, Max, Mark, Nathaniel and she said. Lila. They can't hit me, I'm a woman. Nino. We know that there Lila lets out an arrogant smile, but they do there she points to the girls who were releasing a murderous aura and the worst was Julika since in those tests she saw when Lila spoke with Luca when she was in jail, but there Lila was about to articulate some words that there the girls except Chloe and Kagami jumped on Lila and started hitting her and more the trail of smoke did not help. And more than chaos broke out in the kids. Well these left the class as quickly as possible and stood behind the wall where even Max was praying, but Kim had taken out a guitar that even Nino wondered where she got it from. Kim with a guitar. And when the fight stopped by miracle because Professor Bustier had arrived to the class and upon hearing the scandal, she saw what happened and stopped the fight and the kids saw how Lila had ended up with bruises, with a mess of hair and a broken right arm, courtesy of Rosita and Sabrina, and a broken left leg courtesy of Julika. Eyes, mind. If Sabrina and Rosita are pacifists and when they get angry they are scary, I can't imagine what Marinette will be like and we feel sorry for the man or woman who makes her angry. When the director arrived at the course and saw the disaster, he asked for an explanation of what happened and there Max shows the evidence that Adrian collected and more upon seeing it. First they sent Lila to the clinic to treat her wounds and cast her broken limbs and after doing that, Director Damocles gives Lila notice that she is expelled and that she should then pick up her things. Well the girls would be suspended for weeks because of what Lila did. Off screen. Marinette. Thanks guys. Mark. Don't worry Mary. Nathaniel. What Mark said, friend. All might. That girl looking angrily as if they still don't believe him despite the videos being true. Oak. Well, you know what they say, a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth. Seeing what the girls did to him, many swallowed saliva, especially the men. Artemis, PJ. I would say it was wrong, but they deserve it, she is literally a liar. Apollo, PJ. Hot take it, Motherbicker. Apollo, SNV. And that's me. Izuku. And justice was done. Jer. Yes, Mary, Adrian, Luca can now be accepted again. Vegeta. Wow. Julika. We're scary when we're angry. Marinette. It's surprising what I'm going to say, but thanks Chloe. Chloe. You're welcome, Baker. On screen. But in the Mariposan's lair he was watching the news that explained theories of the disappearance of Luca Kufane and Adrian Agreste, but Nero from the television could only see something that the reporters were not noticing, and the answer was on the pavement, and it was the ice that was still at the scene, but that ice despite the weeks still did not melt, and there the moth Kwame realized. Neuromente. My goodness, I think my teacher is in serious trouble, and not just one, but three. If that Luca disappeared, and then my teacher's son and then the guardian disappeared, that means Gabriel Agreste says. Gabriel Agreste. Neuro, why so thoughtful? Neuro. Nothing, master. Gabriel Agreste. Tell the truth, I know when you're lying there. The man began to pressure Kwame with questions where Neuro began to tell what he noticed, and more the existence of the sanctuary, and who the knights were, so there must be not only my son, but also the guardian. I think I'll take a vacation, haha. Off screen. Adrian. Most likely if he sees you he'll kill you, old man. Natalie. Most likely. Adam. Unfortunately, I can't comment. Tsunade. A dance and doesn't deserve it. Naruto. That guy doesn't deserve to be called father. Minato. At least I died defending my son, but he is selfish enough to sacrifice his son, just for the love of a woman. Kushina. Be thankful you're not my husband, she would say in Havana mode. Naruto. Grandma is scary, he thought, terrified. Himawari. Grandma is great, she thought with stars in her eyes. Shaka. Something in my being tells me that it is better to keep that woman happy, he thought, feeling afraid. On screen. Meanwhile in China Peaks Mountain. There Marinette was facing Doko's former student. Marinette. Ascend to the sky dragon, rising dragon. There the attack sent the former student flying, but what he didn't know is that the attack released a large amount of energy that normal people would never notice, but certain beings would. Paris Alia's house. Their tricks, the Kwame of the Fox Miraculous, had secretly entered the kitchen, and when he went to the fruit bowl, he found what he was looking for, which were blueberries, where he took them to Alia's room and enjoyed his loot. Trick's mind. What a delight, and there he feels the energy of the attack that Marinette used. Wait a moment, is that perhaps Cosmos? There the Kwame concentrates and tries to locate where the Cosmos came from, and after seconds I found it. Well, he felt the Cosmos there, he felt the presence of Marinette. If she is the one using Cosmos, that means that there he goes into shock. Marinette was chosen as a golden knight. Their Trix tries to get in touch with Waze, and by doing so Waze you felt it. Nino's houseboy's room. Waze mind. If Trix manages to feel the energy of Cosmos and Trix mind. Waze Marinette is in China, she is emanating the cosmos. Waze mente. Maybe the guardian was chosen for the golden knight. Trix mind. Yes Waze, we should tell Nino and the others that they believe in Marinette's innocence, and so we can go convince her to return to Paris or try. Waze mind. Okay. After that Trix and Waze spoke with their respective carriers what they felt and more the existence of the sanctuary and everything related to the knights, and then Alia and Nino communicated with those who believed in Marinette's innocence and more to tell them what they discovered and more that Marinette would move to Greece. They agreed to meet to go to Greece, but Alia along with Nino went to Marinette's house that they located Marinette, but upon arriving at the place they were surprised. But the place was abandoned and more there was the note that they had moved for personal reasons to a villa in Greece, implying that they already knew where Marinette was, but what they did not know is that Lila heard the entire meeting, so she would go separately to Greece to take revenge on Marinette. Off screen. Marinette. Wow, I showed off, she would say, embarrassed. Seeing that Marinette's friends would go for her, they were touched, but seeing that the Quemis had a selfish motive, that disappointed them. Marinette. I'll only accept it because I'm the guardian, but when I find a good candidate, I'll leave it. The Kuamis. Yes, Marinette. Seeing that Lila was going, the aforementioned smiled, but the others looked expectantly. As far as they knew about her, so they wanted to see how far she would go when she failed. On screen. Gravity Falls. After Dipper escaped from his great uncle's house, Stan thought that Dipper would come back crawling because he couldn't stand being in the woods for a few days, but he was wrong. He noticed the Dipper didn't come back, which Wendy, Suze, and Stanford quickly noticed. The three of them corner Stan and Mabel. After a brief interrogation, Mabel spills the beans because she can't stand so much pressure. Suze, Wendy, and Stanford were surprised to hear something that Mabel and Stan said behind Dipper's back, where Stanford hit Stan hard in the face, while Wendy grabs Mabel by her sweater. Wendy grabbing Mabel by her sweater. Don't you realize the damn sacrifices Dipper made for you to save your stupid skin or hide all the stupid things you did, and how you pay him back by betraying him and talking behind his back there? She lets go of her abruptly. They know I quit there. The Redeed leaves the mystery shack. Well, Suze. You know, Mr. Stan, I always had a lot of respect for you, even considering you like a father to me, but what I heard you say about Dipper makes me see the kind of person you are. He then leaves the place, and Stanford just left, took his things, and moved to his old bunker. After that, Wendy met with Candy and Grenda, where she told them what Mabel and Stan said about Dipper and more about being the cause of Dipper's disappearance or more. These through messages the girls let her know that their friendship is over, and let's not even talk about the anomalies of Gravity Falls, which began to act in a more hostile way with Mabel from the gnomes, including the Lilliputians, where these when Mabel in minigolf tried to hit the hole they made her lose. But everything changed when Mabel opened the box where Deimos was, one of the sons of Ares, where the anomalies when sensing the presence of Deimos these no longer showed themselves in the forest. Although Stan after Suze and Wendy resigned, he began to have nightmares every night where he saw a destroyed Gravity Falls, where men and women in red armor killed everything that moved, whether human or the anomalies themselves, and in front of him was the one who led the attack. And every day I woke up from the fright and more wondered. Stan. What do those dreams mean? But when Marinette launched that attack, Deimos was the only one who managed to feel it. Deimos' mind. So Athena has new golden saints, that makes my job easy, he said while outside his mind, Deimos was spending time with Mabel. Off screen. Seeing the situation in Gravity Falls, everyone expected it, but when they saw the oddities they were surprised, so Ford with all his experience and helped by Dipper, explained everything and more when they saw Bill who greeted them happily. Remembering Mabel's stupidity, many slapped their faces, wondering how far the girl's stupidity went, and when they saw her, they only saw her laughing while hugging Pedo. Bill. Why didn't I bother the shooting star? He patted his eye. Dipper. I don't even know. Triangle. On screen. The NHA universe. After months of the Hero Commission declaring Izuku a traitor due to the video that showed that Izuku was the traitor, things changed, but in the UA things were worse, but All Might, Azawa, Mount Lady, Midnight and Nezu did not even trust the video, and more than someone anonymous had sent the video to the Hero Commission, where these All Might along with Nezu began to watch the video over and over again, until after days Nezu, along with All Might, saw that the video had the date, and they saw that on the day Izuku gave the information to the League of Villains, and they saw that on that date, Izuku was training with All Might, and that at the end of that training the green-haired man had gone straight home, and even All Might himself had contacted Inko Midoriya to find out if the green-haired man came home, and after seeing that test, they saw other inconsistencies in the video, and it was on the face of the green-haired from the video, since this one had freckles on his face, while the original green-haired man has on each cheek, and each one formed a rhombus, and after collecting all the inconsistencies, Nezu went directly to the commission, and when meeting with the officials and showing all the evidence that proved the green-haired man's innocence, the officials say, "Official, these tests are false." Nezu. What? Official, it's true, you can see from afar that the video is edited. Nezu. Wait a minute, I know each of my students, and that day Izuku Midoriya was in his training with All Might and officials. Silence. Nezu. Look, from here I see that you do not accept that one of your students is the traitor, so you better leave and continue in your school of heroes there. Nezu resigned, only leaves the room, but did not go directly to the room, but began to walk through the commission until he found the classified documents room, where he entered, and upon entering there was only a computer where he sat in a chair, and after entering the password, because he was part of the commission, he knew the password, and after taking out a USB, he began to copy all the classified files. Since the computer had only folders, so he copied the folders along with their contents and saved them on the USB, and after doing that he leaves the room, and as if nothing had happened, he leaves the commission, and when he got home, he turned on his laptop, and when he put the USB in one of the ports of the laptop, but before exploring the files, Nezu calls Professor David Shield to help him investigate in the files. And when opening the files that the USB had, the surprise was quite ugly, and saw many cases of corruption in the Heroes Commission to heroes and heroines who are related to cases of drug sales, trafficking and human trafficking, especially of the quirkless, animal trafficking, cybercrimes, money laundering including arms trafficking, and then there were plans from genocide aimed at the quirkless. Also for the elimination of people with useless or weak quirks, and more for people with a villain quirk, where David was scared to see such projects where his daughter was in danger. Then they found a folder with the name New Olympus where there were maps where they tried to locate something or rather someone, and more than there were badly taken photos where you could see an albino man with a mask that covered half of his face and more his clothes were completely white and then move on to images of a green-haired man, but he was wearing armor. Off screen. Izuku. Arigato, All Might Sensei. Gran Torino. Finally you do something right, Zygote. Bakugo. It's obvious that video isn't Deku. Shoto. It's true. Iida. But if the commission says so, it is so. Hercules. Commission. Stain. So they were the core of everything I would say seriously. Sia. I have a question, since when does being a hero require a commission and a license? Nezu. Since they implemented the control measure and made being a hero a profession. All Might. The only one who can remember is the old man points to Afo. Shigaraki. Don't offend sensei, he would say, scratching. Afo. I'm not offended. You know, I've been living this information since the quirks basically appeared. But let me see, placing his hand on his chin, at least since the second bearer, I think. Adam. I honestly think your world failed you. Seeing the entire list of crimes that the commission had, the hero apprentices could not believe it. Stain along with Spiner saw more real heroes who all ended up meters underground. The Olympians, PJ. Olympus Project. Hermes, SNV. That's not it. Poseidon, SNV. It's Hades without a doubt. Hades, SNV. At one point I visited his world, he even had a daughter, he said, remembering something. Hermes, SNV. That confirms my suspicions. Ares, SNV. Which ones? Hermes, SNV. Look at Hades and the green-haired man, you notice some similarity. Ares, SNV. No. Zeus, SNV. I can confirm it now, he gives off a similar aura, maybe it's a legacy. Odin, SNV, looked at the green-haired man seriously, perhaps this is a problem for his plans. On screen. Nezu. Because the commission was trying to locate that man with white hair and Shion, I don't know, but something tells me they were about to do the same with Izuku, in that he has a small memory. Flashback. They're in a bar where Shion in civilian clothes with Nezu, a young Toshinori and the heroine Midnight, where they were enjoying some drinks where the one who fell first was Toshinori, while Shion, Nezu were talking, and in that. Midnight. Hey handsome, she would say seductively to Shion, why don't you come with me to my house and we can have fun? Shion. I'm sorry Midnight, I'm already married to Inko and I'm not going to cheat on her, besides I'd rather enjoy this night with my friends, so cheers, I would say, raising my glass. Nezu and Midnight. Health. After hours of pure drinking, everyone was heading home, where Nezu, who was not completely under the influence of alcohol, was taking Shion, who was all drunk, where he said the reasons why he fell in love with Inko and that he is happy to be her husband, and Nezu just listened, and upon arriving at the Midoriya residence, Nezu takes Shion to the door, and when he left him alone, Shion went to Inko's room, where Nezu outside the Midoriya house and about to get to his car began. To hear applause where he blushed but just got in his car and went home. End of flashback. Off screen. Izuku. I didn't want to know that, said Green, for hearing how his parents did it. Oko. The truth is you are very faithful, Shion. Midnight. Lightning. Era, PJ. Why aren't you like him? She pointed at Zeus. Zeus, PJ. What? If it weren't like that, he wouldn't be such a bad husband and such a scoundrel. Era, PJ. Zeus. Poseidon, PJ. Drama queens. Poseidon, SNV. Seriously, my version is like this. Percy. Sometimes, but you get used to it, another father. Poseidon, SNV. When the room is open for us, I will turn you into a perfect being. It's a shame that Percy is Percy and he won't change many things. He may be able to strengthen him, but teaching him his morality and path, well, no. On screen. Nezu. And seeing the young Midoriya, I could see his similarity, old friend, but then he found other folders where the most influential families in Japan were, where they helped the commission either economically and politically, among them the Lita family, but the only family that did not support them was the Aoirozu family, and more where they had written down people that they should eliminate. Then another was about the eerie case where Chizaki Overhaul had received help from the Hero Commission for the creation of the anti-quirk bullets, and more that Sir Night Eye's agency was involved, including Sir himself. Nezu was shocked, but then regained his composure along with David Shield, but when they were about to turn off the laptop, they saw a folder named Delete There Nezu, and David Shield believed they were junk files, but curiosity won them over, and when they opened the folder, things had become murky. Nezu and David Shield saw that the Hero Commission had been eliminating heroes and heroines who met the standards of heroes for a long time, and more than that, they used quite dangerous villains, and Nezu just turns off his laptop, where David Shield, after seeing such atrocities, just says goodbye and leaves, but Nezu mind. All this time I was helping criminals much worse than Hitler, and Stain was right, the heroic society has already lost the sense of heroism, they are only people who care about fame and money. I'm going to check if all the students of the UA. Off screen. Mirio. Tell me it's not true, he would say shocked, tell me it's not true. All Might. Sasaki, what have you done? He would say in shock. Izuku. Sir, starting to get angry and release Cosmos. Shion. What did they do to my granddaughter? Raising his. Momo. My family, I would say in shock. All the students, except Monoma and Iida, were in shock, so many heroes died for being heroes. Stain. Rest in peace true heroes, he would say with regret. Mineta. Exam. He would say fearfully. Hercules. The best thing would be a psychological exam. Stain. I agree with him. Jiren. Don't get me wrong, but it's the first thing that is done. In my case, I train demigods, since they are constantly in danger. Events that make them consider heroes rarely occur. The clear example is Perseus, since he holds the title of Hero of Olympus. Hercules. What did you do? Percy. What didn't I do? He would say calmly. Zeus, PJ. Well, starting to detail everything and refuse to become a god. The gods of Shimatsu spat in shock. Did they hear wrong? That demigod boy even refused to become a god. What kind of absurd decision is that? Adam and several humans from Ragnarok felt respect for him, as did Hercules, Hades, and, surprisingly, Poseidon. Adam, for his part, chose him as his favorite nephew. Izuku. I think I should add you to my merchandise list. Shion called him a geek, while Doko made fun of him. On screen. After days of seeing those documents. Ernezu makes a surprise announcement where the entire UA would do a surprise exam, where he caught everyone off guard, especially Mineta, and each teacher gave them the sheets with the questions where everyone began to answer by answering, while Class A and Class B took the trouble to read each question, especially Mineta. And after hours Director Nezu was already reviewing the exams, and after a few tortuous hours of reviewing, he saw that more than % of the UA students preferred to be heroes and heroines for fame and money, except for Uraraka, who wanted to be a heroine to help her parents, but seeing that many of the students were children of the officials of the Hero Commission this. Nezu. He started laughing in a way that would scare anyone, even as Awa had been scared. After days the results of the surprise exams were delivered, the students saw that on that exam, the letters were in red with the word student expelled there. Many of those students realized what kind of exam it was, and it was a psychological exam to know if they were fit to be heroes and heroines, where they saw that their plans to be heroes and heroines were cut short forever, since Nezu sent notices to the other hero schools not to accept those students because of their psychological exam. Off screen. Stain. I like to see dreams end like that, and girl, looking at your means in itself is noble, but not a complete end, so do a good job. Helping your family is a heroic act, but it shouldn't be the only thing, so don't disappoint me. Spiner. If Stain says so. Uraraka. Hi, she would say with a strange glow, being recognized as a heroine by the murderer made her happy. Lincoln. Pretty, he whispered. Hercules. Fame and money, they don't deserve to be heroes. Jack. Same here sir, he said, teaching Eri and several girls how to use tea, and since she is a girl, well, he would implement it with dolls. Mirko. Smart rat, although I don't agree. Mineta. Phew, what a save I got. Issei. Being a hero to have a harem, you disgust me. Stain. What do they call you, Sekurute? Issei. Dragon op I, he said, causing laughter in the room. Spiner. And that would be why. Stain. They put it on you, didn't they? Issei. Yes, since I said it in a moment of tension and at state, he said resignedly. Rias. I think it was after the fight with the Loki of our world to seal it. On screen. But we go with the students. Where they were relieved to see the exam questions read, but. Mina. What's happening that Izuku doesn't call me? Uraraka. Mina, how hypocritical you are. Mina. Don't meddle where your name isn't Uraraka. Sayu. Uraraka is right, don't be a hypocrite. First you were unfaithful to Izuku with Monoma, and then you were the first to attack her when you knew he was a traitor, and you thought Bakugo would be the first. Bakugo. Listen Frog, I know Deku well, he is not capable of doing those things, apart from raccoon eyes, I will tell you one thing. Mina. I don't care if you say, I'm sure Izuku will surprise me with gifts so we can get back together, and everything will be normal about that. Bakugo. Mina. And why are you laughing? Bakugo. Listen Raccoon Eyes, Deku is not one of those people who stop begging people to come back, he simply decides to forget, and another girl will have won Deku's heart there. Mina goes into denial that her Izuku would cheat on her. Their Class A just passed classes normally, although Mineta continued, since unfortunately he knew what the exam was about, so he was saved from being expelled. Off screen. Izuku. My first best friend, he would say smiling. Bakugo. I know you the best, I'd have to be crazy to believe that. Mina. That's what it means. Izuku. No, keep that photocopier. Jer. It wasn't enough for you to cheat on him, you want him back. Izuku. Not anymore, that's why I have you, Jer-chan. Thor. I recognize that, so don't take away points, kid. Shion. I recognize that he is a poet. Inko. He inherited it from you. Hercules. What a great girlfriend if you are unfaithful at first and then turn your back on her. Hendo. When Monoma couldn't disappoint Class B anymore. Dabara. I hope sighing, where could he go? Hades, PJ. Maybe with me, given that the biblical ones send their dead to other pantheons. Searches simply started whistling. On screen. After that exam and days later, the controversies began against Nezu because he unfairly expelled young promises to be heroes, and Nezu, already tired of the press, decided to give a speech, but he knew it would be dangerous, so he named Aizawa as substitute director. There Nezu arrives where the press, where he would begin to give his speech about how the society was quite hypocritical, and further showed the video showing that Izuku was completely innocent of the charges of treason, and where all of Japan was divided between those who believed that Izuku was the traitor and those who believed that Izuku is innocent, and after continuing with his speech and at the end. Nezu. After that he says goodbye and takes a taxi directly to the airport, and the Hero Commission that saw Nezu's speech began to send mercenaries to eliminate him, which could not be done because the rodent arrived at the airport much earlier and hired a small plane to take him to Island. And their society began to distrust the commission and the heroes and heroines. And it was all seen by the League of Villains, who only watched with smiles. The screen turns off. Isawa. Oh no, taking his sleeping bag, trembling. Midnight. Or yes. Present Mick. Ha 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 ha, they screwed you, Aizawa boy. Izuku. Thanks for clearing my name. Nezu. Don't worry. David. It also helped that you came to the island. See ya. Wow. Shiryu. Unfortunately it is true, society has heroes that do not deserve. All Might. The press only feeds those hypocritical bastards. Hyoga. And there is something they love more than a hero, seeing a hero fall and die in a feat, although the latter is debatable. Iki. What they want most is for him to fall and become a villain. Stain. We live in a society where lying has become routine, betraying has become monotony, and being a hypocrite is everyday clothing. Hermes and Apollo, PJ. We understood that reference. Everyone sees them. Hermes and Apollo, PJ. Yes, we understood it. Hermes, SNV. That's my version. Apollo, SNV. Damn, it's too childish. Leonidas. At least he's better than you, bastard. Chapter 7. Leonidas was analyzing everything Apollo PC and Hermes PC had said, given that they weren't like the ones from his world. In truth, they were much more childish and not as egotistical and narcissistic. Hermes SNV, meanwhile, was being harassed by Apollo PC since he had heard about his musical abilities at a certain tournament. Apollo SNV. I have a hard time understanding that that guy is me. Leonidas. I can't get used to it. Zeus SNV. And my version is quite paranoid. Zeus, PJ. I already told you that you will want my throne. Poseidon and Hades, PC. We already told you we don't want your bucking throne. Drama queen. Hestia. Calm down. She said with a flip-flop. Zeus, Poseidon and Hades, PJ. Yes, sister. Hades, SNV. Wow, I would say surprised. Percy. Aunt Hestia is scary when she's angry. All the cast members watch this with a drop of sweat. Ilgamish. Let's continue and the children will have to leave, there will be things not suitable for them, so I will take them aside, opening a portal. Milikas, Kunu, Eri, Kota, Mahoro, the Kamohamaru team, Kitsuma, Inari and the rest of the children went to a land plagued by Pokémon, while the others nodded since they were not monsters, while Eva went with them to take care of them. On screen. Highschool DxD. Months after Issei and his harem along with Milikas and Biku moved from Japan to Long Island and from Camp Half-Blood to Ridorio, things in the supernatural world began to get ugly little by little, since Urches and Michael had more meetings apart from the Greeks, having the feeling that something bad was about to happen and that they had to put more defenses in Camp Half-Blood and Camp Jupiter, and the one who suspected the most was Azazel, so one day he was summoned by Urches and Michael to a meeting, but he was not alone but accompanied by Volley Lucifer. Hell. Azazel. Listen Volley, just wait here, okay? In case something happens, just go to the location that may be in the palace. Volley. Okay Azazel there Azazel enters the palace and heads to the room where Surziches and Michael were waiting for him, which when he arrived, he asked them why they expelled Issei from hell, and more of approaching angelic territory, which Surziches and Michael pretended to be crazy, that they were not capable of doing such an atrocity, something that Azazel noticed from miles away that it was a lie and then says. Azazel. You know gentlemen, I separated from the alliance of factions with my faction there he leaves in shock I'm sorry since Rivism was defeated, I don't see the need for this to continue standing so goodbye there he leaves the room, but does not go directly to the exit, but begins to look for a room where Searches knows how to hide classified information, which was not difficult to find, since Searches being a complete clueless person and sometimes even got lost in his own house. He had put up a sign that said classified information which Azazel upon entering and seeing the safe saw that they were modern ones, so he put it up and it opened, but Azazel with a drop of sweat on his forehead says. Azazel. I don't know anymore why Searches is the leader of the Gremory clan, seriously the password is password, there he takes out the documents where this when reviewing each one of them, he noticed the amount of atrocities that Searches along with Michael had done after the death of Elohim since the genocide of the Nicuchio, then there was the extinction of the races of fairies, giants, trolls, elves and their variants of the Nordic faction, also of the destruction of the Celtic, Sumerian factions, etc. What kind of atrocities did these commit after the death of Elohim better escape before and there? And the best of everyone. Oh circumflexi Sedilla times Emily Mora has spent years watching her brother's best friend, Malachi Barton, shine at every casting call, interview, and party. In Emily's eyes, Malachi. Serendipity, Kang Diho. After being forced to work in a brothel, Jian is fired after being scammed by an older client, saddled with debt and injustice. 5 long years. Jinlissa one-shots, GP. One-shots rankings Manabin Cheyoung Jinlissa Jinsula Lissa Rosie. Addicted to Eugenu X-Reader. She's a hunter. He's a demon. Between them, there's war and something they shouldn't feel. YN just wanted to protect her K-pop group, Huntrix. But the scenario. And A. Marked by centuries of loneliness, accidentally meets Neria, a mermaid from a forgotten kingdom, both worlds collide. One-shots F. One-shots of your favorite pilots. Handsome Tracatero. Gaspy. He says I'm the best thing in his life that he wants to get lost with me all day that for me he aims, shoots and shoots, that he no longer cares about committing a crime for his girl real life net. Searches and Michael. Before Azazel there the leader of the fallen faction becomes tense, so you discovered our secrets well, it seems we have no choice but to eliminate you there they already had their attacks prepared, but Azazel using a blinding light attack, takes advantage to escape from the place, taking advantage of the fact that his attack temporarily blinded Searches and Michael and Azazel mind. Volley go where the meeting room is, I will give you something, and there Volley upon hearing Azazel's telepathic message, goes to the meeting room where Azazel arrived, and there he gives him all the documents he managed to take. Volley. Azazel what's up? Azazel. Listen Volley, I don't have time, but I'm naming you as the current leader of the fallen faction. Now go away. They're already arriving. There, Volley escapes from the place without asking, and there Searches takes other documents or tears out some pages of books that were in the place, and there, using some magic, sets them on fire. There Michael and Searches arrive, where, seeing that Azazel burned their secrets, they just look at him seriously. Off screen. Everyone was listening attentively while Searches and Michael became nervous. More and more eyes were fixed on them, while they listened more carefully to everything the biblical god did even his followers were dead. The Bara fainted since it would be difficult for her to assimilate the information, while the gods of Shimatsu were in shock, since although they understood the politics, they did not understand what that angel and demon wanted to carry, genocide, of course they did it by hiding the fact of Ragnarok, but that is another topic. For their part, both Aten were emanating an aura of total anger, while they looked with daggers at those responsible for such atrocities. Aten, DXD. What the hell did they do? Aten, SNV. Mess with Asgard. Rias. We're leaving that place, I won't fight for a place like that. Issei. We follow her Butchu would say accompanied by the entourage. Ali. Azazel watching him die. The Bara. And no P can SB. Gabriel. Calm hugging Abara while looking at Michael with many tears. Azazel. I left my faction in good hands. Zeus, PJ. Looks like we'll have to get in. Rah, DXD. Without a doubt. Quetzalcoatl. I wonder what the reaction will be. The golden and bronze knights present watched this with furrowed brows, the war was very palpable. On screen. But Volley. He was flying alone with all the documents that Azazel gave him, but from afar a loud explosion is heard that came from Xerxes' palace, where upon reaching the territory of the fallen, he arrives at Azazel's house, where he begins to read all the documents that Azazel gave him, and discovered the horrible surprise of all the atrocities that Xerxes and Michael committed. Then he communicates with all Issei's allies from the rest of the Gremory, the Citri entourage, Phoenix clan, Citri clan, Ajuka's clan, Ajuka Beelzebub and Sirrag Baal with his entourage, but on the angelic side were Gabriel, Raphael, Azrael and Metatron who arrived, and Vali began to tell everything he saw in the documents, where at first no one believed him, but when he showed all the documents they began to believe him. Gabriel did not believe that his brother had committed genocides against other species. But the Phoenix clan had already planned it, and after those meetings, they made copies of all the documents and sent them to all the factions, where the first to receive them were the Nordic faction, the Greek faction and the Shinto faction, and then the other factions where the first to react was the Greek, where they put more security in the camps since from the beginning they distrusted Xerxes and Michael, and then the other factions began to put defenses in their respective territories in addition to sending letters. In hell. Xerxes. Let's see what they say there. He opens one and is surprised to find that the letter that came from the Nordic faction had the words in red and clearly written that we separate from the alliance of factions. There Xerxes, scared, begins to open other letters where the same thing was written, implying that they already knew what they would do in the future, so he calls a meeting of all the clans, but only some arrive. But where are the others? Random demon. Lord of the Phoenix clan, Citri, Ajuka, along with Ajuka himself, Baal and his entourage, Sirrag, Citri's entourage and the rest of his family, were seen leaving hell with everything in hand, including weapons, and percent of the demons from all over hell followed them, implying that they are on their side. There the Siskin is in shock to destroy that their greatest weapons left, and no one stopped them. In the sky. There things started to get ugly since the same letters had reached Michael, and when he saw what it was about, he held the same meeting where almost all the angels attended, but I discovered that Gabriel, Raphael, Azrael and Metatron were not there, and more than percent of the angels had gone with them there. He let out a loud cry of anger of his great weapons left, which were Azrael the angel of death, and Metatron left. And there both Xerxes and Michael launched attacks against the other factions, where they received them with defenses already prepared, and more the war of factions had begun, where all the factions that knowing the truth of Issei joined forming a resistance, but the factions were not only enough to defend themselves, but also attacked, where in Central and South America the Aztec and Mayan factions began to destroy all the churches that were in their territories. The same thing happened in the territories where the Inca faction was, while goddesses Bastet, belonging to the Egyptian faction, along with Amaterasu, went to the same tomb of Pope Gregory IV, where they used their powers to destroy any trace of the tomb. But the straw that broke the camel's back was when angels and demons attacked Camp Half-Blood, where they kidnapped many demigods of minor gods, including sons and daughters of Ares, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, nickname, Hermes etc., where Olympus already decided to join the conflict. Off-screen. Everyone expected such an answer, at least for the remainder of the vision. Xerxes. So they will leave the underworld, he would say, channeling his power of destruction. Michael. And you the sky, he would say, emanating his power. Zeus, PJ. Touch a hair on their head, and it's war against Olympus. Amaterasu. The Nicuchio, my beloved kittens, she would say, crying. Bastet. My kittens. Gabriel. Just for that. Michael, what did you order? Michael. Nothing, holy traitor, he would say coldly. The Olympian Council, PC, and the camps were in complete shock. The knights present remained static at the attacks on their pantheon, given that, as servants of Athena, they are Olympians in a certain way. The Greeks of Shimatsu were stupefied, and Hercules looked seriously at those involved, undoubtedly annoyed. Poor the blow he will receive when he sees what his counterpart is. On screen. Mount Olympus. There the gods were in a meeting where Hestia takes the floor. Hestia. Brother, it is no longer time to do half measures. Zeus, who was sitting on his throne, turns to Hephaestus. Zeus. Hephaestus sharpens all our weapons, so the aforementioned nods to the weapons there. Hestia sees Zeus with decision and seriousness. Hestia. To weapons there. Hephaestus along with his assistants began to sharpen and prepare all the weapons of the armies of the gods. In the underworld Hades summoned his army, the same towards Ares, Poseidon and Artemis. After weeks since the start of that war, all the allied factions were in a meeting as they sent Seraphol Leviathan, along with Sirrag, on a reconnaissance mission in Scotland, where upon arriving at a certain place, they discovered that the Celtic faction, along with some members of the wood elf species, were not completely extinct as Xerxes and Michael thought, but hidden, where they founded a resistance among the deepest mountains and forests of Scotland, where they sent ambassadors to join the new Alliance which they gladly accepted and then received a message from Razor as he was sent on a mission to Uruk, which served as a safe zone for the species that Michael and Searches tried to extinguish, the city that Gilgamesh himself was king, since that city was being besieged by the church, along with Michael's angels and Searches' demons, which were destroyed by Razor and more, could have an audience with the same and current king of Uruk and said that he would sign the alliance if the same. Leaders of each faction came personally to Uruk for what? Uruk. Off-screen. The demigods began to release killing intent directed at Searches and Michael, while the gods nodded. After this there would be war. Adam wanted to stop the imminent unnecessary violence when everyone was extremely surprised, the races that were believed to be extinct, alive. Naruto related it to what Shijima did with his clan, so he smiled a little. All the gods of DXD and PJ began to get nervous when they heard about the place where many were, only one being could place them like that. Zeus, SNV. Interesting, he would say, stroking his beard. Hades, PJ. Jack, tell me what you see. Jack. Fear, insecurity, dread. Izuku. Who would put them like that? Shion. I have a couple of theories, but I want to confirm them. On screen. There were at the entrance of the city the leaders of each faction: Zeus Jupiter, leader of the Greek-Roman faction, Ra, leader of the Egyptian faction, Huitzilopochtli and Quetzalcoatl, leader of the Aztec faction, Viracocha, leader of the Inca faction, Hunabku, leader of the Mayan faction, Vali, as representative of the new demonic and fallen faction, Gabriel, new leader of the Angels faction, Amaterasu, leader of the Shinto or Japanese faction, Yuangshan Shangdi, leader of the Chinese faction, and Auden, leader of the Nordic faction, which there the doors of the mythical city open, which shows the figure of a boy. List. Kenichi Shirahirama. Position. Direct descendant of Gilgamesh himself and current king of Uruk. Off-screen. Upon hearing who the boy descended from, fear became very palpable. Gilgamesh was greatly feared and respected. Shiva, SNV. What did that Gilgamesh guy do? Gilgamesh, me. Killed the entire Sumerian pantheon, being only a demigod god and human, killing at least primordials. Ors and Lubu. I want to fight him. Poseidon, SNV. What did he do? Hades, SNV. No wonder they fear him. The heroes, members of the League of Villains, students, and universes who heard that were in complete shock. Shion. That confirms my theory. On screen. Kenichi. And very well, talk about this alliance and better enter, you will be safer within the city. In hell. Their Searches had in his laboratory one of the armors that he managed to get, since he originally killed the user of the armor, which was. And the Redi did everything to at least get a piece of the armor to study it and used hammers, fire magic and nothing until in a fit of rage, he hit the entire armor until a small piece managed to come out of the armor and he picked it up and investigated it. Searches. This is orichalcum and I already know where I can get that valuable mineral, also I will go to the sanctuary to bring Issei, and this time the alliance of factions returns and they stop that stupid war. Off screen. Auden, DXD. At least there will be agreement. Gabriel. Yes. Ali. Without a doubt. Albion. I wonder what he'll do now. Upon observing what artifact he had in hell, Sia was in a state of complete shock. That was it, that was his armor. Shiryu. That's it. Shun. The Pegasus armor. Iki. And he took a piece out. Mew. Orichalcum cannot be replicated, but I would say in shock. Suddenly all the knights activated their cosmoses looking at Lucifer while he peed in his pants. Brayden. That's a brutal origin story. Issei. As if I were going back to the bastard. On screen. Shumatsu no Valkyrie. The next day after Jer left Valhalla, Thor went to her room to wake her up, but when he saw that she didn't respond, he slowly began to despair, and as a last resort he used Mjolnir to destroy the door, and upon entering he saw that many things in Jer's room were missing, like clothes and personal hygiene items, even a family photo, so he thought that some god kidnapped his daughter, but when he saw a note, and which was written in Jer's handwriting, he began to read it. When he finished reading the letter, Thor became angry, causing both in Valhalla and in the mortal world, thunderstorms began to form in there. Thor. Brunhilde would give a loud scream full of anger that was heard throughout Valhalla. Zeus, hearing the cry. Now that Brunhild has interfered. With Thor. There came the elder Valkyrie to her father and the Redi upon seeing his eldest daughter. Thor. Gather your sisters now. There Brunhild, seeing her father in that state, does not hesitate, and after a few minutes Brunhild arrived with her other sisters, and everyone saw that her father had Mjolnir in his hand, and more emanated a great amount of thunder and lightning, causing fear in the Valkyries. Now say, are you all? Valkyrie, yes, we are all, father. Thor. No, count well. There all the Valkyries began to see who was missing until. Brist. Jer is missing. There all the other Valkyries except Locke and Alva to realize that the youngest Valkyrie was missing. Brunhild. He must still be sleeping, and then she realizes that when she heard her father scream, she saw that the redeed was in Jer's room, so she starts to feel uncomfortable and. Thor. Explain this there he throws Jer's farewell letter and the Valkyries upon seeing it begin to read it and seeing that Jer had escaped from Valhalla showed a face of concern, but inside they were happy that the Valkyrie of Death had left Valhalla, the only ones who were truly worried were Rist, Locke and Alvatran there. Brunhild. Well maybe a god threatened her and there you hear it. And the cause was Locke who had tears in her eyes because she had slapped Brunhild. Locke with tears in her eyes. Stop being a damn hypocrite, you were the one who caused Jer to escape from here just because of your stupidity. Thor. One moment I want you to explain to me what happened there. Alvatar begins to tell about the meeting, including the plan to get rid of Jer, so when hearing that Thor having his Mjolnir in hand, he hits the floor strongly causing a great rumble throughout Valhalla, which there all the gods attended. What were you planning to do? What? There all the Valkyries were trembling with fear, how can they think that their sister is the cause of the death of their other sisters, there they tried to give their excuses but I myself spoke with Randris, Rengelif, Thrud and Gondel so that they would not do that madness, but they agreed and I had no choice but to accept. Perhaps they thought that I was glad to kill Lubuhausen, knowing that Randris did the Volund with having tell me there all the Valkyries remained silent, that's what I thought. Brunhild. But we can find her and convince her to come back in that. Alvatar. Shut up already and then he starts strangling Brunhild as if she were Bart Simpson and then. Rist. No Alvatar no, you're squeezing her too gently, he pulls Alvatar aside and starts strangling Brunhild little demon. Off screen. Loki. Wow, I've never heard Thor so furious. Thor, SNV. My little girl better be okay. Izuku. At least you have sisters who love you. Jer. Yes. Jack. What are you waiting for little miss? Go and thank them. Jer would approach the who loved her and hug them crying, repeating her forgiveness for worrying them. All Might. This smells bad. Professor Oak. I wonder what someone will do that will affect what happens. Shiva, SNV. Something smells bad. Beelzebub. Perhaps he would say opening his eyes, perhaps his suspicions of Odin were true. Lin. I hope you can solve your problems. Linka. Yes. Lincoln. They can't always solve things the way you want. Apollo, PJ. What a good reference ha 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 ha. On screen. There Thor had to prevent a murder and by stopping her. Thor. Jer better be okay because if not you'll have a worse punishment that even Loki's sons Fenrir and Jormungandr know it's best to avoid. After a few days the Valkyrie sisters searched for Jer desperately, but then Thor received a report that they saw Jer in a city where the Redeed went in search of his daughter, and upon arriving the horrible truth was given that his daughter disappeared since in the place where they saw her which was in an alley, there was no Jer only traces of her torn clothes, and he only lost hope that he lost his daughter, the reflection of his wife whom he swore that he would protect her and he could only scream. Thor holding the remains of Jer's clothes. Off screen. Jer, I'm sorry Dad. Thor. Don't worry calming her down. Lubu. Friend placing a hand on the shoulder of the only rival and friend he has. Odin, DXD. Not that he would die at the hands of Jormungandr. Thor, SNV. I killed her with my hammer and I didn't die. Loki, DXD. My cursed bastard son. Loki, SNV. What an emotional me you are. Buddha. Now something will come and they will owe me sweets. Izuku. Do you accept chocolates? He said with bars. Buddha. Deal he whispers something, making the green-haired boy blush, and so you do the Volund winking at a blushing Izuku. On screen. Weeks later. After they discovered that Jer was dead things changed in Valhalla, everything was silent, even Zeus himself had noticed it since he helped Hades when Thor asked the Lord of Helmheim if he could take care of Jer, and he had become fond of the little Valkyrie to the point of seeing her as his own daughter, even Poseidon helped in raising her. Zeus. If Hades were here he would not have hesitated to kill Brunhild he said while behind him there was an altar in honor of Poseidon and Hades plus their weapons. With Shiva. The leader of the Hindu pantheon was also affected by the news that Jer had died since he also helped Thor in his upbringing or even babysitting him and he saw how his son Ganesha played with Jer in the courtyard, even his wives liked that Jer played with Ganesha. Shiva seeing photos of Ganesha and Jer playing. Jer then turns to his son where he stayed alone in his room and also those affected after the death of Jer were Shiva's wives, but the most affected being Parvati, Ganesha's mother. But Thor. There the god of thunder had changed too much, he was already too distant with Brunhild and the other Valkyries, except for Rist, Alvatar and Locke, and he only stayed in his room in complete silence, where he did not eat or drink, he just looked at the room in there. Flashback. There they were in the Valhalla hospital where Sif was about to give birth to her last daughter, and Thorwell was waiting outside the delivery room, and as always, he was worried about his wife's health, and more so he was accompanied by his sons Magni and Modi. After a few hours a loud scream from a woman is heard, and then the cries of a newborn baby are heard. Doctor from Valhalla leaving the delivery room. Congratulations, it's a beautiful baby girl. Your wife is waiting for you. There Thor enters the delivery room and sees how his wife had a baby in her arms, and he just approaches. Sif. She's a beautiful girl, she said, she's a little tired from labor. Thor. If she inherited all your beauty, love, he said while holding the baby in his arms, have you thought about what her name will be? Sif was just surprised. Sif. Won't you give him his name? Thor. Love, I gave my other daughters their names, now it's your turn. Sif. Jer. There Thor throws a small smile seeing how little Jer had thrown a small laugh upon hearing his name, my little Jer, and there Sif begins to feel a strong pain causing her to scream, and more alarming Thor, who quickly called the doctors, and they arrived quickly and took Sif to another room, and Thorwell had only worried and went to the waiting room where Magni and Modi were waiting for him. Magni. Ah, Dad, noticing the baby, maybe she is. Thor. Yes, Magni is your sister. There Magni and Modi come closer to see their new little sister, where they praise Jer for being pretty, but there comes the doctor. Wait a moment, there he approaches the doctor. What's wrong with my wife? Doctor. Mr. Thor, this is not good news, your wife has little time left to live. Thor. What happened to him? Doctor. During childbirth, she overexerted herself to give birth to her little girl, but that hurt some internal organs, and now there is nothing we can do. She wants to spend her last moments with her. Thor turns to Magni and Modi, who turns to the doctor and nods. Sif's room. Thor and his children arrived there and went to their mother's house, where she dedicated a few words to them, without them knowing it would be the last time they would see their mother, but when Thor's time came, she asked her children to be in the waiting room, which they obeyed, and when they were alone. Sif. I'm sure you already know. Thor just stays silent. Love, this one would say, barely. Thor. Sif, now I don't know what I'll do without you. I'm not capable of getting married again, so that my daughters have a mother. My heart and feelings only belong to you, and now, he said, while caressing Jer's little head which was sleeping peacefully. Sif. Love, just promise me something. Thor. What is love? Sif. Promise me that you will take care of Jer with everything, even give your life to take care of her. She will be your light when you are sad, and therefore noticed that the tone of his wife's voice was fading little by little, and the Redeed puts Jer on a separate stretcher, where he then hugs his wife, and more he began to cry. It was the last time he would see his wife until that. The heart monitor had let out that sound implying that he was no longer in that world, and Thor could only contain himself from screaming after the loss of his wife. End of flashback. Thor. I can't believe I broke my promise, he said in tears, but then he heard someone's voice come out. Wherever you're hiding there among the shadows. Loki came out. Loki. Well, brother, sorry to interrupt you, but Odin has been calling you on many occasions, and you never answer. Thor. I'm not in the mood to go out there. Loki unfailingly tries to persuade Thor to go to Odin, where the Redeed did not move from his throne, and in that. Loki. You know Odin is planning a rebellion against Zeus. Thor pretended he wasn't interested, but if you ask why he didn't do it before, it was because of Hades and Poseidon. If they were still alive, the plan would fail, and now that they are dead, the plan can begin. Besides me and Odin, there are other gods who are on his side, who are Seth, Nemesis and Eris. Thor. I'm not going to go along with that stupid plan. Loki. Oh no, of course you'll enter. If you don't, your daughters will pay the price. At that Thor grabs Loki by his neck, where he begins to squeeze his neck, and Loki's face slowly turned purple, but. Thor. You dare to put one of my daughters in your plan, I will make you pay in the worst possible way, which will be locking you in a room full of male horses to see if you would like to repeat that experience there. Loki barely manages to nod that he would stop bothering, and therefore lets him go, and Loki begins to breathe desperately. Now go away before I regret it. There Loki was about to leave, but when he was about to go through the door, someone had opened it, slamming Loki's face against the door, and the person responsible was none other than Buddha. Off screen. Everyone was sad and pitiful seeing several gods so downcast, but what made the women in the room cry and look at Brunhild with daggers was hearing Sif's death while Jer cried, hugging Izuku very tightly while the green-haired man calmed her down, feeling her chest get wet. But that atmosphere of sadness would soon end upon hearing Odin and Loki's plan. Hades, SNV. So hoping we're not old, huh? Poseidon, SNV. God does not trust, he does not conspire, he is noble in every occasion, and you inflicted all of that. Shiva, SNV. How strange it seemed to me. Beelzebub. I see, getting everyone's attention, that's why you were waiting for Ragnarok, remembering a talk with him after Hagen's defeat. Zeus, SNV. So that was it, he would say relaxed while tensing his muscles. Ilgamish, me. You better calm down and then solve this. Buddha. Oh wow, I appeared receiving the chocolate. On screen. Buddha. Thor, I have good news. Thor. If it's about this year's Oktoberfest, I'm not going. Buddha. No, not that, it's about Jer. There some hope had returned to Thor. Thor. Where? Buddha. I was on my travels around the world until I arrived at a town called Rodorio, which is famous for having the temple of Athena, but there I felt the presence of Jer. I think she is not dead as it is said. Thor. Buddha calls my daughters and also calls other gods, because I will need someone to watch them, and more prepare your bags, because the trip will be quite long or short, and also bring some of the warriors of humanity. There Buddha leaves the room while passing with a Loki with a lost look, Jer he would say this time with a smile on his mouth. Off screen. Buddha. And Buddha to the rescue. Brunhold. Shut up, you stinky hippie. Visaka. So your Buddha is also a hipster. Jer. Something like that, being hugged like a tick on the green-haired guy. Block. Yours. Isaka. Something similar. On screen. Naruto. Konoha, or what is left of it, since it was being besieged by shinobi from Iwa, and more than all the trees in Konoha were withered, but the most curious thing is that a large part of the civilians were trying to break a barrier that protected a part of the village, or especially many parts of the village, were with that barrier, which were the enclosures of the clans such as Nara, Aburam, Yamanaka, Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki, Senju, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, Akamichi. Shimura, since these still retained the green of their plants and their inhabitants were without any problem, but we go back weeks. Off screen. Naruto. So it's our turn. Hinata. I'm glad Hime is gone, but why don't you Boruto? Boruto. I want to see what happened, so I know what will happen in the new line. Minato. I have a very bad feeling. Inoki. What are my shinobi doing there? Kushina. Oh, stop acting like an innocent smurf, you hate that village as much as you do my husband, so stop pretending you wouldn't order that. Inoki. What did you say to my back, he said, feeling his back hurt before finishing the insult. Kushina. The karma smurf. Guritsuchi. PFFFFFF, ha 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 smurf ha 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 ha. Madara. Haha. Tobi. Seriously, we were saved. I remember the time I said tomato to Kushina and I almost didn't tell it, he said, fearing that the Tsuchikage would say too much. Hiruzen. Danzo, what have you done? On screen. Flashback. After Naruto and Sasuke escaped from Konoha and Danzo secretly sent the Anbus to capture them and make them loyal to Konoha, and more the disappearance of both boys, things in Konoha began to get ugly little by little since Tsunade, despite giving her best effort as the TH Hokage, could not keep under control the civilian council, where these more Danzo with the help of the daimyo, although he did not know, took more power away from Tsunade to the point that those of the council directly ordered Tsunade to do this or do something else for the good of Konoha, and there was an occasion that she strongly hit a member of the council that sent him to the other world since he ordered that she should sleep with him, and it was where the glass of Tsunade's patience had been filled, and there the civilians together with those of the council made a coup d'etat village where Tsunade and other shinobi and civilians who were loyal to her, where the majority were from the red light district and of some families had to leave the position of Hokage free, and which Danzo took advantage of to be what he wanted since Tobirama was Hokage, and now he was, and said that he would take Konoha to a new golden age, which began by increasing taxes on clans that were bloodlines, while those who were normal civilians or from well-known families were lowered. Then he made an alliance with Orochimaru to at least recreate a pure-blood Uzumaki and have better shinobis, and more than the civil council, already had total control of the entire village. The ST bloodline clans were angered by the tax increase, but the straw that broke the camel's back was when Danzo demanded that all clans should send their sons and daughters to the Kra, while others to Root, and there all the clans had become angry, where they sent a message that they would not deliver anything of what was demanded. But one night all the clans noticed that their girls between and were mysteriously disappearing until they put surveillance in each sector, until one managed to discover who the kidnappers were, and it was thanks to the Yamanaka clan that discovered who were kidnapping the young women of each clan, and they were Anbus, and thanks to their mind possession jutsu, they discovered that it was all Danzo's work and wiser to the place where they were taking the girls, and which some of the Konoha rookies, along with their parents and other members of their respective clans, went to that place, which was a cave. Off screen. Tsunade. Damn bastards. Hiruzen. Unfortunately, the daimyo is very benevolent. Naruto. Grandpa, you were the same. Hiruzen. Details, he would say nervously. Jiraiya. Damn bastards. The Uzumakas watched this closely, creating an Uzumaki. Shiva, SNV. And the gods of that world. Kushina. Mostly sealed and the only one left in a limbo observing everything without intervening, since he is the cause that, saving Shinigami, the rest of the gods are sealed or disappeared. Naruto. I didn't know Hagoromo was so evil, I think. Kurama. The old man is addicted to power. Alvator. What is the Kra? All the shinobi would explain in detail what the Kra was, causing disgust and repulsion. Even Issei was disgusted, although Mineta only fantasized about legal harem. Issei is not that he is not perverted, but he is not as shameless as the hairy one to do that, just look, throw comments, but from there to groping without consent, and that is something else. Artemis. Who did it? She would say annoyed. Hiruzen. I think it was the daimyos after the clan war before the founding of the hidden villages. Tsunade. But didn't Uncle Tabarama put it there? Inoki. As far as I know, he kept it as a resource, we have never applied it, even though there were times when it should have been applied. But it was never used or the records were erased. It's more like a tool for stupid power-hungry civilians. Lee. Guy-sensei, I have a bad feeling. Same here, me downwind, he would say seriously, dully, as if something told him that something bad would happen. On screen. Cave. There some members of the Konoha Civil Council along with other civilians were already eager to enjoy their reward, but when one of the Anbus that was supposed to bring a girl, the same one that the Yamanaka clan discovered, had arrived and those of the council opened the entrance, but they were surprised that the Konoha rookies along with their parents and other members suddenly entered the place and began to attack all of the council and civilians who were there. Were the most surprising thing is that there were also civilian women, so the clans were divided into groups. One would be in charge of eliminating the civilians and the council, while the other group was in charge of rescuing the girls of each clan. The group that was in charge of defending was made up of Shikamaru, Chauza, Ino's mother, Katetsu, Tenten, Kiba Inuzuka, Asuma and other members of the Aburam clan, while the rest were in charge of rescuing. When the other group had rescued all the girls, but the strangest thing is that they were accompanied by a boy who was covered by a white cloak. Ino. Let's go. Shikamaru. You guys go, we'll catch up with you later, but take Kiba with you. The term knocked out, there were some Akamichi carrying Kiba's unconscious body. Chauza. Chauji, just leave, then we'll catch up with you. After convincing the other rescue group, they continued fighting, without knowing that the other group would get a nasty surprise. Off screen. Seeing the situation in the cave, many heroes clenched their fists, while others were glad to be saved. Shock came to the Namikaze. Uzumaki, Minato, Kushina, Naruto and Boruto saw some mustache-style cheeks and red hair that could mean something, but they had to confirm their suspicions. This time someone played too far, and Naruto would not forgive anymore. Ashura's characteristic benevolent spirit was extinguished, unless you showed redemption, there would be no forgiveness no more. Hermes, PJ. The entire Hermes cabin would nod as everyone had similar feelings, especially the Leaf rookies, Gaara for his friends, and Tamari from the Vago who stole his heart. Chauji. I hope nothing bad happens. Hiruzen. Danzo wouldn't spare anything, so I don't think we should hold out too much hope. Sia. But hope prevails. No. Stain. Only when possible, this is not theirs, he would say very seriously. He didn't like Danzo at all. All Might. Shares last name with my teacher. Mirio. Coincidence. Izuku. I'm liking that the kids aren't here. On screen. The next morning. The rescue group was about to reach the village, but on some hills they saw something that would leave a mark on them that day, so Ino, Inoichi Yamanaka, Chauji, Shikaku, Tsunade, Jiraiya went to see what was on the hills that looked like pikes, but when they arrived the surprise was horrible. And they saw that on those pikes were the decapitated heads of Shikamaru, Tenten, Chauza, Katetsu, Asuma, Ino's mother and the members of the Aburam clan, where Ino, seeing that scene, covered her mouth because of the act, and there begin small flashbacks where the Konoha rookies enjoyed their day-to-day lives since they were children until they reached the moment of Naruto and Sasuke's betrayal. But when Ino was about to see the last pike there, her father arrives to prevent her from seeing, but Ino manages to get away and sees that the last pike had her mother's head, where it falls to the ground and begins to cry, and Chauji also cried since on the pikes was his father's head. But Lee along with Mido Guy and Niji, who went to the place with curiosity if they gave the horrible news that Tenten, the girl of their team, was decapitated, and they exhibited her head as if it were a trophy. But the most affected was Mido Guy. He lost one of his students whom he also considered a daughter, and from that day, the news of the deaths of the defense team was given, where all the clans mourned, especially the Yamanaka, Nara, Akamichi and Sarutobi. Off screen. Hearing the music, heart stopped as they looked at the scene. Boruto began to sob because Shikadai's father, his best friend, died before he existed. His moments of mischief, laughter all passed before him. Naruto only managed to hug him while his crying became evident, while the blonde began to cry being hugged by Hinata and his parents, while Shaka felt he should join. The Golden Saints were in shock, the miraculous cast were speechless, even Hawk Moth, he was a villain, but he would never dare to do such an atrocity. It's even too much for me. Shigaraki. Sensei. Afo. It reminds me of what the commission has done for years. All Might. Nagans hunts. Afo. Nice, that's just something kids ordered to be made. The heroes and aspirants of BNHA were in complete shock. It was the second time they saw the villains who came from the high command, and this time they were not so soft, this time a lot of spilled blood was in front of them. Shikaku. Son hugging Shikamaru tightly, who was in shock. Team Guy hugged Tenten crying. Kakashi bowed his head, while Tsunade was already more than determined to kill the mummy. Pain. What we do? Gilgamesh. If Danzo is killed, the world will know true peace, I said bluntly. Danzo is responsible for everything from Rin's death, Hanzo of the Salamander, the Cat Tycoon and more. Conan. Yahiko, she whispered, remembering someone. Author's note. Guys, if you read this, it's normal to cry. I literally cried when I read the original story. On screen. After weeks of mourning, the council members arrived, demanding that each clan send their daughters and sons to the Kraun route, where the clans threw the civil council members out onto the street, as if they were dogs. The worst part was in the Inyazuka compound. Inyazuka compound. Councilman, please just hand over the boys and girls to Root and everything will be calm, he would say, while a member of the clan was warning him through signs not to do that, but a few seconds later the civil council members ran out of the Inyazuka compound since they released their attack dogs, where a member of the civil council who was somewhat overweight was caught by the dogs, where his new toy was. And from there things went to hell, and more than each clan withdrew all their riches so that they are not in the hands of the council, but someone had infiltrated Konoha, and during the nights he made a seal in each enclosure, even in the Uchiha and Uzumaki, and more entered the Hokage room where he took all the secrets and information, among them shady business of Konoha, and more than taking all the riches and scrolls of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clan, and that infiltrator was none other than Shijima, where he telepathically visited Sakura, where he discovered that the pinkhead was forced by her mother to be part of the civil council, and more than telling her to go to the Nara compound, which Sakura obeyed. Also, when she left her house, she found all the documents that Shijima took and had a note that she should take him to the Nara compound. Sakura arrived at the Nara compound where they received her with hostility, but she requested an audience with Shikaku, where he accepted in order to not tolerate Sakura, and there the pink-haired woman tells him that she has something that can help them, so she shows the documents, which Shikaku calls the other clan leaders for a meeting. Off-screen. Sakura. So my mother forced me, she said out loud, while Adam reacted by giving her a hug, followed by Team. On the screen. At the meeting. Everyone knowing about Danzo's plans began to discuss where they said they needed a spy in the civil council meetings, so Sakura offered. Shikaku. Why do you do it? Sakura. I do it as a way to redeem myself. I know they will call me a hypocrite for how I treated their daughter, and more so Naruto, but I feel that this is my chance that I can change their. Sakura became their intelligence agent, where she is by obligation of her mother. She attended the meetings where she was. There was something that did not interest her, but her mind captured every second of information, and after each meeting, she went to the Nara compound, where she told them every future movement of the civil council and Danzo, and they decided to send Rock Lee and Mido Guy to warn Gaara what his civil council was about to do in his village. But what he didn't know is that Danzo had hired mercenaries to guard the borders between each village, and they began to chase Lee and Guy, and almost the entire way to Sunagakure was hell. But Mido Guy. Lee, go ahead, I'll catch up with you. Rock Lee. But Guy-sensei. Mido Guy. Nothing, but just continue there. Rock Lee increased his speed, and Mido Guy stayed to fight against the mercenaries, most of whom were from the bingo book and the most dangerous, but when he realized that he couldn't defeat them, sorry Lee, there he immediately turns to his most dangerous door. The goodbye Lee, take care and may the youth in you burn like 1,000 suns. Off screen. Team Guy. Guy-sensei. Wow, so I died that way, he said without complaining. His team would hug him so he wouldn't leave, while several looked at him with respect. See ya. What are the gates? Sorry if I'm killing the moment. Gilgamesh. Well, starting to explain. See ya. Thank you. Shiryu. And at what level? Gilgamesh. Could face a god like them without divine weapons, pointing to Shimatsu being like Hercules, since he is like Cerberus. Hercules. A double-edged sword, I see. Gilgamesh. Yes, and in his world as strong as the twin gods. On screen. With Rock Lee. He kept running until an explosion was heard from afar. Rock Lee, while running, managed to hear it and began to cry. He had lost his teacher, but he would not allow his sacrifice to be in vain, but he managed to reach his goal, Suna, where he ran faster and reached the Kazukija's room, which was Gaara. Seeing Rock Lee's condition, he ordered water, but Rock Lee gave him the information. Gaara, upon reading it, discovered that his council was about to carry out a coup d'etat, so he went to the council's meeting room with loyal shinobi. Gaara. Traitors there, the civil council get scared, don't believe that they will be able to carry out that coup d'etat on me with the help of Danzo. There he gets more scared now, guards arrest them and they will be executed. After that arrest, Gaara called the entire village where he told the things that the civilian council was going to do, and there was a great silence. The civilian councillors believed that the civilians would help them, but then they began to throw everything they had at the civilian council. The civilians were already tired of the civilian council due to the laws that only benefited the civilian council and the people, so. Gaara. His execution will be stoning there. All of the civil council begged for mercy, but there all the civilians including shinobi began to throw stones at them until they were finished. Then Gaara ordered to make copies of all the documents, and then they were sent to the other villages, whereupon knowing the plans of their respective councils and alliances with Danzo, he ordered them to be executed, and then those letters reached the daimyos themselves, where the fire daimyo discovered that he was deceived by Danzo, decided to make a large budget cut that was percent, and from there the golden age of Konoha became the dark age of Konoha. But what happened to Akatsuki? When the villages received the letters, and more than one of Danzo's plans was to kidnap each Jinchuriki and turn them into breeding machines where they increased the protection of each village, and even Deidara and Tobi verified the increase in the same security of the Sunagakure village where Deidara went to capture Gaara was received by many shinobi, where they began to throw fire jutsus at him in order to burn him. Even Gaara participated in the hunt where Deidara had to flee with Tobi, and when he gave his notice to the rest of the group, they did not want to risk attacking other villages, so their plan to catch the Jinchuriki would be paused for a while. After weeks in the Akatsuki lair, things started to get ugly little by little, where Haiden and Kakuzu almost fought to the death, but something made all of Akatsuki mobilize because Tobi. Senpai, when can we go out? Tell him for Fizz, he would say this, bothering Deidara, and during those weeks Tobi bothered Deidara until Deidara. I'm fed up there. He begins to chase Tobi while throwing many explosives at the masked man and all the other members of Akatsuki. Upon hearing the explosions, began to take all their things or what they could and leave their lair until explosive art there. He causes a huge explosion that destroys the entire Akatsuki lair, and when he came out of the rubble he saw that his entire group was surrounding him and staring at him. He there all Akatsuki begin to beat Deidara as a group. Even Pain had joined and they had a new mission to find a new lair and make Deidara pay for everything he destroyed. End of flashback. Off screen. The cages were furious. Danzo really had to be eliminated. Naruto. Damned mummy. Naruto. Dad. Naruto. Calm down, I'll just kill that bastard. Pain. Get in line, making a sign as everyone who wanted to kill Danzo formed up behind him. Seeing the explosion of the Akatsuki base, they looked at Tobi and Deidara with daggers, while Bakugo admired the explosion. Bakugo. Sasori. Great, another crazy guy like Deidara. Deidara. Hey, you looking at Bakugo? They watched this with a drop of sweat on their necks, while Sakura didn't understand those hobbies for explosions, like Naruto's for ramen, while Sasuke looked at her as if to say, you're not the one to think about that. On screen. And well, Konoha slowly went to disaster, and the clans, by not paying taxes, had to increase the taxes of the civilians where they also refused to pay, and more than the percent cut did not help them, until they tried to use the Uzumaki and Uchiha wealth, where mysteriously everything disappeared and well, only Danzo cursed every person who attacked him. But with the resistance, well, Sakura received instructions from Shijima, and now he told her that they should go to Ridorio, and he shows her a map, and Sakura, taking advantage of her good memory, manages to make an identical copy of the map until she went to one of the resistance meetings where she would say, Sakura. I know where Naruto and Sasuke are. Everyone stays quiet there. The screen turns off. Naruto. At least we have support, he would say, smiling. Lee. Yes, and Sakura is good, not evil. Niji. What would an evil tablet look like? Ioka and Sakura. Who are you calling a table? They shouted as if they were Uzumakis in habanero mode. All Might. What does the future hold? He would say in a sigh. Tesla. The use of that energy is fascinating. Professor Oak. It will be interesting to analyze your capabilities. Meihatsume. Where will we make babies? Chapter 8. Everyone was in the room talking animatedly, especially Naruto with Boruto, but all the Uzumaki Namikas were still intrigued by a Redeed with mustache marks that they saw for a brief moment. If Naruto had a clone, how would he take it? Would he be equal to the villagers in despising him? Would he be his son? Would he be his younger brother? How to take someone who, although completely innocent of the machinations of his creator or creators, how is it possible to take him, good, bad, as just another person? After all, in the latter case, every human being has a soul and clones are no exception. Each soul is unique and unrepeatable, beyond how similar we are. Jiraiya. I know what you're thinking, but you shouldn't get your head around the boy. Naruto. It's hard to know how to take it. Minato. I say the same. Jiraiya. I'll just say that no one asks to be created, otherwise, no one would be here, not even the gods, since they don't come from nothing, we all come from something, he would say wisely. Gilgamesh. Well, I'll do this for now, snapping his fingers as the crystal wall covered Izuku. You'll thank me later. Lin. I don't think it's that necessary. Gilgamesh. Believe me, yes. At that the screen would turn on. Uruk Gilgamesh's palace. When everyone entered the city of Uruk they were surprised by the number of inhabitants, apart from the direct descendants of the inhabitants of Uruk who were in the city from centaurs, satyrs, fauns, some elves, druids, minotaurs and cyclops, with reasoning like a human and some beasts like basilisks, sphinxes and others, but when they arrived at the palace of Gilgamesh. Kenichi. Very well, what is this all about? Gabriel. Well, Lord of Uruk, my former brother Michael along with Searches took great possession of many territories of other pantheons since the death of Elohim. Kenichi. I already know that all the faction leaders are surprised. I knew that those bastards planned attacks on many magical creatures that are not from their pantheon, and that is why my father Gilgamesh before his death gave a decree that all those creatures and races should be within the walls of Uruk, and here they are in the city of Uruk protected from all attacks. Gabriel. And well, what does it say about the alliance? Kenichi. I accept, but when I finish I want you to return to me all the territories that previously belonged to Gilgamesh and more the territories that all these races were taken from them. They're the leaders of the factions. After thinking things over, accept the conditions. Okay, at that a man dressed in green arrives. And the best of everyone. Though circumflex Sedilla times Emily Mora has spent years watching her brother's best friend, Malachi Barton, shine at every casting call, interview, and party. In Emily's eyes, Malachi. Serendipity, Kang Diho. After being forced to work in a brothel, Jian is fired after being scammed by an older client, saddled with debt and injustice. 5 long years. Jinlissa one-shots, GP. One-shots rankings Manabin Cheyoung Jinlissa Jinsula Lissa Rosie. Addicted to Yujinu X-Reader. She's a hunter. He's a demon. Between them, there's war and something they shouldn't feel. YN just wanted to protect her K-pop group, Huntrix. But the scenario. And the best of the day. The marked by centuries of loneliness, accidentally meets Neria, a mermaid from a forgotten kingdom, both worlds collide. One-shots F. One-shots of your favorite pilots. Handsome Tracatero. Gaspy. He says I'm the best thing in his life, that he wants to get lost with me all day, that for me he aims, shoots and shoots, that he no longer cares about committing a crime for his girl real-life net. Kenichi. Reptile, what's going on there? The man whispers in Kenichi's ear, and when he hears the news he tells him to leave. It would be better if you go ahead and go to the sanctuary. Ali. What's up? Kenichi. My informant told me that Searches, Michael and another person are going to the sanctuary, and not with good intentions. There they get up from their seats and were about to leave, but first I must leave you something. Zeus Jupiter. What's up? Kenichi. Long ago Gilgamesh and Athena had a strong friendship and she left him a couple of objects that he had to protect, and at the right time they had to be returned, and today is the time for them to be returned in there. Off-screen. The palace where Gilgamesh once lived was a source of surprise, and even more surprising was the fact that several of the races that the biblical demons and angels exterminated were saved and are still alive and kicking. Percy. I didn't know minotaurs could be right. Tyron. And it's strange to see my people not so tenacious and addicted to gambling and alcohol. Dipper. In Gravity Falls there is a tribe of what call themselves Taurus men. They are exaggerated for everything and have a strange obsession with the manly. Tetsu. We should go, bro. Hiroshima. It could be dangerous, let's do it. Izuku. I'm surprised by what Gilgamesh did. Poseidon SNV. I'm surprised that this mongrel has done so much. Xion. As far as I know, he threw himself into the entire Sumerian pantheon. Tiamat. And downgraded me from a powerful primordial to a dragon. I would say annoyed. The gods of Shumatsu were in shock, that demigod was powerful and dangerous for them. Zeus, PJ. How to forget him. Poseidon, PJ. You were paranoid without stopping, thinking, terrified that this guy wanted your throne. And how long happened? Many centuries, and he didn't even challenge you. Zeus, PJ. But I loved him, he would say with his paranoia. I can't trust anyone because everyone loves him. Buddha. And to think that ours is a fight addict. Adam. I can't believe what I'm about to say, but I like the old man better. Zeus SNV. Jojoho, I knew someone wanted me. Jojoho, let's fight again. Hades SNV. I'm surprised to see you so calm, another me. Hades, PJ. That's one of the reasons I don't leave the underworld, besides the paperwork. The cage and leaders. Our deepest condolences. Hearing the alliance and friendship of Athena and Gilgamesh, the knights were in complete shock. Oko. So that story from the Age of Myth was true. Saga. But what was the point of having that kind of ally? Oko. I think it was against the Apollo of our world. I don't think I remember everything he said, but it would make sense of why he would have the weapons of several armors and the origin of the tale, that only the knights of Libra and Athena authorized the use of the weapons of my armor. The knights would not, as the knight suspected something, his godson and the Valkyrie, his age made him very wise and observant, so he was getting an idea. On screen. In the sanctuary. There the new Golden Knights were preparing a place as if they were about to celebrate something, since there were chairs, tables, music apart from Linka, Liberty and Lincoln were cooking, Jer was preparing some desserts. Sagittarius Lincoln. What time will Marinette de la Ville arrive? Gemini Linka. You know that Marinette is very indecisive about some things, apart from not knowing much about Mr. Xian, among them his favorite dessert and how much it will cost. Gemini Liberty. That's true, but let's do this meet properly, since Tanjiro must be bringing the charcoal along with some firewood, with the help of Annette. Ash. We're here. Ash arrived with Tanjiro, but the thing is that Ash was carrying in his arms a large log that would serve as firewood, while Tanjiro was carrying a bag of coal. Tanjiro. Sorry for the delay. Ash couldn't decide which log to take for firewood. Character sheet. Tanjiro Kamado. Position. Former demon hunter, current centaur knight. Rank. Silver. Friends. Zenitsu and Inosuke. Relatives. All dead including Nezuko. Off-screen. Marinette. Thank you, I would say sarcastically, thank you for knowing what I'm like. Luca. Calm down my muse, he would say with a mocking charm. Adrian. Don't worry, Bugaboo, he would say with his cat noir tone, there was no point in continuing to pretend two personalities. Marinette. If you keep using those hateful nicknames, I'll beat your jewels, kitty. Adrian. He would say, scared we shouldn't abuse it either, right? Xian. Why do I suspect something? Inko. Dear, let the young people help each other, don't you remember when we were young? Xian. Yes, I remember, but we weren't that reckless, except for him pointing at All Might. All Might. Ouch, you broke what was left of my fragile heart, he would say with melodrama. Tanjiro. Is that me? Nezuko. Millimeters, translation. Yes, brother. Everyone reading the description would be in shock. Tanjiro. But what? Nezuko too. Zenitsu. Nezuko-chan, he would say, starting to cry. Inosuke. What the buck? Haijiro. Mentions that he is a former member of the Corps. Tomioka. What the hell happened? And I hope what I'm thinking doesn't happen, looking at Tsunemi out of the corner of his eye. On screen. Ash. Well, the thing is that we have enough firewood for the grill and Mr. Xian's birthday. Tanjiro. Rather than Izuku along with Lord Hasgard plus Kota, Kitsuma, Eri and Miharo are helping to distract Izuku's father a little, and he does not arrive earlier than expected, in that people finished organizing the chairs and tables, which were Luz and Naoto. We finished the chairs and tables, a brunette girl and a boy with glasses would say. Character sheet. Luz Nacida. Position. Current Hydra Amazon. Rank. Bronze. Character sheet. Naoto Hachiauji. Position. Current Knight of. Rank. Silver. Off-screen. Ida. Wow, the girl will become strong. Lilith. The armor fits you. Willow. She looks pretty. Hunter. Too cute, blushing, would I say. I clarify that I don't know what couple the original author will make. King. That looks strong, why doesn't it happen to me? Ida. Because you're adorable and small, she would say mockingly. Amity. Too small. Luz. Too adorable. Adelia. Something must have happened, don't you think? Those of your world. If you are right for getting that detail. Nagatoro. Nahodo. Nahodo. That's me. Yashi. Does it look very cute like that? Amo. Are you forgetting that something must have happened to the nerd? Sakura. I don't think it was much. Xian. Since they're making it for me, he would say impatiently. On screen. There the boys, after organizing the chairs and tables, began to help Ash and Tanjiro in preparing the grill, while Linka and Liberty were in charge of preparing the meat. Lincoln was in charge of the salads and other things that would accompany the food, and then Issei, Luca, Biku, Marinette and Adrian arrived from the village, only that Issei, Luca brought in their hands boxes of wine and beer. While Biku soda and Marinette brought some boxes with desserts, while Adrian helped carrying some boxes, but the strangest thing is that a small Itlio was following Adrian's steps and did not leave his side, and when they arrived, they began to arrange the rest from putting decorations and other things. Bolfudro was in charge of watching that Akame did not approach the meat, and after a few minutes there arrives a Murkrow that when it reaches Naoto's shoulder, this Pokemon tells Naoto that a certain person says. Naoto. Guys, come aside there. They notice that the rest of the Golden Knights were already in the place preparing for something big. At that moment, a Xian arrived who was covering his eyes. Xian. It is really necessary to have the bandages on. Izuku. Yes dad, but it will be better. Surprise everyone hides there ready, we're here there Izuku removes Shion's blindfold and… New nights and old nights. Happy birthday Shion there the older green-haired man is only surprised and throws a smile at why Izuku, his grandchildren and Hasgurt insisted that he did not arrive until now to the place and it was for his birthday. I say. Let's celebrate there the chestnut opens a bottle of champagne. Off screen. Shion. So surprise party he would say smiling. Oko. I'm surprised they did that to you and without inviting me, being me your best friend and competer. Shion. I forgot how childish you were years ago. Shiryu. It's strange to see my teacher so childish. Shion. You should have seen him training Tenma Pegasus. Sia. He was my predecessor's teacher. Oko. Yes, he was like my little brother. Ash. So you have a Litleo he would say looking at Adrian. Adrian. I will have or well you understand me. Jer. What do those creatures have? Or. Looks like a kitten. Professor Oak. Litleo is one of the lion Pokémons we have if we had to compare it to its animals. Athena, PJ. Do they have hexual dimorphism? Professor Oak. That's right, something not seen in the Luxio evolutionary family. Athena and her cabin took note by dripping huge drops of sweat. On screen. And the feast began where everyone celebrated Shion's birthday as he turned years old and there they enjoyed the food that Lincoln and Linka made. Became. Linka and Liberty sure know how to season meat well she said while devouring a large piece of meat. Manigoldo. I say the same about the girl. Edgel eating a bit of the salad. Let's not even talk about the salad, which is exquisite. Linka, Liberty and Lincoln. Thank you and that's what Lincoln and Linka say when you live and grow up in a house where almost everyone ignores you, it has its advantages and benefits Linka and Lincoln would say in a neutral way, causing a small space of uncomfortable silence, but then it happened and they ate the food, while Adrian was the one who enjoyed it the most because before in Paris, he had to consume a strict diet that his father gave him to maintain his figure, but in that the blonde sees that the Litleo who accompanied him was looking at him directly. Adrian. I forgot about you then he picks up the Litleo as if it were a baby and from his pocket he takes out a bottle with prepared milk in it where he puts it in the Pokemon's mouth and it starts to drink from the bottle. Ash. Wow, you're really good at raising that little one. Adrian feeding Litleo. I still feel a bit uncomfortable with how all the Pokemon are born. Flashback. There Adrian in Leo's house sees an egg that is a bit big for a chicken and Adrian to Leo. It must be an egg of those Pokémon that Ash mentions, well maybe it's a bird so you better take care of it. During the following days, Adrian used his Cosmos as an improvised incubator and prevented anything from getting close, including the lions that Kaiser left him, and after a few days, the egg began to move. Adrian to Leo. It's going to be born there I see that the shell was starting to crack, I'm ready there it breaks completely welcome to the world little one in that. Adrian Leo. Wait a minute, that's not there you see what came out of the egg, it wasn't a bird, but a… Litleo. Ah there he sees Adrian who had a WTF face when he saw that a mammal came out of an egg. End of flashback. Adrian. Yes, it was the strangest thing I've ever seen in my life, although I don't regret having this little one he said, while the Litleo after drinking his milk was sleeping in Adrian's arms, he even gets along well with the lions that Kaiser left me there a large part of the Knights of the Generation of Mew and Gestalt enjoyed the food. Off screen. Ioros. It seems they are having a good time. Ioria. That seems so, brother. Lincoln. Wow, we had a good time. Naruto. Without a doubt. Kushina. Shion seems to be very loved. Shion. Sage should be jealous of my treatment he would say proudly. Seeing Adrian's memory, everyone fell silent and digested Litleo's birth. They literally expected a bird, a lizard, or a fish to come out at most, but not a bucking cat. Tesla. What? Momo. Demons. Annabeth. What happened? Athena. What the buck? Those in the Pokémon world sighed as the teachers took turns explaining things, causing a cerebral embolism in several thinking beings and deities related to wisdom, given that literally mammals, except for echidnas and platypuses, were not born from eggs. Eva. Now that I see, it's a cute little animal. Jer. Yes. On screen. At that Izuku sees that Jer was about to pour himself a glass of wine. Izuku. Love, don't you think it's a bad idea for you to drink alcohol? You know, maybe it will get out of hand. Jer. Izuku, I've been used to drinking alcohol for a long time everyone gets shocked if my sister Brunhild was a complete careless person who instead of giving me soda, gave me mead. Flashback. Valhalla many millennia ago. Baron Thor's house, Brunhild was having an argument with her boyfriend Siegfried and she wasn't paying attention that a little Jer was waiting for her to give her her glass of soda, but Brunhild instead of focusing on Jer, she focused more on her boyfriend, where when she served herself a glass of mead and another glass of soda, and when she finished, she gave Jer the glass of mead and she took Jer's soda, and when she drank it. Brunhild. It seems that I put too much honey that it lost the taste of the alcohol. Well, mistakes are mistakes. When Brunhild was leaving the kitchen, Jer, who drank the glass of mead, ended up somewhat drunk, so she only had spiral eyes when she tasted the mead. End of flashback. Jer. And from there I liked the taste of mead that I even drank in secret, and there was a time when my father discovered me, so I blamed Brunhild to save me, and the worst, my father discovered that she and her boyfriend Siegfried had a moment alone and well, the poor guy ended up running away. Partia. Wait a minute, who's your father? Jer. My father is Thor. Everyone who was drinking there spat upon hearing Jer's father's name, even Kaiser was shocked. Basically, if Jer's father found out what he tried to do to Jer by sending her to Asgard, she wouldn't have survived one of the Thunder Berserker's attacks. After that revelation everyone was talking. Off screen. Brunhild. As she would say, shrugging her shoulders, seeing the very serious looks of several, especially the mothers. Brud. That explains those days. Regen Leaf. Without a doubt. Alvitor. That was a long time ago, but that explains why Mr. Baldur's drink disappeared. Jer. Hehehe, he would laugh nervously. Hercules SNV. Moment would draw attention. The broccoli boy and Jer are a couple. Thor. Something to say in your defense, Brad. Izuku. I will take care of her, I will always love her, and if I were to be unfaithful or hurt her, she would be the first to castrate me. Thor. Sure. Izuku. With my life. Thor. Fine, I accept it, he would say sitting down. He had to admit it, the broccoli hair had balls and was brave, something he respected, but he lacked strength, something that could be corrected. Gilgamesh. I hope I don't kill him, I thought amusedly. On screen. Adrian. Luca, why are you so quiet? Luca. Nothing, just thinking about how new challenges will come to us apart from. Naruto. I have a feeling that unwanted visitors are about to arrive at the sanctuary. Hinata came hugs Luca from behind, causing him to blush. Became. Luca, just calm down, we are at a birthday party and well, it is the only day where you are out of the Aquarius house, so Luca decides to listen to Akame and. Luca. Well, you only live once. Marinette. Well, about the visits, I bet Gabriel Agreste will come to get Adrian back. Adrian. You know Marinette, if I see him I will not hesitate to kill him in the slowest and cruelest way possible, and you Luca. Luca. You know why kill your father with Cosmos when I can burn his soul with a rich mambo. There he gets up at that. All the children like Mainen, Kitsuma, Mahoro, Eri, Koda, Biku, Milikas, Lily, Leon and Lena, who hit instruments like trumpets, bass drums and saxophones, began to play a melody. Luca. Wounds won't last long. But an insulting song. Agreste will always carry with him. So I'll settle my score. On the salsa floor. But this vengeful Latin rhythm. Wild. But the heart of a dog. Mr. Agreste. The devil with money. It may not surprise you. But all of us despise you. Please die. And fry. In hell. Be rotten. Rich. Old wretch. Goodbye, old man. There, everyone, upon hearing the song dedicated to Gabriel Agreste, gets excited because the song was very catchy, and Adrian along with Marinette who had the posters on hand. Off screen. Naruto. Dad, do you know that's calling Murphy's Law? Sasuke. Not to mention that you have shit luck since something always happened to us. Naruto. And we almost always saved the day or overthrew some tyrant. Sakura. The good old days. Luca and Akame would blush while Tatsumi nodded. In that world he was already dead, he wanted Akame, but if he were to die, he would prefer him to be with someone with a good heart. Tatsumi. Take her to the moon for me, he would say smiling. Upon hearing Luca's song about Gabriel Agreste, many laughed at how funny it sounded, while the aforementioned glared at Luca. Adrian. Wow, that's music to my ears. Adam. I don't know how to feel about it, I'd say uncomfortable. Being the best father was good, but seeing others being rubbish in that area left him with no reaction. On screen. After the meal, many were already enjoying the food, and when it was night, everyone was gathered at the table where everyone told all their anecdotes during their training. Luz. You know, during my training where I was already fighting hand to hand, it was planned to use some glyphs to have some advantage, something that my master noticed, and I had to discard the idea. Xion. Luz, tell us how the final test was so you can get your armor. Luz. Well, I had to drink the Hydra's blood, then everyone goes into shock. Flashback. After months of training that Luz had to go through to become the next Hydra Amazon, her teacher arrives. Master of Light. Very well, Luz has arrived. The final test which consists in that brings a golden chalice, but the content was red. You must drink all this blood of the Hydra. If you manage to survive, that will mean that you are worthy of using the armor there. Luz approaches the table where the chalice with the blood of the Hydra was. At first she doubted, but remembering how one of her friends who had allied with her enemy the Emperor Bellows and ended up arresting her friends, among them was Amity, but her teacher Ida managed to open a portal so that she could escape, but she promised that she would return to save them, so there her face changes to one of determination. And grabs the chalice and begins to drink its contents from one, and when she finished Luz knew that it would have something hidden and there the brunette begins to feel ill and falls on the ground where she begins to writhe, and more than feeling inside her how the blood of the Hydra was wreaking havoc on her body, she felt like she was melting inside and how she thought she would die, but when she remembered the promise she made she just got up and for a long minutes, Luz had passed the test and obtained the Hydra armor. End of flashback. Luz. From now on I am the Amazon of Hydra. Many of the knights and Amazons were surprised by Luz's test and that. Off screen. Upon hearing Luz's story, everyone was in shock, while Luz hugged Ida. Their bond as teacher and student was very strong. Nino. What a brutal origin story. Amity. Wow, although you'll be back soon, friend. I would say something positive, given that with Luz, things could turn out one way or another. On screen. Rito. Well, rather that they were lucky in their training. Character sheet. Right. Position. Current Knight of the Dauphin. Rank. Bronze. Belcranel. Yes, we had to escape from the Amazons because we mistakenly entered their training place. Character sheet. Belcranel. Position. Current Knight of Orion. Rank. Silver. Flashback. At dusk Rito and Bell were chasing a rabbit. Bell and Rito chasing the rabbit. Come here you damn rabbit, tonight you'll be soup roast. While they were chasing the animal they were about to lose it, but their Bell jumps on the animal, but manages to catch it. The bad thing is that they fell down a slope so they were rolling down, and Rito went through the same thing when he tripped over some rocks going down the same slope, and when they get up and check the place they see that they were where the Amazons were training, and among the women were Eri, Mainin and Mahoro, but Rito whispering in Bell's ear. Let's go before we attract attention. Bell. Okay, there they prepared to leave the place, but when the rabbit that was being grabbed by its ears by Bell, with its paws began to scratch Bell's hands which caused him to scream and consequently caught the attention of the Amazons, and when they saw them they went towards them. Right? Bell. Bell? Yes. Rito. Run there. Rito starts to run, and Bell turns his face, and seeing that the Amazons were heading towards their feet, he understood Rito, and started to run still with the rabbit in his hand. Run way son of a bitch, they're coming after us. Run like a bucking Mexican dude, you know how to run. Cross the border there. Both boys increase their speed until they get as far as possible, and when they get to where they were training. Bell Master. Why did it take so long? Character sheet. Jaga of Orion. Position. Former Knight of Orion and Master of Bell. Right. End of flashback. Off screen. Estia Familia. Bell. Loki family. Bell. Selen. Dad. Lala, Momo, Nana, Yami. Rito-kun. Haruna. Right. Seeing the situation that the pair went through, the Golden and Bronze Knights could only feel something pity. It was suicide to go into that place at that time. Artemis, PJ. I know it's an accident, but I hope they hit them so they learn. Also that constellation, she would whisper the last thing with some anger. Urea. So you're copying my style, huh? He would say in a funny way. Estia, damn. It seems that Zeus's grandson is going with his aunt, she would say smiling. On screen. There, after listening to Bell and Rito's story, they burst out laughing. It was the first time they heard of a knight student who mistakenly entered the Amazon area and left unharmed, since the last ones to do so did not come out unscathed. There the party continued until nightfall, but at the children's table Kota was talking happily with Kunu, but without knowing it, Issei from the adults table watched from afar as Kota interacted with the girl, but Kota notices that Issei is watching him and Issei looking at Kota's mind. I know you hear my thoughts, Kota. If you do something stupid with my little one you'll go to hell. If I can think things you never thought I would say, but with Luca. Luca mind. I know you hear my thought, my apprentice. Meow 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 meow, the black-haired man with blue locks would say. Lincoln. A moment where Izuku and Jer are. Marinette. Izuku said he would take Jer to her room to rest since she drank too much, but it's strange that Izuku hasn't returned yet. After a few moments they forget what they were talking about and enjoy the party. Off screen. Issei. That boy and Kunu. Isaka. Oh, Kunu-chan fell in love. Shion. Not bad grandson. Ioga felt relatively happy, but someone must screw up. Hermes and Apollo, PJ. We understood the reference. Inicio, PJ. Seriously? Apollo, PJ. Yes, we understood it. On screen. At sea. Thunder and lightning were heard in the sea, and there was only one ship, and on that ship there were only Sakura, Choji, Ino, Kiba, Shino, Rock Lee, Niji, Hinata, but among the passengers on that ship, there was a Redeed who had a mustache like Naruto's, but we go up on deck where Choji and Kiba were preventing something from the ship from flying away. Choji. Sakura, where is that Radorio? Sakura. Shijima said that Radorio is right under Athena's star. Kiba. I'm sure you didn't hit your head while taking a bath and imagine that. Sakura. Just shut up and stop the candle from flying away and that's it. Niji. Look there, everyone on deck sees a star that despite the strong storm, still shone with all its splendor. Sakura. It's that same star that Shijima mentioned, just hold on there, everyone helped to reach their destination. Off screen. The Uzumaki Namikas were shocked like several in Konoha. Hiruzen. That's Hashirama. Without a doubt. Orochimaru. Kukukukue created in Uzumaki Namikas. Ino. Naruto, if we rescued him we could have helped him. Naruto. Thank you, feeling grateful. Kiba. At least we're going there. Ara. That's what it looks like. B. They will come and destroy everything, he would say, throwing bad raps. Hyoka. Shut up burying her jacks, you only make lousy poetry and music. Bulkumo. Finally someone who understands us. Jayuki. Girl seeing B making little circles depressed, I'm your fan. Jame. Really? Sanemi. I don't believe you guys think that was good. Jayuki. Boy, you don't know what it's like to be sealed in it, being subjected to that garbage called rap art. Sasori. Art is eternal. Idara. Lie, art is ephemeral. Apollo SNV. Everything is art if it's beautiful, he would say with strange poses. Ares SNV. I still can't get used to it. Hermes SNV. You say that because he hugged you naked. Ares SNV. Don't remind me. On the screen. The next day at the sanctuary. Jer's room. There the room was a complete mess, but the most curious thing is that Izuku was in Jer's bed. Izuku waking up. Oh my head, next time I'll stay away from alcoholic drinks, especially wine. Then he notices that he is in Jer's room, it must not just be a dream, then he tries to get up, but he notices that there was something on top of him, and he notices that above him, something was sticking out of the blanket there fearfully, he lifts the sheet and gets the surprise of his life, and it was Jer, and the worst thing was she naked like him and then Jer wakes up. Jer waking up. Love, don't make any noise, I have to upon finding out that she was on top of the green-haired man, and more how he came into the world There, both the green-haired man and the purple-haired woman had given themselves over to pleasure that same night, and after putting on their clothes and telling each other that never happened, they just went to their respective houses. Off-screen. Everyone blushed while Shion and All Might raised a thumbs up, while Izuku was red like Jer and Inko looked at both with tears, but with Hercules and Thor. Well, the father was euphoric and Hercules hit the glass walls. You didn't have to be a genius to know what happened there. Thor. I'll kill him, throwing Mjolnir at the wall without even breaking it. Issei. Not bad, friend. Ireya. I want all those details, he would say with a nosebleed, writing all that down for a future Ichiha series. Aphrodite. Slept with the Amazon of Pisces. The golden one's Mew. Is that your idol? Because mine is. Mew. That's strange, and on one hand it makes me uncomfortable, thought Green. Irikunu team Konohamaru Koda Kitsuma Mahoro Milikas. Hey, I can't see, they would say with their eyes covered. Jer. I would like to see what happened, she would say blushing and smiling, she really liked the green-haired boy. Izuku. Hehehe, he would laugh nervously. Jer under everyone's gaze entered the glass wall and hugged Izuku's arm. Hercules, PJ. Fine, I'll accept it, but you take care of her. Izuku. With my soul, because even dead I will continue to do so. Thor. I accept, but you and I will have a long training session, capisci? Izuku. Sure, he would say seriously but internally nervous about his father-in-law's training hell. Zeus SNV, Shiva and others saw this with respect except Odin, who emanated a purple aura and seriousness. On screen. Issei. Izuku. Izuku. Yes, Issei. Issei. Please lower the power because even Jer's moans could be heard all the way to Toro's house, and I had to cover Kunu's ears for hours. That comment made Izuku blush, but he noticed that the brown-haired boy had some dark circles under his eyes. With Jer. The Valkyrie received the same comments from Marinette and Akame, but Akame Marinette Issei. But one thing. Dear Izuku. What? Akame Marinette Issei. They use protection, that question left Jer and Izuku blank. Off-screen. Mitsuki. Feverish children, at that point he hits Bakugo, let's see, useless, I want grandchildren. Bakugo. Who are you hitting and yelling at, you old witch? Mitsuki. I'm your mother, giving him another taste. See ya. You can tell their family, he would say laughing nervously. Inko. Guys, I know you'll just let yourselves go, don't make me a grandmother so soon, let your love grow. Izuku and Jer. Yes, they would say, very blushing. Issei. Not bad. Marinetta came. Definitely a lucky one. Luca, Adrian, and Naruto. Lucky broccoli. Jiraiya. I think I'll give him an Ichiha. Hiruzen. You used Minato and I think you used Naruto, so go ahead. Ishina, Hinata and Jer. What did he do? They would say in white, approaching the white-haired man trembling with fear. Naruto, Izuku, Minato. I didn't know that, they said, surprised. Zeus, PJ. I hope Hera doesn't know I read that sketch by the great artist, he thought, putting away his copy. On screen. On the outskirts of Ridorio. Thor and company arrived right there, but in Thor's thoughts. Thor mind. Because I feel like killing a broccoli with legs with Mjolnir. Thor. So this is Ridorio Buddha. Buddha. Yes, Thor, apart I am very well known in the area. Brunhild. And that he is always sure of being a great meditator. Buddha with a mocking smile. You'll know, bad sister. Then Brunhild wanted to kill the enlightened one, but her father's gaze prevented her. Zeus. And here in this town you can find the temple of Athena. Sasaki. I don't know, but I feel like big surprises await us. Shiva. Same here, the leader of the Hindu gods would say with his arms already regenerated. Off screen. Shiva. Wow, he would say, seeing his arms back. Sasaki. So they took me, this will be fun. Gondal. Looks like they are going to have fun. Brunhild. Damn hipster, she would say furiously upon seeing Buddha's mockery. Buddha. Calm down, Bruchan, he would say, popping a bubblegum bubble. Loki and Brunhild. You're an irritating, smelly hippie. On screen. Within the town of Ridorio. Just got off a bus. Alia, Nino, Julika, Rosita, Chloe, Sabrina, Nathaniel, Mark, Max, Kagami, Kim more were accompanied by Prof. Mendeliev and after many hours could finally stretch their legs, but while they were chatting a passenger had gotten off the bus and as she was moving away, and that person was Lila. I've already arrived at this village, I just have to find a place to settle down and ruin Marinette's life again. But the miraculous team. Max. Okay Alia, where should we go to find Marinette? Alia. Well, what I investigated, we must go to the sanctuary, which is a set of houses, each one representing a constellation of the zodiac, which are and another houses, one of which is the patriarchs and the other the goddess Athena. Kim. Where do we find them in that? Nathaniel. Look there, it points to some mountains and they saw where they were, they could see the sanctuary. Off screen. Julika. It's us. Rosita. But it seems we went with the teachers. Prof. Mendeliev. Now I see that they are not ruins as my other self thinks. Kim. Well, maybe there were some knocks because it's not like we just go and ring a bell. Max. We have the chemist to guide us. On screen. Mark. That's the sanctuary. Kim. Wow, it looks impressive. Then she starts to count. Alia, I'm sure you didn't make a mistake in investigating, because how many are houses? Alia. What, she doesn't believe him. Let's just go to the sanctuary and we can talk to Marinette. They're heading towards the sanctuary, but Professor Mendeliev was taking pictures of the place. Prof. Mendeliev. I'm going to take pictures of that sanctuary and reveal its location to the world. They are ancient ruins and everyone deserves to know their location, but the chemist thought otherwise. Trix mind. Ways, how do we tell them that facing a golden knight is already a death sentence? Ways mind. I don't know, Trix, but well, remember that we have to respect the guardian's decision, we don't have to force her. Long mind. What I fear most are the houses of Gemini, Cancer and Libra. In those houses, most of the enemies who assaulted the sanctuary did not come out alive. Off screen. Zeus SNV. They are so dangerous. Saga. In Gemini there is a strong illusion, so you must overcome it. Kainen. And it's not easy. Sia. I confirm that from experience. Beefmisk. And Cancer is the entrance to Yamatsu, so. Oko. And in Libra if they have bad intentions they won't pass. Shiva. Well, we'll have to go old school, with our fists. On screen. Elsewhere on the outskirts of Ridorio. There came All Might, Nezu, Azawa, who had left present Mick as substitute director of the substitute, Melissa and her father, apart from a group of true heroes and false heroes, plus Lita, Monoma and Rocklock. Nezu. So Xion must be there. All Might. We haven't seen him in a while. Lita Mente. So there's the traitor, huh, very well Midoriya, wait for us to arrest you. Monoma mind. This time you won't escape, you trash from class A, and I'll get even more revenge on that effeminate man with long nails. On the road to Ridorio. There were the Louds, AU of Lincoln. Lisa. More like I remembered that I put trackers on Lincoln and Lily to locate them. Lin Jr. Wait a minute, if you put trackers on Bad Luck and Lily, that means you also put trackers on us. There they see Lisa and she smiled nervously since the screen also showed that all the Louds had a tracker. Lisa. I only gave bad luck and Lincoln negative. Bola. Very well, that stinker will feel like messing with the pink menace. Off screen. Shion. Several won't even be able to pass, he would say amusedly. Oko. Yes, it will be interesting to see them try. Aldebaran. I would like to see what happens since the knights and those little creatures are here. Present Mick. How bad you are, Shota boy. Azawa. Heh, that sounds like music to me. All Might. Go with several of those idiots who are sent by the commission, at least the knights know who we are so we can get past. Lincoln. How resentful he would say seeing his family, and that reminds me that I will get rid of those things. Lily. Out, she would say with a very tender frown. Lin. More like the toothless threat, she would say, mocking the loud of the catwalks. On screen. At the entrance to the sanctuary. There were Surziches, Michael and Hercules, Percy Jackson, who looked seriously at the sanctuary. Michael. I knew I should have sent for an attack on that sanctuary in the th century when they were weak. Surziches. Calm down, Michael, remember we only need a say, and then you can destroy this crappy place, and if you can give me the reincarnation of Athena, her blood can help me in my investigations. Hercules, PJ, looking at the sanctuary. The last house will be my new room, I would say, pointing to Athena's room. That will be my room where I will have my parties, pointing to the house of Pisces. That will be where I will keep my weapons, pointing to Leo's house, and this one pointing to Taurus's house will be where I will have my trophies and where I will perform my 13th labor. Killisei, that bastard destroyed my arm when I wanted to have fun with the albino dwarf, Kaneko. Off screen. Surziches. He would say, alarmed upon seeing himself. Michael. Shit. The Golden Knights raised their cosmos in defense of their goddess. Hercules SNV. Is that me? He would say, falling to his knees. Zeus, PJ. Can't we swap that bastard for yours? Zeus SNV. No. Hera, PJ. The shame of Olympus. Apollo, PJ. As if you hadn't chased him. Artemis, PJ. He raped many maidens, my hunters, and several Amazons, I would say, annoyed. Stain. I'm sorry about this, but. Hercules SNV. I will have that right. Issei. Get in line, pretty boy, I'll do it first, nobody messes with my girls, he would say, raising his cosmos and dragon aura. On screen. House of Sagittarius. There was Lena practicing her attacks on a mannequin, but the most curious thing is that the mannequin's face had the shape of the moon and. Lena Delira mind. I know that bastard is about to get here, but this time if she dares to take my dad to that place just to put the damn suit on him, I won't hesitate to kill her in the slowest way there. Lena strums the lyra, where an attack cuts the mannequin's head, and after another movement the head was already in pieces. At the entrance to Ridorio. Their Stan, Mabel and Deimos had arrived at the entrance to Ridorio, but the most curious thing is that Stan was wearing a very peculiar necklace. But Deimos had something in mind. Deimos mente. I will take advantage of the fact that this generation of knights is weak and thus I will be able to kill Athena and avoid a headache for my father Ares. The screen turns off. Luna. Sigh, he really hates me. Lincoln. I didn't realize, he would say sarcastically. Seeing what Stan did, many found it strange to see that, while Shun for some reason felt cosmos in that necklace, but when they noticed Deimos nearby, they knew that the fight was coming. Chapter 9. Everyone was nervous, given the upcoming meeting to discuss their pasts and decisions. Be that as it may, they were more than willing to see how this played out, while the demigods, for some reason, were more than interested. Meanwhile, Thor looked analytically at Izuku, who for some reason was talking to Jer with a red tinge, while Jer was as mad as a tomato for talking to the boy his other version was interested in and slept with. Loki. How disgusting when the Valkyries couldn't sink any lower, he would say with disgust. Thor. Hold your tongue, Loki. Gilgamesh. It seems they are prepared. All Might. That's right, Mr. Gilgamesh, nervous but waiting to see the results. Adam. And this feeling a lot of popcorn around him. Lubu. You smell it, his most loyal follower would say, looking at Cheng Gong. Cheng. Yes, it smells like battle. At that the screen would light up, capturing everyone's attention. On screen. Sanctuary. The traders arrived at Ridorio, and others went straight to the sanctuary. SNV. Their Thor and company, that they were accompanied by Zeus, Buddha, Beelzebub, Brunhild and the traitorous and untraitorous Valkyries, Shiva, Sun Wukong, Sasaki Kajiro, Nostradamus, Leonidas, Apollo and Qin Shi Huang. Thor. So this place is the sanctuary? Shiva. I have a feeling there's going to be something exciting. Zeus. I say the same. Brunhild mind. I have a feeling I'm in for a big surprise, and it will be a surprise that could help you in the next Ragnarok. Apollo mind. Something tells me I found a beautiful young lady. They're the gods and warriors of humanity. After climbing the steps, arrived at the ST house, the house of Ares, and upon entering. Bro, if you read this, didn't let me put the image you used. In Shai Huang. It seems that this inhabitant of this house likes shiny things. Apollo. It looks like my room except I have all my furniture gold plated, that's it. Izuku de H, what are you doing here? The green-haired boy would say. Off screen. Zeus, SNV. Oh Jojo, how exciting, we are the first to enter. Shiva. Why do we take Sun Wukong with us? He is capable of making a mess worse than Buddha when he brings those miraculous herbs that he says are. Apollo, SNV. Not bad, dear broccoli, just need some browning, not so much glass is necessary. Quinn. I can see that being blindfolded, he. Xian. Not bad son. Kiki. Looks interesting, what do you think, Master Mew? Mew. Let's see how well he defends the house. Jer. Cute, she would say, blushing upon seeing her golden knight. Hiroshima. He looks very manly. Aphrodite, PJ. Fufufuf if I ask for it. Jer. It's mine, damn bore. The little girl would say. Brud. Cars. Hercules, SNV. Little Jer, I would say, surprised like everyone else. Jer. Sorry. Izuku. Don't apologize, I'm only yours, he would say, kissing his cheek. Artemis. She earned my respect. Aphrodite, PJ. Of course you would say virgin. Athena. They can stop both. The two goddesses would listen and look at each other with rays coming out of their eyes. Shoto. Not bad. Bakugo. Let's see what you do, Deku. Adam. Interesting. On screen. On the way to the house of Virgo. They're the Konoha after disembarking at the port of the Uzumaki village and having breakfast were on their way to Virgo's house, but a red-haired boy was in the lead. Flashback. They're the Konoha ship had arrived at the port of the Uzumaki village, where Shijima was waiting for them right there. Shijima. I was waiting for you, and there he notices the red-haired infant. I didn't think a child would come with you. Sakura. It's a long story, Mr. Shijima. Shijima. Okay, better get off the boat because we have a lot to talk about. There the rookies got off the boat and saw the whole village in amazement, and when they arrived at Shijima's house and her table that was already set with food, they started to eat breakfast, and Sakura spoke to Shijima about everything that happened in Konoha and where. Shijima. And why did that child come with you? Sakura. Well, his name is Menma and I don't know how to say it. Shijima. KS. Sakura. Menma is a creation of Orochimaru. There Shijima, who was drinking a cup of coffee, drops his cup, causing it to break when it hit the ground. Shijima. Please cover Menma's ears. There Chaoji covers Menma's ears. There when Shijima uttered the rudeness, the bells began to ring, the birds to fly. Aizo. Praise is the strongest rudeness I've ever heard in my life. After an explanation about his origin, Shijima understood that Menma did not ask to be born, so. Shijima. Menma. Menma. Si Senor Shijima. Shijima. There is someone you would like to meet. End of flashback. Sakura climbing the steps. I don't understand how much Naruto and his friends have to go up and down just to get to their respective houses. Chaoji. Same here. He stops and sees how far it was from house to house. What kind of place is this? After a few tortuous minutes climbing steps. The rookies were already crawling down the steps except for Menma and Rock Lee, but seeing that they were at the entrance of the house of Virgo. Off screen. Sakura. We arrived. Ino. That's what it looks like. Hiba. I wonder if he's as stupid as Naruto. Naruto. At least my little brother won't be a dog breath. Minato. I'm surprised he accepted it. Naruto. It would be hypocritical of me not to do it. It is not his fault that he is what he is. He did not ask to be created. All that remains is to accompany him and guide him. Jiraiya. That was wise. I'm surprised that at such an age it is like that. Shaka. He usually says things like that, right? Boruto. No, it's the first time I've heard him be so thoughtful, mostly even as an adult he's a hyperactive ramen lover. Naruto. Someone wants to run out of video games, he would say seriously. Well, Boruto covered his mouth. I really fooled you, he would say smiling. Boruto. Dad. Naruto simply ruffled his hair and Shaka surprisingly felt jealous, without knowing why. Seeing that Shijima said something loud, the older ones covered the ears of the younger ones next to them, even the Uzumakis and those who knew him were stupefied, they had never heard him upset. As they climbed the stairs, everyone watched this with amusement, given that the path was somewhat long, while the Bronze Knights present felt that there was something behind them, or well, something strange and almost slightly dangerous. Lee. Yosh, my flames of youth are burning brightly, he would say excitedly, and it seems that little Menma is also burning brightly. Naruto. Big eyebrows, stay away from my little brother. On screen. Inside the house of Virgo. There Naruto was meditating, but then he started seeing strange visions. Visions of Naruto. After Naruto suffered from those visions, he managed to wake up and began to breathe desperately. Naruto. What I saw, but because I felt the presence of Luca and Akame in that Aquarius night and Scorpio night, then the presence of Ash in that night who wore the Phoenix and Andromeda armor, then I felt the presence of Sasuke in that Capricorn night, then I felt the presence of Koda in that night who wore the Swan armor, I also felt my presence in that Virgo night, but the strangest thing is that I felt the presence of Lincoln in that Leo and Pegasus night. Who will they be? Perhaps in that he hears some footsteps and there he sees that it was a red-haired boy. Hey little ones, what are you doing? Are you lost? Before the blonde finished his sentence, the red-haired boy at an impressive speed hugs the Virgo Knight and before Naruto said anything he felt a presence and it was that of his parents and when he was about to speak. Ino. Menma there Naruto recognized the voice and heard more footsteps and it was the rest of the rookies and when Sakura got there Naruto and the Konoha rookies looked at each other. Off screen. Everyone was paying attention to the blonde-haired man in meditation when they were amazed to see several visions. The Bronze Knights were very surprised, they were not idiots and knew how to recognize each other there. The same happened with the Golden Knights present, both groups remembering certain past battles and Ioro's wondering what the hell happened after his death. He knew that Saga took power as patriarch, but what the hell was going on? Luca and Akame looked at each other and looked away blushing since they felt some kind of connection in Milo and Camus where they felt the same. Ash looked at Ikki and Shun with some surprise, maybe something had happened, while Mallow and Mei felt something in their hearts. Sasuke would see sure while analyzing him, he could assume that he was a descendant, so his wife or his son-in-law or daughter-in-law had to be green-haired, it was not necessary to be a genius. Seeing Hyuga and seeing Koda, Hyuga got the message ahead of time, the cosmos of the boy with the horned cap had a cosmo similar to him, which could mean only one thing, Koda was his father. Shaka finally understood something, he was related to the blonde with mustache marks, coming to the conclusion that he was the son of that blonde and consequently Boruto's brother. The surprise came from the Louds, Sia, Iori and Ioros, the last three looked at each other, perhaps the three are relatives and they don't know it, or well, two of them were already brothers. But those thoughts were left behind when they saw the interaction of the Redeed with the blonde, making many women let out an AWWWW since they found it cute while Naruto smiled, while giving them the look he thanked his companions of the rookies, since they undoubtedly made the little one want to meet him and have wanted to meet him. Minato. You'll be a great older brother. Kushina. Yes. On screen. House of Aries. Or. Tell me, you are the guardian who guards this house. Izuku de H, yes, I am Izuku de Aries, guardian of the House of Aries, and tell me why you have come to the sanctuary. Buddha. We came because this irresponsible man pointing at Brunhild must give a few explanations to little Jer. Izuku de H, Jer, you guys must be Jer's friends. Or. Do you know her? Izuku de H, yes, I know her and I am her comrade and sister in arms. Or in Brunhild. Where is it? Izuku de H, it is in the house of Pisces there everyone when hearing Jer's location is amazed since Jer was practically in the last house of the Greek horoscope but do not think that I will let them pass just like that they're the gods, Valkyries and humans who were in the house, get into defense position but. Or, Shiva and Zeus. We stayed there everyone is in shock. Apollo. Zeus-sama will perhaps stay to fight with this mortal. Zeus. Yes, but something tells me that this is an opportunity that will not be repeated and I intend to take advantage of it. Shiva felt that feeling, the same as Thor, but they wanted to know more about how Jer was. Thor. The rest go ahead then everyone starts to move towards the next house, but the strange thing is that Brunhild had hidden in one of the columns of the House of Aries. Brunhild mind. I better see if that boy will be useful in the next Ragnarok. Off screen. Shiva. Well let's see how well he fights. Thor. Let's see if you're worthy. Zeus, SNV. Jojo battle. Zeus, PJ. A mortal will not fight a god he would say arrogantly. Sasaki. I killed one. Jack and Quinn. We too. Old Percy Jackson and DXD. What the hell? Brunhild. Let's see. Jer. That's all you care about, right? Ragnarok. Apollo, SNV. Has no divine weapon. Lubu. Let's see how well you fight, kid. Xion. Izuku, he thought worriedly, seeing him face gods. Adam. Nephew he would say worriedly. Hercules, SNV. Curse will not be able without divine weapon. Ioria. Do they underestimate the Golden Saints? Saga. Keep watching and you'll see what we're capable of. Vicky. This will be exciting. Drex. Without a doubt. Flag. I ran out of cheese to watch I'd say head. Pikachu. Pika extendiendo on Pacalito. Flag. Thanks accepting the cookie. On screen. There the trio of gods goes directly against the green-haired one where. Thor. Thor's hammer there, the Redeed channeling all his power in his hands to distribute it in his hammer, launches his attack towards the greenhead. Shiva. Kritiva's there, he would throw many kicks, but the green-haired man manages to block the kicks, but when he saw the hammer the green-haired man tried to dodge it, and when both gods moved away. Thor. It seems that this guardian did not last even the first blow there. Shiva would nod, but when the smoke dissipated, they saw that the green-haired man was intact, but the surprising thing is that the green-haired man had a golden shield. Izuku in fighting pose. We continue but. Zeus. Don't forget my boy Divine Axe, the green-haired boy who was able to react, manages to dodge the attack. Jojo, you are the ND person to dodge my attack, but there Zeus begins to use his attack meteor jab there. Many consecutive punches went where the green-haired boy, but this blocked them with his shield where it did not break. Izuku from H, my turn. Starlight Revolution there, the attack went towards the trio where they tried to dodge it, but it hit them full on, causing severe injuries. Off screen. Seeing the start of the fight, everyone was amazed at what it was about, gods versus human. Many already thought the green-haired man was dead, except for those who supported him, although after seeing Thor's hammer, they were amazed and little by little lost hope. Thor. I would say seriously, seeing the trail of smoke. Shiva. To keep us at once he did something right. Seeing that the green-haired man was intact, many were surprised. Those who were against the green-haired man looked at this jealous of such power, since a traitor in their eyes did not deserve to have it, while Zeus, Shiva and Thor began to smile excitedly. Kiki. Is it? Sia. They are hitting. Shiryu. See. Tanjiro. What do they mean? Inosuke. Minitsu, I want to fight that night. Brook. It's amazing. Clement. F was C like a Pokémon attack but with weapons. Zeus, SNV. He's avoiding me, but unlike Adam without those eyes, I'm excited, I'm about to explode. Sasaki. Incredible. Lubu. How lucky some people are. Everyone seeing the green-haired boy's attack made Shion, Mew and Kiki smile, since someone from their constellation proved to be above, but the deities of Shimatsu and those of DXD and Perku Jackson were in complete shock when they saw the state in which he left the deities. Apollo, SNV. Perhaps. Hermes, SNV. Just. Ares, SNV. Seriously, wound gods. Loki. Without Arma Divina Unvoland. Odin looked seriously at the green-haired man, sending murderous intent upon seeing his plans in danger, while Poseidon, Hades, Beelzebub, Buddha and other deities were in shock. All Might. Mito Midoriya Shonen. Monoma. Impossible. Ida. N can't PB. Uraraka. Bien Hecho Deku Kun. Brunhold. You wouldn't want to. Izuku. No, since I'm not as gullible as humans who believe they're going to fight to save humans from the gods, well you gloat that deities die. Category. Aizu. Izuku. Besides, I would only fight to defend her, he would say, hugging little Goal's waist and making her blush. Ilos. That is the determination of the knights. On screen. Or, Shiva, Zeus mind. This feeling is the same when he fought against Lubu Raiden Adam, there he smiles and gives it his all. Izuku, dressed in the Ares armor, faces the imposing Thor, Zeus and Shiva, the legendary deities. The battle begins with a thunderous crash as Thor unleashes his hammer Mjolnir, creating shockwaves that shake the ground. Izuku, with superhuman agility, dodges Thor's brutal blows and counterattacks with blasts of concentrated energy from his armor. However, Thor's unbridled power seems overwhelming, and soon Izuku finds himself falling back, struggling to stay on his feet. Meanwhile, Zeus, surrounded by lightning, unleashes deadly bolts at Izuku, forcing him to deploy all his wits to anticipate and dodge the attacks. Izuku realizes his only chance lies in dividing the god's attention. He takes advantage of a brief respite to counter Zeus's attacks using the Ares armor's abilities, creating a protective field that absorbs and dissipates the lightning energy. On the other hand, Shiva, with his incredible speed, moves like an unpredictable shadow, attacking Izuku from every possible angle. Although wounded and exhausted, Izuku refuses to give up and uses the armor to strengthen his defenses, repelling Shiva's rapid blows and responding with a series of precise and well-calculated movements. With each battle, Izuku clings to his resolve, reminded of humanity's faith in him. As the battle drags on, the balance shifts in a chaotic dance of titanic strength and human valor, turning the confrontation into a legend that will live on in the annals of time. Off-screen. Loki. This is such a terrible thing to make a joke about. Shion. There is no doubt that you are my son. You. A worthy guardian of Ares. Bakugo. Incredible, you are so far away, he would whisper to himself. Shoto. Not Amal Izuku. Hanohamaru. Amazing. Milikas. Sublime. Koda. Dad is amazing. Adam. It is. Raiden. Keeping powerful gods. Yes, he is. Who? And without will. Tanjiro. It's amazing. Hiroshima. Don't lose Izu bro. Kitsuma. Tucson. Maharo. Deku Tucson. Minato. Cheer up, kid. Hiruzen. Not bad, not bad. On screen. At the entrance of the sanctuary. There had arrived those of BNHA along with the Loud family of the universe of Gemini Linka and Gemini Liberty, where to avoid suspicions the Loud told lies that Linka tried to kill them but failed and stole her baby, something that All Might, Nezu, Melissa, her father and the true heroes did not believe in the facts, but the false heroes, Lita, Monoma and Rocklock, believed that story. Lita and Monoma mind. Let's arrest that villain, but we'll see if what those boys are saying is true, that if that girl is Bella, and if she is we can conquer her and make her our girlfriend, but there Monoma noticed some strange sheep grazing outside Aries' house. Off screen. The fight lovers began to complain that I was ruining a good battle for them, but decided to remain silent when they saw two groups heading for the sanctuary. All Might, Nezu, the Shield family, and several heroes on their side nodded at those words not only because they had seen it, but they also detected gestures and tones of voice that indicated a lie, but the false heroes Rocklock and the two members of classes A and B of heroism did, despite having seen it. Everything stopped at the sight of the strange sheep while the girls began to scream. Women. Koi. Ash. Sun Willow, Mary Pui Dubwill. Serena. That's what it looks like. Odd. It's a very peaceful place for them to live there, he would say, drawing. Iris. They look so cute. Artemis. I would have to hunt one alive, it's so huggable, she would say while her hunters would nod at the goddess's words. Apollo, PJ. I should get myself a pair. Paminari. Don't you have a feeling something bad is going to happen to those two? Mineta. Yes. On screen. That was a large flock of Wooloo led by Dubwill plus other flocks of Marip. Monoma noticed that the sheep with blue faces, Marip, emitted electricity and believing that it is a quirk, tries to approach the Marip, but when he was about to touch one, just a flock of Wooloo went to that place and Wooloo seeing Monoma. Wooloo Wooloo Wooloo, translation. Careful sir, excuse me, we're eating, be careful, seeing that the blonde didn't move away, the leader of the herd, who was an angry Dubwill. Dubwill nodding at Monoma. Dubwill, translation. Move away, can't you see we're eating there? He nods at Monoma again. Dubwill move away. There he manages to knock Monoma down, allowing the flock to finally continue walking in search of good pasture. Monoma all beaten up. Damn, the sheep beat me up, he tries to get up. I'm going to report you to the Animal Society so they can give you a cheat sheet. Dubwill himself did that. Dubwill nodding at Monoma again. Dubwill get out of the way, asshole there. Monoma was already lying on the ground defeated, something that everyone laughed at the blonde, where only Lita lifts Monoma up and they decide to continue on their way, but when they hear the tremendous noise in Aries' house, they run towards the house. When they arrive they see that Izuku is in the middle of a fight. Out of the fight. Everyone was laughing like retarded seals, except for Poseidon of Shumatsu, since we know he's a bitter person, it's a good thing Sasaki killed him, nobody liked him, he just got a beloved god like Hades killed. Monoma. Damn sheep. Pikachu. Pick a pie, translation. Idiot. Fight lovers. Finally. Fight. On screen. Izuku to H, well, let's get this over with. Thor, Shiva and Zeus. That's what we say. Thor. Thor's hammer. Shiva, Devilok. Zeus. Shinkami no Migi. There the attacks were going directly to the green-haired boy, but Izuku from H, Troya's Trigoidia. There Izuku's cosmos takes the form of a carriage pulled by large golden rams and Izuku gets on the carriage and there the attacks collide with each other, causing a great blinding light, but then Izuku's attack was superior to that of the gods, destroying the attacks, and Izuku's attack went towards the gods who tried to dodge it but failed in their attempt, leaving Izuku from H as the winner and all of BNHA and TLH, AU of Linka and Liberty, even Brunhild were scared by such a display of power, but the Valkyrie. Brunhild mind. This boy is perfect for the next Ragnarok, I just have to go to the other houses until Jer, and that's it, warriors ready for Ragnarok. How clever you are, Brunhild. There the gods stand up, the ones who were laughing were Shiva and Zeus, since after Ragnarok, they did not feel that emotion again, and Thor kept his serious face but Izuku to H, Lord Thor, your daughter Jer is in the house of Pisces, can you go ahead? There the Redeed gets up and takes his hammer in hand and starts to go towards the house of Pisces but Thor. Mortal, what is your name? Izuku to H, Izuku Midoriya. There Thor just follows his path, but I thought. Thor mind. Izuku Midoriya seems to be a descendant of the inhabitants of the continent of Mu, note. In Saint Seiya the continent of Mu is where the armors of Athena's army were born. Off screen. Apollo, SNV. Just. Hades, SNV. Defeat powerful gods, including the father god of the cosmos himself if he did it. Thor. "You're approved boy, take care of her," he would say seriously, but happy that his son-in-law is strong. Shiva. "Shit, he beat me without a divine weapon." Zeus, SNV. "I've never been so excited as I am now." You. "Well done." Xian. "That's my son." Class A and B saw the green-haired boy with great surprise, despite having damage, he managed to defeat gods by himself. Ioria. "That is the power of a golden knight." Milo. "Without a doubt." Aldebaran. "Despite being young, he knows how to fight to defend and prove his intentions." Oko. "There's a reason he's my godson." Shura. "Not bad." Hamus. "It's true." Aphrodite, SS. "Without a doubt, a gentleman with elegance." Death Mask. "Death was missing." Hanan. "Nothing wrong." Sia. "That was awesome." Hyoga. "Only you would think of saying that." Lincoln. "That was exciting." On screen. But while Shiva and Zeus decided to take a break in the house of Ares since they wanted to talk with Izuku being the ND mortal to fight them, but in that many of the false heroes went against Izuku because they believed that by fighting with those people, he would be tired, which was the opposite since the green-haired man knocked them out with just blows and All Might. Midoriya Shonen. Izuku to H, "All Might, what are you doing here, and also why did these idiots come?" pointing at the fake heroes. Nezu. "The commission forced us to accompany them, but in reality the visit is not for tourism." Izuku to H, "What is Nezu?" Nezu. "What I want is to have an audience with Athena, it's a very important matter." Izuku to H, "Okay, continue." There all Migs, Nezu, Melissa, his father, Lita, Monoma and true heroes followed the path. Lita and Monoma mind. "The traitor can wait, there is a beauty to see and check in one of these houses, but..." Izuku to H, "But first there he manages to notice Link is family, so you are the loud there." They stay still, "I will only ask once, who is Loki?" Loud there the aforementioned raises his hand. Loki L. "Me." There the green-haired boy disappears from everyone's side, a moment where and there the bleached blonde feels a strong blow to the abdomen puif, and when he sees the green-haired boy in front of him, he had been the one responsible for the blow to Loki. Izuku to H, "This is for what you did to Linka by forcing her to be with that stupid Ron." There he hits the back of the blonde's head hard, causing him to fall to the ground, and more so the impact against the ground caused him to break teeth. "Now go before I regret it." There the louds who were carrying Loki leave the house of H. Off screen. Izuku. "How always idiots being idiots, then why does Stain hunt them?" Shigaraki. GRRRRRRRRRRRR scratching his neck. "This is happening right?" Afo. "Not bad. All Might, the ninth is powerful." Izuku. "I just want you to know, even if he kills you, your evil will end once and for all," and he pointing at Shigaraki will go to a mental asylum from which he will never leave, given his mental stability. "I made a promise and I intend to keep it, since Nana still loves Tinko." Seeing the blow that Loki took, several felt sorry for him, given that although he deserved it, the green-haired man was somewhat soft with that blow. Linka. "That was a bit weak." Azla. "He deserved to be hit harder." Lin boy. "Quiet girls." Issei. "Bueno CV and me entrada diria cruzado de brazos al lado de Aldebaran." On screen. House of Taurus. The regents along with Hercules arrived at the house of Taurus and upon entering. Michael. "This house has room for about a people." Searches. "Apart from the fact that everything is covered in gold." Hercules. "Let's forget about luxury, this house along with the others will be mine. I will kill Issei, and he will have all the girls as my bitches, including that reincarnation of Athena." But Issei to I, "What are you doing here?" There the stop and see that Issei was right in front of them. Searches. "Look Issei, the reason we are here is..." Michael. "You become the pillar of the factions again, because there they tell the mess that is happening where obviously they omitted certain things but..." Issei to I. That didn't make Searches and Michael happy at all, but Hercules. "Now you'll pay." Damn it, Hercules went against Issei, but the brown-haired boy dodges the attack and then returns it. Issei from I, "What's wrong? You didn't like the lesson that day." Hercules. "Bastard, and you still have the audacity to make fun of me, but today this will end. I, Hercules, son of Zeus, will perform my 13th labor, which will be by killing you. I will claim your place as mine. Apart from that, I will take revenge for breaking my left arm when I wanted to have fun because of that albino rat." Issei to I, "We'll see about that there," Issei would say with a serious look where his helmet is put on automatically. Off screen. Issei's harem would blush seeing how changed the brunette became with the armor, but when they saw Hercules PC, they felt nothing but repulsion, even Zeus PC himself. Hercules, SNV. "Tell me that guy isn't my counterpart." Percy. "Believe me, yes." Hercules, PJ. "At least I am a god and not like you, even though you are a demigod, and to top it off he killed you," pointing to Jack who would throw a knife at him. Jack. I accept any disrespect, sir, but my friend is to be respected. Issei. As if I were coming back to you. Michael. But you don't understand. Surziches. Your place as a security makes you a unique pillar. Issei. I don't give a damn. Buddha. Oh, there's a fight coming between that Hercules and what the hell. Hercules of SNV was very furious to hear his counterpart talk about raping like it was nothing, but Shiva, Raiden, Ares, PJ, Leonidas, All Might, Adam, Aldebaran and Doko were holding back the hero of humanity from jumping in to kill the guy. Damn, opening the third door and joining the fight. Thor. This is going to go wrong. Lubu. Yes, you're right. Both would end up joining in to hold back the Greek demigod for making him look bad in front of the rest. On screen. Issei and Hercules engage in a fierce battle. Issei's golden Taurus armor shines brightly on Issei as Hercules raises his formidable club. With cunning and determination, Issei dodges Hercules' powerful blows, taking advantage of his armor's speed and agility. During the battle, the demigod tried to land his blows on the brown-haired boy, but he dodged them. Issei channels all of his cosmos against Hercules where. Issei for my great horn. When Issei launched his attack, Hercules without thinking went straight to the attack believing it was weak, but when the attack hit him, it was the complete opposite where it caused strong damage, apart from crashing into some columns. Issei for my last warning, leave now that I'm giving you the opportunity to leave the sanctuary with the little dignity you have left, but Hercules. Don't even think I'll give up when I kill you and kill all the males in this stupid place. I will grape your harem and all the girls in this place as well as grape the reincarnation of my stupid half-sister. Especially a girl who had a horn on her forehead, he would say with pride in his voice, but without knowing that right now he had condemned himself to a rather slow and painful death, but Issei hearing that only had a darkened look, but Hercules approached believing that Issei would give up, but there is a strong murderous aura that even Michael and Searches was affecting them, and when Hercules stopped there. Issei of you're a bastard there at an incredible speed he disappears from Hercules' sight, and when the demigod realized that Issei quickly began to mercilessly hit Hercules, but there the axe that Percy and his friends gave him, begins to use against Hercules, giving him strong attacks, until there Issei with the axe, manages to cut off Hercules' right leg. Hercules. He would scream upon losing his limb, but when he was on the ground there he remembered the words of an oracle. Off screen. Ollie. Fight red. Hercules, SNV. Make that bastard suffer. Jack. Sir, calm down, have a cup of tea. Aldebaran. Not bad, kid he would say smiling upon seeing the characteristic attack. Everyone looked at the brown-haired boy in surprise, especially the Olympians, PCs, who cheered on their friend for making the god of fortitude suffer, and especially Artemis and her hunters who asked him to kill him. But that jubilation stopped when they heard him speak. Athena, PC, was furious, as was Artemis. The bronze and gold knights began to raise their cosmos aggressively, as did Shion. Those who were heroes were static when they heard who was the mythological representative of a great hero, and especially Stain. Upon hearing about Eri, Izuku had to be held back by his true friends, Ash and several of the Konoha, while the rest tried to hold Shion back, since Hades, SNV, had to step in to hold one back, while Hiruzen, Minato, and Kushina, with their chains, began to hold them both back. Percy. Akabalo. Jason. Make him suffer. Queen. Deserves death. Annabeth. Mata East Bastardo. The demigod cabins and the hunters began to shout in support of the carnage that Issei was doing with their gift, which made them smile sinisterly looking at the Greek, who sought support from the other gods, where even his father looked away, since Apollo, Athena, Artemis, Hephaestus were eager to kill him. Apollo. Oracle. Getting an idea and making his anger grow. On screen. Flashback. Hercules had destroyed a town dedicated to Apollo and more profane its temple, and had the audacity to grape the oracle of the place, and while Hercules laughed proudly at his action he began to withdraw, but she said. Oracle. You will pay for your actions. Hercules. I am the strongest demigod, I doubt anyone can make me retreat like a coward. Oracle. It won't be a demigod who will do that to you. Hercules remains still in the twilight of battle, a warrior with the awesome strength of a bull, will face an opponent imbued with the fiery power of a dragon. Roars will echo, and fate will weave its web of sparks and unleashed forces. At the critical moment, the dragon will prevail, spreading wings of victory over the battlefield there. When the oracle finished her prophecy Hercules did not hesitate to break its neck, believing that if he killed the oracle that prophecy would not be fulfilled. End of flashback. Off screen. Apollo, PJ. Make that wretch suffer he would say, furious at seeing his priestesses dead. Apollo, SNV. He's not beautiful, he's ugly, kill him, kid, he doesn't deserve to exist. But those holding back the pissed off, the knights had to join in since Xian and the freckled green-haired man were aggressively releasing Cosmos while clamoring for that bastard's blood. On screen. Hercules mind. Shit Issei is that person, he has an armor related to Taurus, but the bastard has drag, the bastards Michael and Searches told me they took it from him, shit I must escape. There he grabs Hercules' other healthy arm, which ends up breaking it causing Hercules to scream, and there Issei began to hit Hercules' face until it was almost deformed, but when he raised the axe. Hercules with a deformed face wait there Issei thrusts his axe into Hercules' face, killing him definitively, but Issei, possessed by Drake's power, let out a loud roar. While Searches and Michael saw how Hercules died at the hands of Issei, instead of worrying, they just smiled and said. Searches and Michael mind. Why settle for Issei if we have more knights, Amazons and a goddess that we can use as a breeding machine? Off screen. Hercules, SNV. I don't like death, but that guy deserved it. Upon hearing that Issei was being controlled by the dragon and hearing his roar, many felt both fear and respect. Those who were against him felt fear, given that they were really messing up. And those who were on his side felt respect. The knights and the future ones looked at the angel and the demon as they threatened with their cosmos to kill them. Milikas. From today I renounce the surname Gremory. Rias. And me. Both. We are from the Hyodo family. Gabriel. I will abandon heaven. Babara. You're a damn sinner, you bastard. Zeus, PJ. And so they gain Olympus as an enemy. On screen. Patriarch's Hall. There were Xian, Sage, Hakure talking. Xian. Good. Sage. Look Xian, Hakure and I were analyzing this generation of knights, and we found that some of them have the conditions to become patriarch. Xian. Who are they? Hakure. Among the boys are your son Izuku, young Adrian, Issei and Lincoln. Xian. Wow. Hakure. But among the women are young Marinette and Akame. Xian. I thought Linka and her twin sister would be on that list on that. Asmita. Sorry Patriarch for interrupting you, but Xian analyzed Linka and Liberty's hearts and noticed that they don't care about rising in rank, so I doubt they would accept the position. Sage. Well Asmita, if one of those girls reaches that position, they would be the ND matriarch that the sanctuary could have in that. It seems that unwanted guests have arrived at the sanctuary. Sage. Sukyu. Character sheet. Sukyu of Cup. Rank. Silver. Position. Former Knight of the Cup. Sukyu. It seems the traitors have arrived. Sage. Don't interrupt, they have to fix it. Off screen. The knights were listening attentively, it was true that this generation had good potential, while the others were surprised that they were already preparing a future leader willing to guide alongside Athena. Xian. Not bad son, he would say without being able to hide his pride. Lincoln. And me? He would say nervously. Adrian. I don't think I'm capable of it, he would say, a bundle of nerves. Issei. I don't know, I don't feel capable of being someone so important. Hearing the girls' names, many felt proud of their feminine power, although no one shouted. Linka. Wow, although I think like my other self. Akame. And me. Marinette. I don't know if I can. On screen. On the stairs to Aries' house. The miraculous team continued climbing the stairs where surprisingly Chloe did not complain, but some such as Alia or Rosita were about to throw in the towel, but they were still determined to continue climbing, but the Kwamisu used Nino's backpack to hide. Nino's backpack. Ways. Well, we are about to arrive at Aries' house. Long. I feel the cosmos of the Guardian and it is in the house of Libra. Trix. Seriously, I thought I was in Aries' house. Ways. Wait a minute, the boy said there's a Zodiac house for real there, the other Quemis nod, we're in big trouble. Trix. Yes I know. Long. Let's just hope the boys don't anger Odysseus of Ephialtes. Ways. I remember that when we were in Greece, specifically in the Age of Myth, and when the miraculous holders and the ST Golden Saints had contact for the ST time. Long. I remember that and more when the carriers of Neuro and Dizu were completely arrogant. Trix. Not even the mentions were a complete pain in the ass to the point of almost making us enter into a war against the sanctuary. Ways. Yes, they almost stole the Pegasus and Phoenix armors, but the good thing was that they were stopped by the ST Knight of Scorpio, the Pharaoh Horus, better known as the Scorpion King, who stopped the bearer of Dizu, and the one who stopped the bearer of Naru was Asclepius, the Golden Knight of Ephialtes. Trix. But what if Hawkmoth comes here? Long. Most likely Adrian will not hesitate to kill him, or if it is not Adrian it will be Luca, and if it is not him, then it will be the Guardian who will end the life of that miserable person. Ways. Let's just hope we arrive safely. Off screen. By this point they weren't so surprised anymore, although the miraculous members looked at Chloe, who was the most capable of complaining, but she simply looked at them offended even though she knew they were right. Listening to the Kumasa's conversation, they felt strange given that they seemed to have a history, and not a very good one. While Gabriel Agrees simply snorted in annoyance, they failed, but he would succeed. On screen. In Ridorio. There the loud, "Oh" from Lincoln of Sagittarius had arrived where they met the Pines, where after talking and knowing where they would go, they decided to team up, and after reaching the stairs, they began to climb them to get to Aries' house. But the miraculous team. After a few minutes the miraculous team had arrived at Aries' house, where their biggest surprise was that they saw that Izuku was once again knocking out the fake heroes, and when he knocked them out. Izuku DH, you are friends of Marinette, Adrian and Luca, everyone nods well, those already knew that you would come. Nino. Hey, where are Marinette, Adrian and Luca? Izuku DH, well there are houses so you are now in the ST house which is Aries, Adrian is in the TH house which is Leo, Marinette is in the TH house which is Libra, and finally Luca is in the TH house which is Aquarius. Alia. Wait a minute, Aquarius is the TH house after Scorpio. Izuku DH, no, now there are currently houses, the house that is between Sagittarius and Scorpio is the Ophiuchus house. Nathaniel. Not that Ophiuchus is a normal constellation. Izuku DH, boy are you wrong, before Ophiuchus was part of the zodiac constellations, only some time ago the constellation was eliminated for something, but if you want to continue I will let you pass, but do not give up that your conviction does not go out upon hearing those words. The entire miraculous team continued on their way, and Los Pines and the loud, Oda Lincoln, had just arrived and Izuku, tired of interrupting alone. Lets them pass since he knew that Dipper and Lincoln would take care of them. Off screen. Nino. What now? I would say tired, having to climb up there. Ayla. Why didn't you call her? She would say complaining. Nathaniel. Well, it won't hurt to go up. Sia. They say that because they don't have to fight, he whispered to his companions. Zeus, SNV. I wonder what I talked to him about. Lincoln. Thanks friend. Dipper. You're big. Izuku. Don't use that sarcasm because as we see, you both have to overcome your past. On screen. Time skip. The most human gods of SNV, Nezu and company plus the loud O of Linka and Liberty had passed the house of Taurus since Issei let them pass, but not before giving a little beating to Loni, Linka's stepbrother, where he gave him like blows with the armor, leaving him dumber than he was before. Then the miraculous team had passed the house of Taurus, and not to mention the Pines and the loud O of Lincoln. House of Gemini. There they were at the entrance of the House of Gemini where almost everyone had doubts, but upon entering they only saw that they were in a kind of room of mirrors, and moreover that it was a complete labyrinth. Sasaki. What kind of place is this? Nezu. I have that feeling myself. All Might. Me too. Then he realizes he didn't hear any footsteps, and when he turns around he sees that no one is behind him. What the hell? If the House of Gemini began to act voluntarily where it separated everyone but the mirrors that were throughout the labyrinth began to tell the truths to each of the people, and many covered the mirrors by not accepting their truths, the loud of O of Linka and Liberty, while the others such as the true heroes who did quite questionable things in their career, but it was for the greater good of all, only accepted those truths. But those of Miraculous each one endured the truths when they preferred to believe Lila than Marinette, and so on until Rosita not being able to stand the pressure she takes a book out of her backpack where she begins to break each mirror until later in a mysterious way they appear in the living room of the Gemini house. Off screen. Sia. How strange, in my time the temple was divided into. Saga. It may be because the labyrinth of the House of Gemini acts differently with each generation or person. Stain. I see that I have always been wrong, everyone has done questionable things like abandoning to save, he would say with his head down. All Might. That's true, the hardest thing is living with those ghosts. I've been wrong as many times as I've been right, I've fallen, but I've gotten back up. Nezu. Deceive my senses, interesting. On screen. Apollo. It seems this gentleman lives in the most luxurious house. Leonidas. Yes, apart from the fact that they resemble the meeting rooms that were in Sparta. Beelzebub mind. Because I feel that this night has a presence that was used for a ritual, it must not be my mind playing tricks on me. Chloe. You know it would be a time where I would say that this house would be perfect for me, but it's not the time. Alia. Yes, but I can't imagine that only one person should polish all of that every day. Mark. Apart from the fact that the house is bathed in gold on one half and the other in another color. Nino. It shouldn't be because Geminis are characterized by twins and their different personalities. Kim. I thought the same. Lita. This house is bigger than mine. Monoma. Mine too, or even any famous heroes. Nezu. No. Lexel. You know when we take Linka home I'll stay here, this house is worthy of a king, as I would say arrogantly. Luke writing something on his whiteboard. Forget it, Lex, we don't want to have problems with those guys. Loki was already beaten up until he vomited some blood in the middle of the road. The other big guy hit Loney times on the head, leaving him more of an idiot than he was before at that. Linka from J. It seems you had the guts to come to the sanctuary, right, family? The albino would say seriously, you speaking to those of SNV, Miraculous NBNHA. Continue your ways, I have some important business with them. You are not on that list, so leave there. Those of SNV, Miraculous NBNHA left, except Lita and Monoma, why don't you leave? Off screen. Saga. Well deduced. Kainen. Although it's strange, I remember that house being somewhat more normal with us. Hearing Linka's brothers, many were disgusted, while Lita and Monoma remained silent. Izuku. You didn't have to be a genius. Hendo. But your partner will hit them, is that for villains? Izuku. And when I said you couldn't fall any lower, to be an intelligent president of Class B you are a complete failure. If a civilian hit you he is a villain, but if you hit a guy too much regardless of whether he is a civilian or a villain, is it justice? There is no doubt that you would be a false heroine. Hendo tried to hit the green-haired boy, but a line of vines would stop her. And? Forgiveness. Ibara. Sit down, accept the truths and reconsider. Pony. Are you okay? He would say looking at Ibara. Hinoko. You seem changed. Ibara. With what we've seen I've matured, it's time for the rest to do the same. Lita. Linka, you are under arrest for hurting those innocent people. Monoma. But we have a second option. Lita and Monoma. Let him surrender and be our slaves in that. What were they going to say? Would a person behind Lita and Monoma say, who turns around and sees Lin Jr. boy. Hello, he would say with a foxy smile. Character sheet. Lin Jr. boy. Position. Current Knight of the Fox or Foxes. Rank. Bronze. Louds. Lin. Linda's Oro. Hello family, I would say with seriousness. Lita. So you're the one who helped this villain hurt this innocent family. Linda Fox. Aren't they innocent? They're not innocent at all, but well, what I heard about what they offered my girlfriend, I didn't like that, so she gets into an attack position. Love, I'll take care of them. Linka from J. Okay Lin, there she sees the Louds, those who want to die, take a step there. The Louds, believing that the albino was bragging, they go against the albino, but their Linka without using anything from Cosmos, humiliated them much worse, like the last time where Linka broke Rita and Loki's arms. Loney and Lane's legs and left Lex and Leaf more toothless, this time leaving them toothless, but Lars only gave him a headbutt to knock him out, and only Lin Sr. was left, who had a gun pointing at Linka, but someone grabbed Lin Sr.'s hand and it was Cain Abel. So attacking from behind, damn scum. Then Lin Sr. started to hit Cain Abel, but he didn't even feel the blows from the bald guy. Off screen. Stain. I wasn't wrong with you. Tensei. Iida would say disappointed. Kurama. Not a Malgaki. Seeing the new beating that the albino gave them, many were more than in agreement with it, some would not say so, but those who did were shouting in support of the albino. Shiva. What a coward. Percy. Too cowardly. Naiko. He must be sent to the punishment camps. Zero. What bad luck I gave them, ha 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 ha. Buddha. Not bad, ha 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 ha, he would say laughing at Zerafuku's bad joke. Saga and Kanan. Added. On screen. With Lin from Zoro. They're both boys fought against Linda's Oro where he only dodged the blows, but Lita. Monoma has there, he passes a test tube plus an injection to Monoma which he grabs. Monoma. What's in the test tube? Lita. It's the fused blood of all my companions except Izuku, since he's going to a hospital that I couldn't find, take it and you'll have his quirk. There the blonde smiles arrogantly and drinks it, and after a few seconds. Monoma. Now yes, they're using Kirishima's quirk. He went against Lin who began to hit him, he managed to land some blows, and Lita using her quirk, began to kick him, but Linda's Oro. You know, there he smiles, it's my turn. There he takes out some nunchakus, style as a sacred weapon of banned Fox of Greed, where he begins to return the blows to Lita and Monoma, who suffered a humiliation, but Lita. Do you deserve to be a knight of a goddess? You hurt your sister for a superstition like bad luck and then regretted it and became her boyfriend. Your sister is disgusting and it is frowned upon. Monoma. So just surrender, hand over that armor, someone like me, a hero, must wear it. Linda Fox. In ST I already left that past like Linka, ND she is my stepsister, but I did not force her to be with me, but there is something I cannot deny is that my stupidity blinded me. In reality I have no right to talk about justice, even so if it is a crime to hurt people and then seek their forgiveness. Then let's get rid of all the evil ones in the world and then accept God's punishment. Their Monoma and Lita were angry at not calming Lin down, but Hunter's feast there Lin's muscles grew considerably where she began to hit Lita and Monoma. Off screen. Class A gave Iida a death glare, this was the last straw for their class president. Izawa. If you return, you'll be expelled from UA. Ida. My Fami can't. Tensei. Yes, he will accept it, you have already stained this family enough. Ida just glared at Izuku and Lin Boy Jr. Kanan. Hey, listening to the phrase that sounds like one of my rehearsed phrases. Apollo, PJ. I think I smell a reference. Hermes, PJ. Only you would think of making that comment, brother. On screen. With Lin Sr. and Cain Abel. There the bald man continued hitting Cain Abel, but when he got bored, Linka and Liberty's teacher began to massacre Lin Sr. with blows where the coward tried to escape, but when he was about to fire the weapon, Abel, who possessed the body, completely appeared in front of Lin Sr., where there he hit a strong blow to Lin Sr.'s neck, who flew out of the body where Lita, Monoma and the Linka family looked in shock, but Abel approached Lin Sr.'s severed head, where with his bite crushes Lin Sr.'s head where? Abel Cain. Goodbye, damned attempted man and father, and Lita. How dare you kill an innocent person? Monoma. Heroes like you should not kill, that is frowned upon, and Abel Cain. Silence useless, there the heroes are silent, we knights fight to defend Athena and the world, even for justice and peace, but that does not keep us tied to stupid ideals or moral limits. I have seen your society, and it is completely rotten, and you looking at the loud, get out of the sanctuary, because now I am serene and take advantage of leaving, because if not, I will not hesitate to kill you. There the loud, Oda Linka, out of fear decide to leave, but those who stayed were Lita and Monoma, who went against Linka. Lita and Monoma. We'll leave, but not before taking this beauty with us in there. Fox Lin. Fox hunt there. Lin using her nunchaku attacks Lita and Monoma's feet, piercing them and knees falling to the ground, but Lin had something in her hand. Oh, it seems that one of you brought me a gift. There she opens the bag, but saw that they were injectable. Wait a moment, Izuku told me about these things in a drug to enhance his quirk. There go where Monoma, why did you come to the sanctuary? Monoma. I won't tell you. There Lin grabs Monoma's arm where she breaks it. Ugh. Fox Lin. You're going to talk there, the blonde refused. Well, there he breaks the other arm where the blonde was screaming, but Fox Lin, in order not to hear the blonde screams, knocks him out and approaches Lita, where the blue-haired man is. Lita. I'll talk. Lin from Zoro. Okay, Dilo. Lita. The Heroes Commission gave us the mission to reveal where Nezu, All Might and Nezu were going, but we also had another mission, which was to bring Eri and Kitsuma from this place. Their quirk would be useful for the heroes, but their Gemini Linka went to Lita, where she started hitting him, and then she started breaking Lita's legs, then her arms, and while the faggot was screaming in pain, their Azula possessing Linka's body, grabs Ida by her legs, and their Azula Linka left where it said. Azula Linka. Weakling. Just then the Pines and the Loud arrive, Oda Lincoln, who saw the scene that happened, they just went straight through, but Azula. Where do you think that coward soul ended up? Fox Lin. I don't know, but something tells him he won't be coming back to this world. Off screen. Seeing the Loud's death, his counterpart was terrified, honestly feeling himself in that situation. Ida. He must be arrested, killing is wrong. Pendo. Without a doubt, he should go to prison. Ioros. Girl, we are knights, not heroes. Oko. If killing ensures a better future for the innocent, we will do it. Xion. We are not as pious and stupid as heroes. Monoma. Nuo, feeling the pain of being beaten by Lin. Linka. That was seen. Azula. Viable, haha. Lin boy. Don't worry, he would say, blushing. Hearing what Iida sang about the commission, Izuku went and hit the two of them hard, leaving them toothless and without engines. Izuku. You better stay away from my children, he pointed out, annoyed. Iida. Damn. Throwing himself. Izuku. Idiot, doing a split and hitting the jewels. All the men except Adam grabbed the jewels, that could be felt for miles. Iida. Izuku. Shit, as if Yasaki and 9 weren't enough. Bakugo. Listo Deku. Shoto. You already left him dead. Naruto. He deserved it, but man, that was it. Sasuke. Doloroso. On screen. Then Yumatsu. Their Lin Sr.'s soul awoke. Lin Sr. Where I am, there you see the landscape that was desolate, and more than many souls were making a hole where they fell. What the hell is this place in there? Manigoldo. Hello, Baldhead. Lin Sr. Who are you and where am I? Manigoldo. I am Manigoldo, former Knight of Cancer, and this is Yumatsu, the entrance to hell. Lin Sr. Hell, there must be a mistake, I didn't do anything wrong in my life to be here. Manigoldo. So what are you telling me about mistreating a girl who wasn't even your daughter? Lin Sr. That bastard deserved it, and then Manigoldo hits Lin Sr. Manigoldo. People like you make me angry, but don't worry, you won't go to any prison in hell. Lin Sr. smiles, believing he would go to heaven, but he sees that Manigoldo was pointing his finger at him. Where? Lin Sr. What are you doing? Manigoldo. Goodbye, Baldy. Hellish waves. There the attack was towards Lin Sr. whereupon receiving it, he began to scream until he disappeared and thus Lin Sr. ceased to exist forever. Manigoldo. And that's how a soul is eliminated, she would say while Dipper watched. Dipper from K, okay master, I think I should be in the House of Cancer, saying that the brown-haired man returns to the House of Cancer. Off screen. Los Louds. No. Lincoln. He deserved it. Linka. Thank you. Lin boy. Gracious. The false heroes were terrified by this technique. Destroying the soul and reducing it to nothing. Was that possible? On screen. House of Gemini. There the SNV, Miraculous, BNHA and now the Pine and Loud were touring, but. Kagami. Wait a minute, he stops there. I feel like we've been running in circles there. Many didn't believe him, but there he approaches Jack the Ripper. Sir, can you lend me one of your knives? There the man in a gentlemanly manner lends him one of his knives and Kagami, having the knife in his hand, makes some scratches on one of the pillars of the house and then he runs towards the exit, but after a few seconds he was back where he started. They believe me now. There we all believe in Kagami. Until. Looks like my sister let them through. All Might. Who are you? There the voice is revealed showing. Liberty of J. I am Liberty of Gemini, Linka's twin sister, and also because they came to the sanctuary there. Everyone explains their reasons for why they came to the sanctuary. Well, maybe my teachers will give me a strong reprimand, but I will let them pass there quickly. You see the exit to the House of Gemini, which quickly lost Pines and Loud passed quickly, but. Beelzebub mind. That girl named Linka has something that if she gets pregnant could condemn the whole world, but I don't know. I think that when I return, I should see all the books of rituals and other things about curses. Amos Mente. Only houses left and Athena died, then go to the other houses and notice the house of Aphiachus should Asclepios reincarnated and it will be a complete headache. Off screen. Lin boy glared at Lane, his stupidity of being a damn emo Satanist went too far upon hearing Beelzebub's thoughts. Beelzebub. That happened. Lin boy. Yes. Beelzebub. You two are coming with me when this is over. Saga. Not bad for a day out. Kanan. I wish we were like that, brother. Saga. I gave you sugar, he would say seriously. Kanan. You locked me up in Cape Sounion and what you gave me wasn't sugar. Ioros. No wonder that sugar made you change, friend. On screen. House of Cancer. After everyone passed the entrance to the Cancer House, they saw that everything was covered in fog, but there were many open graves where many dark shadows came out, causing fear in everyone, especially Rosita and Chloe. Dipper from K, these are people who died and are paying for their actions, the brown-haired man would say, sitting on some rocks in Cancer's house, causing more than one to get scared, but they recognized that those people included Hitler, Mussolini, Ted Bundy, Albert Fish, Richard Ramirez, John Wayne Gacy, Marco Bruto, etc. Now what are they doing in the sanctuary? High recognizes his family, but also noticed one more person, especially what are Stan and Mabel doing here. Stan. Look Dipper, listen, I know we talked bad about you, but we want you back and. Mabel. Besides, many people from Gravity Falls miss you and. Dipper from K, do you think I'm an idiot to believe that lie? Besides, who is that boy? Mabel. Well, Dipper is my new boyfriend and well. Dipper from K, I'm probably still the same desperate person, but I still won't be going back to Gravity Falls. Stan. Listen young man, you're going to come back and forget this gentleman business, and there Dipper appeared in front of Stan. Dipper from K, the others can go, but you stay there. Those from SNV, Miraculous, BNHA, TLH leave the place, but Mabel's boyfriend left with them. Very well, so we are going to a special place there. Dipper takes Mabel and Stan to Yamatsu where Stan had fallen, but when he tried to get up Dipper was stepping on his face against the ground, and you like to see people you don't like on the ground. There he starts to squeeze Stan's head more, where the man was trying to get up. You don't like them. You like them, you like them. Stan. Dipper. Dipper from K, welcome to the entrance to the underworld. Then he let Stan get up where he tried to hit Dipper, but he missed and the brunette returned the blows until when he knocked Stan down, he saw that something had fallen out of his pocket and it was a small box with the seal of Athena. Dipper from K, where did you get this? Dipper would say with the box in hand. Stan. I found it a while ago, but I didn't want to open it. Then Dipper notices Stan's necklace, so he takes it off and when he sees it. Dipper from K, where did you get this? Showing the necklace where? Stan. A while ago when I arrived at Gravity Falls I was exploring the forest, but by mistake I fell down a slope, but I fell into the water, but when I went to a cave to take shelter from the cold and when I lit a fire, I found skeletons that had armor. Dipper from K, what were his ways? Stan. One was of a crow, another of a giraffe, the other of an arrow, and the last one is the one I have, but the one that had the pink armor had this little box, and well, I only took one armor that was the pink one because. Dipper decay, uncle, you desecrated the corpse of a knight and it was that of Andromeda and you had this armor as if it were a necklace, where are the other armors? Stan. Has Gideon, the other have the Northwest. Dipper from K, you got yourself into serious trouble. Off screen. Pacifica. Dipper she would say blushing. Dipper. Wow, I look good he would say to wink at her. Wendy. You look better in armor, my friend. Gideon. You already said it though, I wish I had one. Stanford. You must have heard him for Stanley to treat you like that he would say upon seeing Dipper's revenge deal. Beefmisk. Not bad brat not bad. Mabel. Dipper leave Uncle Stan alone. Suze. He deserves it a little, although moderation wouldn't hurt. Shun. That's it he would say surprised, he would recognize his armor anywhere. The knights and Shion. You did what? Gideon. Now that you heard, Dad he would say annoyed. Pacifica. If you take me, I'll give them back to you, Dipper. Dipper was now really angry with Stan. He could tolerate a lot of crimes, given that he had even created new ones, but he would not forgive desecrating the eternal rest of a dead person. He had revived zombies by accident, but that was it, a mistake, not an attempt by a greedy swindler eager to get money. Stanford. Brother he would say seeing Stanley. On screen. At the entrance to the sanctuary. Gabriel agrees. So this is the sanctuary, Ladybug and Chat Noir enjoy your last moments of peace, because I will take you miraculous, so Naru take me to that secret entrance there the Kwame without resisting takes him to an entrance to the sanctuary to make his plan. The screen turns off. Mew. Was there a secret entrance? Ioria. Good to know. Milo. Now we can cover it up, but. Adrian. He will be my prey he would say stopping the other knights. Chapter 10 OVA. Adrian looked very seriously at his father, Gabriel Agreste, who, for the first time in a long time, felt afraid of his son, the sentimentster he created to be his son, and his connection to Emily, his wife. Marinette, Nino, Ayla, Luca, and the others were about to calm the aforementioned when a glow from the screen caught their attention. It was turning on, to the surprise of everyone there. Lisa loud. It seems like we'll see something, but what will we see? She would say thoughtfully, she didn't care if her brother got even since she let herself be guided by her brain and not her heart. Ash. I have an idea. Brooke. I think maybe we'll see our thing. Ozawa. Why I suspect I'll need this he would say looking at a cap with the inscription FBI. Shinzo. I also have one. Tamaki. And so am I. At that moment the screen begins to emit sound and image, gaining everyone's attention. On screen. In the forests of the sanctuary. When the traders had arrived at the sanctuary, the BNHA members did not notice that a group of false heroes had separated and entered the forests to see what animals there were to capture and sell them on the black market, but they discovered the Pokémon and began a small hunt where they caught and put Pokémon in cages. List of captured Pokémon. Water-type Pokémon caught. Porcia. Mudkip. Buizel. Meryl and others from her evolutionary line. Wooper. Soldered. Surski. Captured plant type. Bellissum. Sunkern and Sunflora. Seeded. Kirby. Shaman. Small and Ligand. Hemamtus. Odish. Beerlung. Normal type. EV. Centered and furrowed. Fidursa. Pidgey. Halo. Starly. Idove. Pikapek. Higher type. Anita, Edge and Galar form. Sinister type. Pichina. Pounder. Fake hero having a cage full of Pidove. Guys, these pigeons go to Peru to traditional restaurants, many of those restaurants would pay for this kind of pigeon. Fake heroine grabbing a Sprigatito. You know this little one has destinies. To be a cute trophy for a hunter, to be used for a good fursuit, or to sell it to Ozawa who loves cats a lot. But in some cages there were. Pounder and Pichina who did not stop howling for help, but a hero with an electric quirk touches their cage, causing them to be electrocuted and. Fake hero, stop screaming and accept your destiny of being a fur coat. Off screen. Many were attentive, but soon they began to see with fury what those who called themselves heroes were doing. Professor Oak. And are they really heroes? He would ask annoyed. Professor Sycamore. They don't deserve to be. Poseidon, SNV. They're just garbage. Poseidon, PJ. Freedom for the water animals held up a sign in protest. Percy. Yes he would follow his father. Both of them earned a look from Poseidon, SNV, as if to say, what the hell is my counterpart in that world, such an imperfect being. Brooke. They shouldn't do that. Professor Kukui. That's bad. Izuku. Why do you say that? Naruto. Yes, apart from the fact that I think they are amazing animals. Professor Kukui. When it comes to pups, the parents are likely to be nearby, given that many of them like Houndem and Pachina live in packs. Professor Oak. In addition to being aggressive, adding Ursaring, who never leaves her young unprotected. Ash. Do you want to eat Pokémon? He would say upset. On. Don't forget Ash that we do it too. Author's note. Deny it, there is meat in Pokémon and no one says it's not edible and there are no animals like ours, so there's no doubt that that happens. Izawa. Normally if I didn't know its origin I would accept it, although it is cute. Toru. We already have Izawa-sensei's future gift, right Mina-chan? Mina-chan. He would say looking at the alien, but she was lost, she was undoubtedly thinking about the relationship that ended with the green-haired man. Pearson. Danzo would ask for them to be weapons, that's for sure. On screen. All the fake heroes and heroines imagined the amount of money they would earn by selling them on the black market, but while they were celebrating someone was moving around until. Off screen. Ash. I know that roar, he would say with a smile. Oak. What do you mean Ash? Elia. Son, do you know who it is? Ash. Yes, that's right. Pikachu. Pika. On screen. And the false heroes and false heroines raised their gazes to the sky and saw that a being with yellowish fur fell from the sky, but its fists were imbued with electricity that when it hit the ground caused many false heroes and heroines to be affected by the electricity and when they recovered. Fake hero, damn animal, when I kill you, you'll be a perfect fur coat. Fake heroine, that animal and on that. Phoenix bird there a mysterious attack hits one of the false heroes. And all the false heroes and heroines seeing that there was a great flame where that hero received the attack, saw that a person was carrying the body of the dead hero and. It's just a dog that knows how to bark and doesn't bite, the young person would say who was carrying the body of the fake dead hero by his hair and then throwing the body away as if it were garbage, and that person was none other than. Character sheet. Ash Ketchup. Position. Current Phoenix Knight. Rank. Bronze. Armor. Currently lost. Off screen. Ioria. To be an electric cat in the fight not bad. Ash. Zeraora. He would exclaim happily. Oak. Oh so that's the Pokémon from the Lugia Festival Islands. Sycamore. That's amazing. Elia. It's cute. Jer. And he looks huggable. Izawa. Confirmo. Hearing what those fake heroes said, many got angry, especially Pokémon lovers. Odd. That's not right. Brooke. Hell, not even Team Rocket dared to do that. Hi. I can't believe it. Iris. Poor Pokémon. Silent. That's so classless. Vax. Damn. Seeing the technique, everyone was surprised, especially Ikki of the Phoenix, since he recognized the technique from someone of his constellation, he was now beginning to suspect something about him. Ash's friends. Ash. Elia. Son. Lampwyoke. Ash. Ani. Ash. Sia. No doubt, he is similar to Ikki, seeing the seriousness of the mustard boy. Ikki. Not bad, he would say with a slight smile. Ida. He killed me, he must be arrested. Monoma. Yes. Lana. Don't you get tired of putting up with it? Kendo. I hit him and that didn't work. Stain. I hit him with katanas and neither. Shun. So my brother's armor is lost. Ikki. That's what it looks like, let's hope my predecessor finds her. On screen. When the false heroes and heroines seeing their dead partner went to stop the villain, but the Zeraora with another electric attack hit some of the false heroes, while Ash barehanded hit the false heroes and heroines, and when the other false heroes and heroines were about to escape there some blades blocked their way where their boys blocked their way, which was Team Naruto. Character sheet. Konohamaru Mogi Yuden. Position. Current Peacock Knight, current Alter Amazon, current Cup Knight. Rank. Silver. Off screen. Yuden. Sugoi. Konohamaru. Naruto Oni-chan, did you see it? He would say excitedly. Mogi. I'm beautiful, she would say surprised. Sakura. I see it and I don't believe it. Ibisu. Team Naruto. What? He stole my team, that demon, he would say, but he would remain silent when he felt his cheek wet and an open cut indicating blood. Minato. I failed, he would say with his hand extended. On screen. And the boys had their respective armor on where they began to attack the false heroes and false heroines, where they did what was necessary to not lose their merchandise, but Ash just knocked them out and did not care if they were men or women, they hurt the Pokémon, and for that he did not even have the forgiveness of Arceus, and when Konohamaru, Yuden. Mogi and Ash left the false heroes and false heroines with some broken limbs and some broken teeth, there came Pikachu with the respective herds of the Houndour and Pachino, which were. If many Houndoom and Matino arrived where their young were, and which, upon seeing them in cages and more that had traces of being electrocuted, they began to get angry and approached the false heroes and false heroines and. Ash. Now they will beg that me and the boys beat them up there. The Houndoom and Matina jumped against the already wounded heroes and heroines, where they began to bite them without any mercy, until one of the Houndoom managed to tear some from the hands of one of the hero, and while that was happening Ash along with Konohamaru and his team were in charge of freeing the captured Pokémon, and when they finished freeing the Pokémon, they saw that the Houndoom and Matina went to the Hounder and Pachina to see if they were okay, which when they did that they decided to leave, and when Ash along with Konohamaru and his friends turned around, they saw that the false heroes and false heroines were with traces of bites all over their bodies, where the blood did not stop flowing, and when the heroes and heroines believed that their punishment was over, they saw that many Pokémon in their final stage, such as Ursaring, Agrong, Pyroar, Swampert, etc. were approaching, where in their eyes you could see the anger for breaking into their homes and kidnapping other Pokémon, where they jumped against the heroes and heroines, giving them a worse beating where their bones were already shattered, and after collecting the kidnapped Pokémon they left, leaving the heroes and heroines more damaged, but their pride was the most affected, but mysteriously, they were all gathered in a pile where Ash approached, and they understood one thing: that place would be their grave, where they began to beg for their lives that they would not do it again, but Ash. There was the attack where the heroes and heroines were hit by the flames so strong that when it ended not even the ashes were left. Konohamaru to Pavo real. Mr. Ash, I think I'm exaggerating in killing them. Phoenix Ash. It was the stupidest thing to do. If we let them live, maybe once they recovered they would come back, but with better equipment, and then the Pokémon would be lost. Haputin. Konohamaru in part. Ash is right, it was better that they are not in the world than to reveal what is in these forests. Nogi. Guys, I would say call the attention of Konohamaru and Yuden. I got to witness the presence of Naruto's friends, but I noticed another present, something similar to the best. Let's go to Virgo's house there. Both boys nod. Mr. Ash, we are going to Virgo's house, accompany us. Phoenix Ash. I'll catch up with them later, I'll be thinking about some things. Then the boys leave, leaving Ash alone with Pikachu, where he sits on top of a tree, which Pikachu accompanied him. How everything changed in the blink of an eye, right Pikachu? Pikachu? Pika-Pie, yeah Ash, as everything changes. Off-screen. All Pokémon lovers claimed that not even Arceus forgave him for that, and while many wondered who Arceus was, they witnessed a massacre of several Pokémons towards the heroes, while Ash finished off several with a look of simplicity and anger. Konohamaru. Well, let's go with Nai-chan, receiving nods from his friends. In that case, should we give way to the new member or not, he would say smiling. Yuden. Yes. Mogi. We have to give Menma a place. Naruto. Guys, I would say happily. Hearing Ash's melancholic voice, they noticed that something had happened, so they would pay attention to Mustard's past. On screen. Flashback. We go back to when Ash began his Pokémon journey, where by chance he woke up late, and that day he would have his first Pokémon, and because he arrived late the initial Pokémon like Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur were chosen by other people, but Professor Oak left him a somewhat unusual Pokémon, which was a Pikachu. Which friendship did not arise as if it were treated as love at first sight, and Ash always received Thunder Impact from the beginning of his Pokémon journey, and where Ash was completely immature, but all that changed when Ash and Pikachu were attacked by a large flock of Spearow, but when they were cornered, Ash preferred to act as a human shield to protect Pikachu from the Spearow, but at that moment, Pikachu had jumped on Ash to defend him, and there he launched a strong Thunder Impact, driving away the Spearow, and where a strong friendship would arise. End of flashback. Phoenix Ash. I accept that at first I was completely immature, but I matured, and there looks at Pikachu like before we didn't get along, but now we are like brothers. Off screen. Apollo. Not bad, little kooky mouse. Pikachu. Pika-Pie Pikachu diria comiendo un Pacalito. Flag. That's amazing, I wish I could throw lightning bolts and eat Camembert. Hickey. There's Plag, she would say, hitting her head. Naru. Those two never change. Brooke. So that was the first time you were hit by that attack. Odd. I think that's always been the case. Jess. That always happens. James. We are proof of that. Youth. That's right. On screen. Flashback. After that event, the bond of friendship between Ash and Pikachu began to flourish, and then due to some misunderstandings, Misty joined the group and then Brooke, aka the Broncos, but his team during the moments of his adventure were Pikachu, Charizard, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Haunter, which he left to Sabrina to train him, Kingler, Lapras, which he rescued from some boys who tormented him, and after some adventures he freed him, Muck. Pidgeot, which he freed to be the leader of a flock of Pidgey and Pidgeotto who were tormented by a Fearow, Primap, which he freed, Raticate, which he traded for Butterfree on a cruise but later regretted it, Snorlax. Thoros captured in the Zafari's own and Butterfree, which was the first Pokémon that Ash caught and saw how it evolved into Metapod and then into Butterfree, but when the mating season of the Butterfree arrived and more to save them from Team Rocket already at dusk, while the other Butterfree were leaving still a special place to lay their eggs there, Ash released his first Pokémon which was Butterfree. Off screen. Ash. Butterfly he would say sadly but with a smile. Pikachu. Pikachu would say Cabazbajo. Aphrodite, PJ. That's very beautiful she would say crying. Hyoka. It's so cute. Hinata. Yes. Himawari. I want one. Artemis. Not bad at all, the little butterfly, but did you free him to go with his love? Ash. Yes, it was right, I am a Pokémon trainer, but that doesn't mean that I don't think of my Pokémon as tools or creatures without consciousness, they have feelings, they feel like us, they are my family. James. There it reminded me of Chimeko I would say crying. Adam. That was a great gesture he would say smiling with happiness and pride. Shiva. Snorlax. Reminds me of the furry. Brayden. Hoya. On screen. After that farewell the group went from gym to participate in the Kanto Pokémon League, although the road was not easy, sometimes there were detours or they had to stop Team Rocket, which was made up of Jesse, James and Meowth, who was the only Pokémon that mysteriously could talk like a normal person, and when they arrived at the Indigo Plateau where the Pokémon League was held, Ash had won every battle until he reached the semi-finals. But when he lost the league that didn't discourage him, and he started another journey with Pikachu where he was again accompanied by Misty and Brooke, and they arrived at Johto, where his Pokémon team was made up of Belief. Beedrill, which he caught in a bug-type Pokémon catching contest, Donphan, which in Johto was a Phampi, Heracross, Larvitar, which he released, Noctowl, which used to be Hoothoot, Quilava, which was a Cyndaquil in Johto, Seaking, which he caught in a fishing contest, but he released it, Totodile, and after getting the badges he participated in the league where he lost again. And after that trip Misty decided to return to her town which Brooke did leaving Ash and Pikachu on a new adventure, going to Hone where his Pikachu was sick, but met a girl named May. After arriving at the town where May lived, she met her brother Max, and then Brooke rejoined the group, and his team in Hone was Corphish, Glalie, Sceptile, Swellow, Torkoal where he always reached the league he lost, and that was Ash's life losing every league, then it was Sinnoh where he met Dawn. Then it was Unova where he met Iris and Silent, then it was Kalos where he met a childhood friend named Serena, and then Clement and his younger sister Bonnie entered the group where the adventure was more exciting, and in a ninja village, Ash's Frogadier had evolved into a Greninja, but that Greninja had something special, since when Greninja and Ash had a perfect synchronization, something spectacular happened that was. And that transformation helped Greninja in moments of despair, and when he had the badges he participated in the league where he lost in the semi-final against Elaine, but after that they had to stop Team Flare which they managed, but when Ash and Pikachu's journey was about to end, Greninja had gone to a forest where Greninja and Ash said goodbye and then at the airport, Ash said goodbye to Serena, Bonnie and Clement where Serena kissed Ash, and then Ash returned to Kanto. End of flashback. Off screen. Everyone felt a lot of respect for the mustard, his progress, that made Sasaki smile, since failure is the best teacher, being defeated and learning from the falls, so as not to fall again. Izuku. There were many adventures. Lincoln. That's right. Naruto. You shouldn't feel bad. Issei. That's right, you're with friends now. Hoda. Hey Ash, what happened to your Pokémons? Oak. I'll answer that, since they are from other regions, Ash asked me to take care of them on my ranch, where they live peacefully and quietly. Inicio. Wow, there's a lot of variety, huh? Hestia. Lots of joy and they are family. Aries, PJ. When will the blood come? Aries, SNV. That's not me, is it? Hercules, SNV. You tend to cry a lot and you're not that addicted to fighting, my friend. Aries, PJ. What a disappointment from the god of war. On screen. Phoenix Ash. You know when Serena kissed me I felt like I was nerfed all over. Flashback. After Kalos, Ash and his mother went to Alola where after some events, Ash decided to stay in Alola, where he met Prof. Kukui, Lily, Sophocles, Kaya, Mallow and Lana, then Lily's brother, where he did the tests of the islands, and more became friends with the Tapus, and one night in a dream the legendary Pokémon of Alola Solgaleo and Nagatodon made a promise to Ash, and his friends went to the Temple of the Sun, where the Tapus met, and did a kind of ritual, thus bringing Cosmog. And well the problem was Faba who wanted Cosmog for an experiment where they released an Ultra Beast, and then they had to have help from the Tapus, so that Cosmog in its ND form would evolve into Solgaleo to go to the world of the Ultra Beasts to rescue Lily's mother, where she was kidnapped by the Ultra Beast, and after rescuing Lily's mother, many Ultra Beasts began to appear in Alola which they had to catch, and among those Ultra Beasts, Ash captured one that was Poipole. And after some adventures Poipole evolved into Naganadal and had to return to his world, and then preparations were made for the ST League in Alola, where many participants appeared where Ash won all the battles until finally he faced Mr. Royal Prof Kukui, and their Naganadal returned with Ash, where the result was that Ash won his ST League being Ash's best moment. End of flashback. Off screen. Sasaki. Be proud of your progress, kid. You've learned and grown stronger with every defeat. Ash. Thank you. Brooke. When I saw it I was surprised, haha. Clement. Me too. Silent. I think the same, I felt happy for you, friend. Lily. Like us. Kukui. And I wouldn't even say it, I would say happy. Ash. Guys. On screen. Phoenix Ash. Well then I went to Galar where I became world champion and I met up with my old Pokémon, and when I returned home I was surprised to find my mom waiting for me at the port and said that a surprise was waiting for me at home. Changing the subject, but the question of the century is why I'm still alive after many things that could have killed me. There he begins to remember all the times where he should have died but did well. Let's continue with the story about the surprise. He said that my friends that I met during my trip were waiting for me at home, and well, during the way I saw a bicycle shop and I remembered that I owed Misty, May and Dawn a bicycle because Pikachu accidentally destroyed them. Off screen. Sasaki. Not bad, kid, you've become strong in your world. Naruto. Don't let anyone stop you. Sasuke. What the dope said. Ara. That looks interesting. It's an achievement. Minato. Go from being a loser. All Might. A world champion is a great shonen progress. Sia. I don't know about you, but I want a creature like that. Shun. Me too. May. I had forgotten the bike. On. Me too. Misty. Yo no. On screen. Flashback. After Ash and his mother bought the bicycles they arrived at Ash's house and entered secretly, but when they almost reached the living room they heard a conversation. Misty. You know, taking advantage of the fact that Ash's mother went to pick him up, we can talk calmly. Silent. Okay Misty, what do you want to talk about? Misty. It's about Ash there, everyone pays attention. Look, Ash is a good boy, but he will always be a league loser. Since he lost the Kanto Pokémon League he had to give up and return to Pallet Town, but he didn't insist, and well, we went to Johto where the result was the same, and that's why I decided to separate, so I wouldn't see him lose another Pokémon League. There everyone including Ash, Pikachu and his mother were shocked to hear that, but… Brooke. Misty, how dare you say that about Ash? Misty. Accepted, Brooke, he will always be a league loser. Well, Misty was speaking, many of Ash's true friends wanted to shut Misty up, among them were Gary, Kaya, Bonnie, Max, May, Clemont, Dawn and Mallow, etc., but there was Serena. Serena. Look, Misty is right. Ash was destined to lose ever since he started his Pokémon journey, not to mention the Orange Islands League, it doesn't count, and in Alola it was just luck. Misty. And even though Ash is world champion he will always be a there. Dawn and Mallow approached Misty and Serena where? And if Mallow had slapped Misty while Dawn slapped Serena hard. Dawn and Mallow. How dare they say that behind Ash's back, especially you Serena, who was his childhood friend. When Misty and Serena were about to slap Dawn and Mallow back, Ash at an incredible speed had come out of his hiding place, where he stood in front of Dawn receiving the slap from Serena, but with one hand he had grabbed Misty's hand, but Ash with his gaze covered by his hair. Ash. So that's what you think of me, right? He would say with a serious voice, causing the girls to shiver. You know Misty, I considered you a true friend despite our differences, and I always highlighted my mistakes more than yours. And I'll tell you something. You will never be an excellent water-type Pokémon trainer. You will always be the shadow of your sisters, and even more so, you are afraid of bug-type Pokémon. Misty. Haha Ash, I got over that. Me there, he feels something coming up from his leg, and when he looks down he sees a Caterpie, and when he sees the Pokémon. And everyone in the room covered their ears, and when she finished screaming Misty ended up fainting. Ash. And Serena, you will never be a Pokémon coordinator, apart from being my childhood friend, I no longer consider you my friend. So Serena and Misty, get out of my house now. Serena was about to protest, but when she saw Delia with a serious look, she decided to leave, but not before taking Misty. End of flashback. Off screen. Ash. Arigato friends. Hello. I wouldn't let them hurt you. On. Me neither. Ash. Girls. Everyone was upset but covered their ears when they heard Misty screaming for a Caterpie. Sakura. I don't scream like that, do I? Kakashi. Do you want me to tell you the truth? Or are we still student and sensei? Sasuke. You scream too much. Naruto and Kiba. You're breaking our ears. Artemis. I'll talk to Arceus and bring me several of those creatures alive, they're adorable so we need those in the hunt. Aphrodite, her cabin and Aphrodite, SNV, along with several heroines, screamed in disgust at seeing the Pokémon caterpillar. On screen. Phoenix Ash. Well, after that, almost all of my true friends explained to me that they never agreed with Misty and Serena, and well after that my friends had thrown me a party for having won the world championship, and for a week everything was calm, but one night. Flashback. One night Ash had a nightmare causing him to get up to get a glass of water, but outside his house, he saw that there was a strong light causing him curiosity, but when he went out, he was surprised to find that Arceus was outside his house. Ash. Arceus. Arceus. Ash, I need your help for something special. Ash. Like something special. Arceus. I need you to go to the sanctuary there. Arceus explains the plan so that no one suspects the plan. Ash. Wait, do you want me to pretend I'm dead so no one gets suspicious? Well, let's do it, but I want one condition. Arceus. Which? Ash. Let my mother, my Pokémon and Professor Oak know what I'm doing and let Pikachu accompany me. Arceus. Okay. In the morning Ash calls his mother and explains the plan to her, something that she refused to do at first, but when Arceus himself looked for Ash she understood, and the same happened with Professor Oak and his Pokémon. Off screen. Everyone was surprised to see the strongest legendary Pokémon, the gods felt divinity in him, while those who were censors were stunned by the power that this being emitted. Death. It is a threat to the Moon Eye plan, he would think seriously and scared. Zetsu. He won't stop me from meeting with mother, he thought determinedly. Delia. At least you consider us. Ash, that's good. Ash. It would be cruel of me to do that to you. Oak. Same for me. On screen. In the port. Ash getting on the boat. Well, heading to Paldea there Brock, Delia and Prof Oak said goodbye to Ash where they wished him good luck, and when the boat started its journey to Paldea Pikachu to wait for the rest of the plan to begin. When the ship was already halfway through its journey. Arceus. Ready. Thunderous begins the plan. There Thunderous nods, and when he arrived where the ship was the Pokémon using his power summoned thunder and lightning, causing the passengers to get scared, but the bad was about to begin, and there the sea began to shake the ship, causing more fear to the passengers, where the captain ordered that everyone should go to the lifeboats and Ash upon hearing that just went into his room, along with Pikachu to hide and not be found by the ship workers, and when all the passengers of the ship were in the lifeboats they moved away from the place, and with Ash, he left his hiding place where he went to the bow of the ship, and there he jumped into the water, and then swam, and there what nobody thought happened, the ship succumbed to the strong waves of the sea and the lightning causing it to sink, but with Ash while he was swimming, he was rescued by the legendary Pokémon of the seas Kyogre, where he took him to a nearby island where Arceus was waiting for him. Arceus. Are you ready, Ash? Ash. I'm ready, right? Pikachu there the Pokémon nodded determinedly where Arceus upon hearing the answer, opened a portal that led directly to the sanctuary which Ash crossed. End of flashback. Phoenix Ash. When I got here my training began in India where the warm-up was and the real training was on the island of the Death Queen, and well now I'm here, I still don't know where the Phoenix armor is located, but sooner or later I'll find it. I hope my mother, Professor Oak, my friends and my Pokémon are okay. Off screen. Icky. So that's how you came. I hope you're an interesting predecessor. Shun. It means that he holds you in high regard. Ash. Okay. Clement. Many legendaries helped, that means. See ya. It is possible. Xion. Let Athena have a treaty with them. On screen. In the house of Sagittarius. Narrator. There was Lena Loud Sharp, daughter of a Lincoln Loud and Sam Sharp. Character sheet. Lena Loud Sharp. Position. Current lyre paired. Rank. Silver. Relatives. Lincoln Loud, Odalina. Sam Sharp, Odalina. Lewin Loud, Maggie Forrester, Lois Loud Forrester, current foster family. Off screen. Lewin. That's the daughter of. Luna. Yes, she is the daughter of Lincoln and Sam, she would say with a lump in her throat. Lincoln. But what happened for Lewin to take charge? Mineta. It's a bit flat and receiving a lick from Psy. Psy. Perverted Kiro. On screen. Only she came from a different universe where things in that universe got out of control, the most affected being Lincoln and Sam. Universo, it's not your fault. The whole problem started when Luna Loud had an argument with her friend Mazzy, and then Sam Sharp, her girlfriend at that time, tried to calm things down, but Luna unknowingly told a truth that Sam did not accept about why her father abandoned her and her mother, and Sam hearing that caused her to leave school in the middle of the rain and shedding tears. But things were different with Lincoln, who had started a relationship with his friend Stella, and when his friends discovered them they congratulated them, except for one, who was Rusty, who was somewhat angry, and when the time came to leave everyone was going home, but on the way home he found Sam, and after talking he convinces her to go to his house until the rain passes, and when they arrived, the albino gave him some dry clothes so he wouldn't catch a cold, and there they started talking and each one talked about their problems, and Sam talked about her father, since in the past when Sam was a girl her parents had an argument causing them to divorce, and her brother named Simon began to distance himself from Sam and the girl self-harmed to soothe the pain, but the albino began to cheer her up. But outside, Rusty was on his way home angry that Lincoln and Stella were dating, but when he saw Lincoln with Sam playing a dance video game, he took advantage of a moment where Lincoln and Sam were sitting on the couch, which took a photo, and began to edit it until he reached a result where it showed that Sam and Lincoln were kissing, and when he was about to publish it, there came a thought of publishing it or not, but when in his group chat of friends, when he saw a message from Stella asking what photo was better for her profile, where the photo was where she and Lincoln were together, so there Rusty without hesitation published the photo. In short, when Rusty published the edited image, the whole life of Lincoln and Sam fell apart, with Lincoln caused his recent relationship with Stella to end up causing the Filipina to slap him, but with Sam things were worse. Many in Royalwood began to call Sam a pedophile and causing her to disappear, but with Luna began to hate Lincoln. But one night Lincoln received a message from Sam and that she was waiting for him at Royalwood High School, which Lincoln went to the place, and when he arrived Sam received it, and upon entering the school there, Lincoln noticed that Sam had consumed alcoholic beverages, and when Lincoln was about to ask, the blonde kissed him surprisingly, and when Lincoln pushed him away. Off screen. Everyone, seeing the beginning of that relationship, was worried and angry with Luna for the situation. You may be angry, but that's no reason to fight with your partner. There will be difficult moments, but that doesn't mean you'll end up saying everything. Lincoln. So that's how it was, damn it, he would say angrily, seeing how the redeed ended a couple with lies. Ronnie Ann. It's unfortunate, but Rusty seems to be more of the jealous type. Everyone saw how the red-haired boy destroyed the relationship and further plunged a girl into depression by committing child rape. Ioros. It's good to help, but the damage is too much. All Might. Poor young people, although the intention is correct, you should have shown strength and not gone alone to avoid that. Izawa was putting on his FBI cap, but Midnight tied them to the seats to prevent anything stupid. Iida and Monoma, along with other fake heroes, jumped to arrest the girl for being a pedophile, but Izuku blocked them with the crystal wall to protect them. Ronnie Ann was between worried and sad about her best friend's trauma, as was Bobby, who approached aloud and put his hand on his shoulder in a sign of support. On screen. At night Sam, under the influence of alcohol, had raped Lincoln, and after that Sam disappeared again and Lincoln had that small trauma, but one night Sam. At school. There Sam was lamenting about how he would now tell Lincoln, and there Sam had a pregnancy test in his hands that showed positive. Days later it was revealed that the photo that was published was edited and that all of Royalwood owed Sam an apology, but with Sam's family, they managed to find the blonde where they took her to the hospital, and there they revealed that Sam was pregnant, and days later the Loud parents and Mother Sharp met to talk about this matter, where Sam's mother said that her daughter should abort the baby. But Sam flatly refused, since the baby that was coming was not entirely to blame, and there began an argument between mother and daughter, where the Loud parents intervened, but when the argument ended, Sam's mother. Okay, if you want to have that thing, then do it, but from now on you are no longer my daughter, and that bastard that you have in your womb is not my granddaughter. There, she leaves, leaving Sam in shock, but the Loud parents decided to welcome her, as if she were their family, because of the photo they had already denigrated her too much, so it was the little that could be done, and Lincoln despite that night forgave Sam. But Luna, upon hearing that it escaped from the house and no one knew her whereabouts. During Sam's pregnancy, Lincoln had divided his time between school and working a part-time job to earn some money, and after months off-screen. Upon learning what had happened, many felt sorry for the couple and worried about the trauma. Upon seeing the revelation of the truth, they snorted in annoyance, which was why Hades wanted to eliminate them from the world of knights, but they knew that the hard part was coming. Dak felt his anger coming out. That woman dared to leave her daughter in such a vulnerable moment, while Lincoln wanted to change parents, since in that dimension, they seemed to be better. Shiryu. That's a real man, he would say, crying. Hiroshima. He's too manly. Apollo, SNV. Now that's beauty. Hercules, SNV. You are admirable child. Leonardo. A great father. Adam. It's something that makes him unique to a true father. On screen. Royalwood Hospital. There Lincoln along with his mother and father waited in the waiting room, and after a few minutes a doctor arrived. Doctor. Mr. Loud and son. Mr. Loud and Mr. Lincoln. Here. Doctor. It was a success, go to the maternity ward. Upon going to the maternity ward, they saw that Sam had a baby girl, revealing that it was a girl, which Lincoln approached. Lincoln. Sam, what will we call her? Sam. Lincoln, who looks like Lena to you? Lincoln. Lena means thread of life, it's perfect. Their little Lena arrived when Lincoln was years old and Sam when he was years old, where after a few years later when Lincoln was years old he married Sam, and downstairs there was a year-old Lena. After Sam and Lincoln got married they managed to get a house for the of them where they believed that life would be normal, which was not the case for Lena, since there were still people who said that Lena should never have been born, and when Lena was already in high school, almost her entire class knew about her origins, so boys always had fun bothering Lena about her origins, but she was not alone, she had her parents who always comforted her. Her grandparents and aunts on her father's side and her boyfriend Nathan, but one day on her way back home. Off screen. Seeing Lena's birth and the decisions that were made, it was definitely an increase in respect for the albino, even Ida, the owl lady, felt a lot of respect for him. Lincoln. My daughter has a boyfriend, he would say frowning, but would smile seeing what he had done. Well done kid, you're approved for now. Shion. I wonder how he would react if you were a girl. Izuku. Dad. Said Green, imagining himself as a child. Oko. I would have most likely helped you hit him. Shoto Todoroki instinctively felt a chill at the thought of Izuku as a woman and Shion as a father and Doko as a godfather. On screen. Nathan had beaten up the bullies who bothered Lena because of her origin. But one day everything changed for Lena, and one Saturday at her house her parents were in the living room talking when the sound of a gun was heard, and that person who entered was Luna, who came for revenge against Lincoln and Sam, where both adults were fighting against a brunette, but Luna using her gun shoots Sam in the abdomen, causing her to fall to the ground, and Lincoln, seeing his wife fallen, he is invaded by fury. Where he begins to fight more seriously against Luna, but when Lena goes down to the ground floor. Lena. Dad, what's going on? There she is, watching her father fighting Luna. Lincoln. Lena runs away from here. There Luna manages to grab a shard of glass which she uses to cut Lincoln's jugular, and there she sees Lena, where Luna smiles macabrely, but in that behind the house. There Luna turns around and sees that Sam had taken the phone to call the police, causing her to get angry. Sam. Now you're screwed, damn bitch. There Luna shoots him in the skull, killing Sam. Luna. This time you were saved, mistake, but you won't always have the same luck. There Luna goes out the back window to escape from the police, and the police had already entered the house looking for Luna, but they only saw Lena on her knees with tears in her eyes, plus lifeless bodies of her parents. Then the relatives were notified of the assassination of Lincoln and Sam, who organized a funeral to say their last goodbyes to Lincoln and Sam. Off screen. Shock and fury were the reactions of the people upon seeing this. There were no words, they simply couldn't get over their fury, while Luna shifted uncomfortably. On screen. Weeks after Lincoln and Sam's funeral, all the Louds, including Lena, went to the reading of the will, and upon arriving at the notary. Notary. Well, since everyone is here, I'll start reading the will. Will. I, Lincoln Marie Loud and Sam Sharp, being of sound mind and fully aware of the utmost importance of this document there. Lola. Stop bragging and go to the inheritances. Rita. Lola, she would say angrily. Lola. That's what the will is about. Notary. Well, let's get to the important thing. Will. Well, I, Lincoln Loud and Sam Sharp, named our only daughter as the legitimate heir of all our possessions, from the house and the car, all with their respective ownership papers. From your father. I, Lincoln Loud, left Lena all my comics that I collected during my life. I also left her my bank account, and especially I leave you my stuffed bunny Bum Bum, take care of him, as if he were yours, Lena. From your mother. I, Sam Sharp, left Lena all my musical instruments, apart from also leaving her my bank account. Notary. But between the two of them, they leave a third bank account that is in Lena's name, and that is intended for Lena's future. That would be all. Lola. Didn't he leave anything for us or for me? Lynn Sr. Lola. Lola. We are his family, he should have at least left us something, and that girl takes everything. Leni. Lola, our brother and sister-in-law died and you only care about the inheritance. Notary. Wait a minute, there are 2 more paragraphs you can read. Will. I, Lincoln. For Lola, don't you think I would leave you any of my money for your stupid whims? All the money is for Lena's future. Besides, it's my revenge for the times you handed me over to journalists because of what Sam did to me, so rot. When Lola heard about the will she was already very angry. She had no access to the money, house and car that previously belonged to Lincoln and Sam. Off screen. The elders sighed, that was a delicate subject, the inheritance. Hearing what they were saying, Adam was very proud of Lincoln, he was a great father, just as Eve was proud of Sam, despite everything, she was a great mother. Upon hearing the inheritance, they smiled. It was all destined for their daughter, although they were angry to see a greedy sister, and this increased when they heard why they weren't leaving her anything. Well, the aforementioned gnashed her teeth in fury. Lincoln. I more than agree with my other self, although I dislike seeing myself die, I'm glad my daughter is okay. Ioros and Ioria felt great happiness for the girl, as if they were brothers supporting an older member of the family. Uraraka. That's low, handing your brother over to reporters. Izawa. Hand him over to those vultures, how low have you fallen, girl? On screen. Notary. Now the last paragraph. Will. The Lincoln and Sam. For Lewin, we leave the most important thing to you. The custody of Lena. There the Loud family is surprised, especially Lewin. Will. Since Lena considers you her favorite aunt, that's why Sam and I consider that you have custody of Lian in case we die, so take care of her as if she were your own daughter. We also have a TH account that is in your name, that money is for Lena's education until she finishes high school. Everyone upon hearing that felt that Lincoln and Sam chose well for Lewin to be Lena's new family. After reading the will, Lola tried to convince Lena to give her at least a few dollars as a good niece, which Lena refused. After that, Lena gathered all her things to move to her Aunt Lewin's house, where her cousin Lois was waiting for her. Character sheet. Lloyd Loud Forrester. Others. Lewin Loud and Maggie Forrester. Off screen. Lewin nodded at Lincoln's indirect glance. She knew she could be trusted, even if she did something stupid. On the screen. There again, Lena's life took a normal course, although she missed her parents too much. But one day, after a date with her boyfriend Nathan, and after saying goodbye, Lena was heading to her Aunt Lewin's house, and while walking she felt someone following her, and when she turned around she saw a person, but his whole body was covered with a trench coat with a cape. This out of fear ran to get away, thing that the person increased his speed to chase Lena, and when she went down an alley, she saw that she had no way out, but when she saw that the person who was chasing him was at the entrance alone, he became defensive, but the coward who had a taser which shoots the darts at Lena, causing Lena to suffer an electroshock, causing her to faint, and there the person slowly approached Lena. I can't believe Lincoln had such a beautiful daughter, but it's good that he's dead and there's no one to defend her. I'll enjoy abusing her. There a strong wind blows, causing the hood to fly away, revealing that the person was Rusty. Rusty? This little one will be my little P. There you hear the strumming of a lyre. Who's there again? You hear the strumming of the same lyre. I'm not joking. I'm armed. There Rusty turns around and sees that at the entrance of the alley, there was a man in armor. Ah, you are one of those eccentric millionaires. Well, we can make a deal. I'll have fun with her, and then it's your turn. What do you say? There the man had disappeared, and when Rusty turned around, in front of him was the man in armor, who hits Rusty, sending him a little far from Lena. Man. People like you disgust me. He picks up Lena, who was unconscious, and puts her in a safe place. Don't worry, little one, that idiot won't touch you. Rusty with a knife in his hand. You don't think I'll stop you? Damn. There he runs towards the man, but he strums his lyre harpware. Man. Stop, he would say with a serious and authoritative voice, making Rusty stop. Rusty mind. What's happening to me because I can't move? But there the man strums his lyre again. Man. Now strangle yourself with your free hand. There Rusty's free hand begins to approach Rusty's neck, where they begin to squeeze Rusty's neck, but again he strums his lyre. Now go towards the wall, so Rusty obeys, but there is another strum, and now with the knife you have stab each knee times. There Rusty's hand that had the knife approached Rusty's right knee, and the orange-haired man tried to control his hand, but there his own hand began to stab times, leaving it completely useless now. Stab the other knee. There the same hand did as to the right, but Rusty wanted to scream for help, but fear did not allow it. But one last strum was heard. Now end your own life. There the hand with the knife is placed on the wall where it was stuck in his temple. There died Rusty, a traitor who did not even deserve to die. There the man goes to Lena and takes him to Lewin's house. Off screen. Lincoln exploded in anger while Ioros and Ioria were equally inexplicably, they simply felt their blood burn with fury. Many women hated the freckled Reed who simply cowered in his seat in fear. On screen. Time skip. There Lena gets up, but she realizes that she was on the sofa in her Aunt Lewin's house. Lena. How? There she is, hugged by Lewin, who was grateful that Lena was healthy. Aunt, how come I got here? Lewin. It's thanks to that man there, the man who saved Lena. Gets up from the other sofa. Where? Man. Hello Lena, my name is Orpheus. Character sheet. Orpheus of Lyra. Position. Current Knight of Lyra and future Master of Lena. Rank. Silver. Off screen. Those worried about Lena calmed down, and Shun remembered a silver saint in the illusions. Apollo, PJ. My son's name is the same, he would whisper in surprise. On screen. There Orpheus explains to Lena who he is and where he is from and why he came for her. Orpheus. Tell me Lena, what are you saying? There Lena was in doubt. She already had a life in Royalwood, friends and even a boyfriend, but when she remembered her aunt who tried to kill her plus the other stranger, the girl was about to speak until she heard the sound of a window breaking. causing Lena to get scared, and Lewin, looking out the window, saw that Luna had followed Lena to her house. Lewin. Lena, pick up your things quickly, Lena was about to ask, but seeing her aunt's face explaining that things would be ugly, she runs to her room and takes some things and puts them in her backpack, and Lewin, who had run to her room where she took out some documents which she puts in a plastic file, and when Lena was in the living room, Lewin hands her the documents. Lena took these are the papers for your parents' house, the car, and everything from the inheritance. Go to your Aunt Lisa's house. Orpheus, take care of her. Orpheus. Okay, let's go. Lena there. Orpheus and Lena go out the back door where Luna entered later. Luna. Where is that bastard? Lewin. Out of your hands there. Luna just knocks out Lewin and goes in search of Lena. Off screen. Lincoln. Thanks, sister. Lewin. You're welcome, brother. On screen. With Lena and Orpheus. They ran towards Lisa's house, but when they were halfway there, Orpheus felt a bad feeling and strummed his lyre, making a kind of protective dome to block a spear. Lena. Lord Orpheus, who threw that spear? So Orpheus said seriously. Orpheus. Berserkers there. Lena saw that on top of the buildings there were men with crimson red armor. Where? Berserker. Very well, Lyra, just surrender and hand over the girl. Orpheus. Listen, Lena, I'm going to make a move that will attack the berserkers, and when I do that you just run to your aunt's house. Did you understand? There. Lena nods, and their requiem of strings, their many thin strings came out of the lyre harp, and the berserkers seeing that jumped from the buildings to escape the attack, but some were not lucky and died due to the attack. Now Lena there, the albino starts to run away, but the berserkers, instead of focusing on Lena, went against Orpheus. Off screen. The knights were alarmed to see those armors. Oko. Berserkers of Ares, he would say, shocked. DJ's Ares smiled as a fight was coming, although he wanted to see his counterpart. On screen. With Lena. She was running towards her Aunt Lena's house, but when she was about to arrive a car got in the way, and that car was none other than Luna's, who opened her door and grabbed Lena, putting her in the car. Luna. I already have you, bastard. Now you will meet with my bastard brother and your mother there. Lena struggled to free herself, but upon hearing that insult to her parents, she managed to get out of Luna's grip and grabbed the steering wheel. What are you doing there? Lena made Luna's car crash into a water hydrant, causing her to crash and Lena to fly, but luckily she fell on some bushes, but saw that her backpack was in Luna's car, but Luna had her foot stuck in the brake part, and Lena, although she wanted to get her backpack back, knew it was a bad idea and ran to Lisa's house, but after a few minutes, Luna manages to get her foot free and goes back to chasing Lena. Off screen. Lincoln felt his heartbeat at over per hour, while his parents were extremely worried. On screen. With Orpheus. He had defeated the berserkers, but when he felt that Lena was with Luna's presence, he ran to locate her and save her, and when he arrived at the scene of the accident, he saw that Lena's backpack was in the car, so he takes it and goes back to look for Lena. With Lena. She had arrived at her Aunt Lisa's house, who explained to her about Luna, and, in order to save her niece, she took her to her laboratory and saw a portal. Lena. Aunt. Lisa. Listen, Lena, I'll send you to another universe or different reality to keep you safe from Luna. Just hold on as long as you can, only the machine has a one-way trip. I'll try to modify it so that it's old both ways on that. Luna from Lisa's living room. Lisa, give me that bastard now there. Lena didn't want to say goodbye to her life, but seeing the situation she only accepts, but upon hearing that Lisa found the entrance to the laboratory, Lisa already prepared the machine to send Lena. Lisa, take care, Lena. Lena. You too, Aunt Lisa. Luna had arrived at the laboratory, and upon seeing the machine she tried to get closer to Lena so that it wouldn't take Lena away from her, but Lisa activated the machine, causing Lena to leave that universe, and when she got up, Luna approached Lisa with all her fury. Luna. Where did you send that scum? Lisa. Out of your hands where it will be safe from you. Luna. Damage. There's some ropes around Luna where they launch an electric attack, causing Luna to end up electrocuted, and that attack was sent by Orpheus. Orpheus. Where is Lena? Lisa. I don't know where it ended, but there was only a one-way trip. I'll try to modify the machine so I can track my niece there. Orpheus grabs Luna's body, whereupon leaving Lisa's house, he takes it to the nearest trash container where he throws it away. Orpheus. Trash in its place. Then he returns to the lab where Lisa explains what he has to do. With Lena. She had fallen in the Villa de Rodorio, where she wandered for weeks until she fainted, and someone picked her up, where she then woke up in the house of Sagittarius and was reunited with her father. Lena knew that that same boy was not her biological father %, but she knew that Lincoln will always be Lincoln no matter the universe. Weeks later, Orpheus had returned to the sanctuary where he gave the backpack to Lena, but where he had a meeting with the patriarch and Athena. After a few days, Lena's training had begun, but she was already determined to become an Amazon. She was tired of running away from her problems, and for weeks Lena trained until she fainted, where one day she received her armor, and now we go to the present. Lena de Lyra. I will not allow my father to suffer again, so Luna Loud, you better not dare to go to the house of Sagittarius, because if you want, this house will be your own grave, and if the cave woman Lin Jr. wants to accompany you, then I will wait for you. The screen turns off. Lincoln was at his wit's end from nerves and worry, but he felt relieved every time he got out of a scene of trouble. All Might. This is as far as it goes. Lisa. A travel machine. But why would it help her? What scientific purpose does it serve? She asked herself in a low voice. Tesla. Help your family, maybe he would respond sarcastically after hearing her. Many there saw Luna, the madness she had was incurable, it was not known what was happening, but one thing was certain, she was crazy. Toga. How crazy? Spinner. You're not the one to talk about her. Abi. The lizard is right, crazy. Twice. You're crazy. No, you're not crazy. Lincoln. You are now my beautiful Amazon daughter, he would say smiling. Ioros and Ioria felt joy for the girl because without knowing it, she was their older sister. Chapter 11. Everyone was talking about what they had seen before, and the truth is that many found it strange how people tended to change from world to world. For his part, Poseidon continued making comments about how trash they were, going so far as to try to kill the demigods, earning a furious look from all of Olympus, and causing Hades of Shimatsu to hit him for trying his patience. Now he asked himself the question, he loved him, but why did he go out to avenge him? If he had fallen, he would have earned his contempt, which was most likely the case. Meanwhile with the Namikaze, Naruto for some reason felt that something was going to happen, so for his safety, he should be sheltered somewhere. In the case of Zeus, Thor, Shiva and Apollo were wondering what would happen, given that Sun Wukong was another crazy divine being that they couldn't control, given that he was like Buddha, and between them there were certain frictions, due to jokes, given that the ape has hidden the candy from the hipster. The enlightened one, meanwhile, was talking about sweets with Kaneko, as they each ate a bowl of chocolate, while a bunch of cogmans came out to deliver snacks and drinks. Suddenly the screen would light up, drawing everyone's attention, so they stopped what they were doing to pay attention. On screen. On the steps. The BNHA, the Miraculous Team, the Loud, Oda Lincoln, and the SNV climbed the steps at full speed. The Nino's backpack. Ways. We're almost at Leo's house. Long. Yes, let's just hope they don't do anything stupid except for Kagami, who would be the most sensible of the group. Tricks. Well, let's just hope the Mariposan doesn't arrive. Ways. Speaking of the past, the former holders of the Peacock and Moth Miraculouses were not Atlanteans. Long. Yes they were, that's why their arrogance, since they said they were proud that Poseidon is the king of all Atlantis, and that according to them Poseidon had to have been the god who should have the privilege of being the deity of a city without a name, and well Athena won that dispute and the city of Athens was born. Tricks. Something tells me that one of them complained to Poseidon because a knight of Athena attacked him unjustly, why the hell did he spare his life, it was better to kill him. Long. Tricks, you are my friend, but you are an idiot. Tricks. What? Ways. Long is partly right. If Odysseus or Horus had killed one of those carriers, Poseidon would have gotten angry and another holy war would have started, and remember that Athena and her army already went through their first holy war, which was against. Tricks. Okay. Out of Nino's backpack. Rocklock. We are reaching the house, he would say, seeing that they were close to Leo's house. Mind. Let's see if I can steal one of those armors, some quirkless don't deserve to use it, a hero like me, yes. Beelzebub. Something tells me this house could be the grave of two young people there. Nino and Alia feel a chill. Apollo. I don't care about this house, but the Something tells me that I'm in for a big surprise. Off screen. Apollo, PJ. How? See ya. Listening to the truth about the third golden armor. Shion. So that happened. Oko. I thought it was something else. Poseidon, SNV. Such incompetent trash, he should die for blatantly lying to the gods. Hermes, PJ. When not you two and your competition for Athena's. Athena, PJ. As far as I remember, I won that competition fairly. Poseidon, PJ. Yes, we understand, owl brain. The knights felt a tick at the insult to a counterpart of the goddess they served. It wasn't their Athena, but it was the deity they swore to protect. Oko. First holy war. So that's what happened there, I'd say, deducing things. The heroes got angry upon hearing Rocklock's thoughts, especially Izuku, who saw him furious. He still hadn't charged them for throwing salt at them for what happened to Eri. Hades, SNV. Always so optimistic, isn't it, Beelzebub? Beelzebub. Whatever Lord Hades says. Ibarra. I didn't think that Beelzebub, a demon, is an emo god with that suicidal aura, she thought, somewhat surprised by him. Tom and Doko felt like hitting an Imanado. On screen. In Ridorio. Sabine and Tom's new bakery. Tom. Sabine. You are Tom. Tom. I don't know, but I feel like hitting a sissy-faced idiot. Sabine sweats a little when she hears that. Off screen. Apollo, PJ. Oh. My little heart. Leonidas. Ha 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 ha, I like that guy, ha 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 ha. Apollo, SNV. How little beauty. Inoki. Not at all, the effeminate ones are those over there pointing at Naruto, Boruto, Shaka and Minato. Hey. They would exclaim annoyed. On screen. On the steps. Brunhold Mente. The Aries guy is good for me, as is the Taurus one. The Gemini girls would be very helpful, the Cancer one would be the jackpot, locking the gods in Helheim, and that's it, a battle won without the slightest effort. After a few seconds everyone arrived at Leo's house as if entering. Everyone was surprised by the interior of the house, it looked more like a palace worthy of a king or duke, something that Lola, seeing, expected that one of the idiots would kill the guard of that house to expropriate it, but while they were running to cross the house, mysteriously a lightning bolt that came vertically went against Rocklock, which when it hit him, made Rocklock fly against the columns, knocking him out instantly. Pin Shin Huang. Who are you? Introduce yourself there. Everyone is on guard, and there is the sound that someone was coming down the steps of the house until it was Adrian from L. What are they doing in the sanctuary? I would say seriously when seeing Team Miraculous and Professor Mendeleev, apart from those from SNV, BNHA and the Loud. Off screen. Marinette would blush seeing Adrian like that while several girls like Mina Ishido, Lori Loud, Ino Yamanaka, and heroines like Mirko, Midnight, Pixie Bob, Aphrodite, PJ, had nosebleeds. Ioria. Not bad. Ida. He attacked a hero, he must be arrested. Monoma. Yes, it doesn't seem worthy. Izuku. Any deity in this room, give me patience because if they give me strength, I'll kill them, he would say to the air, earning a thought from everyone. If you don't do it, we will. Quinn. How humble to be before an emperor, boo-how. On screen. Nino. Listen friend, everyone already knows the truth as Lila really is, and you were right, we were completely blind. Adrian de Elmente. Better super blind. Alia. We came here since Lila was expelled and they can return to Paris. Adrian from L. It's a joke. Professor Mendeleev. Do you think we're joking? Adrian from L. Doesn't he know sarcasm? Look, I won't be back. There he sees the others. You continue on your way. There are SNV, BNHA, and TLH members, but noticing the Louds, but seeing that they were only Lincoln's sisters and parents. Where are Linka's brothers and parents? Kagami mind. Perhaps he is referring to those who were in the roadhouse along with the other idiots in ridiculous suits. Nino. They are in the roadhouse because you ask about them. Adrian from L. What a shame they didn't make it to Leo's house. Kim. Because there you see that in Adrian's right hand a black aura was forming, but he felt the power of destruction perhaps. Adrian from L with a somewhat psychopathic smile. Because he had a gadicalism prepared for those bastards with his name there all of miraculous when seeing the gadicalism. Nino and company. Are you chat noir? Adrian from L. Congratulations, you got it right, but don't think I'll let you pass up this house easily. Off screen. See ya. They have no feeling that something familiar will happen. Ioria. A deja vu. Hyoga. Something is simple, the fights against them would be won, but each one must overcome their past. Shiva. I'm still worried about Sun. Buddha. But he's a good boy. Jer. But Buddha-san, didn't he hide your sweets from you? Buddha. Damn ape. He would say annoyed remembering that outrage. Hineko. That monkey is cruel, she would say hugging her sweets. The miraculous members felt very stupid since in that world they didn't realize that they were the same person as their heroes. Author's note. Seriously, how stupid are they given that they have the same hair and voice? On screen. Kim. Is it a challenge? Then she starts running towards the exit, but there, 2 lions, 1 adult and 1 young, and 2 lionesses, 1 adult and 1 young, had come out of the shadows. Kim stopped when he saw them, since the size of those lions exceeded the normal size. Nino. What the hell, how did you get it from your rich uncle in Dubai? Adrian de Elmente. Rather than Kaiser leaving me in charge of his lions since he would be busy with something important. Off screen. Kagami. Thank you he would say sarcastically. Adrian. You invade, they defend he excused himself. Saga. Where is Kaiser by the way? Xion. I hope he doesn't do what I think he'll do he would say trying not to know whether to laugh or cry. Oko. It's true. Ash. I get an idea. Pikachu. Pick a pie. On screen. In the deepest part of the sanctuary's forests. There you can see how an animal ran at an incredible speed but which left traces of electricity which was Pikachu. Scientific name. Pikachuratidus electronicus. Pikachu. Mig there the cookie rat runs again while in the trees Kaiser watched them with binoculars. Kaiser of Leo. Scientific name. Homo sapiens sapiens leonis. There he had a notebook where he had a plan to catch Pikachu, where he observes that he reached the exact point where he pulls a rope, and by doing that many mechanisms were activated until he reached the exact point, which was a precipice where a stand rose that had the inscription, "Free Ketchup and Pikachu." Seeing that offer, his eyes light up and go to the place where everything closes, and there Kaiser runs to the place, and upon arriving, he opens the trap where there was nothing and he reconsidered how the plan failed, but there Pikachu who was behind him. Pikachu? Mig would say, surprisingly scaring Kaiser and making him fall into the cliff that was not that high, but fell on some Pachina, which scared gave a loud scream, and Kaiser, while he got up, saw that many Matina surrounded him and had their teeth ready to attack him, and there Kaiser takes out a sign that said, "This is going to hurt chili." The Matina jumped on Kaiser where they began to bite him. Off screen. Laughter started in the room, although the Pokemon people were a bit strange because of the sound of Pikachu, but they lamented the poor misfortune of the gentleman. Ioria. "I'm embarrassed to see that," he would say, covering his face, given that just one man made him lose respect for the lion's armor. Pikachu? Pikapai, I would say proudly. Zeus, SNV. Jojo, that was funny, Jojo. On screen. Leo's house. There everyone was in shock seeing the tremendous lions, but Nino and Alia. We stayed. Rosita. But Nino. Just keep going, one of us must get to Marinette and Julika must get to Luca. There the resigned boys go towards the exit where the lions let them pass, and then Nino does. Alia. Off screen. Izuku, in order not to lose old habits, would do an analysis in a notebook of what he had seen along with a design of his outfits. The good thing about it all was that he did it without murmuring, something rare to see for those who knew him. On screen. There Nino and Alia were already with their transformations activated, but Gabriel agreed. "I will be your first opponent, son," the man who appeared out of nowhere would say, causing surprise to Nino and Alia. Adrian from L, "What do you want here?" Agreed. Gabriel agreed. "Don't answer me like that, but mind. I already have the best way to break it and take away its miraculous," and there. Off screen. Adam. "You have no right to call yourself father." Adrian. "I'm going to enjoy this like you can't imagine." Marinette. "Calm down, kitty." Adrian. "Seep you gabu." Marinette would give him a blushing sniff, earning laughter from the blonde. On screen. There everyone was in shock. Nino and Alia realized that their enemy was always right in front of their noses, but Gabriel Agreste expected Adrian to go into shock and start to refuse, but things were different and Adrian de L had disappeared from everyone's sight, and when Gabriel was about to turn around, Adrian was in front of him, where he gave a strong blow to Gabriel Agreste's abdomen. Adrian de L, "You thought that stupid dirty trick was going to affect me, well what do you think?" There he hits Gabriel Agreste again. "I no longer have any kind of connection with you." He hits Gabriel Agreste again, making him move away. Hawk Moth. "If you want to fight then you'll have a fight." The fight begins, but Adrian surprisingly went at a speed that not even Hawk Moth, Nino and Alia could see, but Adrian hit every part of Gabriel Agreste's body, but the adult tried to use his cane to damage at least the leg, but the blonde takes out the Karasagama that Regulus gave him blocking the attack, and with the chains he ties Hawk Moth's hands, where using his strength, he begins to slam him against the floor of the house, but Nino and Alia just watched. Nino. "You shouldn't help." Alia. "I say no, what Adrian is doing could be considered a small revenge for all the accumatizations he caused, and that he also acclimatized some children and the baby, so let's enjoy the moment." In the fight. Adrian, since the fight began, was moving at an incredible speed where Hawk Moth tried to hit him, but Hawk Moth. "Stop moving." Adrian from L, "For you to hit me, you wouldn't believe it, mind. I thank Ilias for being my road teacher." Off screen. The miraculous people looked at this as if they hadn't received any Christmas presents. They were excited to receive something like that. That guy almost made their life in Paris a living hell. Adam. To children and Hercules, SNV. Babies. Nino. Alia. "You can blame me." Luca. "Nobody does." Xion. Ilias. Oko. "Ha, I haven't heard from him in a while." Aldebaran. "Master knows it." Oko. He was the strongest Leo Knight of his time, as well as being the father of Regulus and the brother of Sisyphus of Sagittarius. Hearing that name, the demigods and gods shifted somewhat uncomfortably. On screen. Flashback. In the place where Adrian was receiving training from Regulus and Kaiser, a person appeared. "Looks like someone's getting a good workout." Regulus recognizing the voice. "Dad." Kaiser. "Maestro Ilias." Ilias. "Hello boys and son." Character sheet. Ilias of Leo. Izuku. Interesting position. Former Knight of Leo, belongs to the generation of Zafiri, Sage and Hakure, half-brother of Sisyphus and father of Regulus. Nickname. The Hero. Ilias. Who is the boy? Regulus. It's Adrian, now we are training him to be Leo's next knight. Ilias. Well, it looks like my turbo has arrived. When Ilias took over Adrian's training, he focused more on speed and improving Adrian's attack and defense, which he achieved. End of flashback. Off-screen. The imposing nature of Ilias de Leo made many feel a deep respect. That guy was not weak. Izuku. Dad, could you explain about him? Shion. Of course, starting to explain. Ioria. Incredible. All Might. That guy is incredible. Artemis. Talking to nature. Oh. That's amazing, my lady. On screen. Adrian from L, now there he gives a strong blow to Gabriel's abdomen, knocking out almost all the air. But in the column where Rocklock was, he managed to wake up and remember the attack. Rocklock. Bastard, then he sees that Adrian is distracted fighting Hawkmoth, now you'll see curse, but suddenly he receives a blow to the face, but what then, a young man with blonde hair and wearing bright orange armor. Looks like someone needs a lesson there, he kicks Rocklock. Rocklock. Damn who you are. I am Leon Marie, Knight of Leon Minor. Character sheet. Lion of Lesser Lion. Position. Current Knight of Leon Minor and disciple of Adrian de Leo. Rank. Silver. Off-screen. Linka. Leon would say happily. Lin Boy Jr. I bet he'll be a hunk with the girls taking a hit, ouch. Adrian. I have an apprentice. Izawa. Isn't he a little young to be a knight? You. Isn't it a bit stupid to judge by appearance and not by courage and determination? He would say, annoyed. He was really bothered by that hero with the appearance of a drug addict because of the words of judging by the cover. Midnight. Hey, I would say, annoyed like present Mick. Ilos. Mew is right, no matter a power or your abilities, these can be learned over time, what matters to be heroes is courage and determination. Hercules, SNV. Along with a great will. Shaka. That's right, and you and your society have lost your way. Actions may speak louder than words, but a credential like yours doesn't make you heroes. Stain. Finally, someone who speaks my language. Milo. This is said by someone who doesn't even deign to look at the files of his victims to corroborate whether or not they are true heroes. Stain. There are only a few true heroes, and they are the green-haired boy and All Might, he firmly stated. Hamus. What a poor thought, you make me feel sorry for you. Shura. You're right, with that thought you only make the cause win and surpass you. Spinner. When a hero perceives a benefit, that's when he stops being a hero, that's what you said, Stain, right? Stain. Yes. Oko. Well, congratulations, you just eliminated the person you considered the first true hero. Stain. What? Before they continued talking, the screen continued. On screen. Rocklock. Damn you, I'll defeat you and take your armor as a trophy. He gets hit again, but this time in the abdomen. Leon de Leon Minor. Less talk and more action. Another fight begins where Rocklock thought he could defeat Leon since being a child he wouldn't have much experience, but the thing was the opposite, and Leon, being just a year-old boy, was fighting Rocklock, who being years old was being humiliated by a child. Rocklock. Damn kid, you know I have an offer for you. At that, Lion of Lesser Lion stops. Look, why don't you join the Heroes Commission? You'll have everything you want, money, fame, even many girls will want to have a lion stallion as a boyfriend. What are you saying? But there, surprisingly, the temperature of the place began to rise to an incredible level. What the hell is going on? Before the temperature was normal, but now. Lion of Lesser Lion. Do you think that I, a knight of Athena, would let myself be sold for a few simple bills? He would say with his elevated cosmos, we knights are only loyal to Athena. We do not sell ourselves for the stupid things that you heroes do. There he calms down. Izuku told me what a society is like, and it is more rotten than a rotten egg, and now in that he gets into a fighting pose, I will make you taste the power of a knight. In that, Leon's cosmos rose to a surprising level, and Lion at burning fire. Off screen. The Knights of Athena, and surprisingly Izuku cheered those words, they were truly filled with pride. Saga. That boy, despite his age, is a great knight. Hanan. No doubt. Aphrodite, SS. Her temperament is full of elegance. Endeavor. Fire. Icky. Not bad kitty. Adrian. Hey, that's my student, he would say proudly. Naruto. I already have beat that. On screen. There the attack was directly to Rocklock, who upon reaching him suffered severe burns, but when receiving the attack, Rocklock injects himself with a quirk-enhancing drug and came out unharmed, where Rocklock manages to turn the fight around in his favor, but Leon was only putting himself in self-defense. When Rocklock jumped a great distance to kick him, Leon begins to concentrate his cosmos in his right arm where. Lion of Lesser Lion. Let my cosmos burn like fire. There Rocklock was a few meters away from reaching him. Lion at Bomber. There when Rocklock was already close to Leon, the blow was direct to the chest, which sent Rocklock flying until he crashed against the columns, which is where he took his last breath and then died. Off screen. The defeat of a professional hero was a blow to the pride of the heroes, given that he was defeated by a child. Hawks. I should talk to the commission about this, he would whisper to himself, but he should dodge a fire attack, huh? Icky. Why don't you shut that snout of yours, you bird? It sickens me that you have such a mediocre mind and call yourself a hero. Endeavor and Dobby. That fire was hotter than mine, they thought, surprised. Icky. If you really think that fire was warm, it was the coldest I could create because I have bathed in flames from hell itself. Everyone was surprised by that, and the gods analyzing the Phoenix Knight. On screen. On Adrian. Their things were already quite ugly for Gabriel Agreste. Adrian was humiliating him in an unparalleled way, and when Adrian kicks Gabriel Agreste, this Hawkmoth mind. No more, now I control it, so I can destroy this place forever, and I will have the miraculous. When his hand was about to reach his left hand to touch the ring with which he controlled Adrian, he sees that the blonde was in front of him. Where? Hawkmoth. The man would scream, but the ones in shock were Nino and Alia, since they saw that Adrian had cut the entire area of Hawkmoth's left forearm using his right hand, but the man squeezed the cut area so that he would not bleed to death but there he sees how on Adrian's right arm, the silhouette of a sword appeared perhaps. Adrian Avel, what I just used is Excalibur, the signature ability of the Knights of Capricorn, but there he grabs the severed forearm, but only removes the ring. This belongs to me. There he puts it on and feels something he never felt, and it was freedom. I am finally free from your orders, and now again the massacre where now Gabriel Agreste, the only thing he wanted to do was escape. Now he was afraid of his own creation, but when Adrian manages to hit him, making him fall to the ground, it's time you return the Moth Miraculous. There with his hand he tries to take the Moth Miraculous, but being in transformation the only thing he did was make him scream in pain. Since being connected to the Miraculous, it was as if pieces of skin were being torn off. Take as a reference when Corvish tries to take the gem, he mentions it to Vision in Infinite War. But Hawkmoth. Naruto transformation there Gabriel Agreste was already detransforming, but when he reached the neck area there Adrian, due to the force he exerted, tears off some of Gabriel Agreste's skin. Adrian from L. I already have one of the miraculous that you snatched, now the peacock is missing there. Gabriel Agreste was escaping like a rat from Leo's house. Don't think you could escape with the little dignity you have left there. He concentrates his cosmos lightning plasma. The attack upon impacting against Gabriel Agreste causes him to be hit by many lightning bolts, and to top it off the last lightning bolt sends him flying out of Leo's house. Adrian from L. Now who wants to be next? Nino and Alia tense up but get into a fighting stance. Well, in the end, I won't be the one affected. Off screen. Gabriel was scared when he saw the way Adrian treated him. He regretted having created that sentimenster. Beta. He's torturing you. Monoma. There, we have to arrest him. Several heroes and aspirants were about to jump towards Adrian, but Izuku, Shoto, Kirishima and Bakugo were already in front of Adrian to protect him. Izuku. Not one step further. Random hero, back off, kid. Heroine, let's do it and no one will remember that guy. Several heroes threw themselves while Shion realized something. Endeavor. Get out of there. Izuku. This is the light of Ares, experience the Stardust Revolution. When the dust generated by the attack cleared, the heroes who should have been there were not there. Izuku had eliminated them, while Shion and Mew were proud. He was undoubtedly a worthy knight of Ares. All Might. My Midoriya shonen, I would say, surprised. On screen. House of Virgo. There Naruto along with the rookies and Menma were talking quietly because Sakura took Naruto to a remote part to talk about all the news that happened in Konoha, where Naruto received the horrible news that Shikamaru had died. His first friend had died in an unfair way, something that made the blonde angry, but upon hearing about Menma that anger dissipated, and as it was its origin, he understood the st. So. Naruto from M. Now Sakura, what is the reason why they came to the sanctuary? Sakura. Naruto, there were actually many reasons why we came, but the main ones were that they received this news. The ND is that Menma stays here in Ridorio. Naruto of M. Chance. Sakura. My mom forces me to go to meetings, but in one meeting they were talking about finding Menma as quickly as possible in order to recreate the Uzumaki clan and use them to conquer the other villages. Naruto from M. Don't worry Sakura, Menma can be safe. Naruto from M. But the road reason is. Sakura. Sorry, she would say in whispers. Naruto of M. Sakura that. Sakura. Sorry for being a terrible friend, many times I judged you without knowing you, I humiliated you, but I know that the damage I did to you will not be fixed with simple words, but there the pink-haired girl receives a hug from Naruto. Naruto from M. Sakura, I never hated you, I never felt any kind of resentment toward you, we were just children there. Here releases Sakura, where he extends his hand. Friends there. Sakura giving a smile, extends her other hand, and then gives it a small squeeze. Sakura. Friends. Naruto from M. By the way, Sasuke is in the TH house, it is after the house of Sagittarius. I think you should also give him the news about the others to Rester well that the big eyes accompanies you there. Sakura just nods and calls Rock Lee, where he says that they should continue, so he is excited. They go to Sakura and continue the tour. When Sakura and Rock Lee were moving away, Naruto felt the presence of many people, so he went to where the others were, and when he arrived, he saw that those from BNHA, Miraculous, the Loud and SNV had arrived at the place. Off screen. Naruto. So I'm next. Sakura. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto. Don't worry, you did too much by taking Menma. Hiruzen. Always those three doing things. Tsunade. I still wonder why you didn't kill them. Hiruzen. They were my companions, I couldn't do that to them. Quinn. How stupid, if they move behind your back it's clearly an act of betrayal. Hades, SNV. I agree. Poseidon, SNV, why yo. Garbage. Leonidas. We'll see what they do in Sparta. Lubu. I would just hope that if they had done it to me it would have lasted at least hits. Those who arrived became tense. On screen. Sasaki Kajiro. This house gives you the feeling that you can rest easy. Wrist. Same here. All Might. This house has more oriental touches. Kagami. The place looks more like a summer festival. Vegeta. But the flowers give a nice touch to the place. Rita. The place is perfect for a story I could write once we get bad luck back. Buddha. There is Buddhist temples in China or Japan. And there. Naruto from M. What are they doing in the house of Virgo? Off screen. Inoki. Just as effeminate as his father, earning a tick in all the Uzumaki and Shaka. Kabara. Looks Buddhist. Shaka. It is said that Virgo gentlemen are the reincarnation of the little Buddha, he would say calmly while meditating to eliminate his fury for having been called effeminate. Buddha. Interesting, eating sweets. On screen. Loki. And who are you, effeminate, hahaha there. Suddenly, Naruto appeared in front of Loki where, using his staff, he hits Loki in the face and other parts of him, and to finish, the last one hits him in the nuts. With that, he kneels, and the vast majority of men feel a phantom pain. Son of a bitch, how does it hurt? Off screen. Kushina. That. Minato. With a chair. Naruto and Shaka. Make them suffer. The Locus felt some fear while the men grabbed their privates from the phantom pain. On screen. Naruto from M. Next time think about what words you will say and what is your reason for coming to the sanctuary. Many of the cast tell them their reasons. Well, you can continue there. Everyone goes back to the exit, but the one who stayed was Sun Wukong. And why don't you continue forward? Sun Wukong. And missing the opportunity to fight against a Golden Knight, that's out of the question. He gets into a fighting stance. Let's make this fight the most worthy of being told in history. But the newbies. Giba. You guys think Naruto will win this fight because that legged monkey gives the impression that he's not just any opponent. Chaoji. I'm Niji with the Byakugan activated. I feel an energy much more powerful than chakra and it abounds in Naruto. Hinata. Same here. Menma. My brother is going to win this fight. Off screen. Shiva. Don't you have a feeling that that pair together is worse than the rag? Nostradamus. Hey. I only dressed up as Brunhild once. Zeus, SNV. Not to mention your pranks almost put everyone at risk. Athena. What did she do? Brunhild. Broke the taboo of the gods. All those who knew something divine and the knights looked at the rag and it had an angelic appearance, only its shadow was that of a demon. Nostradamus. Well, I didn't really break it completely, the guards caught me and I couldn't even complete it. Hiruzen. Thank goodness Naruto wasn't that wild with his jokes, although will they show that day? The women. Oh, they felt tenderness seeing Menma's confidence in Naruto. On screen. The fight begins. In a comical scenario that defies the laws of reality, Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, comes face to face with Naruto, who wears the imposing golden armor of Virgo. Sun Wukong initiates the prank battle by transforming into a giant bunch of bananas, challenging Naruto to a fruit battle. Naruto, with his ninja-like cunning, responds by summoning an army of shadows resembling mischievous monkeys. All the rookies. Seriously, they would say incredulously since they thought it would be a serious fight and not a fight to see who would be the best joker, but Menma surreptitiously took out a notebook where he wrote jokes I should imitate from my new brother. Off screen. Shiva. I knew it, he would say, patting his face. Iruka. Naruto. Naruto. Take note, little brother, he would say with grace and wisdom. Naruto. You've done everything, right? All of Konoha. What didn't it do? Izuku. It was that serious. Hiba. Wait, if they show their supreme joke, he would say angrily, remembering that day. Issei. Is it really like that? Marinette. Seriously. Hermes, PJ. Let's go. Stole brothers. That's it. Just for the jokes. Jiren. For the love of lady cows, let those not get together, he would say, thinking that Nostradamus, Naruto, Sun Wukong and the Stoles should never get together. The Golden Knights couldn't believe that battle. On screen. The Monkey King, with a thunderous laugh, unfurls his magic staff and begins performing incredible acrobatics. Naruto, determined to surpass the Monkey King's agility, uses his shadow technique to create a ninja obstacle course. Virgo's golden armor shines with a comical glow as Naruto mocks Sun Wukong for his seniority, but the Monkey King responds by quickly throwing his golden hairs of eternal youth at Naruto, causing an explosion of laughter. Naruto, unwilling to be left behind, unleashes a series of clones that perfectly mimic the Monkey King's antics. The two engage in a competition of mischief, filling the battlefield with laughter and chaos. In a surprising twist, Sun Wukong summons his loyal followers, the Flying Monkeys, who join in the fun by throwing jokes from above. Undeterred, Naruto activates his Sage Mode and uses his transformation technique to transform into different animals, taking the comedy to the next level. The prank battle reaches its climax when Sun Wukong transforms his staff into a giant golden banana. Naruto, with an infectious laugh, merges with the banana, creating a comical image that makes everyone present burst into laughter. All the rookies, including Menma, were laughing like retarded seals, especially Neji, who was the most serious of the group, and now he couldn't stop laughing until his abdomen started to hurt from laughing so much. Ultimately, both warriors realize that true victory lies in shared laughter. They shake hands in a gesture of comic camaraderie, ending the prank battle between the Monkey King and the golden armored Virgo ninja. Sun Wukong. Boy, you are my long-lost brother. Naruto from M, I say the same, all my life I dedicated myself to making jokes to those from Konoha. There he starts laughing like a retard, but inside Kurama was also laughing. Off screen. Everyone was laughing their guts out, their lungs out, it was truly a great prank war. Naruto. That was good, he would say, placing a seal on Buddha's candy bowl. Buddha. Noticing that his sweets were turning into cereals and fresh fruits, my sweets. Hineko. No, that's cruel, starting to cry. Kurama. Ha 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 ha. On screen. Sun Wukong. What's up? Naruto from M, sorry, I remembered the supreme joke. Sun Wukong. The ultimate joke. Naruto from M, I'll tell you now. Flashback. Naruto. Well, let's start with this, he said, looking at a map of the entire village. Okay, first the academy, then the Hyugas, followed by the Akimichi, then the Yamanaka, then the Uchiha, then the Inyazuka, followed by the Anbus, finally the Hokage, he said, smiling maliciously. This day will go down in history, he said, and then started laughing like a psychopath. This will be very fun, he said in a sadistic tone. It's a quiet night in Konoha. There was no noise at the Konoha Ninja Academy, where we found our protagonist with a backpack, and he starts to take out some colored spheres and begins to place them in points where they look better and are not noticeable. Naruto. Shikamaru, if you would listen to me, I would thank you when you helped me make the paint bomb prank, he thought as he placed the last paint bomb. Well, that's the last one, it's time to go to the Hyuga clan. I have to be careful with the Byakugan, thank goodness I designed a seal that makes me invisible too, that he thought, leaving the academy in silence and going on his way to the Hyuga clan compound. Well, I'm here now to use the seal, he thought as he took a seal out of his backpack and put it on the jacket of his orange jumpsuit. Naruto. I must be careful, this seal is still a prototype, so I have a limit now to the bathrooms and then to the file room. I want to be able to get rid of the seal of the cage bird, so the secondary branch can be happy. Now to the bathroom of the main branch to make the joke, he thought, heading to the bathrooms of the main branch and found them. He entered to be able to make the joke, but the camera does not show what he did, he just stayed at the door, causing intrigue to the spectators of those who did it, except those of Konoha, because they remember what he did and they stare at Naruto with an annoyed face off screen. Minutes later, he leaves the bathroom trying to contain his laughter and heads to the file room to look for the scroll of the cage bird seal. Well, it's time to look for this, but I have to be quick and careful, he thought seriously, to take out his scroll and start copying the seal formula. When he was halfway there, he felt the sound and vibrations of footsteps and he left what he was doing and started to leave everything where it was and hid between some boxes to hide from the Hyuga guard. He entered the room and used his Byakugan to verify better. As he couldn't detect anything, he decided to go. That was close. I have to be careful, it's best to leave. I was able to copy half of it. I'll try to move forward on my own. I have to go out carefully so they don't detect me. The seal seems to be losing its effect. It's only a matter of time before they find me, he thought, to start leaving the premises without being detected, successfully managing to leave and then head to the Akimichi. Compound. Well, it's time to be someone cruel. He thought to enter the BBQ place and start to change all the meat for vegetables and legumes, saving some meat and sealing scrolls. Chaoji will possibly have a heart attack because of that, but it is necessary. They will thank me in the future. I will save some for myself, so I do not have to pay for another one that the wretches sold to me for like 4 times its value, he thought as he began to save meat in a separate scroll for the off-screen. Shiva. Don't take it the wrong way, but for someone who wears orange, he hides well. Quinn. He is a prodigy in infiltration. Naruto. Damn, he would say angrily because he couldn't surpass his father in jokes. He thought he painted the Hokage monument, but this is from a bucking king of jokes. Hermes, PJ. Don't invent, he would say, taking out merchandise from the king of jokes. Travis and Connor. The great king of pranks. Loki. If it's worse than Nostradamus. On screen. Naruto. Well, now the Yamanaka continue. Thank goodness one day I stole some plant-eating insects from Shino. I thank you for that, he thought with gratitude towards his friend, also with some malice, for how the Yamanaka meadows are going to be. That's why now he heads to the Yamanaka compound for his joke. Well, I'm here. It's time to release the insects, he thought, to take out a jar full of insects and open them in the field, and they began to eat the plants little by little. Hahaha, I want to see their faces tomorrow because of this. Will the Uchihas continue with ease? Yes, I have to be careful. The only ones they won't do anything to will be Itachi Naisen, Shisui Nasama and Makoto Akasama. I never liked Fugaku-san. His aura is like that of someone who doesn't care about the lives of others as long as they serve his clan, and lately he looks at me with the same face as Danzo's mummy, he thought seriously, and then turned to him. Uchiha compound. Naruto. Well, it's time first the painting and then to the bathroom for the hair dye. If I remember correctly, Fugaku-san occupies his own, so better that way I do not do anything to Makoto Akasama. He thought to go to the Uchiha compound when he arrived. He made a cross sign with his fingers and said multiple shadow clone jutsu in a whisper, and dozens of Naruto appeared. Each one knows what they have to do. I will go to the main house. You know what to do, and remember Shisui Nasama, do not do anything to him, he said in a low voice, to which the clones nodded and went towards the Uchiha houses, and the original went to the main one. Minutes later he was in front of the house of the clan heads and he enters, but the camera stays looking at the entrance, and half an hour later the original leaves the house, and when he finished he decides to go towards the entrance of the clan and dispels the clones and receives the memories and stays still for a few minutes to start laughing at what he received minutes, then he decides to go towards his next objective. Well, now follow the Inuzukas. I am in doubt if I do that to the dogs or not. During the time that I hid in their kennels, they told me that they did not want to do it, that if they did not, they would not eat for a week. If I better leave them out of this, I better go for the human members of the clan, he thought with doubt and seriousness, and then went to the Inuzuka enclosure. Well, I'm here. It would be best to place a barrier of silence so that the dogs do not get alarmed and wake everyone up, he thought seriously, to draw some manual seals and say Fuinjutsu. Demonic sonic nullification barrier, he said in a low voice, so that the entire clan enclosure is covered by seals, and this throws a very large stone into a trash can, and nothing is heard. Well, everything is now. It will be better to start, he thought, to do the multi-shadow clone jutsu again and pass his clones some jars with insects. Take this and put them on people, but also on the Himura triplets. Hana-chan told me that they have been very unruly lately and they don't pay much attention to her. Leave her a note that if they don't behave, it will be worse for them. For that, one of the clones will accompany me. I will leave others to Tsume-san and Kiba to Hana. Not that she at least treated the wounds that they gave me when it was October and I had to hide in the kennels of the enclosure when I escaped, she said in a low voice, so that the clones nod and disperse, leaving one with the original. Well, now to the main house, he thought, to look at the clone, and this one follows him. Minutes later he arrives at the main house, and he gives the jar of insects to the clone. They are fleas that grow accelerated by chakra. Be careful not to open them until you are where your objective, if not you will run out of chakra and disappear, he said, to which the clone nodded and went to the triplets' kennel. Well, now where these two, but first I have to protect Hana-chan so that nothing happens to her, he said, to go to Hana's room and enter to see her asleep hugging the pillow with a smile. How the hell are they nice and tender if their clan is very wild? I mean, it doesn't fit. Anyway, I have to put the barrier on it, he thought, to draw some seals. Fuinjutsu. Celestial protection barrier, he said in a very low whisper, and the room begins to fill with seals so that later they disappear and a white barrier remains that then becomes transparent. Well, I have to edit the barrier so that she doesn't suspect. I will make it so that the noise does not pass and that no one can enter without her permission, he thought as he took out a brush and sealing ink and started editing the barrier. Now ready to go to Kiba and Tsume-san's, he thought as he left the room. Minutes have passed for this one outside the main house, heading to the exit of the compound. When he reaches the exit, he dispels the clones and gives a wicked smile for what he saw in the memories. Off screen. Nostradamus. You are a genius. Iruka. He is, the very unfortunate one, as he would say looking at Naruto. Why weren't you like that at the academy? Naruto. Because they sabotaged me and you know I don't like to study. Athena's cabin and she almost had a heart attack because of it. Travis. I'm not worthy. Connor. It's too much. Hades, both. I hope it doesn't come to our world. On screen. Naruto. Okay, now come the Anbu and finally the Hokage, he said, heading to the Anbu headquarters that was being guarded by an Anbu with a snake mask. Well, I have to be careful. Luckily I have a seal made by me that prevents chakra detection and hides my presence. Now I better put it on, he thought, taking the seal out of his backpack and putting it on his orange jumpsuit and sneaking through a passageway in the headquarters that he discovered. Okay, now I'll put up a silence barrier, he thought, to put up the barrier. Okay, it's time to do this, he thought as the camera began to zoom out and show the door to the room. After a few minutes Naruto is shown closing the locker. Okay. All I have to do is knock out the Anbu outside and do the same, he thought, and then took out a senbon and went where he entered and left the compound and hide near the Anbu and throw the senbon at his neck, and then the camera began to zoom out of the scene and then show the blonde walk towards the Hokage office. Okay, now all that's left is for me to infiltrate the Hokage's office. The problem is the security. Wait, does that place have security? He ought to stay still and start thinking about all the times he entered without anyone noticing and that he entered through the main entrance. I forgot that the security of the Hokage's office is as bad as that of the village entrance, he thought. The blonde dwarf was at the entrance of the cage tower thinking about what to do to the Hokage. Naruto. What can I do to this old man? He said in his mind very thoughtfully. I have him, by God, I'm a genius, he thought, and then went to where they have the paperwork and entered, so that minutes later he came out with a malicious smile and then went to the office and started looking around and noticed an orange cover book. A look wouldn't hurt, he said, to make a shadow clone, and started reading it, and the original started doing what he did in the other room, only with the sound of perverted giggles from the clone. How will it be for him to do that? It doesn't matter, I'll know later, he thought, to continue with his thing. Minutes later he finishes and the clone disappears and the memories come to him and he blushes slightly and then leaves. I'll read that when I become a ninja in private, he thought cautiously. Off screen. By this point, the boy hadn't mastered his world because he didn't want to. Well, the leaders, upon hearing the word paperwork, felt a very bad pang that something bad was going to happen. Seeing the little orange-covered book, the women who knew about it began to raise their killer instinct, while Hiruzen slapped his face for being so careless and tried not to turn around when he felt Tsunade and Kushina behind him, cracking their knuckles. Kakashi. That's my student, he thought, smiling at his perverted student. Naruto. Don't let mom find out I read it, he thought, sweating when he saw his mother upset. About the perverts, an orange-covered book appeared and everyone admitted that it was a good read. Poor thing awaits them. On screen. It was a quiet morning as far as the village was concerned. In the Hyuga compound, you can see the men of the main branch coming out of the baths, but with deep pink hair, and those of the secondary branch were holding back their laughter as best they could until they saw each other and got scared and started screaming, wanting to know who was the funny one. The Akimichi are seen heading to their dining room to have breakfast when one of them opens the refrigerator and what he saw left him fainted from the fright. It happened one by one. There were Akimichis in the dining room and the last one went blank from what he saw. After a few minutes, the Akimichi gives a huge scream that is heard throughout the elemental continent. Akimichi no grito lo más fuerte que pudo y este fue escuchado en todo el continente en. Fist. B. Oh yeah, the great killer bee is preparing for his big concerts that everyone knows about, he said, rapping horribly, and then heard the scream. Grito. No. He felt something in the distance that disconcerted B, causing him to fall on the stage. Left. Igura. Well, I was thinking that we could change the graduation exam for I didn't finish because of the sound. Scream. No, that scream caused everyone to agree and Igura to get angry at whoever had caused the scream. Igura. For the one who screamed, I hope he is suffering in the cruelest way possible, he thought, annoyed. Behavior. Inoki. I was thinking about the peace treaty we had with Konoha to forget about the previous war and I didn't finish because of the scream that was heard. Shout. No was heard throughout Iwa, which made the Iwa council agree with the shout. Inoki. What can you do? He said neutrally. Konoha. The last conscious Akimichi was in a corner crying inconsolably because the refrigerator only had vegetables and legumes and there was not a single meat. At the Yamanaka compound they were going to pick their flowers for the flower shop, but when they arrived at the meadows and what they saw horrified them, and some fainted. The entire meadow was eaten by insects, without a doubt a gardener's worst nightmare. Yamanakas. Because buck what? The scream was heard throughout the village. In the Uchiha compound we see the main house in total silence. Fugaku wakes up with heaviness and goes to the bathroom to shower. After the bath he comes out and did not notice that his hair was a deep pink color and his face was scribbled. Heading to the kitchen, he finds his wife preparing breakfast and directs his gaze to quickly look away and hold back the curl, then under his eldest son, who also tried to hold back the curl, failing in the attempt, then under Sasuke, and he was just like his father, so that they see each other and say, "Fugaku Sasuke. What happened to your face and hair?" They said, then went to the bathroom mirror and looked at themselves, then screamed, "No!" A scream that was heard throughout the village. We change location and now we are outside the Inuzuka compound where a girl love only sleeps peacefully without hearing her mother and brother's complaints about fleas. Soon. How is it possible that we have fleas if the dogs are vaccinated, cared for and bathed at the veterinary clinic on the premises? She complained while scratching herself fiercely. Kiba. I don't know, but whoever it is, I'm going to kill him for doing this, he said, all red from scratching so much. What surprises me is that Akamaru didn't wake up because of that. Why would that be? He asked with intrigue. Soon. Now that you mention it, the other dogs wouldn't have arrived either. The alpha would have already asked to be bathed because of that, they said, and then went to the kennels and saw all the dogs peacefully asleep. How strange, are they still asleep? Hey Kiba, and your sister? She asked, to which he shrugged his shoulders redder than before. I'll go to his room to see, he said, to go to his room and knock, but there is no response. She tries to open it, but a shock doesn't let her. But what? She asked herself, surprised by the fact of the barrier and the idea that she would be the culprit past her, so she decided to leave that for later because the barrier would not let her pass. We change location now. We are in the Anbu headquarters where a team is preparing to go on a mission until Anbu? But what? He shouted in surprise because his suit was all painted in intense pink and his mask was scribbled on. This caught the attention of the rest and they began to look at their equipment and they were all the same, but one Anbu was trembling and sweating cold. Anbu? Should whisper being heard by everyone who turned to see him. We are in trouble if we don't find the culprit, quickly, he said with fear, calling the attention of the rest. The rest? What do you mean? They asked, surprised. Anbu? Nico Taicho hates the color pink if her suit is the same and she is in charge of training, she said, not wanting to finish the sentence, and the rest had an idea of what she was referring to and a shiver ran through them imagining it. Everyone. We must give ourselves pride. No, they finished because the atmosphere became very tense and they turned to look with fear, and it was Yugao who arrived with the Anbu suit in her hands and with a smile that promised true pain for the culprit. Nico Taicho, they said with great fear. Yugao? Who was the funny guy who did it? She said in a tone too sweet for their liking, and they quickly denied it. I want a perimeter that crosses the entire Bucking village and find the culprit of this, if not, prepare for a walk in the park. She said too sweetly for the people and they disappeared in varied shunshin. Whoever it was, I swear I'll kill him in the cruelest way I know, Anko. She said so that Naruto in his apartment gets a huge chill and has the thought of being as far away as possible from his Yunechin as he calls her. We change to the cage office and see Hiruzen in mountains of paperwork that seems to never end because when he finishes one sheet, more come out. Off screen. By this point, several people had to be revived due to the number of deaths from laughter. The room was filled with laughter, much of it uncontrollable. The leaders, seeing the paperwork, only thought of one thing. Monster. Naruto. Ha 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 ha, what memories. Lubu. Raiden. That's funny, but I feel sorry for them. Nostradamus. And they said it was annoying, he would say smiling. On screen. The location changes to the meeting room. Everyone. Very well, who was the funny bastard who did this to us? They said so everyone could see it, wasn't it you? They asked, shouted confusedly. Fugaku. Seriously, who was the one who broke into my clan and scribbled and colored our hair? He said angrily. Hiashi. I also want to know who broke into my clan and changed our shampoo for pink hair dye, he said, equally annoyed. Soon. Who was the funny guy who got into my clan and spread fleas to all of us? She said, very angry, and the rest walked away because of what she said. I don't have any anymore, I bathed for hours to get rid of them, she said, so they would calm down a bit. Inoichi. Who spread to us some insects that devour flowers? He said angrily. Jauza. Who's the funny guy who traded all our meat for vegetables? He said angrily, while everyone looked at him with a raised eyebrow. What? He asked. Everyone. Nothing, that vegetable was very necessary, he said, making him look at them indignantly. Hiruzen. Who was the funny guy who painted the Anbu suit deep pink and who placed a multiplication seal on the paperwork, he said, very annoyed at what the others turned pale at what he said and they looked at each other and then said. All leaders Hiruzen. Dorum interimo adipur dorum. Note. This part of the joke does not belong to me, but to so credits to him. End of flashback. Off screen. Surziches. That was cruel. Azazel. That kid is the worst. Grud. And we complain about him pointing to Nostradamus who was planning jokes. Hades, PJ. That boy, he would have a free pass to leave, I can't stand so much paperwork. Nico. That. Issei. Phew. Lincoln. Amazing. You. Without a doubt he would say laughing. On screen. Now Sun Wukong was the one dying of laughter upon hearing such a majestic joke, but causing Miji, Chaoji and Kiba to want to kill Naruto. Time skips. The other casts had already arrived at the Libra house, but when they were about to enter they felt a ghostly presence inside the house. Some were about to get discouraged, but their companions told them that it was not the time to give up, and then they entered the house. Vegeta. Because this house is dark. All Might mind. I feel this place like purgatory. Nezu mind. My senses tell me that this place may be more dangerous on a psychological level. Apollo mind. In this house I stay. Lin Jr. mind. I think we're closer to bad luck. Sasaki Kajiro. This place gave me a bad feeling since we arrived. But then voices began to be heard which were. Brunhild. Brunhild. On Memento Renjaleif. Renjaleif. You are a damn disappointment of a sister there. Everyone had heard the voices, but more voices were heard. Poseidon. I always knew that you are never a perfect being, but what you did to your sister is the lowest you've ever been, he would say to Brunhild. Hades. I always take care of and speak well of my brothers, no matter their mistakes. Brunhild. Lord Hades, I know I was wrong, but… Raiden. You killed us, Brunhild. Brunhild. Raiden. There were heard the voices of the gods, Valkyries and humans who died in Ragnarok, and the words began to have an effect on the Valkyrie, and the words were witch manipulator, we loved you sister, you used us, imperfect murderer. And there many voices were heard in the house where some were innocent people who died unjustly due to the incompetence of the heroes, which the true heroes and true heroines accepted with all guilt. The same happened with the Loud, which the voices were from their ancestors from Scotland, who judged them for betraying a member of their family. Those of Miraculous, there the thing was worse because those who used a Miraculous heard the voices of the former carriers of their respective Miraculous until. Former Fox Miraculous holder. Unlike you, I did not believe the words of a liar. Everyone upon hearing those words identified that it was a child was a Miraculous holder, but long mente. I'm glad Trick stayed at Leo's house, or else. Off screen. Brunhild became smaller with those words. Oko paid attention and noticed something that others didn't, so without them realizing it he smiled. Vicky. Ancient carriers. Xion. That child, he spoke in a low voice to remember him. Oko. I have the same thought, old friend. On screen. Flashback. The 8th century England. In that century a holy war began again, and this time it was with the god of the underworld Hades, which Athena along with her knights did not hesitate to withdraw to different parts of the world to finish off the specters, but they also received some help from the miraculous bearers of that time. But in the training of the miraculous bearers of the 8th century, there was a special member who was a year-old boy who was a bearer of the Fox Miraculous, but he had a small quality. He was able to use the cosmos for battles, but one day when he was doing surveillance, but be of the Fox Miraculous. Well, nothing out of the there, he feels the cosmos of someone, a specter there. The presence continues until he only found skeleton warriors, lowest soldiers of the army of Hades, which the young man went towards them, and when they saw the bearer they began to attack him, but the bearer using kicks and punches, knocked out the soldiers until. By all the stupid fuss, that army was commanded by Minos of Griffin. Physician. Current judge of the underworld, Hades' army. Off screen. Xion and Doko. I don't forget they raised their cosmos in fury remembering that war. Hades, PJ, and Hades, SNV, watched the screen with interest. Tyoga. That's a judge of hell. All those who didn't know. A judge of hell. Nico. He doesn't look like the Minos I know. All Might. I have a very bad feeling. Iki. Something tells me that kitty whispered to himself. On screen. Minos. So much trouble for a brat, I'll take care of him. When he goes towards the bear, he just gets into a fighting stance where he then went to attack Minos, who at first the blows had no effect on him, but when the bearer used the miraculous ability fused with his cosmos, the attacks began to take effect against Minos, where it's impossible for a brat to be humiliating me, but notice that the boy's necklace began to shine. He from the Fox Miraculous mind. Shit, I'm running out of time, I must escape there. He tries to escape, but something was preventing him, and when he saw that some threads were tangled in his feet. Shit. Minos. You thought you were going to escape there. The Miraculous's transformation time runs out, revealing the boy in his marital status, now my turn cosmic puppet. Their many threads of cosmos were tied to each limb of the boy, and their Minos began to control the boy as if he were a puppet, but with each thread that Minos moved a joint moved causing pain to the boy, and more than he screamed. Minos. Come on kid, scream, scream for your insolence, your cries of pain are music to my ears. With one hand he controlled the boy, but with the other hand that was free, he used him as if he were an orchestra conductor, alternating between the loud and low screams that the boy let out as if it were music, but then he lets go. I give you the chance to escape. There the boy crawled away from the place, but it's your turn. Garuda flapping. Eren attack was towards the child sending him flying, but Garuda judge marking an X. This will be his grave. Seconds passed, and the boy's body fell right into the X, and when it hit the ground a large pothole was formed, but it was clear that he still had signs of life since his arm was moving, but then he fell to the ground, implying that he lost his life. It's incredible that a brat humiliated you. Minos. Shut up Minos, let's just look for those ladybug in chat noir. End of flashback. Off screen. Everyone fell silent, while those who were knights or would-be knights in the future emanated their cosmos. The heroes were in shock, along with Stain. They'd never seen anyone kill like that, and Stain, okay, killed, but nothing as sadistic as that. Alia. Knew why she would say, starting to cry. Ida. That was hard, she would say, trying to suppress her tears. Marinette and Adrian. Damn it. They exploded in fury, raising their cosmos, something strange being the second and third to wake it up from the group. Issei. You'll see, I'll show you my horns and fangs, nobody touches an innocent, he would say, roaring. Aldebaran. What power? Zeus, SNV. What is he? Adam? Boy. Minato. Son, calm down. Naruto. Damn, raising his chakra and taking out tails to emit a roar that altered everyone. Shiva. What are those two? Was Odin scared? The power of those two filled him with dread. The same thing happened with Poseidon, who wanted to attack those imperfect beings, but before his brother could stop him, Dragon and Jinchuriki roared, making him urinate in fear. Surprisingly, Boruto was activating a rare mark out of rage. The same thing was happening with Izuku, who was raising his Cosmo and activating the Ofa at the same time. Ash. Those two. Brook. They look like they are human, but at the same time they are not. Rias. In fact, Issei is a hybrid dragon and demon. On screen. Longmente. Until now Trix continues to regret not being warned how dangerous Minos is. But with the others, they were already suffering accusations from the voices until. Vegeta. Stop already. The loud scream caused all the torches and fire lamps to light up, showing that the house of Libra looked more like a courtroom, but there they saw the causers of the voices, who were many-chatted, Ghastly and Hunter. Off screen. Oak. How did I not realize, he would say, receiving nods from the other teachers. Those Pokémon usually cause havoc. Athena. Excuse me, Professor, what kind of guys are they? Kukui. Ghastly, along with its evolutionary line, including Haunter, are poison ghost type. Hades, PJ. A nice combination. Apollo, PJ. You already said it, man. Sycamore. And Chatted is a normal and flying type Pokémon. And Jiro. They are incredible creatures. Zenitsu. But those ghosts are scary. Inosuke. Minitsu, I want one. Musen. Intersante. On screen. Which all, when seeing the causers of the voices, were in shock, but Brundthold wanted to kill the birds and ghosts by torture, but. Well, you already fulfilled your part of the deal, take your reward there. The Chatted, Ghastly and Hunter collected large trays full of cookies and then left, and the girl, seeing the people. Marinette from, what are you doing here? Off screen. Mineta. But what's going on? Being grabbed by a chestnut. Issei. Listen to me carefully, perverted grape, you better lower that perversion or I'll practice my dragon shot on you. Mineta. It's SC. Hibuyudo. What right does he have to say that? He whispered to Vali. Iku. Sindudas. Midnight. You won't do anything. Azawa. No, he found it himself and it was better for him to grab it. Midnight. Safe. Azawa pointed to a place, and there was Artemis, Locke, Hera, Tom, Doko, Mirko, Ryukyu being stopped from killing the Piliuva. Apollo, SNV. She is beautiful, not giving up was her beauty. On screen. Everyone was surprised when they saw the Amazon, especially the blue-haired girl's friends. Marinette from, answer my question why you came there. Each cast gave their explanations for it. You can very well leave, but you seeing the loud, she disappears, but when she was in front of Lori, the Pelazol gives her a strong blow to the face, but the bad thing is one of the armor shields covered the entire forearm, causing the front teeth to break, and then she went to Lin Jr., which gives her a strong blow to the abdomen, and then kicks her for oxygenated. She would say to Lori that was for forcing Lincoln to be with someone he didn't want, although the girl and he remained friends, and for you Lin, that was for blaming Lincoln for something stupid that doesn't even exist, but be grateful for one thing. That I was not your sister, because if I was and I discovered the tremendous stupidity you did, I would not have hesitated to leave you dying there. Lin Jr. for the first time in his life felt afraid. Now go away before I regretted, in that those of SNV except Apollo, BNHA and the Loud continued on their way, but when they noticed Apollo and Brunhild, why don't you continue on your way? Brunhild. I'm tired from the race we had, mind. I also have to check something. Apollo. Well, I'll just wait for the Valkyrie, mind. What are you up to, little witch? Marinette from, very well she would say when seeing her friends. How did you know about this place? Vegeta. Alia and Nino told us about this place and that you could be here. Kim. Yes, now Lila has been expelled from school, you can come back. Marinette from, I can't go back. Prof. Mendeleev. How? Marinette of, since I arrived at the sanctuary and became the Amazon of Libra, I was entrusted with a mission, and it is to protect Athena and the world from any threat. Mark. Marinette. Look, Nathaniel and I came for another reason. Marinette from, what? Nathaniel. It's true, a few days ago a voice gave us instructions on what we had to do about Lila, and we followed them to the letter, but the one who gave us the instructions was a red-haired man, and… Marinette of, because Mr. Shijima contacted you, you follow. There are roads after this house. Go to the right one that will take you to the Uzumaki village there. Mark and Nathaniel followed the path towards the exit of the Libra house. Julika, you surely came for Luca there. The girl nods. Well, keep going. Julika decides to go ahead, and when she was about to be far away, Julika catch him there. Marinette had thrown a small box to Julika which she catches, and when she opens it. Julika. It's the tiger. Miraculous because… Marinette from, just keep going. Marinette's mind. How will she now face that Luca changed too much? Off screen. Brunhild. Grrrrrrr. Luca. Have I changed that much? He would say, feeling afraid of what his counterpart would do to his sister. Amos. It is inevitable. I would say cold to get rid of emotions, and being cold implies the sacrifice of isolating yourself, even from those who are friends or family, he would say in an icy tone. Luca. I hope not to change too much. On screen. At that point Kim was ahead. Kim. Marinette, you forced me to fight, so get ready right there. The blue-haired girl handed her a small box, so she opened it. Shuppu there. They both gave each other a fixed look. So Shuppu, show time. There the fight was about to begin, so Kim went straight towards Marinette, and when she was about to hit her with her staff, but the Amazon dodges it and with her hand hit specific areas of the body, and then only Kim was standing, and then only fell to the floor. Max. How he defeated Kim with a few punches. Kagami. Look Marinette, I know that some of our friends are a bit hypocritical in coming here for you to come back, but I just came to fix things, and then the girl receives an attack from behind, causing her to fall to the ground. Vegeta. Who was it? Looks like they forgot someone. Everyone on Team Miraculous recognizes the voice. Max. Vulpina. Off screen. Biku. Wow, I want to fight him. Ali. Control yourself Biku, he would say to say the same thing as his friend. Marinette. How did I forget that crazy woman was there? Lila. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr some old scores, Marinette. Marinette from, how did you transform Lila? Vulpina. Simple, in Paris I caught an Akuma in a jar and brought it here, but it's time for my revenge there. Vulpina using her flute creates many illusions, but those illusions were of Izuku, Issei, Linka, Liberty, Dipper. Adrian and Naruto with their respective armors destroy it there. The illusions attack Marinette, but the blue-haired girl fought without difficulty, but there the illusions began to use the respective attacks of the armors, but when Marinette received a direct attack from the attack of Issei's illusion, that caused Marinette to fight more seriously in the fight. Marinette from, now you've made me angry there. On her back, a tattoo of a tiger suddenly appeared. Off screen. Sabine. That appears out of nowhere. Oko. Always in Libra or Dragon Knights. Xion. Equal to the master. Adrian. It seems that the ladybug turned feline. I like it. Marinette. At least I don't have to be tamed like your kitty. Hermes and Apollo, PJ. WTZZZZZZ, whipped. Hermes, SNV. I still can't believe those two are us. Apollo, SNV. I thought it would be the same, but it looks kind of fun. Hermes and Apollo's cabin. Dad, get a help. On screen. So Marinette's attacks became stronger that destroyed every illusion, and after that she went straight to Vulpina, where she dealt a strong blow to the girl. But there. Teacher, step aside there. Marinette, upon hearing, steps away from Lila, where then a figure of a girl wearing armor had attacked Lila's face. Where you hear. Vulpina. My face, damn the person who did this to me, Vulpina would say, since on her face there were signs that something sharp attacked Vulpina's face, but there were cut marks in the area where her eyes were, and that reveals who the person was. Looks like I'm late. Character sheet. Main in Chamak. Position. Current Ephiachus Amazon and apprentice of Marinette of. Rank. Silver. Age. Previously years old, but Athena using some of her power made Mainen grow to an age of years old so that she can begin her training since Mainen volunteered to receive the training. Off-screen. Najachamak. My girl, she would say in a whisper while feeling somewhat proud. Alia. That was known, both of them do many things together. Chloe. My god, you look so ugly. The demons of DXD felt pain in their heads from that word. On screen. Marinette from Mainen, it looks like you've already received your armor. Mainen of Ephiachus. Yes, Maze their Vulpina had launched a treacherous attack on Mainen, sending her crashing into a column. Vulpina. Stop bothering you brat, their Marinette exploded in anger, causing her cosmos to explode, and feeling it, where did that power come from? Their Marinette approached her slowly. Marinette from, attack me all you want, I don't care, but if you attack Mainen I'll make you pay, but their Vulpina was running towards Marinette where? Vulpina. You're just bragging, you can't beat me, then she tries to hit Marinette, but with her left arm she blocks the attack scaring Lila A. But then Marinette hits her arm pushing Lila away. Marinette evil, my arm hurts, then she didn't feel her arm with which she tried to hit Marinette, causing her to get more scared, but the blue-haired girl went at an incredible speed when she was close, she gave her a strong hook making the object where the Akuma was fly away, demorphing Lila shit. Marinette from, now you'll pay Lila, you've heard enough. Lila. Wait, I understand, I don't need you to punish me, do you want to discuss it, Marinette? Marinette from, now he wants to argue about it, just leave and don't come back. Then Marinette turns around and goes to Mainen. Lila. Of course I'll go there. She takes out a knife, not without first there she approaches Marinette to stab her or send you to hell, but Marinette dodges it and was behind Lila. Marinette from, where is your dignity as a person? Lila. You are trash. Marinette lowers her fist and walks. Marinette of, you are the trash. When I was a considerable distance away in the way that my teacher taught me, we do not attack someone defenseless. There the Libra armor separates from Marinette's body, revealing that she was wearing her training clothes. Lila. How dare you say that? Marinette, it's called equality, I grew up with that ideal. The fight ends like this. There on her back the dragon tattoo was formed, and it sounds like a storm is approaching, ascends to heaven. Rising dragon. There Marinette's attack takes the form of a dragon, that when hitting Lila sends her flying away from Libra's house and her companions, plus Brunhild who wrote down Marinette and Mainen's names on a list, but Apollo only had a stoic look at such a display of power. But Marinette went to Lila's necklace where she grabs it, but her hands began to shine causing the necklace to be destroyed, but from there a white butterfly came out. Goodbye butterfly. There she turns to her friends, I think I owe you a lot of explanations, let's talk, make yourselves at home, now I'll bring some things to eat. And there she sees Mainen getting up where she was complaining about the pain, but seeing that Brunhild left, but only Apollo. Why don't you stay and eat something? Apollo. Well, a god can't refuse the invitation, so I'll stay, he would say in a polite and eloquent manner. Off screen. Everyone said that Lila deserved it and the aforementioned was burning with rage for being treated like that. Shiryu. It seems that the old master's teachings are passed on. Apollo, SNV. How interesting. Everyone who knew about Marinette's cooking. Well, that god-eater food. Lucky you. Apollo, SNV. How well he cooks. Adrian. Enough to make her a goddess in that domain. Zeus, SNV. I would like to try those dishes. Hades, SNV. It would be interesting to do so. Or. Me too. Shiva. I never say no to food or fights. Marinette. Okay, I'll prepare later. House of Scorpio. Everyone has already arrived at Scorpio's house. Lisa. This house has more of an Egyptian aesthetic than a Greek one, and the one in Cancer looked more like a Trojan one. Locke. Yes, but now we have to endure the intense heat of this damn house. Jack the Ripers. Don't complain my lady, there all of SNV saw that Jack was always wearing his elegant suit, but the strange thing is that he hadn't sweated at all since they started the tour. Nezu. This house will sooner or later kill me, and there some pincers come out of the sand which Nezu dodges in there. Many Drapian came out of the sands of the House of Scorpio and which had surrounded the group. Lisa. I must capture a couple of those scorpions and do tests and experiments to find out their biology, and but. They came to Scarlet Needle. There the attack was on one of Lisa's knees, causing the girl to scream loudly. They don't show up and try to cross my house as if nothing happened. People these days have no manners. There she launches another attack towards Lisa, but Leonidas using his shield blocks the attack. What are you doing here? Off screen. Oak. Drapian, it's a bad idea to let them pass without bothering them, they're quite aggressive. Tesla. You have information. Fukui. Rotom will give you everything, he would say as the Rotomdex appeared. Lisa. Ouch, felt the phantom pain. Luca was blushing like crazy for a Kame, while Milo gave a thumbs up for that entrance. On screen. There each cast gave their explanations. They came to oh, well I already let a pink-haired and still big-browed girl pass who is going towards Capricorn's house, then she went to my friend Luca's sister, so I will let them pass since Lincoln and Jer have to settle some pending accounts, but there he launches the Scarlet Needle attack on the Louds, except Luin and Luna, that's because of their level of stupidity. Lola. Hey, why didn't you do anything to Luna and Luin? They stop their Lola receives another needles from the Scarlet Needle AI, it hurts worse than an injection. They came to oh, shut up you stupid spoiled girl, you're worse than the rich people of the capital when I was in night raid, now loud go away, because I give you the opportunity, because if it were someone else you would be the toys of my Drapion there the casts continue their way, but the old swordsman there Sasaki stops Jer told me that you are a great swordsman, so there he takes out his katana, I want to check that rumor. Sasaki. Okay young lady, I accept the challenge he would say taking out his katana. The two warriors clash with graceful and deadly movements. Kajiro elegantly draws his Nadachi, while Akane wields her lethal imperial katana. Off-screen. The Louds were offended except Luin and Luna who were relieved. Sasaki. Oh, a lady interested in swords, huh? She would say, caressing her chin. Nikita. Shut up, stupid old man. Sasaki. It's not like you're a gendervender to be jealous, kid. Akane. I hope she's strong, since her presence dictates that she's not weak. On screen. The battle begins with rapid exchanges of blows, each anticipating the other's moves. Sasaki Kajiro deploys his Tsubame Geshi technique, attempting to outperform Akame's speed. However, Akame's skill with the Scorpio armor allows her to nimbly dodge and counterattack with pinpoint accuracy. The fight intensifies, with flashes of steel and sparks filling the air. Both warriors demonstrate unparalleled skill, but neither gains an advantage over the other. Scorpio's golden armor grants Akame outstanding durability, while Kajiro's mastery of the Nadachi is impressive. After a prolonged exchange, both warriors pause, breathing heavily but not giving ground. Recognizing each other's strength, they decide to end the fight in an act of mutual respect. The battle ends in a draw, leaving both warriors with a deep appreciation for each other's skills. The stage is filled with respectful silence as Sasaki Kajiro and Akame part ways, each carrying with them the knowledge of having faced a formidable opponent. After the fight, Akame offers Sasaki to rest there, which Sasaki accepts, but Brunhild, who had observed everything. Brunhild mind. That girl serves better than Sasaki, that Scarlet Needle could serve to weaken the opponent that touched her, and with her skill in the sword, it would be a quick victory. Off screen. Sasaki. Not bad girl not bad. Tissam. It's good. Yugao. It's very good she would say strangling Naruto for the joke he had made little demon, you earn this for making me wear the color I hate the most. Anbus. Suffer what we pay for your fault they thought. Minato. Won't you tell him something? Kushina. No, since he has to learn not to touch a woman's clothes. Several nodded at those words. On screen. House of the Phaeacius. When they arrived they saw that there was no guard, which made them happy, but when they crossed the entrance, they were surprised to find that the floor of the house was full of Ikins, Arbok, Sevapur who were sleeping, but the roof was full of Kakunas. Seeing that they agreed that each group would go separately to avoid problems, so the ST group was that of SNV, where each one went through places free of the Pokémon, but Jack the Ripers, along with Qin Shin Huang, carried their respective Valkyries as if they were princesses. Where after stressful minutes they reached the end of the House of Ephiaches, giving the signal for the other group to pass, which was those of BNHA, so all Migs had to carry Nezu on his back, due to Nezu's nature, as a mouse fear would not allow him to pass the house. And a true hero seeing the Pokémon became interested in them, and if he had the opportunity he would ask Athena if he could take a couple, since having enough resources could make a good habitat for the snake Pokémon, and after other stressful minutes, they managed to pass the each giving the turn to the last group allowed, so they walked slowly to avoid waking up the Pokémon, but Lisa signed up to take a couple of each Pokémon to do investigations. But in that I notice a group of Ikins, but in the center of the group there was an Arbok, but it seemed that it was not sleeping well, and it seemed more like it was having a nightmare where you could also see the tears were coming out of its eyes, something that Lisa did not even care about, but when they were about to leave the house, well. Lin Jr. Family, we're out of this house there she started to do a victory dance, but Lori did everything so that Lin wouldn't make any noise, but the Kakunas, upon hearing that, began to shine until the Kakunas evolved into Beedrill, who, upon seeing the Louds, went towards the Louds, and when they saw the mess they got into, well. Loud. Run then the Louds started to be chased by the Beedrill. Amo's mind. I'm closer to Athena now and so far no one has noticed my presence. Off screen. Jessie. Reminds me of Maya Brock she would say shedding a tear. Tesla. Fascinating creatures. Lisa. I must have several and dissect them. The coaches. No. Professor Oak. Pokémons are fascinating creatures, but that doesn't mean you should cause something as repulsive as death. Lisa. it's for the sake of. Tesla. It's over, he would say, already annoyed. It is not for the good of science, nor is anything to satisfy your greed for knowledge, not for good. Science gives answers and tries to defend something as sacred as life. If you can't understand even that taking off his coat, you don't deserve to wear it and be a scientist. Lisa was in shock as the teachers and coaches applauded Tesla. Lincoln. When not Lin, he would say, patting his head. Haminari. They look like wasps and I know I'm stupid, but you shouldn't mess with them. Ash. What memories, he would say nervously. Iris. Yes, what memories, she would say nervously. Silent. Without a doubt. The nights with Deimos became serious. Dipper. Mabel, I hope you don't cause problems, he thought seriously. On screen. Leo's house. There were already Nino and Alia defeated since in the place Rena's flute was destroyed, while Carapaz's shield was almost shattered, but Adrian, who was standing in front of Nino and Alia, who were unconscious. Adrian from L. Be thankful that I am the guardian of Leo's house, because if I were Luca, he would not have hesitated to kill you. Then Leon from Leon Minor arrived, but he was accompanied by Litleo, who had grown enormously since he was much larger, since Adrian's Litleo was a size that reached the waist of a normal person. Lion of Lesser Lion. Master who feeds Litleo, who is much bigger than the last time I saw him. Adrian from L. Let me think about it. There, the blonde remembers all the times he pampered Litleo too much, since there were days where he gave him a lot of berries, human food from desserts, soup, he even made him try some of the meat that was made on Xian's birthday. I don't remember anything, he would say calmly. But Litleo raided Nino's backpack where he ate the box of cookies he had bought in Ridorio, and then raided Alia's backpack. The screen turns off. Nino. How kind, Adrian, he would say sarcastically. Alia. Yes. Luca. I've changed so much, I'd say uncomfortably. Ash. Adrian, your Litleo is huge. Adrian. Haha, thanks. Chapter 12. Everyone was talking about what they had seen in the room, while those from the Pokémon world were watching what Adrian did with his Litleo, because it was too big for its species. Although it didn't go any further when the talk started, they wanted to give their opinions on the matter, but they shut up when they felt something activate. Everyone turned to the place, noticing a vending machine, while all the children took out candy after learning a little trick from Buddha to get candy without paying. Brunhold. That hippie, I would say, annoyed. Jer. Will you stop calling others Brunhold? The aforementioned looked at Little Goal with a frown, but said nothing as she noticed the green-haired man's gaze on her. Everyone was going to give their opinion on something, but the screen would light up, leaving several people speechless. On screen. Steps. All of SNV and BNHA were about to arrive at the Sagittarius house, but the Louds did not have a good time with the Beedrills, since there were traces on the bodies that had been bitten. Those who miraculously survived the Beedrills were Luna and Lewin, since they hid in some rocks to save themselves, but after a few minutes they managed to reach the Sagittarius house. House of Sagittarius. Lock. This house is more like a field with large meadows. Alvator. It seems more like a perfect place for a herd of horses or centaurs to pass without problems. Lisa. Centaurs. Please, it is scientifically proven that these beings do not exist, they are only myths and legends. There you see Leonidas, and this is a crazy person dressed as Esper there. Leni. Will you shut up, Lisa? Look at everything we've been through, do you think they don't exist? We saw how men, an old man, a redeed with a hammer, and a man with arms fought against that greenhead with that golden armor. There the girl explains all the things that happened, but Lisa remained stubborn so as not to break her ideals of science. After a few minutes they soon discovered that the house did not have a guardian, so they decided to leave so as not to waste more time, but when the Louds were about to leave, Luna heard a melody from a lyre harp. Off screen. Seeing the situation, those in the Pokémon world didn't know what to say. On one hand they felt sorry for the situation with the Beedrill, but on the other, they knew they deserved it. Listening closely to what they were saying, several people grimaced at how stubborn the girl with glasses was. Lisa. But. Tesla. I have seen centaurs. Alvator. I am a Valkyrie, a demigoddess. Gyron. Also, he would say, showing himself as he really was. It makes you think that my race doesn't exist. Girl, he would say something nice. Lisa. We have to dissect. She would remain silent as she saw how the demigods prepared to defend the hero teacher. Leonidas. Girl, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not real. Look at me, I'm from Greece, and I fought Xerxes at Thermopylae. Tell me, would you look for something scientific about me because I'm alive? I would say with quotation marks. Those words echoed in several. When. The fact that several beings from the past are alive here is because we are Einarjars, we are the souls of the bravest and strongest warriors in the history of humanity. And the best of everyone. O circumflex e Sedilla times Emily Mora has spent years watching her brother's best friend, Malachi Barton, shine at every casting call, interview, and party. In Emily's eyes, Malachi. Serendipity, Kang Diho. After being forced to work in a brothel, Jian is fired after being scammed by an older client, saddled with debt and injustice. 5 long years. Jinlisa one-shots, GP. One-shots rankings Manabin Cheyoung Jinlisa Jinsu Lalissa Rosie. Addicted to Eugenu X-Reader. She's a hunter. He's a demon. Between them, there's war and something they shouldn't feel. YN just wanted to protect her K-pop group, Huntrix. But the scenario. And the best of the day. But marked by centuries of loneliness, accidentally meets Neria, a mermaid from a forgotten kingdom, both worlds collide. One-shots F. One-shots of your favorite pilots. Handsome Tracatero. Gaspy. He says I'm the best thing in his life, that he wants to get lost with me all day, that for me he aims, shoots and shoots, that he no longer cares about committing a crime for his girl real life net. Tesla. What the first emperor says is true, even I who am a scientist a minor jar. Shiva. Ha 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 little unbelieving human. Raiden. What a beautiful memory when I broke of you with one hit ha 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 ha. Shiva. I'm going to get revenge. Upon hearing the music, everyone stopped their words and opinions, beginning to feel moved. Apollo's cabin held up signs with numbers rating it, a resounding being a clear shun remembered a certain night from a constellation related to an instrument he met on the Champs-Élysées. Apollo, PJ. She's beautiful. Mozart. I don't remember Bach being yours. Bach. It's a heavenly melody, I would say, crying it reaches my soul. Apollo, SNV. That's beauty. On screen. So Luna left her family to find the person responsible for playing that melody worthy of being heard by the gods themselves, but her family, seeing that Luna had separated from the group, went in search of her and managed to find her, but they saw that they were in front of some ruins that were surrounded by many flowers. And Luna and her family were looking for the origin of that melody, but when they arrived, it would be the center of the ruins. Lisa. What a wonderful tune. I'm glad you like my music. Loud there. Luna and her family see an albino girl with an armor that was none other than Lena. Moon. Who are you and why are you wearing armor related to the constellation of Lyra? Lena de Lyra. Correct, I am Lena, the warrior of the sign of the lyre. She continues strumming her lyre. This tune I am playing is a requiem for you and your family. Lin Jr. Yahoo, a victory tune to catch the bad luck. Lucy mind. Requiem, perhaps there remembers the meaning of requiem for what? Lucy. Let's move away, it'll kill us. Lena de Lyra. Too late. Requiem of strings. There many strings coming out of the lyre catch and get tangled in the bodies of all the louds. Do not believe that they will escape from their punishment, and that Lena strums a single string of the lyre where the strings that had trapped the louds began to squeeze them, but every time Lena strummed a string, the other strings began to squeeze the louds more, that it was already seen that wounds were opening up, and in that she sees Luna so Lena's expression that was only anger turned to a look completely of hatred, so that when Lena strummed each string of her lyre, the strings that held Luna began to strangle her, and while her face turned purple due to lack of oxygen. Lincoln to P, enough, Lena the white-haired man would say. Off screen. Aphrodite, SNV. It is a beautiful place, and with the tune they make it even more admirable. It is a pity what she would say without finishing speaking while a black rose was on the ground, who? Jer. I can't stand you anymore, he would say with his arm extended. Damn Busty, shut up, you are the most horrible being that exists. I don't know how someone who lets herself be carried away by something so banal is a goddess. Aphrodite, SNV. You, I would say, annoyed. Zeus, SNV. Stop it. We want to see the perverts and the cat fight. They would ask themselves mentally. Ethmisk. That wasn't it. Aphrodite of Pisces. I thought I wanted to smell that rose, she would say with a shrug. Seeing what the albino was doing to the louds, many frowned, especially the false heroes. Shun had a fleeting memory of a fight with a lyra knight, and others hoped that Lincoln would stop her. Lincoln. Lena, he would say, shaking his head in denial. That wasn't your job. Seeing Lincoln in golden armor, many women had pink tones, except for one brown-haired woman who was like a ripe tomato floating in the air, covering her face. Ioros. It's my turn, he would say, smiling. It's my turn for my constellation. On screen. Lena de Lyra. But Dad, they hurt you, they deserve that punishment. Lincoln from P, Lena, let them go, the thing is, it's between me and my family. At that Lena reluctantly lets them go and. Loud. Wait, did she tell you, Dad? They said I'm now Aunt Grandpa. Lincoln from P, stop pretending, tell me what you came for. Lin Jr. Simple, for you to return to Royal Wood and be our amulet there. An attack from Lena grazes Lin Jr.'s cheek, which upon seeing the threatening look of this one, just remains silent. Lincoln from P, you think I'll go back to that place, well you're wrong. Lin Sr. Oh no young man, you're coming back with us since you were born to serve your brothers. Then he feels that someone is strangling him, and then he sees. Character sheet. Lily X Loud. Position. Current Amazon of Ursa Major, disciple of Lincoln of P and adopted daughter of Lincoln of P. Age. Years old thanks to the power of Athena. Lily from Ursa Major. Hanging bare the Amazon was holding her father by the neck. You finished that word, I won't hesitate to break your neck, did you understand? Good for nothing faggot there. Lin Sr. nodded with tears in his eyes, but Lily felt something wet on a certain part of Lin Sr. You're disgusting there. She grabbed him by the neck and then sent him flying and crashing into some columns. The faggot, I didn't even do anything to him and he peed on himself. Off screen. Lincoln. How strange, pretending he would say sarcastically. Several ouds felt offended while those with brains and hearts bowed their heads. Seeing the guy's stupidity, many didn't notice how year-old girl grabbed him, noticing how the youngest of the Louds grabbed the patriarch with force. But the room was filled with disgust at the sight of the urination. Aphrodite, PJ, and her daughters. Oog, they said on the verge of vomiting. Lubu. What a faggot. Sasaki. He's not a man. Raiden. Even a woman has more endurance. Akita. Furry, he whispered under his breath, noticing a double meaning. On screen. Lin Jr. Look, I'll offer you a deal. Lincoln from P, which one? Lin Jr. A fight. If I win you come back with us and I take your place as a knight. I deserve that place that you, but if you win we go back to where we came from, okay? Lincoln from P, I accept. Lin Jr. Without your armor. Lin Jr. mind. Without his pathetic armor he's sure weak. Lincoln from P, okay. At that the Sagittarius armor separates from Lincoln returning home, but Lincoln got into a combat position. I'll wait for you. Lin Jr. This is easy. The brunette runs towards the albino where he tries to kick him, but the albino dodges it without difficulty. The albino gives a strong blow to Lin's abdomen, knocking the wind out of him. How the hell did you get hit? You are the weakest in the family there. He receives another blow, and the brunette, when recovering, she begins to attack Lincoln, throwing kicks and punches. Stop moving. Lincoln from P, no way. There he hits Lin Jr. Better give up, Lin, go back to Royal Wood and never come back. But Lin Jr. Never. There he tries to hit Lincoln, but he dodges. I'm sure your teachers were complete weaklings and useless to leave their position to a child who doesn't even deserve to be born, and there Lincoln's look becomes more serious. Because of what? Lincoln to P, Lin, you can hit me and insult me, but you dared to insult my teachers, and that I will not forgive you now. The blows that Lincoln threw were much worse, and now Lin was the one who focused on dodging each punch and kick, which was impossible, and received a much worse beating than Marinette gave her and the Louds. Seeing that, Lori came from behind with a tranquilizer dart, and the target was the neck, but when she was close, Lily from Ursa Major grabbed the hand that had the tranquilizer dart. Lily of the Big Dipper. My dad was right about you guys, you only care about your own benefit. So there Lily, using her strength, twists Lori's arm, causing the blonde to cry, and there the other Louds go to Lori's aid, but Lena, using string requiem again, only catches Rita, Leni, Lucy, Lisa, Lol and Lana, leaving Luan and Luna. But when Lily, after giving Lori a few hits, she falls to the ground, but Lily with her foot begins to crush Lori's other arm. You know what I like most is to hear the crunch of broken bones. Off screen. All the true warriors shook their heads at that level of stupidity. She was clearly a huge idiot blinded by ego. The Kugo. Wow, what an arrogant and unjustifiable girl. Lin Jr. Girl. What do you mean, Chinese firecracker? She hissed angrily. The Kugo. Stop being arrogant, you have nothing to prove it. Lin Jr. Girl. And you do? The Kugo. I have my power to prove it. I don't need a trophy or a sports match won to prove it. Lin boy. It wasn't like that, or was it? Linka. You weren't that proud, she would say, kissing his cheek. Seeing the Louds' actions during the fight, they became angry as they had so little honor as warriors. Luan. Damn, they're insufferable. Lin Sr. Which side are you on? Luna. It's obvious that with Luan we are with Lincoln. Lori started to wet herself when she saw the beating her younger sister was giving her, since the sound of breaking bones was the least of it. Iida was about to arrest the baby since she was a future threat. On screen. Lori. The older Loud screamed, but that made Lily crush Lori's arm more. But after a few seconds, Lily, tired of Lori's screams, headbutts her hard, making Lori fall knocked out. But with Lincoln and Lin Jr., the albino was humiliating the brunette, since now Lin was determined to escape from the fight since her pride prevented her, but her brother was already surpassing her completely. But when she was already cornered there. Lin Jr. I give up, the brunette would say, since she had bruises on her body, but the albino only looks at her seriously. Lincoln from P, get out now. Lola. You don't keep us there. Golden arrow grazes Lola's cheek, and she saw that Lincoln had a golden bow, and he himself had shot the arrow. You know better, we go. Lincoln from P, okay, go away. Except Luna and Luan, they stay there. Rita was about to complain, but when she saw that Lincoln was loading another arrow to his bow, she just shut up. Hand. Rita. Let's go, she would say, carrying Lin Sr. and Leni carrying Lori. Lincoln from P, all I need is to get revenge for the beatings. That's where he concentrates his cosmos atomic thunder. This attack was going at full power, and when it hit the Louds, apart from being electrocuted, they also flew out of Sagittarius's house, and then Lincoln turns towards Luna and Luan. Lincoln from P, it's time for me to update you on everything that's happening. Off screen. Ida. Quiet villain, he would say authoritatively, being seen by everyone while several began to laugh. Lily. Baba, she would say like any baby. Ida would throw himself at her, but wouldn't notice the floor was covered in baby drool and would skid into a wall. The room did the most mature thing possible, laugh. On screen. House of Capricorn. Sakura and Rock Lee had already arrived at the House of Capricorn, and upon entering they were amazed that the house looked more like a palace, but they did not detach themselves from their main mission, which was to find Sasuke. But Sasuke of Q, what are you doing here? The Uchiha would say. Sakura. Sasuke. Sasuke of Q mind. How weird, he always calls me Sasuke-kun. Rock Lee. Sasuke, it seems your youth was good for you. Sasuke from Q, well, tell us why you're here. Sakura. Well Sasuke, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm sure if I told you, you'd want to kill all of Konoha. Sasuke of Q, what would make me angry there? Sakura passes him some documents where Sasuke began to read them, but when he read a new page Sasuke's anger was increasing, but when he read about the Uchiha massacre, this angered him and he wanted to kill Danzo, but he wouldn't give him a quick death, but a painful one, but he only let out a loud cry of helplessness. AI with it he calms down. My brother was only used by the stupid civilian council, and Danzo this time I myself will finish. Off Konoha and possibly Naruto decides to follow me. Sakura. Sasuke, that's not all, better go to the last. The black-haired man goes to the last of the documents, where he saw the Uchiha New Generation project, where they had created a female clone of Sasuke, where they used the DNA of many Uchihas, but the ones that stood out the most were the DNA of his mother, father, Itachi and his so. Sasuke of Q, Konoha will burn. Then he sees Julika arriving at the house. Who are you? Julika. I am Julika Kufane and Sasuke of Q, you're Luca's sister. The girl nods. Go ahead, just make sure to wear a coat, and I mean it. Julika just follows her path. It seems that someone will join the collection of ice statues. Off screen. Lee. Sakura-san, it's our turn, he would say animatedly. Sakura. Yes, I already noticed. Seeing Sasuke, many women would blush, especially Aritide, a green-haired woman with vine-like hair, and a very lively light-haired woman, but one of them would faint with a big blush. Midnight. There is youth. Aphrodite, PC. Do I smell romance? Tragedy, I like that. Artemis. Shut up, bitch. Reading everything Danzo was planning to do to Sasuke and Sarada who were present, their blood began to boil. How much they wanted Itachi to be there, but the room was full and there was not enough budget. Sasuke. So they not only cloned the dope, creating a mini dope, but me too, I would say, annoyed. Seeing Julika arrive, everyone would be surprised, but hearing Sasuke's words filled her with fear. She feared her brother's reaction, and Luca felt a pang in her heart, as if her sister was afraid of her. On screen. Flashback. The night at the Aquarius house, where the interior was more of a habitable place for ice-type Pokémon, where Vulpix from Alolan, Snorant, Glalie, Glaceon, Darumaka, Darmanitan from Galar, Vanillite, Vanillish, Vanillux, Capchu, Beardic, Cryogonal, Bergmite, Avalig, Icecu, Glastrier, Citadel, Sedatin, etc. live. But some thieves managed to pass all the other houses, since their objective was the House of Aquarius, and when they arrived and saw the amount of Pokémon that they had. Thief, guys, we won the lottery. Thief, yes friend, let's go for the white fur foxes. Millionaires pay a fortune for white fur animals. Then the group of thieves with their sacks begin to grab many owl and Vulpix to take them to the black market, but they hear the footsteps of a person, and when they turn around they see Luca. Thief, he's just a guy in armor cosplay. Hey kid, Halloween is a long time away. Luca Dar, let the Pokémon free and go away while I'm in a good mood. Thief, you don't command us there. The thief goes towards Luca to hit him, but the black-haired man only gives him a strong blow to the abdomen, making him fall knocked out. Luca Dar, I warned you. Luca slowly approached the thieves, but they, overcome by fear, released the Vulpix to avoid problems. Thief, look, we let them go, just let us go. Luca Dar, who says I let them go? There he makes a pose and taking advantage of the fact that the other thieves were in one place ice coffinette. All the thieves, upon feeling that attack, tried to escape, but they saw that their feet were freezing, but the ice was beginning to rise to the rest of the body, and they began to beg for their lives, but Luca turned a deaf ear, and after a few seconds all the thieves were turned into blocks of ice. Luca Dar, that's what awaits people like you. End of flashback. Off screen. Amos. Freezing coffin, I like him. Hyoga. They deserve it. Monoma. But he was going to say something about the heroes having to take charge, but everyone's looks made him shut up. Kaminari. They're cute animals, I don't argue, but that's barbaric. Izuku. It's terrible. I wonder if as heroes we should take charge or if those vultures from the commission wouldn't let us. Nezu. Unfortunately. All Might. It's the last one. The true heroes of Class A clenched their fists in fury. Nostradamus. How funny. Jer. Can someone freeze it? Tyoga would freeze the rag, earning grateful glances from all of Shimatsu. The rag was very unbearable. Off-screen. Sasuke of Q, and in a room of the Aquarius house is full of frozen people from the age of myth to the present day. Then the casts of SNV and BNHA arrive so Sasuke lets them pass. House of Aquarius. Yulika was about to enter Aquarius's house, but she felt a freezing wind coming out of Aquarius's house, and she took a raincoat out of her backpack to avoid the cold, and when she entered Yulika saw that Aquarius's entire house was a forest covered in snow. And the girl begins to wander around the place in search of her brother, but is surprised to find many ice-type Pokémon that were Owl and Vulpix, Snurrant, Furret who mysteriously walked through Aquarius's house. In the skies she saw Hisui's Braviary flying tranquilizingly, there were also Glaceon and Capchu which Julika was amazed to see. But in the lake there were many Pokémon resting on the shores of the beaches, covered by snow from Spheal, Silo, Walrein, Sealand Dugong, but in the cold waters, there were many Lapras. But then I hear a loud roar. And Julika, hearing the roar, becomes attentive, but when she turned around, Qianpao was right behind her. Off-screen. Everyone was amazed at the landscape of Aquarius's house. Camus admired the creatures in the house, and from that day on, he would probably find a way to keep them, given that the cold was his thing. Ash. It's actually a good combination, water and ice types are very versatile Pokémon. Athena. And from what I see, your creatures have some change in their growth, although according to what they said they changed their name, right? Professor Oak. That's right, it's known as evolution, and unlike your creatures, these can occur through growth or, in the case of those who live off battles, through this means. Zeus, PJ. Interesting I'd say thinking about having a couple of electric types. Zeus, SNV. I like battle, so why not raise one for them Jojo. Hermes, PJ. I wish I had one to make my work easier. Hermes, SNV. An ally like that wouldn't hurt at all. Both. We are the hardest working Olympian god. On screen. But Julika just stepped back, but didn't take her eyes off him, but that only made Qianpao get closer where. Julika mined. Shit, a bucking white saber-toothed tiger is about to kill me, unless there she was about to use the miraculous, but then she saw that Qianpao was starting to move away, until the Pokémon decided to leave. I think something bigger scared it, but. Luca Dar, what are you doing in the sanctuary? Sister Julika when she turned around was none other than. Julika. Brother. Luca from R, I'll ask you one more time why you're here. Off-screen. Julika. Brother she would say surprised to see him so imposing. Alia. Shit she would say with a blush. Aphrodite, PJ. Fufu mommy likes it. Demeter, PJ. You already said dite she would say licking her lips. Midnight. Ladies, some initiative to prepare those papuchos for the Dominatrix heroine would say. Aphrodite, PJ. I like the way you think. Aphrodite, SNV. He's just a human, why mess with him? Aphrodite, PC. For a goddess of love, you are too shallow, you failed as a goddess with such domains. Both Aphrodites looked at each other with auras of death. Freya, DXD. Shit, it's cold and hot at the same time. Became. He's mine. She screamed to cover her mouth. Itsumi didn't say anything, he knew that he had died in that line, and Akame seemed to be destined with him, so he looked at the blue-haired man and spoke so that he could read his lips. Itsumi. Take her to the moon for me he would say so that Luca would be surprised, but he would nod, an unwritten pact was forged. Esdeath. It's cold, I want it for myself. She would say madly. Issei. As if someone wanted a sadistic tyrant he would say bluntly. The Ice Queen and the Crimson Dragon looked at each other emanating power, but Issei surpassed that level by kneeling down the woman who looked at him with hatred. On screen. Julika. Brother, well there Julika explains everything that happened and the reason why she came to the sanctuary. Please Luca come home, mom and dad miss you, but. Luca from R, sorry Julika, I can't go home. Julika. Why not? Luca de R, I am a knight, I swore loyalty to Athena, I can't leave my post just to go back home, I miss mom and dad too, even you, but I can't there Julika was crying, so she hugs Luca. Julika. Please Luca, come back, I beg you he would say in tears, but Luca with his hand wipes the tears that were coming out of his sister. Luca from R, don't cry, I never liked you crying, look sister I'm just saying that I can't go back to Paris, but I promise you one thing, maybe I'll ask Athena for permission to travel to Paris, so I can be with my family, there only Julika nods, let's go to a place where you can rest there she turns and sees a Glaceon rubbing its body on Julika's leg, it seems like someone likes you. Julika looked down and saw that a Glaceon was between her legs, and the girl just lifted it up, which the Pokemon allowed, and where both looked at each other face to face. Then Julika just let go of Glaceon, and the Pokemon just continued on its way. Julika. Okay sister, then they hear footsteps, and it was none other than the other casts. Off screen. Artemis, PJ. Why aren't you like that? She would say looking at her brother. Apollo, PJ. Because you're my little sister, he would say, earning himself a blow. Artemisa, PJ. He is one of those I can respect and admire, he doesn't stay pressuring and bothering, he gives space and knows that you don't like to cry, although he is overprotective, but it is something that is corrected, you are too. Apollo, PJ. Yes, sister, he would say somewhat dejectedly, perhaps those words hurt. Artemis. I'm not telling you to stop being yourself, she would say to make her sister look at the sun just to lower your insincerity. Apollo, PJ. Little sister, he would say with tears and very happy since his sister loved him, maybe it was too heavy. Artemis. I'm older. Apollo, SNV. How beautiful, I would say, admiring the progress. Aries, SNV. See if you learn something nudist. Iris. The girl likes that Glaceon. Silent. When a Pokemon likes you, you can only respond to that, forming a great bond that unites you. On screen. Locke. How cold it is in this place, the Valkyrie would say, but Jack would take out his sack and pass it to the Valkyrie. Jack the Rippers. Better put on my jacket so you won't feel cold and avoid a cold. Locke, a little blushed, just put on Jack's jacket where she felt somewhat warm. Izawa. This place is more perfect to spend a day away from civilization, but they saw that Nezu was about to fall asleep. Damn, All Might carries Nezu on his back, that I forgot that Nezu at that time was hibernating. All Might carried Nezu on his back, but Luca from R, what are you doing in this place? They're the casts when they see Luca and explain their motive, he only allows them to pass, but what the hell, he would say in whispers, because I felt a rather aggressive Cosmos. Yulika, let's go to my cabin there. Luca sees that his sister was not responding, and when he turned around he saw that a person was grabbing Julika, but this one had Julika under threat, and more than that the man had a dagger at Julika's neck, giving a threat of cutting her. Bro, if she did something, what do you want? Amos. Aquarius, you better not do anything or else your little sister will suffer the consequences there. Luca just stays still. Very well Aquarius, you are obliged to comply with my demands, so take me to Athena's room and your sister is free. Luca was between a rock and a hard place, so Deimos only had Julika under threat and Julika just stood still as she was overcome by fear. Off screen. Jack. Manners, he would say, adjusting his monocle. Make the man. Paminari. Fine, gentlemen. The immature ones. Fine. Artemis. Apollo. Apollo, PJ. Sister. For a murderer he is very fine. Nezu. Wow, so my hibernation was activated. Everyone tensed up seeing Deimos' actions while Luca clenched his fists until they bled. Luca. Sister. Marinette. Oh no. Oko. This is bad. Amos. They must do something, and as hard as it sounds, they must think coldly. Milo. Demons. Ioros. Think calmly. Ioria. Calm down, don't be suicidal. Dipper. Why, I suspect Mabel will do something. Gideon. Because I think he will, the millionaire child would say, speaking for the first time. On screen. House of Pisces. Those from SNV had already arrived at the House of Pisces, but they saw that the House of Pisces was full of roses with a red color never seen before. Apart from that, there was a large garden full of flowers of many colors, and among them there were many Pokemon walking around the house. Many were amazed by the amount of Pokemon in the place, but Brunhild had two disappointments from the Knights of Capricorn and Aquarius, who did not fight, but upon arriving at the House of Pisces. Brunhild mind. Let's see if Jair serves me better as a knight than as Volant. Loki, seeing the garden of red roses, thought of playing a joke on Jair, so he went to the garden and began to pick roses and step on them for fun. Loki. What are you going to make me cry? Little Valkyrie that wait at that moment he started to feel bad, starting with a stomachache, and then he started to vomit, but Loki, when he cleaned his mouth, he discovered that what he was vomiting was blood. And then he started vomiting blood again, so he moved away from the roses, and everyone, when they saw that, they got worried and thought. All SNV. Do these roses have poison? The answer is yes, these roses have poison there. Everyone saw that there were just some ruins of a temple, and the person was Jair of Pisces. Off screen. Seeing the change of scenery, the fight lovers snorted, although Aphrodite of Pisces was delighted by it. Aphrodite of Pisces. Such a beautiful house must have some elegance. Hearing Brunhild's thoughts, the knights of both generations became angry. They were not disposable weapons, they were warriors fighting for peace and justice. Aphrodite of Pisces. That's a bad idea, god of lies. Odin, DXD. Oh no. Odin SNV. What will you do? He would say seriously while his crows cawed that they would do nothing, the plants would obey the will of the gods. Everyone was stunned to see the gods' reaction, spitting blood for the roses. Aphrodite of Pisces. Real demonic roses, a rose so delicate and beautiful that it is lethal because of its poison, touching it, inhaling its essence and pollen, or getting stuck in a thorn is fatal even for the gods. Jer. And me. Izuku. From what I see you are immune love, he would say, hugging the little girl, causing her to blush, given that they started a relationship. Besides, you look beautiful with that armor. Xion. They are beautiful because they are truly mortal, I would say, so as not to shout that her son was a heartthrob. On screen. Jer from S, answer my question because you're here. Brunhild. Well Jer, the reason is that. Wrist. These stupid ones, pointing at Brunhild and other traitorous Valkyries, come to give you an apology for what they said about you behind your back, apart from the fact that, well, we want you back. Locke. Yes Jer, Valhalla is not the same without you. Jer from S, the answer is I will not return. Everyone is surprised. Look, I already have a responsibility, and it is to protect Athena, and I can't abandon it like Brunhild does with her diet that she already broke more than times, so no. Loki. Listen Valkyrie, we have endured much torment, so you come with us, and nothing of that. There's some branches with thorns catch Loki, and where they begin to squeeze him, but the strange thing is that the thorns manage to hurt Loki. Jer of Pisces says, I won't be back, and then Thor arrived with some scratches. Dad. Thor. I arrived at the house of Pisces and I got lost. Jack the Rippers. Very much Mr. Thor. There he explains the situation. Thor. I have a proposal. They become attentive that Jer fight against me. They are surprised if she wins. I would respect her decision, but if she loses, well, she will have to come with us. What do you say? Jer from S, it's okay. Beelzebub. I join you too. Gerd S, okay. There he gets into attack position. Jer, wearing the mighty golden armor of Pisces, faces Thor, the god of thunder, and Beelzebub, lord of the flies, in an epic battle. Jer displays his skill with the golden spear of Pisces, moving gracefully as Thor summons lightning, and Beelzebub unleashes swarms of insects. Sparks fly as Jer's spear collides with Thor's hammer, creating waves of energy. Thor, imbued with the fury of thunder, hurls devastating bolts of lightning, but Jer skillfully defends himself with the armor that grants him resistance. Meanwhile, Beelzebub uses his ability to manipulate insects, forming a swarm that envelops Jer, who struggles to free himself. Jer counterattacks with a wild rose technique, unleashing a series of precise thrusts that surprise his opponents. Thor, however, summons Mjolnir for a finishing blow. At the last instant, Beelzebub uses a swarm of flies to distract Thor, allowing Jer to dodge and counterattack. Gerd S, it's time for the final attack. The piranhas tear apart everything they touch. The strength of the roses, she would say, everything with a red rose on her lips. Roses piranhas. The attack was directly at Thor and Beelzebub, so only they tried to block the attack, but they felt that those roses were cutting them as if they were knives, but Brunhild, seeing that demonstration of power, only smiled. For Brunhild, Jer served her better as a warrior than as a sister. Off screen. Thor. My little one, he would say, watching the fight, but not with annoyance but with pride, the pride of a father for his daughter. The case of Loki and Odin was different, as they were truly upset because in their eyes, the fact that a Valkyrie revealed herself would pave the way for the others to do so, and with that, their plan would fall apart. Brunhild thought like her counterpart, only now Jer hugged Izuku, hiding in her chest as she cried a little. It hurt to be seen as an object by her sister. Hercules saw this and nodded. Little Goal was in good hands. Aphrodite of Pisces. Wild and proud, the black rose destroys everything it touches like a piranha. Professor Oak. Interesting. Tesla. Amazing, he would say, noting. Thor. That's my girl. Izuku. Hey Goal-chan, your dad wants to hug you. Jer. I'm coming, she would say, separating from her boyfriend. Mina wanted to take advantage, but Jer's look said pain if she touched her boyfriend. Ryukyu. I don't think I see roses the same way. Mirko. Me neither, I would say, eating carrot. The bodies of several heroines were attractive to various deities and men, but they would not say anything. On screen. House of Aquarius. Deimos. Apart from that, Aquarius, you can't do anything because of the bad reputation of the Knights of Aquarius for preferring duty over emotions, so take me to Athena's room. Luca mind. Shit, how can I prevent him from hurting Julika? And that Luca sends a silent message to all the Knights of the Sanctuary, even Athena and Sage. But Luca was desperate to save Julika, but then he saw that Chen Pao was behind Deimos, who understood a plan. Luca of Aquarius. Fine, I'll take you to Athena, but… Deimos? Just what? Then he sees Luca nod and… Chen Pao had attacked Deimos from behind, causing him to release Julika, and she took the opportunity to escape and get behind Luca, so Deimos fought hand to hand against Chen Pao as he launched claws and bites at Deimos, which he avoided, and when Deimos moved Chen Pao away. Deimos. Damned, when I kill you will be my new fur coat for battles, and in that he summons a sword. Luca had taken out his trident, so he started a fight against Deimos. Luca Dar, not without first sending you to the damn hell with your great uncle Hades, the knight would say while using his trident to hold one of Deimos' hands. Off screen. Oko. That was a good move. Ioria. Now it's time for Athena and the Patriarch to take action. Aldebaran. It was a good plan, he praised. Hades, PJ. More paperwork. No thanks, he'd say. Hades, SNV. I barely have any of that in my kingdom, he would say, smiling but pitying his counterpart. Ares, PJ. Let's see how you handle my son, I would say, interested. Ares, SNV. My son, I would say, annoyed, but drawing a face of surprise and emotion, fights as if his life depended on it. On screen. House of Libra. Everyone was eating a good amount of food and desserts that Marinette had prepared, which he was tasting, and Apollo, when he tried one of the cakes that Marinette cooked, felt a bomb of flavors. It was the best thing he had ever tasted in his immortal life. They were even much better than the desserts that the cooks of Valhalla made for the meetings. Apollo mined. It's incredible that a mortal prepares this kind of delicacies. After a few minutes, Apollo gets up. Apollo. You know, Libra Amazon, I have an offer for you. Marinette of Libra. What do you mean? She would say doubtfully, but Apollo summons 3 bubbles. One of the bubbles had the Greek symbol for power, another bubble had the Greek symbol for wealth, but the last bubble had the symbol of an owl, a symbol of wisdom. Apollo. I saw your fight against that girl. I noticed the values that few people show in fights, so I give you the privilege of choosing one of these blessings that are power, wealth and wisdom. It's your choice. Marinette's companions are surprised when they hear those words said by the god, but Marinette was thinking where after a few minutes that Marinette spoke and Marinette of, I don't choose any. Apollo is surprised. She was the first mortal to reject the blessings he proposed. I must depend on myself, not on advantages or blessings. That's why as a Libra Amazon, I must be able to judge the opinions of others if it is correct or not, so if I accept one of the blessings I would be breaking my principles. Apollo was amazed by Marinette's response, so he smiles and Apollo. Very well, I will respect your opinion. For Apollo that was new. Many mortals, when he made that offer, many chose power and riches. But Marinette managed to receive Luca's silent message, so she leaves the place alone, to the bewilderment of Apollo and his friends, so they followed her. Off screen. Apollo, SNV. Can I have a sandwich? Marinette would simply bring some macarons, and the sun god was ecstatic by Ladybug's culinary skill. It was a great pleasure of flavors. Leonidas. They are not bad, he would say, savoring one. When? Why weren't you born in my time? I'd say weird, boo-how. Everyone was surprised by the proposal to the girl, and the deities of Shimatsu were assuming that she would accept, except Poseidon, who noticed that look. Honestly, he didn't know what to think. Of course he didn't like the gifted power. Hades was a little interested, and Doko on behalf of the knights paid close attention. The whole room fell into a great silence. Percy Jackson's Olympus was in shock. That girl rejected the power of a god. The same happened to those of Shimatsu, except for a few, and the thinkers smiled at the answer. Well, several girls had someone to admire. Doko. Not bad student, he would say, smiling. Marinette. Thank you, teacher. Shiryu. It is an honor that you are the old master's apprentice. Poseidon, SNV. She's semi-perfect, he whispered to himself. He could admire that. The gifted power was something imperfect. Adam. I feel proud. Eva. Like me. Apollo, SNV. That's beauty. If you don't know yourself you don't progress on your own, he would say, smiling. On screen. House of Cancer Yumatsu. Pipper from K, what's in this little box? Stan. I don't know, since I found it I started having nightmares that all of Gravity Falls was burning in flames, and many people and those strange things were dying at the hands of people with crimson red armor, but there was a man with red hair with armor. Apart from that, on his sides were other men and Pipper from K, wait a minute, because it doesn't have the Athena seal. Then he sees that Mabel had the seal hanging from her backpack. Mabel would say with a fury never seen in him. Where did you get that? Mabel. Well, from the little box is a beautiful diesel, and then Dipper had taken out the side that Manigoldo gave him and points it at Mabel's neck. Dipper from K, are you stupid or what? You don't know what you got us into. And there she remembers Mabel's boyfriend who didn't make it to Yumatsu. So what's your boyfriend called? Mabel. His name is Deimos. And Dipper from K, how did I not realize the bastard is Deimos, son of Ares and Aphrodite? Then he breathes a moment, because when I mentioned Aphrodite's name, the name sounded familiar to me, but still. Then they return to the House of Cancer and then feel Luca's silent message. Shit, he's in the House of Aquarius. Then he turns to Stan and Mabel, stay here. Then he runs to the House of Aquarius, but Stan and Mabel follow him. And so it was in the other houses. Off screen. No one could believe that level of idiocy. Innocence. Stupidity. No one knew how to describe it. Dipper. Mabel. Mabel felt strange. Dipper didn't feel like threatening to kill her, he wanted to scream, cry, but on the other hand, he wanted his brother to notice her, not as something romantic, but he wanted him to notice her as someone valid. Stanford. You can't just listen to a simple direction, can you? Stanley. Stan. Don't bother Ford. Suze. This is very bad. Wendy. Damn, when your twin isn't getting into trouble. On screen. House of Pisces. When Thor and Beelzebub were on their last legs due to injuries, but. Air of S, I think the fight is over. Thor just gets up, but he had a smile. His daughter Jer was giving him a real beating in the fight, so he would respect Jer's decision, but the Valkyrie, upon receiving Luca's silent message, ran to the House of Aquarius, and the same thing happened in the Athena room where Lila, Sage and Hakure received the silent message and went to the House of Aquarius. House of Aquarius. Luca was in a bad situation, Aquarius's armor had significant damage, a shoulder pad was broken, but Luca was still standing while Deimos had some wounds, but the son of Ares seeing Julika smiles and summons a spear so. Deimos. Aquarius, you decide to stop me or there throws the spear in the direction of Julika or her there. Luca disappears from Deimos' sight, but Julika invaded by fear could not move, but when she thought the spear would pierce her body, she heard that someone had been pierced by the weapon, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that Luca had used her body so that the weapon would not touch her, and the spear had stuck in Luca's right shoulder, and he only kneels when his body could not bear so. Much pressure. It seems that this night of Aquarius did not disappoint me, but I think both brothers will die, and in that a blow is heard, and they saw that a boy had hit Deimos in the face, and Luca managed to recognize him. Luca Dar, Kokoda. Character sheet. Kota Izumi Midoriya. Position. Current Knight of Swan, disciple of Aquarius. Luca, an adopted son of Ares Izuku. Off-screen. Thor. I couldn't be more proud. Beelzebub. I'm worried about the albino's mark. Ollie. Good. Iku. We returned to the aquarium house. Everyone from Miraculous was worried about Luca's condition, even strangely enough, Hyoga, Camus and Milo were worried. Julika. Brother. She would say, shedding tears seeing that bastard attack her. Sasaki. How base, noticing that he would attack someone not involved in the fight. Poseidon, SNV. Imperfect trash, I would say, despising Deimos. God is a perfect existence, he does not conspire or attack with treason, he is noble in all occasions, that is how God should be. Ares, PC. Stupid bastard, fights are on. He may be his son's counterpart, but he taught his own people some honor in fights. Luca. I won't let anything happen to you, she would say, calming Julika, who began to cry a little while she watched Luca get between that spear and her. Julika. Her brother. Apollo, PJ. That's a brother, the rest are bullshit. Everyone expected Luca to die, but a boy in armor that Hyoga recognized very well would appear hitting Deimos in the face. Shion. Why do I think Manigoldo influenced that entry? I would say with a drop of sweat for that entry. Oko. Most likely he did, he would say with grace. Yuzui. What an extravagant entrance. Tanjiro. You're a good brother, he would say, caressing Nezuko. Taijiro. You see, Sanjuro. You must always wait for the right moment to enter the battle. Sanjuro. Hi, he would say, nodding to his brother's words. Tsunemi. Kill him at once. Tomioka. They are noisy, I would say in an emo tone. Tamaki. They make a lot of noise, I would say, nervous. On screen. Hoda hitting Thanatos. Don't touch my master again, trash, the boy with armor would say, and then hit the weak part of every man, causing Deimos to kneel. He saw him master could hit him. And that Deimos gets up and summoning his sword tries to attack Koda, but there an arrow fired pierces Deimos' hand. Who was the damn one who tied me? The one responsible was Lincoln from P. But then the other knights appeared. It seems that many want to die. How well, come on there. Luca's comrades attacked Deimos, but first Sasuke and Adrian attacked first using Excalibur and Kurasagama, where Deimos avoided being attacked, but it was in vain. Then Marinette using a tonfa from the Libra armor hits Deimos' chest, making him retreat, but Naruto from M, the palm of Buddha. Deimos saw that he was right in Buddha's palm. Naruto from M, as you know, the Buddha's palm does not allow you to attack or defend yourself, so attack friend. Now the knights were fighting more seriously thanks to Naruto. Deimos had no choice but to just receive the attacks, but off screen. Oko. Hahaha, he doesn't seem to be an apprentice of the aquarium of that time, he seems to be more of an apprentice of Manigoldo, he would say, laughing. Mandalay. Kokoda T, be careful, I would say nervously. Lincoln. Phew, he would whistle upon arriving at the fight. Sasuke. Bastard, seeing how Deimos dodges him. Oko. Weird, but you should not rely on Libra weapons in the future. Marinette. Of course. Buddha. My palm. He would say, dropping a lollipop from his mouth. Shaka. As far as I remember, that technique allowed the opponent to attack, after all it is a simple illusion, it only alters the senses, preventing you from moving, nothing more, nothing less. Saga. You say that because you applied it to Camus, Shura and me, right? Shaka. Indeed. On screen. Adrian from L. Guys stay away there in the place a strong cold began to feel coming from Adrian Aurora's execution. The attack was directed at Deimos, causing much more damage. And just as the other Golden Knights and Athena arrived, Xion, seeing his son, wanted to join the battle, but Sage blocked his way where it said. Sage. Xion, if they are facing Deimos they will show everything they trained in the battle. Izuku and his friends attack Deimos without stopping until. Dipper Decay, Mr. Shijima, Naruto there take out the box, seal it again, take advantage of the fact that it is weak there. Shijima and Naruto go to the battlefield where they put the box in the center, and their granduncle and great-grandson made movements with their hands, making the box come out many chains where they trapped Deimos, but Lila with the help of Sage, made a paper seal, so that Deimos would not leave his prison, but Deimos seeing that he would be caught again. Deimos. Mabel help me please. There is the girl who this time was not willing to lose her boyfriend, takes out the grappling hook gun that her uncle Stan gave them when they arrived in Gravity Falls, and there she points it at the little box where they sealed Deimos. Off screen. Amos. How? Oko. So Regulus taught him how to read the flow of cosmos. Xion. Yes. Ioria. Patriarch Xion, is that possible? Xion. It is possible. Regulus could see the flow of the cosmos perfectly, managing to imitate, control and replicate the power of the attacks he saw. Minato. It's time. Urea. They must seal it, he would say, paying attention to the seal. Naruto. Please don't let Bachan bet, noticing that the Sannin was betting that they would seal him. Stanford. No, he would say, looking at Mabel. Mabel. Hey, don't seal my boyfriend. Seriously, now everyone didn't know what to think of her, she had no intelligence. Athena, PJ, thought that she should study her since she was a rare phenomenon, while Sia and his people couldn't believe that a little girl could be so stupid. Izuku. I hope he doesn't do what I think. Artemis, PJ. Will do it. Percy. This is getting more epic and uncomfortable, I would say nervously, with the demigods who didn't speak. They enjoyed the peace of seeing this, honestly they preferred to relax now and then return to their demigod business like escaping from monsters and missions. Issei. Really, what's wrong with your sister? Dipper. I swear I don't know. On screen. Dipper Decay, Mabel there the girl grabs the little box and when raising it, don't do something stupid there. Mabel throws it to the floor with all her strength, causing the little box to be completely destroyed, making all the work of Shijima and Naruto in vain, and Deimos escapes, and there all the knights from the old generation to Izuku's only see Mabel with all her fury, but Sage. Sage. Stupid girl, you don't know what you got us into there. Many of the knights began to judge Mabel's action, but Dipper approached Mabel, and he believed that his brother was going to defend her, but in that. Dipper had slapped Mabel, whose cheek was bright red, and she was just rubbing it, but. Dipper Decay, Mabel, among all the stupid things you did in the past, this one is superior, he would say with an anger never seen before. Your stupid desperation to have a boyfriend made us enter a new holy war. There they see that his friends were lifting Luca up, and just then Tsukyu from Kopoma's arrived, who was carrying a cup full of water that they made Luca drink, so that in a few seconds, all of his wounds were healed. But Naruto and Shijima only approached Mabel, who. Naruto and Shijima. Treasure from heaven. Their Mabel flew out and then fell to the ground. She tried to use her hands and saw that she couldn't. Then she tried to speak, but she couldn't. Mabel Mente. What's happening to me, because I can't feel the floor when I'm touching it and I can't speak. Naruto from M. We use treasure of heaven that takes away the senses, so we take away senses that brought us the problem, which are touch and voice, so from now on you won't be able to use your hands, and you will be able to speak, so get used to it. Mabel Mente. Dipper, do something that will give me back the use of my hands and my voice, so I can speak again please. Dipper from K, listen to what you wanted and no, this time I won't offend you like the previous times, so screw you and Stan there. Many sanctuary guards grab Stan. Stan. What are they going to do to me? Sage. After Dipper explained to us what you did, that earned him a sentence to be locked up in Cape Saunion. Take him there. The guards take him to Cape Saunion, while Mabel would be escorted to Gravity Falls. Off screen. Artemis. Normally I would say something, I would say seriously, looking at Dipper, but this time there is no reason to defend her. Oh. They wanted to do something right, but a certain girl didn't care. Mabel. Dipper, you didn't defend me, she would say, crying, feeling betrayed. Naruto. Heaven's treasure. Shaka. The treasure of heaven contains all the truth of the universe. And will therefore transport the person affected by the technique to a state of supreme harmony. It is the ultimate and most powerful attack available to Virgo saints. In their words, this attack represents the harmony of the universe and its ultimate truth. This technique combines attack with defense. Whoever is trapped by this technique cannot escape or protect themselves from attacks. Lubu. That's both admirable and terrifying. Zeus, SNV. I'm surprised Athena has them. I'd say seriously, he may be a fight maniac, but that was having really strong guys. Zeus, PJ, was already looking at Athena, who was looking with interest. Maybe he should keep an eye on her. Izuku, well. Writing down all that information for future use, although he doesn't need it since Jer was sitting on his lap while he read his findings, even the ways to repel Hercules just in case. Upon seeing Mabel's punishment, she was terrified, and many said it was too cruel. Licensed heroes cough cough, while several said she deserved it. Stanford. Back to prison, huh? Kanan. What memories, he would say looking angrily at Saga. On screen. Shion. Athena. Lila. Call all current and former knights, today I will give notice that the next holy war is coming. Shion. Okay Athena. At that Shion went to a person and then listened to herself. Lincoln from P, I think the times of peace are over. Gear of S mind. I must tell Naruto and Shijima what Brunhild plans with us. Off screen. Sia. We had a horn. Iki. I don't remember. Saga. I don't remember. Ioros. I think I saw him once. Nezu. So war, one would say seriously. Iri. We will win, right? Shion and Izuku. Yes. On screen. In the universe of Linka and Liberty of J. There was Ron with his arm in a cast after receiving the news that his Linka escaped with Lin Jr. He couldn't stop cursing because his girlfriend escaped. Ron. Damn albino, how dare you escape from me, when I find you you'll see, the Latino would say, but in his mind he hears a voice. Maybe I can help you. Ron mind. Who are you? Just someone who can help you get what you want. Ron mind. Just tell me who you are, I'm interested, he would say in an interested way. I am Ares. Off screen. Ioros. Looks like we have the next vessel. Ares, PJ. And my counterpart is no effeminate or red-chinned. Ares, SNV. What did he want to tell me? I would ask, looking at Hermes. Hermes, SNV. I don't know, you tell me. Off screen. SNV universe. Odin's laboratory. Odin was in his laboratory in front of large creation tubes where inside were the bodies of Ganymede, Deucalion, Bellerophon, Perseus, Achilles, Odysseus, Theseus and Diomedes. Odin. From now on, Zeus's reign ends here, and thanks to Poseidon being dead, he was able to extract the necessary amount of orichalcum and create something that will put all the gods in check. Off screen. Those who had demigod children and recognized those names glared at the one-eyed man who was normal, although internally he was furious. He couldn't believe that that screen revealed his plans. Shiva. So rebellion. Poseidon, SNV. My domains, he would say, gritting his teeth in fury. Zeus, SNV. Rebellion, eh? I would say seriously. Zeus, PJ, didn't know what to say, he wanted his paranoia to act, but it wasn't the time or the place. On screen. Elsewhere. There in a dark place there were figures. Looks like Athena has new knights. Yes, it's time for us to wake up. I think Ares and Deimos woke up first. It's time for chaos, right Pallas, Lucifer and Abel. Lucifer, Pallas and Abel. If Eris, Athena's time is over. The screen turns off. Sia. Eris. Hyoga. Lucifer. Shiryu. Abel. Athena, PJ. Pallas. She would say with pain in her heart. The biblical ones. That's your Lucifer. Michael. It looks more intimidating than ours. Azazel. I have no proof of that, but no doubts either. Cerziches. Me neither. Apollo, PJ. Who the hell is Abel? Apollo, SNV. Doesn't ring a bell. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.